Chapter 1. Congratulations, you've won. Hello, may I speak with the Weibo user Shirley Mayan who waiting? That's me. Congratulations. You've won. From this day forward, you will receive a monthly pension subsidy of 20,000 yuan for a duration of 70 years. Ji Lu was awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. She squinted and yawned, but upon hearing this, her yawn abruptly halted. Is this for real? This isn't some kind of telecom scam, is it? Will I receive the money directly? Or, I see, to claim the pension subsidy, I must first transfer some funds, right? You've got the wrong person and broke. The voice on the other end chuckled helplessly. It's genuine. 3 days ago, E-Group announced a Weibo lottery, and you participated by reposting the promotional message. Think carefully, could there be some truth to this? I definitely did not repost any lottery. With that, Ji Lu hung up and turned back to sleep. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide indeed. 3 days ago, E-Group had posted an enticing message on Weibo. Online pension subsidy giveaway for you 70 years. 20,000 monthly, just repost to enter. E-Group stated, in order to conduct a social research project titled How Do Those Living Worry-Free Fare Later in Life, they decided to sponsor Peking University's research institute and launched a Weibo lottery. Any citizen of country A aged over 18 could participate simply by reposting, as they would randomly select 10 lucky individuals to receive a monthly pension subsidy of up to 20,000 yuan for 70 years, dispensed by E-Group. Such a captivating announcement attracted over 7 million participants nationwide. Even the once controversial superstar Gao Shen, often dubbed the pinnacle of beauty in the entertainment industry, had reposted the lottery. 3 years prior, at the peak of his career, Gao Shen faced an unprecedented online scandal that lasted a full month. Without offering an explanation, he simply posted on Weibo 2 words, retiring. Since then, he had vanished from public view, never to post again. Until 3 days ago, when Gao Shen's Weibo account was revived, and he reposted the lottery with 6 words, believing in metaphysics, seeking romance. Many netizens speculated on the meaning behind his words, with the most plausible interpretation being, I see, if any 2 of the 10 lucky winners form a couple, wouldn't they receive a combined total of 40,000 yuan in pension subsidies each month? They could comfortably live their lives together. What a beautiful pairing. A honest-op solution for finding love and securing retirement. Truly enticing. Consequently, everyone began reposting, joining in, believing in metaphysics, seeking romance. However, Gao Shen's detractors, seeing his sudden activity and such comments, rushed to flood his Weibo with ridicule and scorn. Has he fallen so low post-retirement that he must resort to lottery participation? Weren't his previous management claims that he hailed from a noble lineage? They said he was the son of a wealthy family, entering the entertainment industry for mere amusement, yet here he is, participating in a lottery? Ridiculous. Didn't he supposedly move overseas after retiring? Just 2 months ago, paparazzi reported that he spent 3 years abroad earning 2 master's degrees and 3 bachelor's degrees, preparing to return home to inherit a billion-dollar fortune. With such grand claims, he still resorts to lotteries? And believing in metaphysics and seeking romance, could this be a ploy to stir interest, prompting us to ship couples and bring him back into the industry for profit? The facade of a top-tier nobleman in the entertainment industry has crumbled completely. Truly embarrassing. If Gao Shen wins, the live stream myself breaking stones on my chest. His detractors reveled in their mockery, wishing to bury Gao Shen in ridicule, erasing him from the public eye forever. Gao Shen's fans were furious, desperately trying to control the narrative, but they could not stem the tide of likes and comments from onlookers joining in the mockery. Believing in metaphysics, seeking romance. This topic briefly soared to the top of the trending charts, capturing national attention, and netizens eagerly reposted the lottery announcement. Yesterday, while dining at the cafeteria, Ji Lu overheard a junior colleague discussing this gossip. However, she believed that good fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Ji Lu had no faith in her luck, and was certain she had not reposted the lottery. At that moment, her phone rang again. It was still the customer service from E-Group. Miss Shirley Mayan who waiting. We are quite certain that you reposted the lottery announcement. If you don't believe us, you may check your Weibo right now. I am absolutely certain that I did not repost anything. Yet, Ji Lu opened Weibo nonetheless. Then she was utterly bewildered. Her Weibo homepage featured the very post announcing E-Group's lottery as its first entry. How could this be? When had she reposted this lottery? Looking at the repost time, it was astonishingly at 3:30 in the morning 2 days ago. At that hour, she distinctly remembered being asleep. Was it possible she had sleepwalked and reposted? Or had her account been hacked? At that moment, she noticed that E-Group's official account had tagged her. E-Group had already announced the list of 10 winners, which included Shirley Mayan who waiting, Gao Shen, Tang Shou, Jian de Xiong Yu Gu Qi, Ming Tian Hui Gung Hao, Xiaomi Hu. Among them, Shirley Mian Huating was indeed her Weibo name. She was going insane had she truly won. Could this be the realization of fortune arriving while one sleeps? How delightful. The customer service continued. Miss Shirley Mian Huating, have you seen Weibo? You are the first name on the winner's list. Qi Lu exclaimed. Can I genuinely receive this pension subsidy for 70 years? Are there no additional conditions? The customer service replied. There are conditions, of course. Yi Group intends to conduct a social study on the advantages and disadvantages of high welfare living, which will involve following your life for up to 70 years to analyze the impact of a high welfare society on your life trajectory. However, you need not feel overly pressured. Our follow-up study is not as daunting as it sounds. It will not significantly disrupt your life. We will simply assign a photographer to document your daily life, observing changes after you begin receiving the pension subsidy. We have a dedicated post-production team that will compile weekly short videos to be shared on Weibo for public voting to select the best winner of the year, but this will only last for 1 year. After that, we will withdraw the photographer, and subsequent follow-ups will occur annually, with you providing your own footage to share. Should you decline, it will be considered a forfeiture of your chance to claim the prize. The customer service representative believed that no one would refuse such a remarkable opportunity for lifelong comfort in exchange for a bit of privacy, but to their surprise, they heard Qi Lu's resolute voice. I refuse. Chapter 2. Congratulations, you have won. What did you say? The customer service representative of the Yi Group doubted her hearing. How could anyone resist such a tremendous temptation? Would you like to reconsider? This is a stroke of luck that others would beg for. Once you claim your prize, you will never have to worry again. Qi Lu decisively replied, I'm sorry, but I work for a confidential unit. The representative couldn't comprehend. With a monthly pension of 20,000, you could easily resign and enjoy retirement, couldn't you? Qi Lu calculated. That amounts to merely 16.8 million. My future retirement fund should be around that figure as well. This temptation is insufficient. Having entered the prestigious youth class of Qingbei University at 12 and the nation's confidential unit at 18, she had always been a key talent nurtured by Country A. Did they really think a mere 20,000 a month could buy off her dreams and career? How disappointed would her devoted mentor and the adoring seniors be upon learning this? Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Lu hung up the phone. The customer service representative pondered. Could this winner be a fool? Qi Lu was indifferent to others' opinions. After ending the call, she desired to resume her sleep. As she had been working tirelessly for several consecutive days, even her ironclad body could not withstand such strain. All she wanted now was rest. However, just then, a notification popped up on her phone. Tragic news. The genius girl Qi Lu suddenly passed away yesterday morning. As she prepared to drift back to sleep, Qi Lu exclaimed, What? You are the one who died? Assuming it was a case of mistaken identity, she opened the news, only to find the lead stated. President Bai Neihan of Qingbei University tweeted, heartbroken over the loss of a beloved student, unable to come to terms. Bai Neihan, the president of Qingbei University, was indeed her mentor. The previous day at noon, her mentor had posted on Weibo. Bai Neihan tweeted, heartbroken over the loss of a beloved student, unable to come to terms. Qi Lu's eyes widened in shock. Why would my mentor post such a thing? I'm not dead. She soon noticed many alumni and colleagues sharing the post. Retweet Wu Wan, heartbroken over a beloved talent. Regretting too late. Retweet Nin 2, Wu Wu, senior, you cannot leave me. Retweet Feng Pei, I cannot accept this. We were just together in a meeting yesterday. How is it possible? Retweet Ren Pingxing, this must be false. I refuse to believe it. Almost everyone in her circle was sharing their condolences on Weibo. Through the words, Qi Lu could feel the deep sorrow of her mentor and seniors over her sudden passing. Yet, the question remained, how could she have died? Qi Lu read through the article thoroughly, which reported, she, having entered Qingbei University at 12 and the most mysterious unit of Country A at 18, was a key talent nurtured by the nation. She was knowledgeable in both astronomy and geography. While we were playing games at home during summer break, she effortlessly won 3 Olympic gold medals. She was not only an academic genius and a sports champion, but also known as the genius little detective. With no mystery she could not unravel. However, this prodigious girl had suffered from severe thalassemia since childhood, and doctors once predicted she would not survive past 5 years. Yet, through sheer willpower, she defied the odds, living not only beyond 5, but thriving until 25. Just when everyone believed she had become a medical miracle, she collapsed from overwork related to her research and died suddenly. The tumultuous ups and downs of her life could be summarized in one phrase. Heaven, are you playing with me? Qi Lu wished to retweet the post to inform her mentor and seniors that she was very much alive, that she would not accept such a cruel fate. But as she lifted her gaze, she caught sight of a face in the makeup mirror on her bedside table, one that did not belong to her. In that instant, Qi Lu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Who is this? This is not me. The reflection displayed a face far more exquisite than her own, breathtakingly beautiful, with brows like distant mountains and eyes sparkling like stars, a high nose and delicate lips, a forehead adorned with rosy apple cheeks resembling peach blossoms. The face exuded a sweet, youthful charm that would surely captivate anyone, even a woman like herself. But who was this? As this thought crossed her mind, a series of unfamiliar memories flashed through her mind like a slideshow. After a moment, Qi Lu realized, was she borrowing a body? The original owner was named Gan Tian, a low-level employee with a mediocre undergraduate degree, working tirelessly for a meager salary of $3,500, clocking in from 9 to 5 with no weekends, and losing $250 for a single day off. Qi Lu couldn't help but facepalm. This job was not worth keeping. However, the account 10 miles of cotton candy was indeed her Weibo alias. Even the phone in her hand was her own, not Gan Tian's. How did her phone end up in Gan Tian's possession? Qi Lu was overwhelmed with questions. At that moment, the customer service representative of the Yi Group called again. Miss 10 miles of cotton candy, I have reported your situation to my superiors. They wish to know if you would reconsider. If not, please issue a statement on Weibo to inform the public that you voluntarily relinquish your prize eligibility. However, this is your final opportunity to claim your reward. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Only a year of filming? Qi Lu hesitated. Now, she had lost her cherished job and identity, becoming another person, a mere worker earning a meager salary of $3,500. Her reasons for refusal seemed to have vanished. The staff member continued, yes, we will only arrange for a photographer to follow you for 1 year. After that, you will only need to produce one video each year to share your life, with no other requirements. You really need not worry too much. Our purpose is merely to release a short video weekly, allowing netizens to vote for the best winner among 10. The winner with the most votes will be crowned the chosen one of the year. Should you be fortunate enough to emerge as the sole chosen one, your pension will upgrade from $20,000 to $100,000 per month, with a payout duration of 69 years. If you stand out among the 10 winners, you could indeed live a life of ease. Are you still certain about giving up the filming and the prize? All right, I will accept. After weighing the situation, Qi Lu answered without hesitation this time. Having witnessed her own death due to overexertion, Qi Lu finally understood the value of life. Once it was gone, everything was lost. Perhaps this win was a warning from the heavens, urging her not to overexert herself, lest she suffer the same fate. Looking at the original owner's meager salary of $3,500, she made her decision. After claiming her prize, she would resign immediately. How delightful. Chapter 3. Congratulations on your win. On the other side, at the western suburb cemetery, the funeral of Qi Lu has just concluded. Thunder rumbles ominously from the distant horizon, accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rain, enveloping the cemetery where the ceremony has recently taken place. 5 luxurious black cars speed along the road, some arriving in haste while others lag behind. A number of imposing bodyguards clad in black descend from the vehicles, holding umbrellas, and escort a distinguished man dressed in black with white shoes, whose expression is marked by profound sorrow as he makes his way slowly toward the gravesite. Many attendees, having exited the cemetery, cast curious glances at this procession. The esteemed man, towering at 185 centimeters, possesses an unparalleled beauty, yet his strides are burdened with grief. Clad in a well-tailored black suit, his long legs exude an alluring elegance. However, it is his striking white shoes that stand out, incongruous with his expensive attire, yet failing to diminish his dignified aura. It is rare for one to don white shoes at a funeral, unless... At this moment, his phone rings, and he receives a congratulatory call from the customer service of the Yi Corporation. The familiar opening lines follow. Dear esteemed actor, 3 days ago, the Yi Corporation announced a lottery on Weibo, and you participated in the draw. Congratulations, you have won. Starting next month, you will receive a monthly pension of 20,000 yuan for a duration of 70 years. I have never shared a lottery post. The man's sorrowful visage reveals no excess emotion, as he firmly denies the claim. Since retreating from the public eye, he has not logged into Weibo. How could that be? You clearly shared the post, even adding Xingxuangsu, seeking romance, the representative insists, noting that it had once climbed to the top of trending searches. Nearby, his assistant nods affirmatively. opening Weibo to show him. Shengu, you indeed shared the post. I thought you rushed back to the country to claim your prize, but instead, you headed straight to the cemetery, your sorrow as palpable as if you had lost a wife. Gao Shen's dark, profound eyes suddenly stir with a tempest of emotions. Who has sullied his Weibo posting such foolish remarks? The customer service continues. Dear esteemed actor, you should have seen the Weibo post by now. Congratulations on standing out among over 7 million netizens. However, claiming your prize comes with conditions. The Yi Corporation requires you to participate in a social research project regarding the pros and cons of high welfare living, which will involve a follow-up study lasting up to 70 years. I refuse. I have no interest. Gao Shen interrupts, severing the call without a moment's hesitation. Whether it is the slippery mountain path or the weight of his inner sorrow, his legs suddenly weaken. His assistant instinctively reaches out to support him, but is brusquely pushed away. After a brief pause, Gao Shen steadies himself and walks deliberately toward a newly erected gravestone. Standing before the tombstone, he gazes at the inscription, his silhouette conveying an overwhelming sense of desolation. The inscription reads, "In loving memory of Qi Lu." The assistant contemplates the name etched on the stone, curiosity piqued. Qi Lu? Shengu. Isn't she the prodigious young woman who tragically passed away from overwork? When did you have any connection with her, let alone be close enough to wear white shoes to her funeral? Gao Shen remains silent, his heart aching as he struggles to contain his grief, his long, porcelain-like fingers caressing a pendant he has worn for years. The assistant notices this gesture. The pendant appears ordinary, yet it conceals 2 wedding rings within its chain. The assistant had discreetly investigated and discovered that these rings are crafted by a renowned artisan. A masterpiece from a top international jewelry designer, with the initials G.L. engraved on the inner side. So, the L refers to the prodigious young woman, Qi Lu? But why has Shengu hidden the rings within a pendant? 3 long years have passed without him giving them away. Now that he finally wishes to present them, it is too late. Yet unexpectedly, Gao Shen retrieves the 2 rings, kneeling down with reverence, burying one of the rings in the soil before the gravestone. While placing the other on his ring finger, binding himself, he announces to the world, from this day forth, I am married. What? The assistant nearly drops his jaw in shock and quickly implores, Shengu, you must remain calm. The dead cannot return to life. Life for the living must go on. I seek to claim a name for myself. What I could not obtain in life, must I still be denied in death? Gao Shen's fingers tense. His eyes aflame with emotion. He desires her with an intensity that overwhelms him, willing to confine himself indefinitely, preferring imprisonment to freedom. At this moment, his phone vibrates again. Another call from the Yi Corporation's customer service. Dear esteemed actor, I have communicated your situation to my superiors. They would like to know if you have reconsidered. If not, please issue a statement on Weibo to inform the public that you voluntarily relinquish your claim to the prize. This is your final opportunity, so please think carefully. Unnecessary. Gao Shen snaps, fed up with the incessant calls. His thoughts are consumed solely by the desire to be Qi Lu's husband, indifferent to any price. What does it matter, a mere 16.8 million, for a 70-year surveillance? Such a notion is preposterous. The customer service replies, what a pity. There was another fortunate winner. 10 miles of cotton candy. Initially, she also declined the prize but later reconsidered, realizing its true value. She has since changed her mind. Before the representative can finish, Gao Shen is about to hang up when he freezes at the mention of 10 miles of cotton candy. Who did you say? Gao Shen holds his breath suddenly. 10 miles of cotton candy is also among the winners. In an instant, his heart tightens, his fingers trembling as he opens the Yi Corporation's official Weibo page, where he indeed finds the list of winners, with the first name being 10 miles of cotton candy. He recalls that Lulu's alternate Weibo account is also 10 miles of cotton candy. This cannot be true, can it? She cannot possibly have responded to the Yi Corporation's staff. She has already been laid to rest in this cold earth. Yet, Gao Shen's heart races, and his shaking hand cannot resist clicking on 10 miles of cotton candy. In the next moment, his stunningly handsome face freezes in disbelief. This is indeed Lulu's Weibo account. Gao Shen hesitates, unable to ascertain whether it is merely a coincidence of name and likeness. His hand continues to scroll down, searching through 10 miles of cotton candy's posts, descending deeper and deeper until he finally uncovers 2 posts he had previously seen, even if every male star in the entertainment industry perished, leaving only Gao Shen. I would never support him. If Gao Shen does not return to the industry, I will leave this planet. I vow to live my life as 2 parallel lines, never to intersect. These glaring posts now feel like the most beautiful declarations of love. Gao Shen's eyes instantly well up with tears. You said she agreed just now? Are you certain it was just now? How long ago? I called her right after I finished speaking with you. Gao Shen. Impossible. The customer service responds. Dear esteemed actor, I have no reason to deceive you. She just agreed to come to the Yi Corporation tomorrow to claim her prize. If you do not believe me, you can verify it tomorrow morning. The award ceremony is scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Chapter 4. Congratulations on your win. In a fleeting moment, Gao Shen's heart soared to the heavens and then plunged to the depths of despair. Was it possible that Lulu had not perished? Was there a deeper story at play? Steeling himself, Gao Shen observed the man before him, whose once subdued demeanor now radiated an unsettling intensity. Beneath his icy gaze, a flicker of enigmatic emotion seemed to dance. Struggling to find his voice, which emerged hoarse yet restrained, he uttered, All right. The following morning at 9:30 a.m., the night group hosted the awards ceremony. The 10 fortunate winners of an unexpected lottery began to arrive, verifying their information and providing bank account details. The event attracted a multitude of media representatives. Broadcasting live to an eager audience online, viewers flocked to the live stream. Captivated by the news that the night group would select an annual grand prize winner among the 10 lucky recipients, bestowing a monthly pension of 100,000 for a span of 69 years. The online spectators were envious, exclaiming in disbelief at such fortune. Oh my goodness! The chosen one receives not 2,000, but a staggering 100,000 each month for 69 years? Truly, this is a divine selection, a lifelong windfall. Who will be crowned the annual chosen one? Which fortunate individuals are in the running? How can we cast our votes? I am eagerly awaiting the answers. The night group established a dedicated column for each winner, with photographers documenting their journeys. Weekly videos would be crafted from this footage, allowing viewers to enjoy and participate in the voting process. After 12 months, the recipient with the highest vote count would claim the ultimate prize. Curiosity buzzed. To whom would the title of Chosen One be awarded? As each winner took the stage, media and netizens alike focused their attention, with particular anticipation surrounding Gao Shen. The chosen one must be Gao Shen. How can an ordinary person compete against Gao Shen in votes? It's simply futile. Though Gao Shen has been out of the spotlight for 3 years, his popularity remains formidable. Anyone who dares to compete is courting disaster. Yet, I refuse to comply. This is a blatant mismatch. Hold on. What if there are dark horses among the other winners? Who are these lucky individuals? Let us not vote for Gao Shen just yet. Perhaps one of the other winners will catch our eye and surprise us. At that moment, a lucky winner known by her Weibo handle, real name Li Meilong, was being interviewed by the media. A 28-year-old housewife, she was posed a question by a reporter. Ms. Li, what is the first thing you wish to do after receiving your award? Li Meilong boldly declared, after claiming my prize, I intend to get a divorce. The online audience erupted in laughter and mockery. Is it now fashionable to rise in fortune and rid oneself of a spouse? Indeed, it seems both genders are the same. After achieving success, the first act is to kick their partner to the curb. Can I still believe in love? Tears streaming down her face. Li Meilong spoke to the camera. I have endured enough. Previously, lacking financial independence, I feared divorce would jeopardize my custody of the children. But now, I am unafraid. I must distance myself from that man, or I will surely meet my demise at his hands. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing a harrowing array of fresh and old scars, evidence of prolonged domestic abuse. The viewers who had mocked her moments before now simmered with rage, particularly the women who resonated with her plight, shifting their support to Li Meilong. Leave him. With money, who would tolerate an abusive partner? Sisters do not endure in silence. Even without money, there are only 0 instances or countless instances of domestic abuse. Get out now. Yet, it seems difficult. This lady has won a fortune, receiving 20,000 monthly for 70 years. Could her husband let go of such a lucrative prize? What can be done? During this event, every winner can select a photographer to document their life. Let us keep a close watch on this sister. I refuse to believe that with millions of netizens monitoring her, her husband would dare raise a hand. I'll follow her until the day she successfully obtains her divorce certificate. Don't be afraid, sister. The power of the internet is formidable. Millions of viewers are your unwavering support. Hurry and choose a strong photographer to serve as your guardian. Let us see if your husband dares to act out. The reporters conveyed the viewers' messages to Li Meilong, subtly suggesting she select a capable photographer. Even if he did not intervene, having such a bodyguard would surely deter her husband. With a deep bow to the camera, Li Meilong expressed her gratitude. Thank you, everyone. She then proceeded to choose her photographer, while viewers continued to weigh in. The 5th photographer looks too much like a puppy. His arms are so thin, and he seems so frail. Has he even reached adulthood? They say a fair appearance can mask many flaws. But he's so dark-skinned. The third photographer won't do either. She's a woman. Although girls help girls, her combat effectiveness is questionable. I choose number 7. The scarred man. He has the aura of a street fighter. I also select number 7. This photographer looks formidable. How did he acquire that scar? I hope he is not a thug. The reporters directed their microphones towards the 7th photographer, inquiring about the origin of his scar, which piqued the viewer's curiosity. The 7th photographer recounted, I was previously involved in an investigative report, conducting an undercover operation at a factory discharging toxic waste. I was ambushed by a group of 20 thugs. While I managed to overpower them, I sustained injuries myself. The viewers honed in on the highlight. You took down 20 thugs? Sister, you must choose him. There is no doubt about it. Upon learning the story behind the scar on the forehead of the 7th photographer, Li Meilong felt an immediate affinity for him. He was tall and robust, a head taller than her husband, instilling a sense of safety. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Can I select you? The 7th photographer, a straightforward man, replied with an endearing smile, It would be my utmost honor. Rest assured, if your husband dares to strike you, I will not stand idly by. Li Meilong's gratitude was palpable. Thank you. Just then, another lucky winner arrived. Known by her Weibo handle, her real name was Yi Mingming, a 26-year-old young lawyer. The reporter asked, Miss Yi, how do you feel at this moment? Yi Mingming replied, The doctor has informed me that I have cancer and will not survive beyond 3 months. Chapter 5, Congratulations on your prize. Reporter, how is it that each story is more tragic than the last? Are we truly at an award ceremony, or is this merely a contest of despair? For a moment, the reporter was at a loss for how to continue questioning. Fortunately, having perused her Weibo, he was aware of her devoted fiancé, with whom she frequently shared affectionate snippets of their life together, even announcing their wedding date, which had seemingly occurred just last Friday. The reporter inquired, I hear you've already tied the knot. Your wedding took place last Friday? In the twilight of your life, to have found such a fortunate union. Your husband must love you dearly. It's a blessing to have him by your side. Yi Mingming nodded. Yes, we had taken our wedding photos and set the date. But upon my cancer diagnosis, I didn't want to burden him, so I ended our engagement. Yet, he refused to acquiesce, insisting on proceeding with the wedding as planned. On the day of the ceremony, when he came to fetch me, I revealed my condition, yet he did not cancel the wedding. Instead, he sought out his ex-girlfriend. And that evening, she became the bride. Reporter. At that moment, Yu Mingming added, however, the hospital called me yesterday to inform me that it was a misdiagnosis. The reporter's eyes sparkled with delight. He relished such an unexpected twist. Viewers in the live stream expressed their sentiments. Your ex-fiancé is truly a cad. Couldn't he wait a few months to marry? Was he in such haste to move on? Thank goodness you didn't marry him. This is infuriating. He couldn't even wait 3 months. What a farce of devotion. Indeed, novels are deceiving. In reality, how many are willing to shoulder burdens with you? Dear lady, this is what it means to be blessed. Good fortune does not fall into the hands of the undeserving. Although the hospital misdiagnosed you, it revealed the true nature of a man. Now you can enjoy life with ease, truly a silver lining. Dear lady, I'm following you. You deserve better. Haha, I bet your ex-fiancé is regretting it to the core upon hearing about your good fortune. The reporter then asked Yi Mingming, Miss Yi, is there anything you wish to say to your ex-fiancé? Yi Mingming smiled wryly, addressing the camera. It is human nature, yet I cannot forgive. I wish him happiness. She then proceeded to select a photographer. At that moment, another winner arrived. Weibo user Xiaomi Hu, whose real name is Xiaomi Hu, a university student yet to graduate. The reporter exclaimed, Wow, winning a prize before graduation. Miss Xiao, do you plan to continue your studies? Xiaomi Hu, a carefree young woman, replied, Of course. Nothing can deter my passion for learning. Reporter, what a good child. So, how will this prize change your life? Xiaomi Hu nodded vigorously. It will bring significant change, initially. I would have to find a job after graduation to support myself, but now, I've decided to pursue a master's degree, a doctorate. Viewers in the live stream chimed in. How inspiring. I admire your resolve. Subsequently, several male winners trickled in, ranging from spirited youths in their 20s to weathered gentlemen in their 40s. One fortunate winner, Weibo user Tang Zhou, also named Tang Zhou, age 21, is the adopted brother of Yi Junxing, the president of the Yi Group. More accurately, she is his adopted sister. In truth, she is also a female winner of the unmarried category, but she is always identified as a boy, presenting as a dashing young man, with few aware of her true gender. Tang Zhou is the epitome of a tomboy, often mistaken for a boy, clad in trendy male attire. Her short hair accentuating her boyish charm. Her smile radiates warmth like sunlight. When the camera focused on her, Tang Zhou playfully tossed her tousled bangs. Let it be known. Although I am an adopted son of the Yi family, I did not cheat. I won by sheer luck. I am simply fortunate. Feel free to envy me. The reporters chuckled, recognizing Tang Zhou's playful nature. Reporter, young Master Tang, how will your life change now that you've won? From this day forth, I shall embrace the deepest of nights and enjoy the finest of company. Don't forget to vote for me. Rally your support to crown me the chosen one of the year. Reporter, indeed, one cannot harbor any expectations for this young master. Tang Zhou proceeded to select a photographer, choosing the only beautiful female photographer present. Boldle Chapter 6. Congratulations on winning. She donned a simple white shirt and light casual trousers. Devoid of heavy makeup or ostentatious attire, exuding an aura of purity and elegance that transcended mere beauty. Her features possessed a captivating allure that seemed to strike at the very soul. It is challenging to articulate her appearance with elaborate vocabulary. Yet one is reminded of the adage, true beauty lies beneath the skin. She emanated an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being. Rare even among the stars of the entertainment industry. The netizens in the live stream exclaimed, "Wow, where did this little fairy come from? She is stunning beyond belief." Upon entering the award hall, Ji Lu verified her information at the prize registration desk, provided her bank account details, and upon confirmation, found herself, like the other winners, unable to evade an interview. Miss Gan, what are your plans after winning? Ji Lu, or rather, now Gan Tian, candidly responded, I thought I was a chosen worker. But I have been compelled to embrace a laid-back lifestyle. To be honest, I feel a bit disheartened. The reporters, envious, were taken aback. Are you sure you want to use the word compelled? So, do you intend to continue working? All sudden windfalls are not a blessing from fate. They often dull one's ambition for life. Thus, I have decided to resign immediately after claiming my prize. The live stream audience erupted with laughter, commenting, haha. This girl is refreshingly clear-headed. What the heck? Will ambition really be dulled by fortune? Gan Tian continued, then I shall return home to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Surrounded by blooming flowers and greenery, cooking nourishing meals, and living life as if it were a poetic verse. Ideally, I would have a small courtyard enclosed by a picket fence, adorned with flowers, grasses, cats, and dogs, and a swinging swing. On rainy days, I would listen to the gentle patter of rain on the eaves while preparing warm herbal dishes. On snowy nights, I would invite a few friends over for a comforting herbal hot pot, sipping sake while relishing the snowy scenery. The viewers, enamored by the imagery, expressed their envy. Oh, how I wish for such a carefree life. This is my ideal retirement. I too wish to resign and rent a cottage in the countryside, planting flowers and vegetables, raising cats and dogs, where the air is fresh, produce is abundant, and the birds sing sweetly. Oh, I want to quit my job right now. However, some viewers scoffed. 20,000 isn't much, why quit? With 20,000 a month, you can barely raise a child. Calm down. Honestly, that amount is only sufficient for someone without a mortgage. If you haven't bought a house, it's hardly enough, certainly not wealth freedom. I agree. 20,000 a month, when will that allow one to purchase a home in the city? My electricity bill alone is 1,000. I spend 7 million a year on designer clothes, bags, and jewelry, not to mention beauty treatments. That amount is merely scraping by. Wow, are all the viewers wealthy? This barrage of comments is surreal. 20,000 a month is not a fortune, yet for an ordinary person, it could suffice for a laid-back life. Wait, what is this herbal hot pot she speaks of? Why not a spicy hot pot? Isn't she that superficial herbal cooking influencer? Which superficial influencer? She has a food blog, not under the name Cotton Candy, but herbal cuisine expert. Her short food videos are so lowbrow, striving for attention through vulgarity. She even claimed her grandfather's herbal hot pot was the real-life version of Mingpa's soup, which could erase all worries. Haha. Even a spicy hot pot could help me forget all troubles. Unbeknownst to Gan Tian, while she was being interviewed, the viewers were unearthing the original persona's past scandals. The reporter, intrigued, asked, Miss Gan, it has come to light that you were a herbal cooking influencer, yet your videos were deemed excessively lowbrow for mere attention. What do you have to say for that? Gan Tian lazily squinted, searching the original persona's memories, acknowledging the truth in the accusation. However, allow me to share a video of my herbal hot pot. No amount of defense could salvage the original persona's image. It was better to share the video directly. This was a short clip she had filmed while casually preparing her herbal hot pot. The The viewers who were aware of Gan Tian's past chuckled. Haha, here we go again. Don't be fooled. Her food videos are painfully cringeworthy. Indeed, I've seen her live streams, low-cut tops, backless outfits, and seductive poses. This isn't about sharing food, it's about flaunting her body. But human curiosity knows no bounds. The more they criticized, the more the viewers wanted to see just how lowbrow it could be. They flocked to her Weibo, clicking on the video. To their astonishment, the 5-minute video was more beautifully crafted than many K-dramas, where were the low-cut tops and seductive poses. Throughout, her face was barely shown. Only her graceful hands were visible, gently handling ingredients with an air of serene elegance. The camera focused on the ingredients and herbs, clearly labeling quantities for the audience to follow the recipe. The storytelling through the lens was captivating, not merely showcasing the preparation process, but also capturing poetic moments, such as a train fleeting by outside the window and the wind chimes dancing at the door, accompanied by the bubbling herbal hot pot. The video ignited a love for life and passion for food, creating a visual feast that was utterly healing and delightful. The viewers couldn't help but comment, "Oh, I want to eat that." Those who had intended to mock Gan Tian found themselves speechless. What? How did she change? This was nothing like her previous style. In the adjacent break room, Tang Zhou also clicked on the video, drooling after 5 minutes. My goodness, this is so therapeutic. He noticed Shang Shun's captivating eyes, locked onto the screen, and curiously inquired, "Brother Shun, is this the girl you've been waiting for?" Chapter 7. Congratulations on winning the prize. No, Gao Shen's heart, once buoyant with anticipation, plummeted to the depths of despair. This was not his Lulu. Who was this woman? Isn't it? Then why are you staring at her? Yet, the video was so soothing. Brother Shen, would you like to watch it? Not interested. No way, such a healing food video. I can't allow anyone to have missed it. Tang Zhou's desire to share was unyielding. He held up his phone, bringing it close to Gao Shen's face. Gao Shen coldly raised his hand, attempting to push away the annoying device, but his gaze inadvertently swept across the screen, and his disdainful eyes suddenly lit up. The gentle hand caressing the ingredients in the video. That was Lulu's hand. This was Lulu's favorite medicinal hot pot, akin to Mengpo's soup. A bowl of medicinal hot pot, Mengpo's soup, erases all suffering, as if life is rebooted. How could this woman possess a video of Lulu preparing the medicinal hot pot? In the awards hall, Qi Lu was still being interviewed by reporters. Miss Gan, how do you think you compare to the other 3 female winners, Li Meilong, Yi Mingming, and Xiao Mihua, in terms of advantages that could win you the favor and votes of netizens, making you the chosen one of the year? Miss Gan glanced at the reporter with a sweet but faintly dismissive expression. Why only compare with the female winners? Isn't there any news to broadcast today without pitting women against each other? The netizens in the live stream began to shower Miss Gan with likes. What is wrong with that reporter? Can't they see that female competition is tiresome? I'm so tired of female competition. Why not compare with all the winners? They are all lovely ladies. I love all of them. Can we not make comparisons? It's so annoying. That was a brilliant rebuttal. I adore this young lady. After silencing the reporter, Gan Tian went to choose a photographer, and then she was added to a WeChat group. Among the 10 winners, only Gao Shen had not shown up. The netizens in the live stream were frantically sending barrage comments, eager to berate the aloof Gao Shen. Tang Zhou also asked, "Brother Shen, are you going to claim this prize or not?" Not interested. I knew you'd say that. If it were anyone else. A monthly pension of 20,000 would be like a pie falling from the sky, but such a trivial sum doesn't warrant prying into your private life. Our corporation would never dare dream so brazenly. Therefore, once the list of winners was announced, the company prepared an exclusive contract tailored for your situation. Tang Zhou pulled out the contract and handed it to Gao Shen. Brother Shen, this is the exclusive contract our corporation has specially prepared for you. We want to send a photographer to follow your private life, but to avoid any gossip. We hope you can provide a trustworthy photographer who can supply us with some material weekly for short video production. I understand you have no intention of returning to the entertainment industry after your withdrawal. You plan to return home to claim your vast inheritance. This is a business collaboration we are willing to offer you, as long as you claim your prize. Gao Shen flipped through the business proposal from corporation, finding himself unexpectedly intrigued. However, you are indeed willing to invest significantly. I have already withdrawn. What benefits does claiming the prize hold for you? Tang Zhou chuckled. Even though you've withdrawn, you remain a topic of conversation, the king of traffic. Your participation would exempt the promotional costs for this event. Who would dare to forego a winner like you? Come on, our corporation is genuinely sincere. Many groups are vying for this collaboration. Your uncles and cousins are keen to see you secure this multi-billion-dollar deal that others can only dream of. Haha. Tang Zhou was like a mischievous little fox relishing the unfolding drama. Gao Shen admitted, this is indeed a quite sincere contract, one that is difficult to refuse. At that moment, a barrage of comments erupted in the live stream. Haha, I found 2 incredibly amusing posts on the microblog of 10 Miles of Cotton Candy. This young lady is actually Gao Shen's diehard hater. Where? Scroll down her microblog, keep scrolling. There are 2 posts, this is truly a case of fate. Haha. Soon, those 2 posts were unearthed by netizens. Even if all the male celebrities in the entertainment industry were to perish, and only Gao Shen remained, I still wouldn't be his fan. If he hadn't withdrawn, I would leave Earth. I vow to live as parallel lines with him in this life. Never to intersect. The reporters present also discovered these posts and immediately re-interviewed her. Miss Gan, do you detest Gao Shen? Not at all, Gan Tian directly denied. She had never followed stars and was certainly not interested in being anyone's hater. Yet 3 years ago, you stated on microblog, even if all the male celebrities in the entertainment industry perish and only he remains, I still wouldn't be a fan of Gao Shen. Gan Tian appeared bewildered. You also mentioned, if he hadn't withdrawn, I would leave Earth. I vow to live as parallel lines with him in this life. Never to intersect. Gan Tian remained puzzled. She could not believe she had made such statements. Half convinced, she took out her phone and opened her microblog homepage, scrolling down to search. To her astonishment, she actually found the 2 posts. When had she posted them? She had no recollection whatsoever. Moreover, both posts had been made at 3:30 in the morning, on different dates. Could it be that she had also posted these during a sleepwalking episode? At that moment, a stir arose in the awards hall. Dozens of bodyguards clad in black escorted a distinguished and composed man into the room. He squinted his captivating eyes, entering with an air of chilling authority. The sudden drop in pressure akin to a wolf stepping into a flock of sheep, exuding an irresistible, aloof charm. The crowd gasped at his handsome visage and the charisma he inadvertently radiated. The fans in the live stream erupted with excitement. Finally seeing my brother again. He has never disappointed me. Those who say his looks have declined should check their own faces. Brother is so handsome, even more charismatic than 3 years ago. With such an entrance, he radiates the essence of a domineering CEO. Wait, he is heading straight towards 10 Miles of Cotton Candy. What does he intend to do? Is he going to confront her? Tang Zhou thought similarly, rushing to catch up, fearing a scene might unfold. Brother Shen, stay calm. You must remain composed. There are countless black fans. She merely seeks your attention through this method. Don't fall for it. Yet, Gao Shen suddenly raised his hand, as if to grip Gan Tian's chin. Sensing his movement, Gan Tian swiftly rose on her toes, preemptively grasping the man's chin, compelling him to lower his noble head. This action not only stunned Gao Shen, but also left the onlookers gaping in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Chapter 8. Congratulations on your win. The scene was utterly surreal. The audacity of the black-hearted critics was beyond comprehension. Photographers clicked their shutters incessantly, capturing the moment. Gan Tian was indifferent to the opinions of others. She understood that seizing the initiative was paramount. She grasped the man's chin between her fingers, compelling him to lower his regal head. His exquisite features betrayed no extraneous emotions. His captivating eyes, deep and cold, suppressed a hint of displeasure, locking her in place. Are you 10 Miles of Cotton Candy? I am. However, those 2 Weibo posts were not authored by me. Gan Tian wished to clarify that she was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding those posts. At that moment, Gao Shen let out a solitary, desolate laugh, tinged with unmistakable disappointment. Of course, they weren't posted by you. Gan Tian exhaled in relief. This is a misunderstanding. If it bothers you, I can delete the post right now. With that, she withdrew her hand from his chin and reached for her phone, intending to erase the troublesome Weibo posts. However, the man suddenly interjected, restraining her movement with a firm hand. His dark words crashing down. Dare to delete even a single word, and you shall pay the price. Gan Tian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Do not delete anything. If you dare to touch a single character, I will take your life. Even the most glaring words, no matter how they pierced his heart, were among the few remnants of Lulu left in this world that he could not bear to erase, not a single character. In the midnight hours, he would revisit them, feeling both resentment and tenderness. Gan Tian felt as if a flock of crows had flown overhead. Is this fierce and reclusive celebrity out of his mind? The online audience was equally bewildered, bombarding the stream with questions. As the head of the Yi group observed that all winners had gathered, he hurriedly took the microphone and ascended the stage. Reciting a speech he had long memorized, congratulating the prize winners, and announcing the selection criteria for the annual best winner. Dear winners, we have an ultimate grand prize. I believe you have all selected your accompanying photographers. We will have them follow you for a year, compiling weekly footage into a 10-minute short video. The scoring will be based on votes from online users on our official website. Detailed rules can be found on our site. The highest scorer will become the chosen one, with sponsorship funds escalating from 20,000 yuan per month to 100,000 yuan per month for a duration of 69 years. Additionally, we have prepared a separate live streaming window for you all. For those who lack confidence in winning the audience's favor through the 10-minute short video, you may activate your live stream at any time, allowing viewers to witness your lives post-win, thereby enhancing interaction with the audience and garnering votes online. The decision to open the live stream and its duration is entirely at your discretion. You may stream 24 hours a day, 8 hours a day, or even decline to stream at all. We impose no requirements. The Yi Group's intention in hosting this Weibo lottery is solely to sponsor the Research Institute of Qingbei University, studying the pros and cons of a high welfare society on individuals. The institute will conduct research on each winner for up to 70 years, hoping that all winners will embrace a life of happiness. Best wishes to you all. At that moment, the research team of the Qingbei University Institute was in another conference room, watching the live broadcast, analyzing each fortunate winner and predicting their futures. One researcher, named Ren Pingshen, feeling despondent after the recent loss of his beloved junior sister, Qi Lu, expressed his skepticism regarding Gan Tian. Among the 10 winners, I have the least faith in Gan Tian. At such a young age, she chooses to lie flat and retire. She is utterly useless. The impact of a high welfare society on her will undoubtedly be negative. He recalled his junior sister, who battled severe Mediterranean anemia yet never abandoned her studies or work. In contrast, Gan Tian seemed like a parasitic creature living off society's bounty. After the award ceremony concluded, while other winners pondered whether to activate their live streaming channels, Li Meilong was the first to do so. She yearned to keep her live stream active 24 hours a day. With viewers watching, she felt less apprehensive about her abusive husband. After winning, she was eager to return home, divorce her abusive partner, and move out with her son, escaping her current predicament. Supporters flooded her live stream, rallying behind her and clamoring to witness her confront her scoundrel husband. Yi Mingming, a lawyer specializing in divorce cases, offered her business card to Li Meilong, expressing her willingness to assist. Grateful beyond measure, Li Meilong immediately hired her as her divorce attorney and invited her to accompany her home. Seeing this, other winners also activated their live streams to engage with fans and solicit votes online. Only Gan Tian and Gao Shen's live stream remained closed. As soon as Gan Tian stepped out of the Yi Group building, 5 luxurious black cars came to a halt before her, formidable bodyguards emerging to open the doors, politely yet assertively stating, "Miss Gan, please get in." Gan Tian contemplated refusing, but the bodyguard's authoritative demeanor left her with little choice. After some deliberation, she decided to enter the vehicle. Inside, the man's commanding presence was palpable, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Stealing a glance at the meticulously sculpted celebrity beside her, she pondered how to address the 2 controversial Weibo posts. Suddenly, a restrained yet furious inquiry pierced her thoughts. "How did you come into possession of Qi Lu's Weibo alt account?" Gan Tian's eyes widened in shock. How could he possibly know? "You had better not fabricate lies to mislead me. Otherwise, you will wish you had not." This left Gan Tian both surprised and incredulous. The fact that 10 miles of cotton candy was her Weibo alt account was a secret even her closest family and friends were unaware of. How could someone entirely unconnected to her, like Gao Shen, know? She had registered the account using an anonymous phone number precisely to keep it hidden from anyone who might link it to her. Puzzled, she directly inquired, "How do you know 10 miles of cotton candy is Lu's alt account?" Gao Shen cast her a cold glance, warning her not to attempt to change the subject. Gan Tian flashed a radiant smile, unperturbed, exuding an air of defiance. "I must understand your identity to address your inquiry. Otherwise, this pertains to my privacy, and I can refuse to answer." She adopted a posture of indifference, maintaining eye contact with Gao Shen, her expression laced with a languid smile. Gao Shen was tempted to seize her by the throat. This impostor had the audacity to bargain with him. Nonetheless, he had no qualms about revealing the truth. 3 words, spoken plainly. "I am your husband." What? Chapter 9. Congratulations, you have won. Gan Tian was nearly taken aback, suspecting she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Instinctively, she raised her voice. "Please, say that again." Gao Shen, dissatisfied with her incredulous tone, his dark eyes glimmering. Spoke in a melodious voice that was almost enchanting, masking the tumult in his heart. He declared, with an air of finality, "She is my wife." Cough, cough. Gan Tian choked on his words, erupting into a fit of harsh coughing. She glared at Gao Shen. "Have you been drinking? When did I become your wife?" The words she nearly let slip in anger were stifled just in time, and she shot him a fierce look. "No wonder you're the pinnacle of beauty in the entertainment industry. I truly envy your skin. How do you maintain such thickness?" Gao Shen frowned at her skepticism, his gaze turning cold for a moment, only to swiftly suppress his displeasure. He caressed the wedding ring on his fourth finger, his voice tinged with impatience. "Now it's your turn to answer my question. You called me wife Luoyiji. What is your relationship with her?" "I am your wife," she retorted. "Oh, no. I am the true Qi Lu." However, such a response would not suffice. Fortunately, the original owner did indeed have ties to her. The original Gan Tian was, in fact, the granddaughter of her master. Due to thalassemia, she had once become infatuated with medicinal cuisine, studying under the esteemed Gan Tian for several years, becoming his most cherished disciple. Gan hoped for her to inherit his legacy, yet Qi Lu had her sights set elsewhere. She studied to combat her illness. After mastering the craft over several summers, she bid farewell to Gan, never anticipating that she would one day be mistaken for his granddaughter. What a twist of fate. Gan Tian said, "Luoyiji is my grandfather's most esteemed disciple." "Your grandfather is Master Baichao, Gan Yuan." Gao Shen pondered this name for a moment, and the assistant, seated in the passenger seat, promptly turned around to enlighten him. "Shen Gu, Gan Yuan is a renowned master of medicinal cuisine in our country, revered as Mr. Baichao in the culinary world, highly sought after by the upper echelons of society. His most famous creation is the medicinal hot pot, likened to Mangpo's soup. It is said that those who dine on his personally prepared hot pot can forget their sorrows and all worldly troubles, as if their lives were reset. Many seek out this Master Baichao for a taste of his Mangpo soup. Whether it is true or not, the tales are quite extraordinary." Gan Tian thought to herself, "Of course it is true. The medicinal hot pot made by Master Gan is indeed the modern-day Mangpo soup." Gao Shen recalled that Luoyiji's health had been poor, and she had indeed studied medicinal cuisine under this Master Baichao. Even her favorite hot pot was a cherished recipe passed down by him. However, that was not a justifiable reason for her to impersonate someone else. Gan Tian, unperturbed, began to weave a tale. "I did not impersonate anyone. True. This is indeed Luoyiji's alternate account, but she once said, 'Others have 2 WeChat accounts, one for fishing, one for raising fish. I have 2, one for work, one for solitude. So it's better to have none.' Coincidentally, I needed a nameless phone card, and Luoyiji gave it to me, along with the associated Weibo and WeChat accounts. I neither stole nor cheated, and I feel no guilt, unlike certain individuals who speak nonsense." Gao Shen scrutinized her, his piercing gaze landing on her sardonic expression. Should he believe her? He directly pulled out his phone and dialed Luoyiji's nameless number. Inside the luxurious car, the phone rang out sharply. Gao Shen's expression hardened. This woman indeed had the card. Could it be she was not lying, and this alternate account was truly given to her by Luoyiji? Gan Tian's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know Luoyiji's nameless phone number?" This number had never been disclosed to anyone. Gao Shen raised an eyebrow. "I already told you, she is my wife." Gan Tian exclaimed, "Did you even ask me if I agreed?" Fuming, she retorted, "I have never heard Luoyiji mention you. Are you secretly in love with her? Self-proclaiming her as your wife?" Gao Shen felt a sting at her words, a mysterious glimmer flashing in his eyes, and he said almost involuntarily, "She loves me very much." Uffed. Did this man realize he was deceiving the true Qi Lu? At that moment, Gao Shen continued, "Don't tell me that the video of my wife cooking the medicinal hot pot was also an act she permitted you to assume?" Gan Tian was taken aback for the 3rd time, her eyes wide. "How do you know it was me? Luoyiji cooking? Do you think I would not recognize my wife's hands?" Gan Tian was left speechless. The former superstar could identify her hands at a glance. Had they truly once shared something? Or was it merely a figment of her imagination? And what about those 2 Weibo posts sent out at midnight? Had she selectively forgotten? This was impossible. Gan Tian forced herself to regain her composure and stated, "I never claimed the person in that video was me. Luoyiji is my grandfather's most esteemed disciple. Her medicinal hot pot is visually appealing and delicious, with great promotional value, so I shared it." "What is the issue?" Gao Shen regarded her with a cold snort. "What a silver-tongued speaker. Modesty aside, I'm leagues behind you. At least I wouldn't fabricate tales about being your wife and how much she loves you." Gan Tian, weary of the verbal sparring, decided it was better to leave and resign from her job rather than waste time bickering. She provided the company address. Please take me here. Gao Shen did not refuse. Half an hour later, the driver dropped Gan Tian off at her workplace. As she exited, a photographer from another vehicle, who had been following her, also stepped out. Gan Tian chose photographer Zhou Ran, a lanky young man, slender as a bamboo stick. After she departed, Gao Shen instructed his assistant. Send someone to keep a close eye on this woman. I want to know all her connections with Liuji. The assistant replied, Shen good. Do you suspect she is concocting lies to deceive you? Gao Shen was unsure, merely stating, she has a cunning mind. Photographer Zhou Ran, carrying his camera, documented the scene of 5 black luxury cars speeding away. He curiously asked, Miss Gan, did you know Gao Shen before? I do not. Just call me Gan Tian. Zhou Ran was skeptical. Then why did he go out of his way to drop you off? Gan Tian thought to herself, he is secretly in love with me. This man has good taste. Gan Tian chose not to respond to Zhou Ran's inquiry, instead raising her gaze to her workplace and stepping inside. The first thing to do after winning, resigning on the spot. Delightful. Chapter 10, From Phoenix to Dragon, an older colleague. Noticing her finally arriving at the office with a young man holding a camera behind her, approached her with a stern expression. Is this how the youth today regard work? You refused overtime the other day and were reprimanded by the boss, yet here you are 2 days later with a photographer in tow. What are you planning to do? Gan Tian replied nonchalantly, I'm here to resign. What? Is it typical for young people to quit at the slightest disagreement? Such arrogance. You should not be so impulsive. Isn't that the essence of being young? Gan Tian retorted as she pulled out an A4 sheet from her workstation and decisively pinned her resignation letter. Citing her reason, I won the lottery. I no longer wish to work. She then knocked on her boss's office door. Upon seeing her, the boss scoffed. So you decided to grace us with your presence? Are you planning to quit? If so, get out. He was certain she wouldn't dare to leave. In this economy, jobs were scarce, and surely she would be grateful for the company providing her livelihood, right? However, Gan Tian handed him her resignation letter with a melodic yet cheeky tone. Boss, your foresight is remarkable. I came specifically to resign. The boss paused. Have you found another job? Planning to switch? No, I'm resigning without another offer. Her straightforwardness elicited a chuckle from the boss. You youngsters are so capricious. You lack resilience under pressure. The moment you face a slight inconvenience, you storm off. Let me tell you, quitting on a whim feels good now, but when you find yourself struggling later, don't come crying to me for another chance. Gan Tian smiled serenely. Boss, I truly won the lottery. The boss blinked. What lottery did you win? Just then, a female employee's exuberant voice echoed from outside the office. Oh my gosh, everyone look. The winner in this video is Gan Tian. She won the Night Group's pension sponsorship, receiving $20,000 a month for 70 years. What incredible luck. Is it true? Gan Tian usually doesn't have such luck. I've never seen her win even a buy one get one free on drinks. Absolutely true. She is the 10-mile cotton candy. Gan Tian's social media handle was the most beautiful fairy. How did it transform into 10-mile cotton candy? It must be a secondary account. During an interview, she mentioned that after winning, she would resign and return to her pastoral homeland, surrounded by flowers and greenery, cooking healthful meals, living life as a poetic existence. No wonder she had a young man with a camera following her. He was a videographer from the Night Group. My goodness, she truly has the means to resign. Oh, I am turning into a lemon. I wanted to attract good fortune too. I shared it too. Why didn't I win? Hearing the envious chatter from outside, the boss looked at Gan Tian in disbelief. Did you really win? The Night Group's pension sponsorship prize? At that moment, even the boss, usually stern, seemed to sparkle with envy. What extraordinary luck. Yet, he grunted, I thought you hit the jackpot with millions from the lottery. It's merely $20,000 a month. Do you think that's enough to buy a house in the city? How many years would it take? Boss, if you're envious, just say so. There is no shame in it. The key is $20,000 a month. Yes, but also for 70 years. As long as one spends wisely, they can enjoy a life of ease. Besides, why must I buy a house in the city and become another victim of the market? Without a moment's hesitation, Gan Tian exited the office, leaving behind a mixture of admiration and jealousy from her colleagues. She then hailed a cab and headed straight to the countryside, deciding to seek refuge with her grandfather. An hour later, in the southern outskirts of the city, at the foot of Lianhua Mountain by the banks of the Nanxi River, lay the village of Jiao. Gan Tian's grandfather resided here, nestled within lush bamboo groves. His cottage almost hidden from view. In front of the house flowed a swift little river, winding through verdant fields, backed by the picturesque Lianhua Mountain. It was the season when rapeseed flowers bloomed, painting the landscape in brilliant gold, a picturesque harmony of nature. The photographer, Zhou Ran sat in the car, enchanted by the scenery, exclaiming, "Sister Gan Tian, this place is like a poetic paradise. Is this your rural home?" "Yes, my grandfather lives here," she replied. Zhou Ran expressed his admiration. "The scenery is not only beautiful, but it's also just an hour's drive via the highway." Gan Tian nodded. "I heard 3 years ago, a wealthy individual bought the entire Lianhua mountain, constructing luxurious resorts halfway up and at the summit, while donating funds to the government for road improvements. The roads there are excellent, making it very convenient to drive here." "Who is this wealthy person?" "I don't know. However, every year during the new year, she visits my grandfather to pay her respects and often stays for a few days." As Gan Tian approached the bamboo cottage, she noticed a lively scene in the yard, with a hen leading her chicks in search of worms, while several people gathered, some crying and others watching, including a few uniformed police officers, an ambulance, and several doctors in white coats. Gan Tian's brow furrowed as she stepped into the crowd. "What has happened?" A villager recognized her and exclaimed, "Gan Tian, your grandfather is in big trouble. 5 celebrities got food poisoning after eating his cooking." "Yes, one of them, a beautiful actress named Jiang Xiaoyuan. Her face and hands are swollen like a pig's head. The handsome actor, Li Changkong, whom I've seen on TV, is the same. And then there's Shen Huihui, covered in hives. This is definitely food poisoning. Another actor, Ji Zhuifeng, has eyes swollen like a panda, and the doctors are currently investigating the source of the poison. As for the actress, Qingwu, although she doesn't show symptoms, the silver bracelet on her wrist is turning black. There must be something wrong with the food. Gan Tian, quickly call your parents. Your family is in serious trouble. They are all stars who rely on their looks. If their faces are ruined, your family will be devastated." Gan Tian's heart sank. Could she really be so unfortunate? She had just won the lottery and resigned, and now her family was facing ruin? "Wait, can you explain why so many celebrities came to eat at my grandfather's place?" Chapter 11. The transformation of the phoenix into a dragon. A group of villagers chattered excitedly. "There's a live variety show called Farmhouse Experience that is recording in our village. And the director learned that your grandfather is renowned in the culinary world as Master Herb, celebrated for his medicinal cuisine. They decided to feature his dishes as a reward. However, to everyone's surprise, all 5 celebrity guests have suffered varying degrees of food poisoning. It is rumored that their fans are furious online, threatening to harm your grandfather in their outrage. With so many fans behind those celebrities, your family is in for a tough time." Gan Tian could hardly believe that Master Gan's medicinal dishes could cause food poisoning. She squeezed through the crowd, crossing the police cordon, only to be warned by a young officer. Non-essential personnel should not interfere with the investigation. Gan Tian replied, "This is my family. I need to know the condition of the poisoned individuals. It concerns my grandfather's reputation." The young officer then allowed her to proceed. The live broadcast of Farmhouse Experience had not yet concluded. At that moment, the director hesitated to turn off the stream, fearing that a lack of information would incite the fans to an explosive reaction. The situation had escalated dramatically, and as Gan Tian appeared, viewers in the live chat recognized her presence. "Isn't that the granddaughter of that old man? The evidence is irrefutable, and with so many eyes watching, she dares to claim her grandfather is innocent? Isn't she the one who received an award at the Yi Corporation today? What was her name again? Ah, yes. Shirley Cotton Candy. Indeed, that's her. Turns out she is the granddaughter of the culprit. I watched her acceptance speech today. She was promoting her family's medicinal hot pot, and it made my mouth water. Who would have thought it would lead to poisoning?" The director claimed that old man was a famous medicinal cuisine master. Yet how could he mix medicine with hot pot? It's absurd. He should pay for his sins. Woo, I will never forgive them. Gan Tian approached to see Master Gan cooperating with 2 doctors in white coats to investigate the cause of the poisoning, listing the ingredients and medicinal herbs used in the dishes prepared that day. He was explaining that the combination of these herbs and food would not cause poisoning. Yet the 2 Western doctors struggled to understand traditional Chinese herbal medicine. One of the doctors stated, "We must quickly determine the cause of the poisoning to provide appropriate treatment. We are unsure if the combination of these herbs could lead to poisoning, but given that 4 out of 5 individuals who consume the dishes are exhibiting clear allergic reactions, it is evident that something is amiss." Gan Tian observed Master Gan trapped in a dilemma, unable to defend himself. "Grandfather, Gan Tian, what brings you here?" With a tender voice, she replied, "I missed you, so I came." She glanced over the displayed ingredients and herbs, scrutinizing them thoroughly to ensure there were no incompatible items. Logically, these should not trigger a collective allergic reaction. Could there be another reason for the celebrity's simultaneous poisoning? Gan Tian inquired of the nearby officer, "May I see the symptoms of the celebrities?" The officer pointed to the ambulance. They are inside the vehicle. Without hesitation, Gan Tian strode toward the ambulance. Inside, for celebrities, 2 men and 2 women were present. 2 of them had swollen faces and hands resembling that of a pig's head. One had eyes swollen like a panda, while another displayed no visible symptoms on her face, but her neck bore an alarming array of hives. She was scratching vigorously, clearly suffering as well. Indeed, a collective allergic reaction. However, observing these symptoms, Gan Tian pondered for a moment and realized. With certainty, she declared, "This is not food poisoning." Her resolute voice caught the attention of the 2 doctors. One approached her, asking, "If it's not food poisoning, then what is it?" The viewers in the live chat ignited with renewed fury upon hearing Gan Tian's confident assertion. How dare she say that? Does she think we are blind? My idol was clearly eating the medicinal cuisine when her face and hands suddenly swelled. It was evident to the hundreds of thousands of eyes in the stream. I saw it too. If she dares to deny it, she better watch out for the fans. Exactly. The silver bracelet of Qing Wu turned black. In ancient times, silver bracelets were used to identify poison. Here she is, the first to shirk responsibility when trouble arises. If she lacks competence, she shouldn't promote her medicinal cuisine. Master herb? More like master poison. Unaware of the viewer's wrath directed at her, Gan Tian examined the symptoms of the celebrities and quickly deduced a possible chemical cause. These symptoms are reminiscent of urushiol allergy. Urushiol allergy? The doctors reflected on her words. That is indeed a possibility. The officer standing nearby asked, "What is urushiol?" One doctor explained, urushiol is a highly allergenic substance. When it interacts with proteins in the skin, it causes inflammation. Sensitive individuals typically develop symptoms within 48 hours after exposure, often starting with intense itching in the fingers, between the fingers, wrists, eyelids, and other contact areas, followed by redness, blisters, and large lesions. Could there be urushiol in these medicinal dishes? The doctor contemplated reassessing the ingredients used in the dishes. Gan Tian, however, interjected decisively. It's not the dishes, it's the lacquer tree. I recall seeing a wild lacquer tree in the valley behind. Have they come into contact with that tree in the past few days? Inside the ambulance, the 4 celebrities, either resembling swollen pig heads or pandas, overheard Gan Tian's remarks. The female star, Jiang Xiaoyuan, covered her face with a scarf, her anger fueled by the allergic reaction. What is a lacquer tree? Don't you dare make excuses. I clearly had an allergy after eating the medicinal cuisine. The officer gently advised, "Please, take a moment to think carefully." Another female celebrity, Shen Huihui, who was covered in hives and enduring unbearable itching, managed to maintain her composure. She shook her head and said, "I do not know what a lacquer tree is. Could you provide a picture for me to identify?" Ji Zhuifeng, whose eyes were swollen like a panda, also shook his head. They were all city dwellers, unfamiliar with lacquer trees. Ji Zhuifeng turned to the other male star, Li Changkong, asking, "Do you know? Have we encountered a lacquer tree?" Li Changkong, known for his aloof demeanor, simply replied, "I don't know." Gan Tian took out her phone, searched for images of lacquer trees, and upon finding one, enlarged the picture and held it out for them to see. "Have you seen this kind of tree before?" Jiang Xiaoyuan refused to look, her notoriously difficult personality shining through. "All the trees on the mountain look the same. What difference does it make? You won't push the blame onto us. If my face is ruined, I will make sure your family pays until they are bankrupt." Gan Tian was left speechless. She was actively trying to help find the allergen so they could receive the proper treatment as soon as possible, wasn't she? Chapter 12. The transformation of a phoenix into a dragon. Gan Tian, indifferent to Jiang Xiaoyuan's presence, deemed the actress Shen Huihui to be more sensible and thus handed her the phone. Shen Huihui leaned in to scrutinize the screen, pondering. "I feel as though I have seen this before, yet I cannot be certain." To be frank, Jiang Xiaoyuan is not mistaken. The trees on the mountain all appear quite similar, and I cannot distinguish between them. Ji Zhuifeng shook his head. "Don't ask me. I cannot differentiate either." Li Changkong. "What about you? Can you tell them apart?" Inside the ambulance, only Li Changkong was intently examining the photograph of the lacquer tree, lost in contemplation as if recalling something. After a brief pause, he declared, "I have seen it." Ji Zhuifeng immediately raised his voice. "Where have you seen it?" Li Changkong succinctly replied, "Chinese tune shoots." Ji Zhuifeng exclaimed, "Are you referring to the vegetable that grows on trees, the one discovered by Jiang Xiaoyuan? That is the culprit that turned me into a panda?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyuan erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Gan Tian. "What nonsense! How could the Chinese tune shoots cause such swelling? You, girl, are shameless and malicious in your attempts to shift the blame for our poisoning onto your grandfather." Gan Tian merely arched an eyebrow, dismissing the irate Jiang Xiaoyuan's outburst. She addressed the police and doctors, stating, "The case is solved. They are allergic to the lacquer tree. The tender leaves of the lacquer tree indeed resemble Chinese tune shoots, and they must have mistakenly identified the lacquer tree's young leaves as Chinese tune shoots, leading to their allergic reactions. This has nothing to do with the medicinal dish prepared by my grandfather." The other three celebrities squinted at Jiang Xiaoyuan, realizing that the source of their allergy was her. Ji Zhuifeng, known for his fiery temperament, retorted, "Did you not claim that it was a wild vegetable growing on trees? You even said it was delicious. Worth 100 yuan per pound." Jiang Xiaoyuan felt utterly wronged. How could something that clearly was Chinese tune shoots cause her to swell up like a pig's head? Listen to her nonsense. Furthermore, we did not actually consume any poison, so how could we be allergic? Shen Hui added, "Indeed, we did not eat any. We merely picked them." At this juncture, the doctor interjected, "You need not consume it. Lacquer trees are highly toxic. Merely lingering beneath the tree for some time could trigger an allergic reaction. Symptoms can range from mild rashes to life-threatening conditions. Fortunately, you all did not ingest it. Otherwise, the symptoms could have been much more severe." Everyone was taken aback. Just standing under the tree for a short while could lead to an allergic reaction? The four of them had not only stood under that very tree for an extended period, but had also picked numerous leaves. As Jiang Xiaoyuan had insisted that this wild vegetable was not only delectable but also quite nutritious. The villagers observing from a distance began to nod in understanding. Ah, so it was a lacquer tree allergy. There is indeed a lacquer tree on the back mountain. Last time, my son brought home a branch from a lacquer tree. And while he was fine that day, he woke up the next day with his face swollen like a pig's head, covered in rashes. Even the fierce online commenters had momentarily set aside their vitriol, with many sharing their own painful experiences. My hometown has lacquer trees as well. One day, on my way home from school, I touched my face without washing my hands after handling one, and my face swelled terribly. Truly a childhood nightmare. Ever since, I avoid those trees. I once used lacquer tree sap to draw on a friend's forehead, and she didn't show up for class for half a month. I am the unfortunate soul who swells just from walking beneath that tree. I recall someone in the live chat yesterday saying that what Jiang Xiaoyuan picked was not Chinese tune shoots but the young leaves of a lacquer tree, which are toxic. She was ridiculed by Jiang Xiaoyuan's fans, who insisted their idol would never be so ignorant. Today, is this not a slap in the face? Inside the ambulance, Jiang Xiaoyuan felt both embarrassed and wronged. She pointed at Gan Tian in defense, although the four of us picked that wild vegetable, Qingwu did not. As she did not go up the mountain yesterday afternoon, her silver bracelet has also darkened, indicating that the medicinal dish is indeed toxic. What further excuses can you provide? Gan Tian inquired further, is she allergic as well? Shen Hui clarified, Qingwu did not exhibit any allergic reactions. She is the only one among us who remained unaffected. However, her silver bracelet did turn black, which surely indicates poisoning, right? At last, Jiang Xiaoyuan seized upon this evidence of her innocence, adamantly asserting, "The darkening of the silver bracelet signifies that the medicinal dish is toxic. She must have been poisoned, albeit her reaction was delayed and has yet to manifest." Gan Tian chuckled. "Who says that a darkened silver bracelet is a sign of poisoning?" Jiang Xiaoyuan retorted with conviction, "In the television dramas I have seen, they always say so." Indeed, dramas often employ the motif of a silver needle turning black as an indication of poisoning. It seemed the time had come for a brief educational session. Taking advantage of the live broadcast to enlighten the assembled celebrities and the viewers about the reasons behind the darkening of silver bracelets. Whenever she observed a silver needle turning black on television, her junior colleagues at the former workplace would lament that it was most likely due to sulfur. Exactly, Gan Tian explained. The darkening of silver is merely a natural chemical reaction. When silver comes into contact with sulfur compounds, it reacts, forming a layer of black silver sulfide on the surface, which is largely unrelated to whether or not a person is poisoned. Jiang Xiaoyuan protested, "What are you saying? I do not comprehend." Gan Tian facepalmed, "Did you graduate high school?" Jiang Xiaoyuan replied defiantly, "Of course." Gan Tian, perplexed, asked, "Then how is it that you do not understand?" Jiang Xiaoyuan turned to Ji Zhuifeng, "Is she doubting my intelligence?" Ji Zhuifeng covered his face with his hand. "Please be quiet. Otherwise, you will only embarrass yourself further. Have you not noticed that this girl possesses far more intellect than you? Do not humiliate yourself." At that moment, Li Changkong interjected, "Please, continue." Gan Tian nodded and elaborated. "In truth, sulfur compounds are ubiquitous in our lives, on our skin, in the air, within household items, and even in certain foods. In ancient times, the darkening of silver needles was used as a method to ascertain poisoning. primarily due to the crude extraction methods of arsenic. Although arsenic's main chemical component is arsenic trioxide, the ore used for its extraction often contains sulfur or sulfides. The rudimentary extraction process resulted in arsenic containing significant amounts of sulfur or sulfides, which would darken silver upon contact. Additionally, wearing silver jewelry in hot springs is inadvisable for the same reason, as hot springs contain sulfur. The proteins in the human body often contain sulfur as well. Some sulfur elements are expelled through sweat and under the oxidation of the air. These sulfur compounds can react with silver, resulting in the formation of black silver sulfide, causing silver bracelets and necklaces to darken. Some hand creams and perfumes also contain sulfur. Even more commonly, sulfur soap can turn silver bracelets dark when used for washing hands. Li Changkong's eyes widened in realization, so that is how it works. This is quite enlightening. He regarded Gan Tian with newfound admiration, realizing that not only was she more beautiful than many actresses he had encountered, but her intellect surpassed theirs as well. Therefore, was this allergic reaction truly an unfortunate accident? Chapter 13. From stealing the phoenix to transforming the dragon. For the viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. Some even share their personal experiences. She is not wrong. There was a time when my silver bracelet would always turn black. I thought I was ill and went to the hospital for a full checkup, but nothing was found. Later, the doctor helped me investigate the cause and said the culprit was my perfume. I sprayed some on my wrist, and indeed, the silver bracelet turned black. The doctor mentioned that the perfume contained sulfur. No wonder when I used sulfur soap for a bath last time, my silver bracelet turned particularly dark, which alarmed me enough to almost rush to the hospital. Once, I used hair removal cream, and it also turned my silver bracelet black. Can you believe it? Does that mean hair removal cream also contains sulfur? I've gained knowledge today. I came to see the stars. Yet I feel like I unexpectedly attended a practical chemistry lesson. There was a time when I was so itchy that I suspected my sheets had mites. So I bought sulfur soap from the supermarket to bathe. After bathing, I noticed my silver bracelet had turned black. I finally found the reason. Thank you for the information. Even iodine disinfectant makes the silver bracelet turn black. So what this young lady said is accurate. It doesn't necessarily mean poisoning. I remember my high school chemistry teacher saying that those who sweat a lot should avoid wearing silver jewelry, because sweat contains a high level of sulfur. The young star Qing Wu approached, standing nearby to listen to the sweet explanation of why silver bracelets turn black, and she suddenly understood. Oh, does sulfur soap do that too? I did wash my hands with sulfur soap before eating. Could that be the real reason my bracelet turned black? So I'm not poisoned. Sweet raised an eyebrow and said to the police, another case solved. The police jested, you're quite impressive, young lady. I'm becoming more of a decoration. I will verify this, including the possibility of lacquer tree allergies. Qing Wu clasped her hands in excitement. That's wonderful. I'm not poisoned. She looked at Sweet incredulously. You really know a lot. Sweet humbly replied, just some common knowledge. Qing Wu remarked, yet, these common facts are unknown to many present, including myself, which is quite embarrassing. Jiang Xiaoyuan's face turned red with embarrassment. She wanted to speak, but Ji Zhuifeng gave her a sharp kick, silencing her. Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyuan had nothing more to say, Sweet turned to leave. Before departing, she told Qing Wu, take a small piece of tin foil, a spoonful of salt, and add hot water. Soak for 10 minutes, and your silver bracelet will shine brightly. Qing Wu noted, thank you. You're welcome. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and said to Shun Hui Hui in the ambulance, there's a tree called the 8 tree beside the lacquer tree. Boil its branches and leaves in water to wash your skin while the water is hot, or take a bath. This will alleviate the itching and redness significantly. Much more effectively than medication. You should try it. Shen Hui Hui immediately called her assistant to find it. The assistant cautiously suggested, Sister Hui, let us stick to allergy medication. What if you're poisoned again? Shen Hui Hui, of course, was also afraid. She would definitely take the allergy medication, but she trusted Sweet's knowledge. Quick, go find me the branches and leaves of the 8 tree. Boil the water for my bath. I'm going insane from the itching. Once the doctor identified the allergen, the prescription was written swiftly. The police proceeded to verify all of Sweet's deductions. They went to the production team of Farmhouse Experience to review the recording from the previous day. Indeed, they saw Jiang Xiaoyuan, Shen Hui Hui, Ji Zhuifeng, and Li Changkong near the lacquer tree while performing tasks in the afternoon. All four had picked the tender leaves of the lacquer tree and brought them back. The police found those tender leaves, confirming Sweet's suspicions and solving the case. After the resolution, the police departed quickly. Once the doctor prescribed the medication, the ambulance also left. The curious villagers dispersed. Director Jiang of the program confirmed that this incident had nothing to do with the old Mr. Gan and came to apologize to Mr. Gan Yuan specifically. He also consulted Sweet about other dangerous plants on the mountain and in the fields to prevent similar allergic incidents during future shoots. With some free time on her hands, Sweet began sharing her knowledge with Director Jiang. Since the stars could not continue the live broadcast due to allergies, the cameraman focused on Director Jiang, capturing Sweet's informative session. In just 10 minutes of educating the audience, the viewer count in the live stream surged dramatically. The topic "Don't pick wild vegetables by the roadside" unexpectedly trended on social media. The atmosphere was electrifying, igniting discussions across the internet. Even various botanists joined in, providing information about poisonous plants, sparking a nationwide conversation. To be honest, farmhouse experience was not particularly popular before, but due to this wave of discussions about roadside wild vegetables, it climbed into the top 10 trending topics. Some recognized the enchanting girl who first shared the knowledge. ISNT that the girl who won the grand prize today. Cotton Candy from 10 Miles. Wow, I've been waiting for her to open a live stream on the Night Group's official website, and it's taking forever. I didn't expect her to pop into the Farmhouse Experience live stream to educate us about wild vegetables. I heard that's her grandfather's home. She really returned to the countryside. Her grandfather lives amidst a beautiful bamboo forest, making it a poetic paradise. Is that true? Where is the live stream? I want to watch. Here is the live stream link. I'm also following the variety show. On the other side, the staff of the Farmhouse Experience program saw the trending topic and exclaimed in excitement, "Director Jiang, our show finally made it into the top 10 trending topics." Director Jiang replied, "Of course. With a sensational topic like 4 stars poisoned together, how could I miss it? I bought the trending spot, but not the top 10. That's too expensive for me." The staff clarified, "It wasn't us who bought it. The audience boosted it themselves." And many people rushed into our live stream to see Cotton Candy from 10 Miles. Cotton Candy from 10 Miles? What snack is that? The staff explained. It's not a snack. It's the granddaughter of old Mr. Gan. Her Weibo name is Cotton Candy from 10 Miles. She won the grand prize from the Night Group, and many people flocked to our live stream to witness her pastoral life after winning. Director Jiang couldn't believe it and grabbed the phone, confirming that many comments were asking, "Where is Cotton Candy from 10 Miles?" A flock of crows flew over Director Jiang's head. Viewers actually rushed into his variety show's live stream to follow her. Unfortunately, Sweet only appeared for a brief moment, but how could Director Jiang miss this wave of traffic? Quick, let us head back to old Mr. Gan's house to film his granddaughter. Whatever the viewers want to see, we'll have the cameraman capture it. Chapter 14. The transformation of the phoenix into a dragon. Just as Jiang Xiaoyuan and her companions experienced allergies, they found themselves unable to continue their scheduled live broadcast, leading to the suspension of their plans. This predicament left them pondering what to film in the afternoon. However, it inadvertently enlivened the atmosphere of the live stream. Meanwhile, the charming Gan Tian remained blissfully unaware of the commotion as she was engaged in a conversation with her grandfather, Gan Yuan. The grandfather and granddaughter reclined comfortably in rocking chairs, basking in the sunlight. Between them stood a quaint tea table adorned with exquisite tea utensils that exuded an antique charm, emitting gentle steam. As she sipped her tea, Gan Tian spoke, "Grandfather, I have won a prize and plan to take a year off to accompany you. You won't mind my presence disturbing your tranquility, will you?" Gan Yuan, a sprightly old man despite being over 70, with his youthful visage and deep-set, bright eyes, stroked his grizzled beard and replied, "What nonsense. Thanks to your timely arrival today, I would have been in a dire predicament otherwise." Gan Tian dismissed his concerns. "No, grandfather. You are well versed in the ways of nature." Suddenly, Gan Yuan waved a fan, reminiscent of a wise monk, and sighed, "Ah, my mind is not as quick as it once was. Talent emerges in every generation. What do you plan to do now that you've won? Are you truly going to retire and live a life of leisure in the countryside with me?" "Not at all," she clarified. "While I have won, I cannot abandon my passion for work. I intend to take a year off, then find a way to return to my previous position and reunite with my former colleagues." Gan Tian relished her work at the Institute of Abnormal Events, delving into unsolved mysteries, though she feared her current qualifications might hinder her. It seemed a new path was necessary. At that moment, Director Jiang and the crew from the Rural Experience program, along with the only unaffected star, Qing Wu, rushed in energetically. Qing Wu spoke first, shaking her wrist adorned with a silver bracelet. "Thank you for your suggestion, sweet sister. Following your advice, my bracelet has indeed regained its luster." "You're welcome. Do you have further business?" Gan Tian inquired. Director Jiang, with his ever-pleasant demeanor, explained, "Unfortunately, 4 of our stars have gone to the hospital, and we can no longer continue the live broadcast. I thought of a new idea. We could find a villager from Jixin village to partner with Qingwu in a task. Would you be interested, Gan Tian? Not interested. She replied flatly. Director Jiang urged, please don't decline so swiftly. Name your conditions. Yet, Gan Tian remained unmoved, leisurely sipping her tea in the rocking chair. The viewers in the live stream relished the sight of the normally tormenting Director Jiang humbled, flooding the screen with laughter and comments. During this interlude, the photographer seized the moment to capture Gan Tian in the picturesque courtyard. This courtyard is so poetic. It's expansive, with wooden tables and bamboo chairs surrounded by flowers, and a large tree swaying in the breeze, while a hen leads her chicks in search of food near the fence. Look, there's a white cat lounging on the windowsill, sleeping lazily. Even the cat seems to live a more blessed life than I do. The serenity of the countryside paired with the elegance of what is simply harmonious. Nestled amidst mountains and waters, this Chinese Zen courtyard is profoundly captivating. I adore this woodland cottage. Look at the grandfather and granddaughter enjoying the sun and tea together. How idyllic. I feel like turning into a lemon. At this rate, I might as well resign and return home to live this leisurely life. My hometown is lovely too. The scenery is beautiful. There's even an orchard behind my house. If only the pay there weren't so low. At that moment, Gan Tian's phone chimed, notifying her of a bank transfer. Indeed. The Yi Corporation had deposited 20,000 yuan, her monthly pension sponsorship. How delightful. Simultaneously, the WeChat group chosen elderly care group buzzed with new messages. Tang Zhou announced, this month's pension sponsorship has been credited to everyone's bank accounts. Please check. Responses flooded in. Received, thank you. Gan Tian replied. Received, thank you. Tang Zhou teased, Gan Tian. I'm watching you lounging with tea in the Rural Experience live stream, while our company sponsors your pension, yet you're allowing others to benefit from this view. Isn't that a bit ungrateful? Gan Tian replied innocently. Is that so? Raising her eyes, she indeed spotted the photographer capturing her every move. Tang Zhou exclaimed. Director Jiang is shameless. A renowned director stooping to leech off your popularity for views. How desperate. Make a quick exit before Director Jiang takes advantage of you. If you're going to stream, do it on your own channel. Why give him the benefit? Gan Tian was reluctant to start her own stream, valuing her privacy. Naturally, she also wished to avoid being exploited by Director Jiang. Rising from her chair, she announced, Grandfather, I'm going for a stroll. All right, go ahead, he replied. The program's photographer hastily followed her. However, Gan Tian's accompanying cameraman, Zhou Ran, refused to comply. Hey, buddy, who are you trying to snatch the spotlight from? The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. How can I choose between watching the charming cotton candy girl and enjoying the sight of Director Jiang's misfortune? I'm in the same boat. This is utterly hilarious. Although the crew's photographer initially pursued Gan Tian, he soon shifted focus to capture the essence of Gan Buiyuan's rustic home, which deserved to be immortalized, reminiscent of the idyllic pastoral life celebrated in poetry. Gan Tian wandered through a bamboo forest, where she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Xiaoyuan. Jiang was on a call, her voice laced with frustration. Now look what has happened. I had already taken leave from the program to audition for that major TV series tomorrow, and now my face and hands are swollen. It's all ruined. Gan Tian, though inadvertently eavesdropping, felt a flicker of suspicion at the coincidence of the audition and her sudden allergy. After Jiang Xiaoyuan finished her call, Gan Tian approached her. I recall you mentioning that all the trees on the mountain look similar. How is it that you alone recognize the young shoots of the tun tree? Irritated by Gan Tian's presence, Jiang Xiaoyuan snapped back. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting someone wishes me harm? Chapter 15. The theft of the phoenix transformed into a dragon's sweetness would not speak without evidence. Her words were merely a reflection of her heightened sensitivity, a trait honed by her profession. Jiang Xiaoyuan, with her naive disposition, was quick to demand answers. Please tell me, who wishes to harm me? Sweetness. Her expression devoid of emotion, replied, I merely asked out of curiosity. But tell me, how is it that you alone are acquainted with the tender shoots of the Chinese tune? Jiang Xiaoyuan lamented, I heard it from a child in the village. I merely wished to showcase my knowledge. Yet look what has transpired. Frustrated, with a face swollen like a pig's, she glanced at her own bruised hands and wailed, why am I so unfortunate? It turned out that during her live broadcast, her ignorance of rural matters had drawn ridicule from netizens, and she yearned to rectify her image. At that moment, she spotted a village child carrying a small basket filled with Chinese tun shoots. The child claimed to have gathered them to sell in the city for 100 yuan per pound. Seizing the opportunity, she memorized the appearance of the shoots in the basket. Thus, when she ventured to the back mountain the previous afternoon for her task. She intended to flaunt her newfound knowledge, only to find herself in dire straits. Sweetness inquired, "Do you remember what that child looked like?" Jiang Xiaoyuan gritted her teeth, declaring, "I will search every household until I find her. I will unearth her from the very ground, if necessary. How dare she conspire against me?" Sweetness held her forehead in exasperation, realizing that the intelligence of this celebrity was not to be relied upon. The village child bore no grudge against her. Nor was there any vested interest. It was improbable that she would harm her without cause. Clearly, she had been used as a pawn. Concerned that the child might become a scapegoat, Sweetness decided to follow her. However, she suggested, at this hour, it is unnecessary to go door to door. The children will surely be in class at the village primary school. You are right. Where is the school? Jiang Xiaoyuan inquired eagerly. Follow me, Sweetness replied. Upon arriving at the Xiaoyuan village primary school, Jiang Xiaoyuan wrapped herself in a scarf, resembling an Arabian woman, revealing only her large, expressive eyes. She searched classroom after classroom, finally locating the little girl in class 3-2. It is her. The child, with her 2 braided pigtails, was undeniably adorable. Jiang Xiaoyuan pointed at her and exclaimed, "Child, tell me, yesterday at noon, I saw you with a small basket of Chinese tune shoots. Were you deliberately waiting for me, hoping to mislead me? How could you be so malicious?" The girl shook her head vigorously. "Pretty sister, I do not know what you are talking about. Do not attempt to deny it. It was you who informed me about the shoots on the back mountain, resulting in my current predicament." The girl adamantly insisted, "I did not." Sweetness, standing by, found the quarrel uninteresting. Her attention was captivated by a vividly colored emerald green book on the girl's desk, which was strikingly beautiful, adorned with golden lettering and patterns. She picked up the book and, applying slight pressure with her nail, noticed thin flakes of paint flaking off. Her brow furrowed. Was this book painted? Instinctively, Sweetness opened the pages, revealing the publication date, 1858, from the 19th century. "Big sister, please do not damage my book." The girl snatched the green book back protectively. Sweetness, furrowing her brow, asked, "Who gave you this book?" "My father bought it for me." Sweetness feigned a frightening smile. "Is that so? What if I were to call your father over right now and ask him whether he indeed purchased this book for you? Would you be frightened?" "It is indeed a gift from my father." With a gentler tone, Sweetness implored, "Child, please tell me, who truly gave you this book?" "The person who gifted you this book harbors ill intentions. We must apprehend this wrongdoer." The girl, clutching the green book to her chest, declared, "You are speaking nonsense," and burst into tears. Soon, a teacher arrived, frowning as she inquired, "What is happening? Who is bullying my student?" Jiang Xiaoyuan, having grasped the situation, retorted, "Clearly, it is your student who has wronged me. She deceived me into harvesting Chinese tune shoots, resulting in my face and hands becoming this way. I do not hold her accountable, provided she reveals who instigated her actions. It must be the person who gifted her this book, guiding her to harm me." The homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, turned to the girl, "Yi Yutong, what is going on?" The girl, still sobbing, responded, "Teacher Wang, they are bullying me. I did not do anything." Ms. Wang then turned to Jiang Xiaoyuan. "Could this be a misunderstanding?" Sweetness interjected, "Teacher Wang, the person who gifted her this book must be identified. This book is toxic. How could anyone give a poisonous book to such a young child without considering her well-being? Such a heart is truly wicked." "Poisonous?" Both Ms. Wang and Jiang Xiaoyuan echoed in disbelief. They were taken aback. Earlier that day, Ms. Wang had noted the green book on Yi Yutong's desk, even flipping through it, recognizing it as a foreign illustrated book. She stated, "I have seen this book. How could it possibly be toxic?" Sweetness asserted, "Not only is it toxic, but it is highly poisonous." Jiang Xiaoyuan, frightened, immediately hid behind Sweetness, whispering, "Is that true? Are you merely trying to scare them?" "More genuine than gold," Sweetness replied. "Teacher Wang, I must ask you to take this child and accompany us. The recent Urushi tree poisoning incident was likely no coincidence. It seems there is a deliberate scheme at play. Jiang Xiaoyuan, contact the authorities. Someone indeed wishes to harm you." At the mention of this, Jiang Xiaoyuan hesitated. "Are you certain?" Sweetness affirmed, "Before we discovered this green book, it could have been a mere coincidence. However, with this book in hand, it is evident that someone is intentionally preventing you from participating in the audition. We must unearth the perpetrator." "All right, your eloquence convinces me," Jiang Xiaoyuan declared, and thus, she called the police once more. Before the officers could return to the station, they were redirected to Xiaoyuan village. Arriving at the estate of the venerable Mr. Gan. By the time the police arrived, the courtyard was already filled with Director Jiang Xiaoyuan, Shen Huihui, Qingwu, Jishuifeng. Li Chongkong, Yi Yutong, Teacher Wang, Sweetness, and Mr. Gan, along with a live audience of netizens. Ji Zhuifeng was exasperated. What on earth is happening? My face has swollen to this extent, and yet I am still expected to appear on camera? Haven't we already solved the case? Jiang Xiaoyuan's ignorance led her to mistake the tender leaves of the yurushi tree for Chinese tune shoots, resulting in our collective poisoning. Li Chongkong, unwilling to appear, wore large sunglasses to conceal his panda-like eyes. Director Jiang was equally dissatisfied, wishing to avoid escalating the situation. Jiang Xiaoyuan, I have gathered everyone as you requested. What is the mystery you are hiding? Can you not explain now? Based solely on this green book, you claim this is a premeditated scheme. Who can attest to the toxicity of this book? I can. The word resonated firmly in the air. Chapter 16. The Theft of the Phoenix and Transformation into a Dragon. 7 Gan Tian picked up the green-covered book and remarked, this book was published in 1858. During the 19th century, a time when certain vibrant yet toxic green pigments were all the rage. Despite the passage of over a century, its colors remained strikingly vivid. Director Jiang inquired, and what of it? Gan Tian lightly scratched the pigment on the cover with her nail and explained, this brilliant green pigment is indeed toxic. Even if one refrains from direct contact, particles that flake off may disperse into the air. If inhaled in significant quantities, it could lead to various ailments, such as dizziness or diarrhea. Moreover, actions like rubbing one's eyes or touching the skin while reading or even ingesting it orally pose far greater dangers. As the police took their seats, they overheard this alarming discourse. The righteous officer furrowed his brow. Such severity. What poison is being discussed? Gan Tian refrained from immediately disclosing its identity. Instead, she recounted, there were once 2 researchers who initiated the Toxic Book Project, aiming to scour libraries worldwide for these toxic green books from the 19th century to prevent public exposure. This particular green pigment possesses a melodious name, Paris green. If you doubt my words, feel free to pull out your phones and verify the existence of this toxic book project online. Many in the room questioned the toxicity of the green-covered book, but Gan Tian, lacking a Raman spectrometer to assess toxins, knew that real-life examples found online could speak volumes, evidence of the very toxic book project. Upon hearing her words, the crowd began to search on their devices. Sometimes, information obtained through personal inquiry is far more convincing than mere hearsay. Even the viewers in the live stream started their searches. As expected, they indeed discovered references to the project, with titles varying slightly yet echoing the same alarming message. These green-covered books are toxic and may be fatal. This book contains poison. A library in Denmark found arsenic hidden within its pages. What was the intent? Why did Da Vinci deem green a toxic color? Books containing deadly substances. The green cover signifies lurking danger. These 19th century green-covered books are beautiful yet poisonous. Overwhelmed by the volume of information, the audience, both online and in person, transformed into attentive students, eagerly awaiting Gan Tian's continuation of her educational discourse. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Gan Tian recognized that the restless minds around her had settled into a patient curiosity, allowing her to proceed. She believed that the distinction between impatience and curiosity made all the difference in a listener's engagement. Gan Tian elaborated, Paris green contains arsenic, a compound formed from the combination of copper acetate and arsenic trioxide. Jiang Xiaoyuan interjected, what is arsenic? Ji Zhuifeng nudged Jiang Xiaoyuan. Do you even know what arsenic trioxide is? Jiang Xiaoyuan shook her head. I do not. Ji Zhuifeng, with a hint of arrogance, replied, clearly, you are not paying attention. Earlier, Miss Gan Tian mentioned that in ancient times, silver needles would darken to determine if food was poisoned, due to the crude methods of arsenic extraction back then. She stated that the primary component of arsenic is arsenic trioxide. I've remembered that. While you seem to have forgotten. Jiang Xiaoyuan exaggeratedly covered her mouth. So you mean this green book contains arsenic? Director Zhang's complexion paled. Truly a toxic book? Gan Tian pressed her fingers to her temples, not arsenic itself, but rather a compound known as copper arsenite, formed from the combination of copper acetate and arsenic trioxide. This chemical was utilized for pigments in the 19th century, but it was later discarded due to its toxicity. Jiang Xiaoyuan jabbed her arm. Who would give such a toxic book to a child? Are you not going to reveal who that person is? They clearly intended to use you to harm me first, then eliminate you without a trace. Teacher Wang's face also turned pale as he urged Yi Yutong, do tell us who gifted you this book. All eyes turned to the young Yi Yutong, urging her, please, speak up. Overwhelmed by the attention, the small child burst into tears, stubbornly refusing to divulge any information, insisting, it's not poisonous, not poisonous. It was given to me by my father. Ugh. Suddenly, Yi Yutong began to vomit. After merely 2 heaves, she clutched her abdomen, crying, "It hurts. It hurts, Teacher Wang. I'm in so much pain." Everyone froze, bewildered. What was happening? Was she merely feigning illness? Had she truly been poisoned? Teacher Wang, fearing for the child's safety and the potential consequences, scooped her up and declared, "I will take her to the hospital. We can inquire further once her condition stabilizes. This child is evidently frightened, and we cannot ascertain if she has been poisoned." No one attempted to stop them. The child's well-being took precedence over solving the case. Yet, with her departure, the search for the perpetrator would become increasingly arduous. The 4 celebrity figures, their faces swollen like that of a pig or panda, turned their gazes toward the only unscathed Qinwu. Qinwu, perplexed by their stares, protested, "Why are you all looking at me? Just because I'm not poisoned like the rest of you doesn't mean I am the culprit. We all went through security checks upon arrival, and I certainly do not have that book in my luggage." Reflecting on this, they realized her suitcase had indeed passed without incident. Qinwu added, "Do you really think I would possess knowledge of a toxic green-covered book from the 19th century? Please, do not overestimate my expertise. Furthermore, I'm not even auditioning tomorrow. I have no reason to sabotage Jiang Xiaoyuan's chances." The 4 of them redirected their gazes, accepting her reasoning. It was not just them. Even the police present could not claim such diverse knowledge. Li Chongkong regarded Gan Tian with newfound respect. This young woman was truly erudite. Jiang Xiaoyuan, seething with frustration, longed to shout, "Culprit, stand up." Gan Tian narrowed her eyes, pondering how Yi Yutong could have fallen ill so swiftly. Was the culprit among them, taking advantage of the moment to harm Yi Yutong, or was there another explanation? Gan Tian hesitated, then said, "Do not despair. Although the perpetrator may not be immediately identifiable, you shall not miss your audition tomorrow." "How is that possible?" Jiang Xiaoyuan retorted, her face and hands swollen. "No matter how eloquently you speak or how much knowledge you possess, there is no way I can attend tomorrow's audition." Gan Tian regarded her with an arched brow. "What if I could ensure that your face would return to its former beauty by tonight?" Jiang Xiaoyuan's eyes brightened. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Gan Tian raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten my grandfather's title? The Master of Herbs? I can prepare a medicinal feast for 5,000, guaranteeing you'll awaken tomorrow restored to your former beauty. Will you partake? Chapter 17. The transformation of the phoenix into a dragon. Jiang Xiaoyuan, astonished, nodded in disbelief. "Don't mention 5,000. If it can restore my beauty by tomorrow morning, I wouldn't flinch at 50,000. I cannot afford to miss the audition." Gan Tian remarked. "Is the offer too low? I intended to charge her substantially, but it seems poverty has limited her imagination." Suddenly, she felt somewhat shortchanged. She pulled out her phone and opened the payment QR code. "Scan first, then I will prepare the medicinal cuisine. No deceit here, and no refunds." Jiang Xiaoyuan gasped. "Can I perhaps owe you for now? After joining the crew, my phone was taken by the production team, and this one I possess is theirs. I have not a single cent in my name." Gan Tian responded with a pause. Jiang Xiaoyuan viewed Gan Tian as her sole lifeline. Fearing she might refuse, she clung to Gan Tian's arm like a stubborn plaster. "Am I, a major star, truly unable to owe you 5,000? I assure you, I will pay you back. How about this? I will call upon my fans online to vote for you. I will cast 5,000 votes initially, and once the show concludes, I will present you with cash. Does that sound agreeable?" Jiang Xiaoyuan had heard that this clever girl before her had won a grand prize from the Yi Group, enabling her to receive a monthly pension of 20,000 for 70 years. Furthermore, the Yi Group offered an ultimate prize that required voting from netizens. "My fans are formidable. I can rally them to ensure your votes soar." Jiang Xiaoyuan was exceedingly confident in this regard. Gan Tian pondered. It sounds feasible. 5,000 votes for free is indeed a lucrative deal. Jiang Xiaoyuan expressed her gratitude to the heavens and immediately rallied votes for Gan Tian online. "My dear fans, heed my call and vote for my savior. I implore you for 5,000 votes. My beauty depends on you all." Within the live broadcast room, numerous fans of Jiang Xiaoyuan were concerned about her appearance, disheartened at the prospect of her missing the audition for a highly coveted drama. Upon hearing that someone could restore their idol's beauty and allow her to attend the audition, they hesitated no longer and all began voting. The other viewers of the live stream remained silent. Can this be allowed? Isn't this cheating? This is amusing. How is this cheating? Is this not a demonstration of Tenley Cotton Candy's intelligence and capability to garner votes? Truth be told, even I, not being a fan of Jiang Xiaoyuan, am inclined to vote for Tenley Cotton Candy. She is quite knowledgeable. Votes earned through intelligence certainly do not count as cheating. Jishuifeng. Upon learning that the swelling could subside by tomorrow, could hardly contain himself. He swiftly approached Gan Tian and said, "Little beauty, I too shall cast 5,000 votes for you online, followed by 5,000 in cash. Can you reserve a portion of your medicinal cuisine for me?" Gan Tian welcomed the idea, of course. Whether I prepare one serving or two, it remains the same effort. Consequently, Ji Zhuifeng also began to rally votes for Gan Tian online. Fans of Zhuifeng, please vote for 10 Li cotton candy. I beseech you for 5,000 votes. My brother's face relies on you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Huihui felt tempted as well and queried Gan Tian. I too wish to purchase a serving of medicinal cuisine. 5,000 votes for 5,000 yuan. Gan Tian signaled an okay with her hand. Shen Huihui eagerly began to rally votes for Gan Tian, addressing the camera. My darlings, I implore you for 5,000 votes. Finally, only Li Chongkong remained silent, typically aloof. He could no longer withstand the pressure of his swollen panda eyes and declared, I shall buy as well. Then, addressing the live stream, he announced, I want 5,000 votes. The fans in the live stream responded, got it, going right now. The 4 individuals fans not only voted for themselves, but also promoted within fan groups, disseminating the voting link from the Yi Group's official website across various fan communities. Due to Gan Tian not broadcasting live or interacting with netizens, her vote count had languished at the bottom. However, at this moment, her votes began to surge rapidly, as if propelled by a rocket. Within the heavenly chosen pension group, WeChat group, other winners began to express their discontent. Among them, the most vociferous was a male winner in his 40s, known on Weibo as Du Juan Tihuo, whose real name was Du Dongyao. He posted, Tang Shou. Is your group not going to take action? Someone is cheating, Gan Tian. Just 5 minutes ago she had 0 votes, and now she has over 10,000. Does this make scientific sense? Du Dongyao continued. I recall the voting rules state that any cheater discovered will have their eligibility for the annual Heavenly Chosen Sun selection revoked. Shouldn't she be disqualified immediately? Tang Zhou replied, oh my. Gan Tian, your methods are rather fierce, aren't they? Gan Tian responded, Tang Zhou, is this cheating? Tang Zhou clarified, of course not. I'm watching the live broadcast of Farmhouse Experience. Gan Tian is simply leveraging her own abilities to garner votes. There is no rule prohibiting stars from helping to rally votes online, so, envy won't change anything. Tang Zhou addressed Du Dongyao, calm down. If you're dissatisfied, you too could have a celebrity rally votes for you. Du Dongyao was infuriated. I have no celebrity friends. Tang Zhou replied, then there's nothing to be done. Du Dongyao lamented, what a farce. Another male winner in his 20s, named Su Han, suggested, let us just hand the title of Heavenly Chosen Son to her. The title of Heavenly Chosen Son enables one to receive a pension that can increase from 20,000 to 100,000. Faced with such substantial benefits, both Du Dongyao and Su Han felt discontented and vented their frustrations in the WeChat group. Tang Zhou tried to calm everyone down, stating, do not fret. Even if Gan Tian's votes are high this time, it is merely 1 round's worth. As stipulated in the rules for the annual Heavenly Chosen Sun, each week constitutes a round, and votes are scored based on netizen rankings. Scores range from 10 to 1. Even if Gan Tian tops the votes this week, she simply earns a score of 10 for this round. But there are 365 days in a year, with 52 weeks, meaning 52 rounds. There will be 51 more rounds to come. Averaging out, 1 round score does not carry decisive weight. Everyone still has a chance. Gan Tian's eyes brightened, realizing this was the mechanism at play. No matter how many votes she garnered today, it would only yield high scores for the first week, which wouldn't be determinative. She needed to consistently score high each week. However, the other winners did not share this sentiment. As the saying goes, a good start leads to smooth sailing. No one wished to be outdone at the very beginning. Gan Tian chose to disregard the noise, promptly shutting off her phone and heading to the kitchen to prepare the medicinal cuisine. Old Master Gan followed her into the kitchen, stroking his grizzled beard and lowering his voice. Child, what nonsense are you up to? You have never shown interest in medicinal cuisine. You have not inherited a shred of my legacy, and yet you dare to boast that a bowl of medicinal soup can cure allergies? Do you think you are my beloved disciple, Lulu? Chapter 18. The Theft of the Phoenix and the Transformation into a Dragon. Gan Tian. Indeed, that is precisely who I am. Though such words could not be articulated so bluntly, promises had already been made in Haikao, and tickets secured. She could hardly retract her words at this juncture. With a mischievous smile akin to that of a little fox, Gan Tian implored, Grandfather, you are still here, are you not? Perhaps you could offer me some guidance? Old Master Gan shot her a glance of exasperation. Even if I were to teach you, it is essential that you grasp the concepts. Gan Tian exaggeratedly clung to his arm, feigning innocence. Grandfather, one must appreciate the progress made in just 3 days. Your granddaughter has successfully opened her meridians. I am no longer the same. I assure you, I will learn swiftly. If you doubt me, why not test your teaching skills? Old Master Gan stroked his graying beard thoughtfully. You are indeed much more astute than before. However, I shall endeavor to teach you. Yet, those 4 little stars from the lacquer tree are allergic, even with antihistamines. Their faces won't return to normal for at least 10 days. What gives you the audacity to boast that they will be restored overnight? Gan Tian clung to his arm playfully. Of course it's you. You are the master of all herbs. Such a sharp tongue. I am merely confident in you, grandfather. Surely, you possess a method to alleviate Jiang Xiaoyuan's swelling so she may audition tomorrow? Old Master Gan replied, there is a method. But since you insist that one must be reevaluated after 3 days, I shall not assist you. I can provide you with the recipe, but you must prepare the medicinal dish yourself. If you lack the ability to do so, refrain from invoking my name while making outlandish claims in public. All right, no problem. In truth, Gan Tian already knew the recipe, but as she had transformed into Gan Tian, she could not brazenly display her skills. Feigning attentiveness, she took out a small notebook, jotting down everything Old Master Gan said. Her earnestness was commendable. However, once he finished instructing her, he left the kitchen with the air of a stern principal. Hands clasped behind his back. I will observe your talents. Should you falter, I will not come to your aid. Gan Tian watched his retreating figure with a silent chuckle. Grandfather, prepare to be astonished by your granddaughter. While washing vegetables, Gan Tian sought out the police officers handling the case. They spoke privately for a while. The officer furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting the perpetrator is among them? Someone poisoned little Yutong on sight? Gan Tian offered 2 possibilities. Firstly, the assailant was present, and in an attempt to prevent Yutong from identifying them, they struck. Secondly, the assailant was absent and had previously harmed Yutong. I recommend investigating her diet over the past few days, for while the Green Book contains toxins, it should not induce such rapid symptoms in a child. The toxin in the Green Book is relatively minimal. The soil laboratory at Delaware University once measured the arsenic content in a 19th century Green Book cover. They found an average of 1.42 milligrams of arsenic per square centimeter. However, the lethal dose for adults is approximately 100 milligrams. So Yutong's swift onset of pain indicates foul play. The officer took her words seriously and immediately set off to investigate. Upon returning to the kitchen after washing the vegetables, Gan Tian's cameraman, Zhou Ran, along with the program's chief cameraman, entered, each carrying a camera. The 2 photographers discreetly competed for the best filming position, while Gan Tian pretended not to notice and continued her work with the ingredients. Her movements were deliberate and graceful, her fair hands tenderly handling the produce. Gan Tian relished the moment, playing a lovely song on her phone while she prepared the ingredients and herbs. Outside, a white cat, basking in the sun, leaped through the wooden window. Gan Tian waved her hand. Ice cream, come here. The fluffy white cat, aptly named Ice Cream, was as sweet as its name suggested, prompting an urge to cuddle it. Gan Tian washed a bright red chili pepper and playfully placed it on the cat's head. The little feline mewed happily in response. Viewers in the live stream began to feel hungry. I'm starving. Once I have money, I must buy a phone that can smell. I want that same phone. Watching her in the kitchen, she seems to enjoy it so much. Check out the medicinal hot pot video she posted on Weibo. That is a true feast for the eyes and palate. What song is she playing? I cook daily, but why can't I capture that ambience? The atmosphere is so inviting. It would be impolite not to set up a shopping cart. I concur. There was no shopping cart available. Only the option to watch from afar. After nearly 40 minutes of labor in the kitchen, Gan Tian prepared a pot of medicinal dish, which she carried outside to place on the stone table in the yard. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the 4 celebrities who had been avoiding the camera. Jiang Xiaoyuan, like an innocent young girl, dashed over, eager to secure a seat. She leaned close to the pot, inhaling deeply, her swollen lips parting in delight. It smells incredible, Gan Tian. What are you cooking? Does it have a name? Having already revealed her pig-head face to the viewers, Jiang Xiaoyuan fully embraced the moment, showing no concern for the livestream camera. She eagerly anticipated tasting the medicinal dish. Gan Tian raised an eyebrow. It's a proprietary secret, not to be divulged. As for the name, I propose restoration of your radiant beauty. What do you think? Jiang Xiaoyuan hurried to grab chopsticks and a small porcelain bowl, nodding vigorously with excitement. I love it. Let us call it restoration of my radiant beauty. Gan Tian couldn't help but correct her. It's not restoration of my radiant beauty, but restoration of your radiant beauty. Jiang Xiaoyuan countered. No, it is restoration of my beauty, not yours. Your face is perfectly fine. You haven't been disfigured. Gan Tian sighed, completely giving up on trying to reason with this starlet. How had she even achieved fame? Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Jiang Xiaoyuan was often referred to as large-chested but dim-witted. Yet her naive demeanor and slightly spoiled personality made her suitable for many roles. It was said she was simply playing herself, and with a wealthy family backing her. How could she not succeed? As they were about to dig in, Shen Huihui, Ji Zhuifeng, and Li Changkong approached. Just then, old Master Gan rushed over. Seemingly a knight in shining armor, exclaiming, "Hold on. My granddaughter has no talent for medicinal dishes. If she serves that to the 4 stars and causes any issues, it would be an unnecessary scandal." Thus, old Master Gan insisted on tasting it first to ascertain whether she truly had improved. Gan Tian blinked and personally filled a small porcelain bowl with 2 scoops from the pot, offering it to old Master Gan. "Grandfather, please evaluate." Chapter 19. The transformation of the phoenix into a dragon. Old Master Gan. He then took a small porcelain bowl, scooping a spoonful to his lips. Old Master Gan had mentally prepared himself to ask his little granddaughter to redo the dish, as throughout her childhood, her medicinal cuisine had always been less than commendable. However, as the spoon touched his mouth, his eyes suddenly brightened in disbelief. He savored the medicinal dish, noting that both the cooking time and the effectiveness of the herbs were masterfully balanced. Had this child truly improved? Sitting nearby, Gan Tian moved leisurely, serving each of the 4 stars a bowl without flinching under her grandfather's scrutinizing gaze. "Grandfather, what do you think? Is it acceptable?" Old Master Gan wanted to exclaim, "Excellent." But he was determined not to let the child become arrogant. Instead, he replied, "It's passable, I suppose." Jiang Xiaoyuan protested, "What? Something so mediocre. And you want me to eat it? What if it causes a problem?" Old Master Gan immediately shot her a glare. "I said it's passable, which means it could score a 99. 9. Do you have any objections?" Jiang Xiaoyuan promptly closed her mouth, recalling her grandfather's fierce protective demeanor. She glanced sympathetically at Gan Tian, saying, "Your grandfather has such high standards for you. If I scored 99, 9 on an exam, my grandfather would surely celebrate with a grand feast for 3 days." Gan Tian merely smiled, taking a relaxed seat on a bamboo chair. Jiang Xiaoyuan took a spoonful of the medicinal dish, exclaiming, It's delightful." Shen Huihui also expressed her astonishment. "It's delicious. Gan Tian, your culinary skills are remarkable. I consider myself a foodie, and I can't find a flaw. The subtle herbal aroma and the silky texture. Can I stop at just 1 bowl?" At that moment, Ji Zhuifeng suddenly remarked, "Aren't these golden needle mushrooms spoiled? I recall that the stalks should be silvery white, yet yours resemble dried daylily stalks." Jiang Xiaoyuan noticed too, realizing, "You're right. These golden needle mushrooms are unusual. The ones I usually have from Hot Pot have white stalks." Gan Tian remained silent, heading directly to the kitchen. She returned with the unused golden needle mushrooms on a small wooden plate, placing it on the stone table. "Is this what you're referring to?" Jiang Xiaoyuan observed that the uncooked mushrooms were indeed different from the ones she was accustomed to. The caps were yellow, and the stalks resembled golden daylilies. Perhaps due to the frequency of being corrected, Jiang Xiaoyuan learned her lesson this time. Tentatively, she asked, "These must be spoiled, right?" But Gan Tian suddenly teased. A smirk on her lips. "Can you guess why they are called golden needle mushrooms?" Jiang Xiaoyuan replied, "Could this be the authentic golden needle mushroom?" Viewers in the live stream widened their eyes, questioning the implication. Had they been consuming counterfeit golden needle mushrooms for years? Fortunately, some viewers were knowledgeable, filling the chat with comments. Uninformed, "This is far more fragrant than the white ones." "Yes, this is excellent. It doesn't get stuck in your teeth. It's crisp and tender with a rich aroma. We'd buy it if we could. I had this as a child. The current ones are all silver needle mushrooms. This is the true golden needle mushroom, rarely seen now. This was the standard appearance of golden needle mushrooms over a decade ago, golden yellow. The white variety is a newer breed with a much milder flavor. This is fantastic in soup and stir-fry. Just add some bell peppers, garlic, or meat strips, and it releases a rich broth." The viewers were indeed oblivious, including the taciturn Li Changkong, who signaled to his 2 clueless companions, "Haven't you been corrected enough? Don't flaunt your knowledge in front of this girl." Jiang Xiaoyuan scrolled through the barrage of comments on her phone, unconsciously digging her nails into her palm. "So that's how it is?" Ji Zhuifeng felt aggrieved. "I didn't know." Shen Huihui finished off her second bowl of the medicinal dish, and her assistant rushed in, saying that the leaves of the 8 trees had been boiled and urged her to take a bath. After soaking for 20 minutes, upon returning to old Master Gan's courtyard, she brought good news. "How miraculous. My itchiness has really diminished. Thank you, Gan Tian. You are truly my savior. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Xiaoyuan and Ji Zhuifeng instinctively touched their swollen faces, questioning if Gan Tian was genuinely that remarkable. Would they truly regain their former beauty by tomorrow? At that moment, the police arrived with the latest update. Little Yi Yutong had been sent to the hospital, where tests confirmed arsenic poisoning, leading to acute renal failure and toxic hepatitis. She had been admitted to the ICU. Jiang Xiaoyuan's face turned pale. Is it really that serious? Are they insane? Just to prevent me from auditioning, they resorted to murdering a little girl who was merely delivering a message? Such a distortion of humanity. Gan Tian furrowed her brow, asking, "What is Yu Yutong's current condition?" The police responded. The doctors said if she had been discovered a few days later, she likely wouldn't have survived. Yet she persists. That green book was given to her by her father, and she is quite tight-lipped. Jiang Xiaoyuan was furious. Is she foolish? Even after suffering so Sev Chapter 20, the transformation of the phoenix to the dragon Madame Jiang was beside herself with fury. Upon learning that the child responsible for her daughter's allergic reaction to the lacquer tree had been admitted to the hospital, she sought out the hospital's location and rushed there, only to unexpectedly encounter her husband and Yi Yutong's mother. Madame Jiang exclaimed, "Yi Yutong's mother was once your father's secretary. A few years ago, I discovered her entanglement with your father. Since that incident, I forced her out of the company. Who would have imagined she bore your father a daughter? Hidden away in the countryside? Had I not stumbled upon them at the hospital, settling medical bills, I might have remained oblivious to this secret forever." The shocking revelation left Jiang Xiaoyuan stunned as she collapsed onto a bamboo stool, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, she finally asked, "Mom, is it true that the poisonous green book was really given to Yi Yutong by Dad?" Madame Jiang replied, "Your father claims he did indeed give that green book, but he was unaware of its toxicity. He found it in an old book market while on a business trip abroad, attracted by its beautiful cover, and purchased it for Yi Yutong. He has no reason to harm his own daughters. Both are dear to him." Jiang Xiaoyuan clenched her fists and inquired, "Do you believe what Dad said?" Madame Jiang responded, "I believe it is probably credible." The rapid unfolding of events left everyone, including Ji Zhuifeng and the viewers in the live stream, bewildered. Ji Zhuifeng felt that his intellect was finally being put to use. "I had a hunch that the book might genuinely be a gift from Yi Yutong's father. She wasn't lying. Now it is clear that while Zhang's father was abroad, he came across an appealing illustrated book and decided to send it to his illegitimate daughter, Yi Yutong, concealed in the countryside." By a stroke of irony, Jiang Xiaoyuan was at the program, where she recognized Yi Yutong picking tender Chinese tune sprouts from the mountain. She remembered the appearance of the sprouts and mistook the tender leaves of the lacquer tree for them, which led to their unfortunate allergic reactions. These two incidents merely coincided, transforming a single accident into two separate misfortunes. However, the viewers in the live stream began to indulge in conspiracy theories. "I think Ji Zhuifeng's analysis is flawed. Yi Yutong's arsenic poisoning might be an accident, but Jiang Xiaoyuan's lacquer tree allergy must be intentional. Could it be that Yi Yutong's mother discovered Jiang Xiaoyuan was here for the program and deliberately had her daughter mislead Jiang Xiaoyuan with the tune sprouts? The third party's intentions can be quite malicious. Evil begets evil. The mistress sought to harm Jiang Xiaoyuan, only to have the repercussions fall upon her own daughter. The cycle of karma is relentless. Who can escape the heaven's judgment?" Ji Zhuifeng remarked to Jiang Xiaoyuan, "No wonder I thought Yi Yutong resembled you. It turns out you were half-sisters." Amidst the turmoil of her family's upheaval, Jiang Xiaoyuan was too distraught to heed the revelation of a half-sister and retorted fiercely, "My eyes look like my mother's. My brother's eyes look just like my father's." Ji Zhuifeng, taken aback, asked, "You have a brother?" Jiang Xiaoyuan, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, "What of it? My brother is in 3rd grade this year. My father has gone too far, cheating on my mother while she was pregnant. I will never forgive him." Sob sob. Suddenly, Gan Tian, who had been silent, interjected. Ji Zhuifeng inquired, "What do you mean?" Gan Tian pondered and said, "I suspect that Yi Yutong's arsenic poisoning may not be due to the green book." Ji Zhuifeng, excited, replied, "Did you not just assert that the green book was toxic? Are you going to contradict yourself?" Gan Tian approached Jiang Xiaoyuan and asked, "May I see your family portrait?" Through her tears, Jiang Xiaoyuan replied, "I have it on my Weibo." Gan Tian opened her phone and found Jiang Xiaoyuan's Weibo, where they located a family photo from last New Year's Day featuring the 4 of them. Jiang Xiaoyuan indeed resembled her mother, especially in her eyes, while her brother took after their father. "Is this your father?" "Yes." "And your mother?" "Yes." "This is your brother?" "Yes." After confirming, Gan Tian stared at the family photo for a long moment before asking the police, What has Yi Yutong been eating these past few days? The police replied, we checked. Her diet is fine, though it is quite monotonous. She has shrimp at every meal, which is rather extravagant for a child living in the countryside. Initially perplexed, the police now understood, given that Jiang's family could afford to provide a hidden, illegitimate daughter with shrimp for every meal. However, Gan Tian frowned. She has shrimp at every meal? Indeed, the police confirmed, pulling up photos taken at Yi Yutong's home. After examining several images, Gan Tian's gaze fixed on a bottle of vitamin C. Who consumes this? That was purchased for Yi Yutong by her mother, who said Yi Yutong had been unwell and needed more vitamin C to boost her immunity. Gan Tian's expression shifted as clarity dawned. Now it all makes sense. Jiang Xiaoyuan leaned in, asking, what did you figure out? After a long moment of contemplation, Gan Tian proclaimed, I suspect Yi Yutong is not your half-sister, but rather your full sister. This may well be a murder case disguised as the transformation of a phoenix to a dragon. Jiang Xiaoyuan, Ji Zhuifeng, Shen Huiwei, Li Changkong. Police. Viewers in the live stream. What is going on? I can't keep up with the convoluted thoughts of Tenli Cotton Candy. Has she lost her mind? Or is this an IQ showcase? How could this be possible? What does Tenli Cotton Candy mean? I can't grasp it. Could someone translate? She implies that Yi Yutong isn't a child of the mistress, but rather Jiang Xiaoyuan's biological sister, suggesting her true brother is the offspring of the mistress? Have they been swapped? This is too dramatic. Is it true? Are you saying Jiang's mother has been raising the child of the mistress while her own daughter was hidden away in the countryside? Without evidence. Such claims should not be made lightly. This is becoming increasingly absurd. I refuse to believe it. I demand a paternity test. Damn it. I can't exit this live stream. The twists keep me on edge. When will it conclude? Chapter 21. The transformation of a phoenix into a dragon. I, too, have not completed my work. I beseech for early access to the broadcast. If this is true, how would Jiang Xiaoyuan's mother not be furious? Jiang's mother was also present in the live broadcast room, and upon hearing this, her head buzzed. Instinctively, she wanted to refute. This is impossible. However, just moments ago, when she rushed into the emergency ICU and saw Yi Yutong lying unconscious on the hospital bed, her heart inexplicably softened. This sensation perplexed her. At first glance, she even thought Yi Yutong bore a slight resemblance to her daughter when she was young. The moment this thought crossed her mind, she nearly believed she had lost her sanity. Could it be that? No. How could Yi Yutong possibly be her biological child? She had given birth to a son back then. This situation was too outrageous, shattering her worldview. Jiang's mother refused to accept it. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyuan stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before erupting in fury. Gan Tian, do not spout nonsense. How could Yi Yutong be my biological sister? What evidence do you have? If you lack proof, I will not spare you. Gan Tian indeed had no direct evidence. She suggested, it would be best for your mother and Yi Yutong to undergo a paternity test. Then, the truth will be revealed. The venomous glare Jiang Xiaoyuan directed at her was enough to bore a hole through her, prompting Gan Tian to wisely choose silence. She then told the police, I know how Yi Yutong was poisoned. It was not due to the Green Book. Perhaps she had discovered Yi Yutong's identity too soon. If the police had conducted a gradual investigation, it could have taken days to reach Yi Yutong. At which point the narrative that the Green Book had caused her arsenic poisoning would have solidified. However, at this moment, that narrative was evidently unfounded. The murderer likely did not anticipate that the investigation would lead to Yi Yutong so swiftly. If Yi Yutong's abdominal pain had gone unnoticed today, typically in schools, when a child complains of abdominal pain, the teacher would call the parents. If the parents chose to take the child home to rest rather than to the hospital, delaying for a few days could result in Yi Yutong's death, leaving no evidence behind. It was not uncommon for rural grandparents to keep a sick child at home for a few days instead of taking them to a hospital, which was a chilling thought. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Isn't it true that the Green Book is poisonous? The police inquired rationally. If it is not due to the Green Book, then what caused the poisoning? The doctors had indeed found elevated arsenic levels in Yi Yutong's body. Gan Tian confidently stated, it is certainly arsenic poisoning, but not due to the Green Book. Yi Yutong had minimal contact with the Green Book. It appears the murderer wishes for us to believe that the Green Book is the primary culprit behind Yi Yutong's poisoning, thereby concealing the actual cause, which is shrimp and vitamin C. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Ji Zhuifeng asked, what about shrimp and vitamin C? Shen Huiwei pondered. I seem to recall someone in my family mentioning that shrimp and vitamin C should not be consumed together. I'm not sure why. Could it be that they are incompatible? Jiang Xiaoyuan, slightly confused, replied, Can shrimp and vitamin C not be eaten together? I have eaten them together before without any issues. Initially, the audience had come merely to enjoy the spectacle, but now many viewers began analyzing the situation in the comments, transforming the variety show live stream into an online conference room for discussion. Vitamin C and shrimp are poisonous? Could this be serious? Shrimp and seafood can contain residual heavy metals, such as pentavalent arsenic due to pollution. Vitamin C is a reducing agent that can convert pentavalent arsenic into trivalent arsenic, which is much more toxic. Is it trivalent arsenic? Arsenic poison? Should I still eat shrimp in the future? Do not exaggerate. The arsenic content in seafood is very low, and minimal consumption does not lead to poisoning. According to our national standards, the upper limit of inorganic arsenic in shrimp and crab is 0.5 mg/kg of fresh weight, meaning that in every kilogram of fresh shrimp, the arsenic content cannot exceed 0.5 mg. However, the lethal dose of arsenic for adults is about 100 mg, equivalent to 75 mg of trivalent arsenic. If a person were to consume shrimp with an arsenic content of 0.5 mg/kg, they would need to eat a staggering 150 kilograms of shrimp to reach a lethal dose. Oh, can I eat shrimp with peace of mind now? Yes. You won't die from it. Our chemistry teacher mentioned that arsenic takes about 4 years to be mostly eliminated from the body and has a cumulative effect. In other words, every time you consume seafood containing arsenic within those 4 years, the arsenic levels will accumulate. If one were to eat shrimp daily, it could indeed lead to arsenic poisoning. As a medical student, my teacher advised that to prevent unforeseen circumstances, one should be cautious with shrimp and crab while taking vitamin C. If large doses of vitamin C are needed, shrimp should be strictly avoided. Eating shrimp daily is certainly problematic. It could lead to chronic poisoning, coupled with vitamin C. This is quite alarming. This child must not be biological. Could it be that the parents lack knowledge? Gan Tian was also present to elucidate this matter. Ji Zhuifeng questioned, could it be that the grandparents are unaware and mistakenly believe that shrimp are nutritious, thus pampering the child with shrimp every day? Recently, the child's immunity has declined, and they purchased vitamin C? Gan Tian shrugged, offering no commentary, merely stating, this requires police investigation and evidence collection. However, I still recommend that Zhang's mother and Yi Yutong undergo a paternity test. That is all I have to say. Upon hearing this, the police left immediately. This matter required thorough investigation. What initially appeared to be a case of food poisoning had now spiraled into a murder case. How could it not be taken seriously? Zhang Xiaoyuan was uncertain whether she should call her mother. Gan Tian's bold conjecture was too bizarre. If true, then Zhang Xiaoyuan, who was fundamentally innocent, could not bear to imagine the depths of such a despicable betrayal. Was her MOT Chapter 22. Gao Shen, we meet again in Gan Tian's view. This matter had reached a conclusion. The subsequent events required the police to conduct further investigations to validate her suspicions, and they also awaited the results of the paternity test between Jiang Mama and Yi Yutong. However, these were matters beyond her assistance. Gan Tian discreetly withdrew, wishing to evade the photographer's attention. Once she left, the program's staff erupted in excitement. Director Jiang, over 10 topics related to our show are trending in the top 50 on Weibo. We're on the verge of being inundated with coverage. This is a huge win for us. The online discussions were fervent, with hashtags like supporting the mistress in raising her son, Jiang Xiaoyuan's sister in critical condition, chasing strangers on variety shows, Don T pick wild vegetables on the road, this green book is toxic, Li Changkong poisoned, Ji Zhuifeng poisoned, Shun Huawei poisoned, the truth about the black and silver bracelet, and shrimp should not be eaten with vitamin C. Even enoki mushrooms made a rare appearance. Have you tried authentic enoki mushrooms? Director Jiang stroked his chin, his face alight with joy. This Gan Tian is quite remarkable. She is truly a treasure. In just 3 hours, she unraveled a food poisoning incident involving 4 stars and linked it to a murder case, generating so many topics. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a melodramatic storyline? Even I want to see what happens next. Indeed, the entire internet was eagerly awaiting the follow-up on the paternity test results between Jiang Mama and Yi Yutong. If they were indeed mother and daughter, the implications would be explosive. At that moment, a staff member reported, Director Jiang, our live stream audience peaked at 35 million, but now that Gan Tian has left, the numbers are plummeting, currently down to just a few million. Director Jiang was incredulous. I have 5 stars. Yet their heat can't compare to the buzz created by a mere bystander. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoyuan had already taken leave to return to the city, and due to their appearances, Shun Huihui, Ji Zhuifeng, and Li Changkong were reluctant to continue on screen. Only Qing Wu remained to hold the fort. Director Jiang surveyed the scene in confusion. My million-dollar treasure girl, where have you gone? Gan Tian had retreated to the back mountain, where she placed a small sign beside a lacquer tree to warn others to avoid potential allergic reactions. She then climbed to the summit of Lianhua Mountain before sunset, sitting on a cliff and leisurely awaiting the descent of the sun. The accompanying cameraman, Zhou Ran, struggled up the incline with his camera, panting heavily. Upon spotting a meticulously designed villa perched atop the mountain, he noticed 5 luxurious black cars parked at the entrance, grumbling, "If I had known. We should have driven up here instead of exhausting ourselves climbing." With a laugh, Gan Tian replied, "Sorry, I don't have a car." She offered Zhou Ran a bottle of mineral water, saying, "The sun is about to set. With your camera, you can capture the sunset. I assure you, it will be worth the effort. The sunset here is particularly beautiful. Even if you don't capture the sunset, the scenery is breathtaking." After quenching his thirst, Zhou Ran took a moment to rest before setting off to film the beautiful landscape. When he encountered picturesque views, he couldn't resist snapping away with his camera. Suddenly, the lens caught sight of a tall, striking man. Dressed in casual attire, the man emerged from the villa, stepping into the dusky twilight with a profound and captivating presence. Zhou Ran zoomed in, recognizing the man's face, and exclaimed, "Isn't that the retired film emperor, Gao Shen?" Upon hearing this, Gan Tian turned her gaze toward the villa and was immediately struck by the extraordinary handsomeness of the man. Clad in black, Gao Shen gazed at the sunset with a dignified demeanor, infused with an indescribable air of solitude and melancholy that was truly mesmerizing. But what was he doing here? Unaware of Gan Tian's presence near the cliff, Gao Shen had come out simply to admire the beautiful sunset. He knew that Lulu cherished watching sunrises and sunsets in this location, yet despite establishing the villa, he could no longer share this moment with the woman who once brightened his days. Gao Shen was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of loss. At that moment, his assistant, Yifeng, approached. "Brother Shen, take a look at this trending topic." Yifeng handed Gao Shen the gossip surrounding Jiang Xiaoyuan. Gao Shen's dark eyes flickered with a hint of anger. Has my aunt undergone a paternity test? As Jiang Xiaoyuan's mother was his aunt, such distressing matters demanded clarity. Yifeng continued, "At the hospital, Yi Yutong's mother was in a fit, refusing the paternity test, but thankfully, the police intervened. They have now collected the necessary samples for testing, and results are expected by tomorrow morning." Gao Shen responded coldly, Brother Shen, here's the information you requested about Gan Tian, concerning her connection with Qi Lu." Just as Yifeng uttered Qi Lu's name, he felt an icy gaze bore down on him, sending chills down his spine. Yifeng quickly corrected himself, "Regarding Gan Tian's interactions with your wife, we found no significant connections aside from the fact that one is the granddaughter of Gan Leoi and the other is his disciple, nothing more." Gao Shen narrowed his eyes as he examined the documents. Indeed, that woman was full of deceit. However, this Gan Tian seemed peculiar. Our investigations revealed that she had been a poor student throughout her life. Her logical reasoning and knowledge base left much to be desired. Otherwise, she wouldn't be struggling as a streamer. Yet today, she had assisted Miss Qi in uncovering the cause of her allergies and identified the poisoning incident involving Yi Yutong, each feat indicative of a vast reservoir of knowledge. As if she were 2 entirely different individuals. Thus, our findings might be erroneous. Moreover, Brother Shen, I just received insider information that the pattern appeared at the scene when your wife passed. The people from the Institute of Abnormal Events seem to attach significant importance to this pattern. Yifeng handed Gao Shen a photograph. Just as Gao Shen took the photo, he was interrupted by a playful voice behind him. "Oh, are we investigating me?" The abrupt, cheeky voice prompted both Gao Shen and Yifeng to turn around, revealing a girl approaching with graceful strides, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass. Yifeng was left speechless, caught in the awkwardness of being discovered while investigating. Gao Shen maintained a stoic expression, as if to say that the embarrassment belonged to others, not him. Not only was Gao Shen unperturbed, but as Gan Tian drew nearer, he handed her the documents, demanding, "You had better explain this to me." Gan Tian, however, audaciously snatched the photograph from his hands, curious as to what it contained. Upon glancing down, her playful eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 23 Gao Shen, we meet again. This pattern appears after a clockwise 90-degree rotation. Gao Shen noticed a change in her gaze. "Do you recognize this pattern?" Gan Tian did not respond, but countered with a question. "At the scene of Lulu's passing, this pattern truly appeared, are you certain?" Gao Shen cast a sidelong glance at his assistant Yifeng. Yifeng, with an air of mystery, remarked, "This is internal information." Gan Tian raised an eyebrow. Gao Shen, merely a retired star, surprisingly possessed the ability to infiltrate confidential units. Who could be the traitor? Gan Tian clenched her small fist, hoping she wouldn't be discovered. Naturally, Yifeng wouldn't divulge anything, merely stating, "Brother Shen, the Institute for the Study of Unusual Events is investigating this pattern," suggesting that. "No, I mean, your wife's sudden demise may not have been an accident." Gao Shen snatched back the photo from Gan Tian, fixating on the pattern with a furrowed brow. "Find out exactly what this pattern is." Gan Tian addressed her faux husband. "No need to investigate, just ask me." The man's imposing presence surged forth, enveloping her with an aura of impatience that warned, "Do not test my patience." Gan Tian remained unperturbed, viewing the chilling air as a complimentary breeze. Suddenly, she tiptoed and unexpectedly grasped Gao Shen's chin, compelling him to lower his head. "How about this? Let us engage in an exchange of information. I will provide you with details regarding this pattern, and you will disclose whether this villa belongs to you." Nearby, Assistant Yifeng and cameraman Zhou Ran were left astounded. Miss Gan was truly audacious. This marked the second time today she had seized Gao Shen's chin. Zhou Ran, of course, did not forget to capture this moment, the backdrop of the setting sun enhancing the scene's allure. Gao Shen narrowed his eyes, a tempest brewing around him. Yet, he had encountered someone unafraid of danger. Gan Tian, acting playfully defiant, said, "If you do not speak, then do not expect to elicit a word from me. I do not engage in unprofitable transactions." "So what?" Gan Tian toyed with the sensuous curve of her faux husband's chin, relishing the sensation. Daringly squeezing it twice before retracting her hand just in time to avoid his wrath, her fingertips lingering momentarily in a playful manner as she grinned mischievously. "Not much. Just curiosity. I heard that 3 years ago, a wealthy individual purchased the entire Lotus Mountain, constructing resorts at both the mid-level and summit. I never anticipated that this wealthy individual would be you." The online critiques of Gao Shen's persona crumbling were, in fact, from rural detractors. If they were to discover this, how many slaps to the face would they receive? Gao Shen gazed at the sunset, a solitary tone escaping his lips. "My wife cherished watching the sunset from this mountaintop." Gasp, cough, cough. Gan Tian, in disbelief, widened her eyes. He knew again? Was this man a mind reader? She indeed adored coming here to watch the sunset. Having to climb to the summit each time she visited Master Gan to admire the breathtaking clouds reflecting upon the earth. Alas, she would never stand beside me here to relish this beauty again. What is visible is, at this moment, enjoying this view alongside you. Gan Tian idly teased within her mind. Observing Gao Shen's expression as he gazed towards the horizon, she detected a flicker of sadness in his profile, prompting her to speak. "Do not be sorrowful, at least in this moment. You are not alone in admiring the sunset, are you?" Unexpectedly, the man coldly retorted, "Do not flatter yourself. You are not her, and I have no interest in you." Gan Tian, now it is your turn to discuss the pattern. Gan Tian deliberately withheld information. "I will speak after I finish watching the sunset. I often climbed from the foot of the mountain with Sister Lulu to watch the sunset together, sharing secrets of girlhood." Gan Tian's beautiful brows arched as she returned to the cliff's edge, seated there to appreciate the sunset. She turned to Gao Shen, saying, "Right here." Gao Shen unconsciously stepped closer to her side. Gan Tian patted the stone beside her. "Sit here." Gao Shen did not sit but merely stood there. Gan Tian, unfazed, propped her chin on her hand, fixating on the round, red sun on the horizon. At that time, Sister Lulu said her life was like this sunset, poised to sink below the horizon at any moment. Yet she imagined herself like the vibrant clouds, determined to shine her full charm and give her all, leaving no regrets. Even if destined to descend. Gao Shen's gaze remained fixed on the crimson clouds. After a moment he replied, "That does sound like something she would say." "What else did she mention?" Gan Tian. "She also declared that she decided to remain unmarried, to avoid dating, and to not harm others. Thus she truly was your wife." Gao Shen feigned ignorance, disregarding her. Staring at the slowly descending sun, after a while he inquired, "What does it mean to not harm others?" Gan Tian, equally captivated by the sunset's molten beauty, hesitated before responding. "The literal interpretation, of course. Sister Lulu was someone who could pass away at any moment. Her illness dictated she would not live long. Why cause harm to others?" Gao Shen suddenly clenched his fist tightly. Was that the reason? Gan Tian was genuinely curious. "How did you and Sister Lulu meet?" "Childhood friends." "Nonsense." This man, even his hair strands were exquisitely crafted. Yet his words held not an ounce of truth. How could they have been childhood friends? The sun had fully set, and it was time for him to discuss the pattern. Gao Shen's patience had been utterly depleted. Gan Tian stood, brushing off the grass from her backside, gazing at the villa's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. "Will you not invite me in for a cup of tea? Speak quickly." The domineering refusal echoed. No invitation. Gan Tian clicked her tongue. Truly heartless. In truth, it is not significant. This pattern is merely the result of a divination. Someone must have conducted a reading regarding Sister Lulu's death, yielding this symbolic pattern. It is a divination symbol from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, equivalent to the modern number 6. This pattern denotes a divination outcome of 666. Gao Shen shot her a sharp look. Old Iron 666? The woman he cherished most had perished, and at her death scene appeared a divination symbol of 666, instantly reminding him of the online chatter, Old Iron 666. In an instant, Gao Shen's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. Who was reveling in this misfortune? Gan Tian's lips twitched, hastily shaking her head. No. This does not imply Old Iron 666. It represents a single divination symbol. Gao Shen's handsome face tightened. What does a single divination symbol mean? It consists of 3 divination symbols forming a hexagram. I could explain it to you, but you would not comprehend. Nevertheless, that is not crucial. At this point, Gan Tian suddenly furrowed her brow. Who would conduct a divination regarding Sister Lulu's sudden death? Reflecting on her colleagues at the Institute for the Study of Unusual Events, none appeared to have an inclination towards divination. Who could it be? Tell me, what does the 666 signify? Chapter 24, Gao Shen. We meet again. Gao Shen's words pulled Gan Tian back from her sweet reverie. She winked at him and said, curious to know? How about you treat me to dinner? We can chat while we eat. Honestly, I climbed up from the foot of the mountain, and I'm starving. Gao Shen stared at her bargaining face, wishing he could crush her with a single blow. This woman was insatiable. Gan Tian patted her belly, feigning innocence. I'm not lying. I'm really hungry. Aren't you secretly in love with me? I'm giving you the chance to invite me to dinner, so don't glare at me like that. With a smirk in her heart, Gan Tian strutted elegantly towards the mountain lodge, which was built against the mountain and offered a panoramic view of the surrounding peaks. The courtyard featured a viewing platform that overlooked the entire city, a sight to behold. In such splendid surroundings, listening to the evening breeze while enjoying a barbecue would surely be a blissful experience. After a few steps, Gan Tian suggested to Gao Shen, how about we have barbecue together tonight? Just set up a grill in the courtyard. Gao Shen wanted to refuse, but at that moment, his assistant Yifeng suddenly raised his hand, exclaiming, I agree, Brother Shen. I'll go prepare the barbecue grill right now. Since returning to the country yesterday, Brother Shen hadn't eaten a single meal, claiming he had no appetite. Perhaps this audacious and carefree Miss Gan could coax him into eating. With that, Yifeng dashed off. However, concerned that Brother Shen's stomach might not tolerate the grease after 2 days without food, he returned with a round iron grill and 2 chefs carrying an array of ingredients. Thickly sliced Wagyu beef, octopus tentacles, pork belly, large shrimp, lamb chops, and beef ribs. Yifeng leaned toward Gan Tian and whispered, Miss Gan, our Brother Shen has eaten in 2 days. Please find a way to fill his stomach tonight. And I will certainly remember your great kindness. Gan Tian was taken aback. Is he on a diet? She glanced at the man sitting in a rattan chair, absorbed in his phone, his broad shoulders and narrow waist indicating he was already quite slim. Yifeng sighed, his hair nearly turning white from worry. It's because our madam has passed away. Brother Shen has been too sorrowful to eat. For her sake? Well, that was unnecessary. Gan Tian gave Yifeng an okay gesture, assuring him, leave it to me, but since he hasn't eaten for 2 days, I should make a soup to warm his stomach. Yifeng replied, absolutely. Ellie slaughtered an old hen today that's been free-range for 3 years. The chicken soup is already simmering. I'll bring it over. An old hen that's been free-range for 3 years? That soup must be delicious. Gan Tian swallowed hard, feeling fortunate for the feast ahead. As Gan Tian settled down, she placed the Wagyu beef and large shrimp on the grill. When Yifeng returned with a pot of chicken soup, she filled 4 bowls, inviting photographer Zhou Ran and assistant Yifeng to join her, creating a lively atmosphere. Gan Tian placed a small bowl of soup in front of Gao Shen, snatched his phone away, and said, stop searching. What can you find? If you want to know something, I'll tell you, but you must first finish this bowl of soup, or we have nothing to discuss. Gao Shen had indeed found nothing. Are you addicted to bargaining with me now? Gan Tian propped her chin on her hands, gazing at him with fearless confidence. Of course, knowledge is power. If you wish to know, you must compromise with me. What other options do you have? Gao Shen was speechless. Gan Tian looked at the fragrant chicken soup, glistening with a light golden oil, and eagerly took a sip with a small spoon, savoring it. Delicious. Gao Shen's long, strong fingers tightened suddenly. The feeling of being at the mercy of a woman was unsettling. He furrowed his brow, suppressing his anger, and drank the soup in one go. Gan Tian thought, this soup is truly wasted on him. Now, what does the number 666 mean? Honestly, I don't know either. Gao Shen's deep gaze settled on her fair neck. Gan Tian quickly covered her neck with her hand, fearing he might reach out to grasp it. Really, I'm not lying. I only know it's a result of divination, a popular method during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, commonly referred to as numerical divination. Yi Feng was curious. Miss Gan, what is numerical divination? Gan Tian, sensing Gao Shen's stormy gaze, decided not to prolong the suspense. While peeling the grilled shrimp, she explained. It's a combination of numbers derived from divination, typically represented by 3 or 6 special symbols. This is commonly seen on artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. It remains uncertain which method was used to derive this divination, as the texts Gan and Shang were lost after the burning of books by Qin Shi Huang. I didn't expect that in the 21st century, there are still people practicing numerical divination and recording it. Yi Feng asked again, what does recording it mean? Gan Tian continued. During the Shang and Zhou periods, diviners would write the numerical divination results in the ground after calculations. Once interpreted, they wouldn't hold back. However, significant state matters or ancestral sacrifices often had their divination results inscribed on wooden tablets, pottery shards, bronze vessels, or oracle bones for future reference. Gan Tian placed the peeled shrimp on a white porcelain plate in front of Gao Shen, her beautiful eyes curving into a smile like a little fox. While I can't say with absolute certainty what the number 666 signifies, some artifacts in museums bear this inscription, and out of curiosity, I've conducted some research. I've perused numerous materials and can roughly guess what this divination might represent. Would you like to hear my insights? Gao Shen regarded her warily, his voice low. What must I agree to before you share your insights with me? Haha, look at you, becoming clever. Gan Tian laughed heartily, pointing at the peeled shrimp. She then took 2 slices of grilled Weijiu beef from the grill and placed them in front of him, saying, if you eat all of this, I'll tell you. Gao Shen averted his gaze from Gan Tian, piercing his assistant Yi Feng with a sharp look. If he still couldn't see through her clever machinations to entice him to eat, he would have lived in vain. Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Daring not to breathe, Gan Tian tapped the table twice with her finger. Stop glaring at him. He is only looking out for your health. Will you eat or not? No appetite. As soon as the words left his lips, Gan Tian stood up and waved her hand. Wait. Chapter 25, Gao Shen. We meet again. Gan Tian immediately leaned over towards Gao Shen, her body inclining across the table, her face drawing near to his, a triumphant smile illuminating her features. One hand supported herself on the table while the other held a fork, skewering a prawn she had personally peeled, bringing it to Gao Shen's lips, insisting. What are you waiting for? Open your mouth. Gao Shen's irritation was palpable, unable to be masked. This woman, treating him like a child of 3? Gan Tian seemed to possess a kind of mind-reading ability, tapping the prawn against Gao Shen's thin, cold lips, teasingly saying, are you suggesting that I'm feeding a child? Let me tell you, children are far easier to please than you. Didn't you claim to be Lulu's husband? Does she wish for you to languish in longing? I'll eat myself. Gao Shen snatched the fork back from Gan Tian's hand, disliking her brazen teasing. Such antics were reserved solely for Lulu, a wistful thought. Frowning, he added, don't get so close to me. Oh, Gan Tian returned to her seat, noting that Gao Shen finally began to eat. She indulged in the succulent, roasted pork belly, rolling it in the dry sauce before savoring it, exclaiming, delicious. She then reached for a lamb chop, her appetite unabated as she continued. Though I'm not certain how to interpret this 666, one thing I can assure you is that it signifies great fortune, an auspicious omen, a most favorable hexagram. Gao Shen retorted icily, you'd better provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, Gan Tian flashed an okay gesture. After relishing the lamb chop, she wiped her mouth and explained, it's quite simple. In the tradition of numerical hexagrams, odd numbers represent yang and even numbers represent yin. Following this tradition, we can convert the numbers in the hexagram into yin-yang symbols from the I Ching. 6 is an even number, indicating a yin line. 3 sixes mean 3 yin lines, resembling the Kuan hexagram. The Kuan hexagram is indeed auspicious, representing great fortune. If you doubt it, you can look up the Kuan hexagram in the I Ching to see if it's good or bad. Yi Feng promptly took out his phone to check the I Ching Kuan hexagram, then handed it to Gao Shen, saying, Shengu, it indeed states online that the Kuan hexagram is a favorable omen. If a woman divines the Kuan hexagram, it indicates her recent luck is splendid, and she will find success in all her endeavors, including career, wealth, and romance. Gao Shen scoffed, great fortune leading to sudden death? Yi Feng was taken aback. It does seem so. Miss Qi has passed away. What kind of auspicious omen is this? It's evident that one must not be superstitious. However, Yifeng continued, perhaps it signifies that Mrs. Chi may ascend to paradise after her death, rather than descending into hell? Isn't that also a form of great fortune? Gan Tian, engrossed in her meal of snowflake beef, remained silent. Yet, in truth, her luck post-mortem had been rather fortuitous. At that moment, Aunt Li, who managed the mountaintop estate, emerged from the house with several bowls of homemade wine, saying, "This is my own brew. To give it a try, young Master Shen." Gan Tian's eyes sparkled. "Homemade wine? I adore it. Thank you, Auntie. Your chicken soup is delightful as well. Just call me Aunt Li as they do," she replied. "Thank you, Aunt Li." Gan Tian took a sip, finding it sweet and soft. She relished it, greedily asking for more. "Aunt Li, do you have any left?" Aunt Li responded, "Yes, but this batch has a higher alcohol content, so young ladies should drink sparingly and eat more meat." Gan Tian beamed. "No worries, Aunt Li. I have a great tolerance for alcohol. I can drink 1,000 cups of liquor and remain sober." Aunt Li understood. "Then I shall fetch you another bowl." Just as she finished speaking, a thud echoed as Gan Tian's head suddenly dropped onto the wooden table, motionless. Aunt Li was stunned. Yifeng, standing nearby, was equally astonished and nudged Gan Tian. "Miss Gan? Miss Gan, what is wrong?" Gan Tian's head lay askew on the table, already intoxicated beyond consciousness. Her rosy cheeks adorably foolish. Yifeng was flabbergasted. Is she truly drunk? Didn't she claim to be immune to intoxication? This wine, though slightly stronger than before. Shouldn't he have this effect? Aunt Li could only laugh and sigh. The poor child likely can't handle any alcohol. She was merely boasting earlier. If Gan Tian were awake at this moment, she would certainly assert, "I truly cannot be intoxicated." Who knew the original owner of this body would be so susceptible to alcohol? Ah, what a blunder. Yifeng called out to Gan Tian, yet she remained unresponsive. He turned to Gao Shen. "Shengu, what should we do now?" Gao Shen had no desire to involve himself, coldly uttering, "Let her be." Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through, causing him to shiver. He frowned, then amended, "Find a room and toss her in." "Yes, yes." The first sentence was Yifeng's, while the latter was uttered by Gan Tian, who was seemingly comatose, yet suddenly sprang up. Raising her head with bleary eyes fixed on Gao Shen, staggering towards him, Gao Shen squinted at her. "Awake? You recovered quickly. Were you pretending?" Before he could ponder further, Gan Tian unexpectedly grasped his arm, pulling him up. Just as Gao Shen was about to inquire her intentions, she pressed one hand against his back and the other on his thigh, then, in a princess carry, lifted him effortlessly. The photographer, Zhou Ran, who still had a lamb chop in his mouth, dropped it in shock. Yifeng was already wide-eyed. In his life, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. His boss, Shengu, was being carried by a woman? If he thought the earlier chin-grabbing was shocking, this princess carry shattered his worldview entirely. What madness was this Gan Tian? She had quite a bit of strength. Gao Shen detested being in close proximity to women, let alone being paraded in public by a girl shorter than him. It was a tremendous affront. Where was a man's dignity? Gao Shen's face darkened completely. "Gan Tian, what on earth are you doing? Do you even realize you're a woman?" Gan Tian, in her drunken stupor, replied as if it were her duty, unabashedly stating, "I'm taking you to a room and tossing you in." She was indeed obedient. Completely oblivious to her surroundings, Gan Tian mustered her strength. Clutching the hefty man as she staggered forward, her steps unsteady, directly carrying Gao Shen into the house amidst the astonished onlookers. Should Gao Shen allow her to continue this princess carry, he would no longer be Gao Shen. With a single stride, he escaped Gan Tian's grasp, pressing his forehead in frustration, contemplating whether to strangle her or hurl her off the mountaintop. Seeing the man she held escape, Gan Tian pouted, her head tilting, her body slumping against Gao Shen. Realizing he wouldn't support her, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his, lifting her rosy face, curiously asking, "Are you secretly in love with me?" Chapter 26, Gao Shen. We meet again. Gao Shen wore a stern expression, warning Gan Tian, "You must be dreaming." He attempted to retract his hand, wanting to shake off the sticky toffee that clung to him. However, despite her inebriation, Gan Tian's grip on his arm was surprisingly strong. Pouting, she said, "Don't be sad. Even if you don't eat, I won't be heartbroken. Why must you torment your own body? Who needs your pity?" Gao Shen's scant patience was wearing thin. Vexed by this intoxicated woman who seemed to believe he harbored secret affections for her, he could barely contain his anger, pulling his arm sharply and gritting his teeth. "Let go." With a dissatisfied hum, Gan Tian released her grip. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled like dewy pools, capable of ensnaring one's soul with a mere glance. Yet, Gao Shen remained unmoved. Observing her swaying unsteadily, he had no intention of offering assistance. He turned to leave. unwilling to engage further with this drunken fool. However, Gan Tian followed closely behind him, trailing all the way to the bedroom door. As Gao Shen entered and attempted to shut the door, Gan Tian stubbornly wedged her foot in the doorway, resembling a brazen rogue. Gan Tian, do not presume that just because you're Lulu's friend, I will not deal with you. Step inside, and I shall flay you alive. Even if he could tolerate her drunken antics, he would never permit her intrusion into his private space. With a sudden kick, Gan Tian forcefully pushed the door open, staggering into his bedroom. She stood in the center of the room, tilting her head defiantly at Gao Shen. Though the alcohol had muddled her thoughts, her rebellious spirit remained intact. The more he discouraged her, the more she felt compelled to provoke him. Gao Shen felt a headache brewing, and in frustration, he strode out of the room. This place was sullied. He would rather leave it be. Just as he stepped out, a loud thud echoed behind him, as if something heavy had crashed to the ground. Turning around, he saw the drunken Gan Tian sprawled on the carpet in a most undignified manner. Gao Shen had no desire to tend to her, feeling utterly exasperated. Let her lie there on the carpet for the night as a lesson. At that moment, Gan Tian gazed vacantly at the ceiling, murmuring to herself, I can never be Qi Lu again. Gao Shen paused mid-step, turning back. What did you just say? He had not caught her earlier mumblings, but he faintly heard the name Qi Lu. Returning to the bedroom, he approached Gan Tian, towering over her and meeting her slightly sorrowful gaze, which inexplicably tugged at his heartstrings. He longed to soothe those troubled eyes but chastised himself for his sentimentality. He averted his gaze, steeling his resolve, and gently nudged her leg with his foot. Get up. Obediently, Gan Tian raised her hands. Gao Shen turned his head away. Don't dream. I want to pick you up. Get up yourself and sleep on the bed. Gan Tian withdrew her hands and turned her back to him. Using the carpet as her bed, folding her hands neatly under her face as a pillow, and closed her eyes in contentment, Gao Shen clenched his fists. Exasperated by this troublesome woman, with a swift motion, he lifted her from the carpet, his long arms disdainfully carrying her to the bed. He casually tossed the neatly folded blanket over her. Standing at the foot of the bed, hands on his hips, he sighed. For the sake of your assistance to Xiao Yuan today. At that moment, Aunt Li entered. Young Master Shen, may I take care of Miss Gan? I heard from Yifeng that she is the granddaughter of Elder Gan from down the mountain. He has helped me several times when I was unwell. Yes. Gao Shen was eager to relinquish this burden. Aunt Li continued, Young Master Shen, given Miss Gan's current state, she likely won't be able to descend the mountain tonight. Perhaps you should call Elder Gan to ease his worries about his granddaughter. Gao Shen nodded and retrieved Gan Tian's phone from beside her, aiming it at her face. He unlocked it with facial recognition. After searching through her contacts, he found one labeled, Master Gan. Gao Shen paused, surprised. Was this how Elder Gan was saved in her phone? Why not grandfather, but rather master? Uncertain, he dialed the contact. After a few rings, an elderly voice answered. Who is this? Hello, is this Elder Gan Yuan? Indeed, it is. Who might you be? Gao Shen frowned. Elder Gan did not have his own granddaughter's phone number. Moreover, the label was peculiar. Hello, Elder. Your granddaughter, Gan Tian, has gotten drunk and is staying overnight at the mountaintop villa. She likely won't return tonight. Elder Gan replied, Oh, who are you? I am the husband of your disciple. Your wife is? Qi Lu. A moment of silence followed. Gao Shen, not wishing to be interrogated, hung up the phone. He glanced at Gan Tian, confirming she was asleep, and then took her phone to the balcony, leaning against the railing. He opened the Weibo account for 10 miles of cotton candy. Scrolling through, he found nothing of interest. Thus, he used the account to search for Gao Shen, clicked on the profile, and followed it. For years, he had hoped that Lu would follow his Weibo account, a dream that was never realized. Until now, when he had fulfilled it himself. Gao Shen gazed at the starry night sky, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. It is said that when one dies, they become stars. Which one would Lu be? He wished for her not to become a distant star, unattainable and intangible. If only he had been stubborn enough to disregard her rejections and claimed her for himself, ensuring she ate well and rested properly. Would she still have succumbed to exhaustion and passed away? Gao Shen was filled with regret, wishing for a chance to care for, protect, and cherish her. Why would the heavens not grant him that opportunity? At that moment, his assistant Yifeng approached. Shingu. The Abnormal Events Research Institute has made new breakthroughs regarding the number 666 hexagram. Would you like to hear? Speak. Yifeng continued. The institute has discovered that at the moment your wife passed away, during the stillness of night, the Z-Way star descended. They now suspect that the 666 hexagram is related to the arrival of the Z-Way star. Gao Shen shot a deadpan look at Yifeng. Was the Abnormal Events Research Institute a group of charlatans? Yifeng scratched his head, trying to suppress a laugh. However, Shen good. The Ziwei star has historically been regarded as the emperor's star. It is said that it can turn misfortune into fortune and bring greater auspiciousness. The Institute now suspects that your wife, upon her sudden death, may reincarnate and become this year's breakout star. Gao Shen's lonely. Dark eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. Reincarnate? Chapter 27. Gao Shen. We meet again. Yifeng covered his face with his hand, expressing his disbelief. This is truly absurd. The Anomalous Events Research Institute, supposedly a classified unit in Country A, is filled with highly educated scholars, yet at times they seem more like charlatans than anything else. However, they do have the audacity. Years ago, they discovered a mermaid fossil deep in the ocean and whimsically proposed a mermaid transformation project, intending to extract mermaid genes from the fossil. Did they actually manage to create the world's first mermaid? Gao Shen unconsciously clenched his fists. Yifeng continued, after a meeting. The Anomalous Events Research Institute has begun closely monitoring major hospitals, focusing on those individuals who were recently declared dead by doctors, yet have experienced miraculous recoveries. They aim to identify potential subjects. Surely, they cannot genuinely believe in the existence of reincarnation? Yifeng wanted to express how ludicrous this was. But Gao Shen's voice trembled with barely contained emotion. The Anomalous Events Research Institute believes Lulu is still alive. She is alive? Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Shen, do you actually believe those charlatans' interpretations of numerology? I find it less credible than what Miss Gan has said. A flicker of unrestrained anxiety crossed Gao Shen's eyes. I want to believe. What? Yifeng inquired. Gao Shen's gaze was tumultuous, regardless of how ludicrous it seemed. He yearned to believe. He would gladly pray for 500 years before the Buddha, hoping the Institute's conjecture was indeed true. This was a divine blessing bestowed upon him. In this moment, a glimmer of sunlight pierced through Gao Shen's heart, which had been as cold as the Arctic glaciers. He clenched his fists. As long as she is alive, no matter who she has become, I will find her and never let her go. Yifeng suddenly asked, what if she becomes a man? A sharp glare from Gao Shen landed lightly on Yifeng's face. Yifeng quickly covered his mouth. I was joking. Just joking. Brother Shen, please don't take it seriously. Miss Gan will surely turn misfortune into blessing. Even if she does experience reincarnation, she will become a stunningly beautiful woman, just like Miss Gan, a captivating fairy. Is that little drunkard truly beautiful? Gao Shen scoffed. Not even a fraction of Lulu. Yifeng touched his conscience, hesitant to agree with Gao Shen. Although he had never seen Qi Lu in person, based on photographs, she appeared less attractive than Miss Gan. Yet, he only dared to voice this thought internally. It seemed that love truly renders one blind. Gao Shen's expression was inscrutable as he spoke again with a commanding tone. Keep a close watch on every move of the Anomalous Events Research Institute. Notify me at the first sign of any news. Yes. Gao Shen gazed into the deepening darkness of the night. His heart no longer felt hollow. His once deadened spirit began to awaken with the warmth of spring. It was as though he had been revitalized. He turned and entered the room, where the orange light cast a stunningly refined glow upon him. He casually placed Gan Tian's phone on the bedside table, then took out his own phone. As he walked out of the room, he dialed a number. A charming voice greeted him on the other end. I heard you won a prize smaller than your pocket money and have been ridiculed online for being utterly broke. Your reputation has crumbled. Do you need me to lend you some pocket money? Luli, I need a favor. The lazy voice on the other end hesitated. Wait. Are you really asking to borrow money? How much? 10 billion or 20 billion? Just give me a bank account, and I'll transfer it right away. Gao Shen's dark eyes held no trace of anger at the teasing, merely a hint of suppressed excitement. I don't need money. Rather, Luli, help me find a treasure. Luli's interest piqued. What kind of treasure? What does it look like? An invaluable treasure? Indeed, it is priceless, my wife. The pearl of the world. On the other end, something clattered. Moments later, a coughing voice emerged. Your wife? You left for 3 years and got married? How could you not invite me to your wedding? Not even as a groomsman? If you do this to me, we are no longer brothers. She has passed away. Luli was momentarily speechless, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He struggled to respond but eventually managed. What does this mean? Haishan did not conceal much from his close friend. I suspect that after her death, she has been reincarnated. Help me find her. Luli paused. Attempting to grasp the situation, you believe in reincarnation? Gao Shen replied, you are my best friend. There's no reason for me to joke about this. However, I have never encountered someone who believed in such phenomena as you do. Indeed, the limits of science often lead to the realm of mysticism. Gao Shen curled his ring finger, gently stroking his wedding ring with his thumb, his voice heavy. The essence of mysticism lies within the human heart. Luli pondered the implication behind those words. understanding yet curious, but I must know, which treasure has captured your heart? What could possibly make you? Who has been indifferent to women, so deeply devoted? Her name is Chi Lu, the Chi from a pool, and Lu as in treasure. The following morning, Gan Tian awoke to find herself in an unfamiliar bed. As she turned her head, warm sunlight streamed down from a glass skylight above. Intrigued, she surveyed the room. Oh, this is lovely. I can see the stars from here at night. Yet, she wondered whose room this was and why she was here. She remembered the sweet wine and wanting another glass before. What had happened next? For a moment, she could not recall. Lazily, she threw off the covers to check if she was dressed. To her mixed relief and disappointment, she found herself clad in an unfamiliar nightgown. Who changed me? She mused. Gan Tian swung her legs off the bed and stepped outside, stretching in the courtyard, her slender waist captivating. Aunt Li was washing clothes nearby and greeted her with a smile. Miss Gan, you're awake. Aunt Li, what happened last night? Aunt Li chuckled. You got drunk and gave young Master Shen a princess carry. It startled us all. Gan Tian stumbled in shock. What? A princess carry? Chapter 28. Borrowing a corpse to reincarnate. Was this scene not utterly exhilarating? The sweetness in Gan Tian's head buzzed, and she could scarcely fathom it. Aunt Li remarked. You still linger in his bedroom, insisting on his embrace. Gan Tian covered her face with her hand, fearing she had lost her mind. Aunt Li chuckled. It seems you cannot handle even a drop of alcohol. Young ladies should refrain from such experiments in the future. Thankfully, Master Shen is a gentleman. If you were to encounter someone ill-intentioned, a single drink could be perilous. I understand. Thank you, Aunt Li. Please convey my regards to Gao Shen. I shall take my leave now. I apologize for disturbing you last night. I will express my gratitude another day, Gan Tian hurriedly said as she dashed away. Anxious that Gao Shen would hold her accountable for waking up, she truly could not drink again, not even sweet wine. Photographer Zhou Ran had long awakened and captured the most splendid sunrise. Upon noticing Gan Tian about to depart, he shouldered his camera and accompanied her. The two returned to Sheyo village at the foot of the mountain, where Gan Tian, still clad in her pajamas, drew a frown from Grandpa Gan. What an improper appearance. Grandfather, please spare me the reprimands. I am famished and barely had time for breakfast. Is there anything to eat? Grandpa Gan pointed towards the kitchen. There is porridge left. Change your clothes first, then eat. Nodding, Gan Tian retreated to her room to change out of her pajamas. Just after serving herself a bowl of plain porridge in the yard, she basked in the sun while savoring her meal, complimented by her grandfather's homemade pickles. Delicious indeed. At that moment, Director Jiang of the Rural Experience Program arrived with a lively entourage, including Qing Wu, Ji Juefeng, Shun Huihui, and Li Changkong. Jiang Xiaoyuan was absent, having taken leave the previous day. Ji Juefeng, now free from the swollen visage of yesterday, approached to express his gratitude. Cotton candy sister, you are now my dear sister. Look at my face. It has truly regained its former glory. He was overwhelmed with gratitude upon awakening to find his pig-like face restored to its original state. He recalled the doctor advising that with antihistamines, the swelling would subside within 2 weeks. He had nearly suffered a heart attack at the thought. Moreover, Li Changkong's panda eyes had also improved. Shun Huihui still bore some hives, but significantly less than the day prior and no longer itchy. All expressing their heartfelt thanks to Gan Tian. Gan Tian leisurely sipped her porridge. No need for thanks. It was but a small favor. Just remember to transfer the payment later. Ji Juefeng replied. Rest assured, the payment will not be short. I would even consider doubling it. However, did you know? 10 minutes ago, Yi Yutong's grandfather was taken away by the police. While continuing to drink her porridge, Gan Tian inquired, Oh? The results of the paternity test have come in. Upon hearing this, both Gan Tian and everyone in the live stream perked up, eager for the continuation of yesterday's events. Gan Tian prompted, What do you mean? Ji Juefeng teased, Guess. Given that Yi Yutong's grandfather was taken away, the outcome must be exactly as I anticipated. Otherwise, why would the police arrest him? Ji Juefeng snapped his fingers. Clever. I just spoke with Jiang Xiaoyuan, who revealed that the paternity test confirmed Yi Yutong is indeed her biological sister. That girl was crying on the phone, likely driven to madness. Gan Tian mused. Who would not be driven mad by such revelations? Ji Juefeng continued. I heard from Jiang Xiaoyuan that her mother not only conducted a paternity test with Yi Yutong, but also with the son she has raised for 10 years. Fearing inaccuracies from a single testing center, she consulted several, and astonishingly, the results were consistent. This means Yi Yutong is biologically her daughter, while the son she nurtured for a decade is not biologically related to her. Upon seeing the results, her mother nearly lost her mind. If it weren't for your keen insight, Zhang's mother might have remained oblivious forever, mistaking another's son for her own treasure. With that statement, the entire live stream erupted. Is it truly this dramatic? Is reality so thrilling? She raised another's child for 10 years while her own daughter was left as a left-behind child in the countryside. How tragic for Jiang's mother. If it were me, I would certainly eliminate the mistress. Jiang Xiaoyuan's father is no saint either. He likely desired a son but was too cowardly to bring one home openly, and upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyuan's mother give birth to 2 daughters, he entertained wicked thoughts. I heard that when Jiang Xiaoyuan's father married her mother, his family was on the brink of bankruptcy. It was Jiang Xiaoyuan's mother who married him. Relying on family support to overcome financial difficulties. What an ungrateful wretch. How infuriating. I wonder if Jiang's mother will divorce? If it were me, I would divorce immediately and send that scoundrel and that shameless woman to prison, allowing them to rot there. It seems Jiang's mother dotes on her youngest son, cherishing him as if he were made of glass. What if she grows attached and cannot bear to let him go? Surely, Jiang's mother cannot be that foolish. Have you not read enough novels about swap children? Many have raised a false daughter only to disdain their true daughter. And now she has grown fond of a son. How complicated. I scoff. If it were me, I would not continue raising the mistress's son, even after 10 years. Let alone 20. Director Jiang observed the increasing number of viewers in the live stream, and his heart swelled with joy. He approached Gan Tian with an invitation. Gan Tian, our program would like to invite you as a special guest to enlighten everyone about rural living practices. Before he could finish, Gan Tian interjected. I am not interested. Director Jiang responded. I knew you would decline. But do you think I would give up so easily? You are mistaken. I devised numerous plans last night to ensure this gem of a girl remains in the live stream, attracting traffic. He turned to the 4 celebrities, just now. I received a call from Jiang Xiaoyuan, requesting my assistance in persuading Grandpa Gan to prepare a medicinal hot pot for her mother. This potion would allow her mother to forget all her woes and start anew. Grandpa Gan retorted, there is no such thing as a free lunch. To obtain this medicinal hot pot, you must first assist me in tidying and transforming an empty storeroom, turning it from dilapidation into a poetic study and leisure room for my granddaughter, who has returned to rural life. Thus, today's task on rural experience is to assist Grandpa Gan in organizing and transforming a vacant room. If we can satisfy his granddaughter, we may help Jiang's mother obtain that medicinal hot pot. Are you willing to save Jiang's mother? Chapter 29. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. Gan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Director Jiang, not glancing at Gan Tian, chuckled to himself. Are you stunned? After the surge in viewership yesterday, numerous sponsors called, expressing their willingness to support the program as long as we engage in the trending topic of leaving the city for a rural retirement after winning the 10-mile cotton candy. Director Jiang pondered. Isn't that manageable? With a snap of his fingers, several staff members arrived, bringing an array of furniture and decorative items from renovation sponsors who had driven through the night to deliver them. Haha, even from behind the screen, I can sense the delight radiating from Director Jiang. Is it true that there exists a medicinal hot pot that can make one forget all worries? Like Mengpo's soup? Yesterday, some doubted that the restoration of your former beauty medicinal dish prepared by 10-mile cotton candy could rejuvenate Ji Zhuifeng and the others overnight. Yet, isn't Ji Zhuifeng's appearance splendid now? Let's wait and see. I wish for a bowl of Mengpo's soup to bury all my memories, especially everything related to her, to forget it all. Me too. The chasm in my heart is unbearable, yet I cannot return. I long for a bowl of Mengpo's soup to cleanse my mind of everything. I wish to forget everything and start anew. I do not desire my current self or my present life. If Mengpo's soup truly exists, I implore you to grant me a bowl to erase all that I am now. I feel so exhausted and helpless, devoid of hope. I yearn to cast aside all troubles. How I wish to savor a bowl of Mengpo's soup, rendering my past irrelevant. A bit of anticipation. Director Jiang has finally taken charge. Today's task assigned by the production team is commendable. If it truly assists Ji Mama, it would be immensely meaningful. Ji Zhuifeng, Shun Huihui, Qing Wu, and Li Changkong all agreed that today's task was splendid. They wouldn't have to toil in the fields, endure the scorching sun, or suffer insect bites on the mountain. Instead, they would design a room, aiding Ji Mama, which felt profoundly significant and effortlessly enjoyable for these 4 discerning celebrities. Ji Zhuifeng gave Director Jiang a thumbs up. Director Jiang, what are the rules for today's task? Rules? Director Jiang pointed to a single-story house connected to the bamboo grove, approximately 60 square meters, currently cluttered with junk that had long been neglected by Old Master Gan. In accordance with Old Master Gan's wishes, our team is to transform this cluttered space into a study and a leisure room, giving the old house a makeover. We will be divided into 2 groups. One will renovate the study, and the other the leisure room. After the renovations, online voting will determine which group receives the most votes within 24 hours. The winning group will earn 100 work points, while the other will get 50 work points. The work points can be exchanged for dormitory accommodations and 3 meals a day. However, if you wish to trade with Old Master Gan for a pot of medicinal hot pot mangoes soup, it will require 150 work points. Ultimately, the choice is yours. Use the earned points for meals or accommodations, or help G Mama exchange for a pot of medicinal hot pot. After comprehending the instructions, the 4-star guests quickly deliberated their groupings. They decided that Ji Zhuifeng and Shen Huiyi would work together on the leisure room, while Li Changkong and Qing Wu would tackle the study. As for the points earned, whether to pool them for mangoes soup or use them for other purposes remained to be seen. Is there any doubt? Who doesn't have a spark of passion? It must be used for the medicinal hot pot mangoes soup. Director Jiang clapped his hands. Now, let us dive into this with fervor. Starting with clearing out the clutter, Gan Tian stood aside, seemingly an outsider. She pressed her fingers to her forehead, seeking out Old Master Gan. Grandpa, what are you doing? Old Master Gan stroked his grizzled beard. Child, can't you see? Director Jiang aims to get something for nothing, and so do I. Thus, we have agreed to create a study and leisure room for you. His gaze clearly conveyed. With just one pot of hot pot, he could secure free labor, a designer, and promote my medicinal hot pot further. Isn't it true that experience brings wisdom? Praise me. Gan Tian chuckled helplessly. It seems that indeed is the case. Moreover, it would assist G Mama. All right, I have no objections. Since the cluttered space was to be transformed into her study and leisure room, Gan Tian also joined in. When Ji Zhuifeng inquired about her preferences for the leisure room, she candidly expressed her tastes. With the study soon to be ready, after breakfast, Gan Tian eagerly opened the app, adding her favorite books to the shopping cart. By the time she checked out, she realized she had unwittingly selected over 100 titles. All clicked and paid for. Li Changkong, typically laid back during tasks, was particularly invested in the study transformation today. Gan Tian from yesterday had left a strong impression on him. Rarely did a young woman capture his attention, but she had done so. Thus, he approached her to discuss ideas for the study and unexpectedly discovered her placing orders on a book website. Li Changkong, who also enjoyed reading, felt they shared a common interest. What books have you purchased? Gan Tian showed him her order screen, displaying titles like A Brief History of Everything, The Surgeon's Knife of God, Mind Exploration, The Gene, The Source of All Beings, The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, Quantum Physics by Letterman, Illustrated Guide to the Operations of Everything, Mineral and Gem Encyclopedia, The God Particle, and more. Li Changkong stood in stunned silence. Viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. Haha, I can almost feel Li Changkong gasping for breath behind the screen. What can we even discuss now? With a heavy heart, Li Changkong silently returned the phone to Gan Tian, feeling overwhelmed. You usually read these kinds of books? Gan Tian replied honestly. I read all types of books, astronomy, geography, history, science, and even delve into the I Ching, astrology, and metaphysics. No wonder 10 Mile Cotton Candy is so knowledgeable. Has Gan Tian become pretentious after winning? I was her high school classmate. She struggled academically back then, barely making it to a third-tier university. Can she truly comprehend these books? The individual claiming to be a high school classmate, known as Fire Idyllic, had just received a task from superiors instructing him to investigate recent miraculous recoveries or sudden personality shifts in seriously ill individuals. Every case must be accounted for. Not a single one should be overlooked. Chapter 30, The Resurrection of the Dead. Li Huiyan, not only a high school classmate of Gan Tian but also her neighbor, had known her since childhood. Their relationship was rather strained. He disdained her choice to pursue a vulgar path as a blogger and had mocked her on several occasions. Despite his criticisms, Gan Tian remained undeterred, leading to a complete fallout between them. While aimlessly browsing the internet, he stumbled upon a live stream featuring Gan Tian, who, despite being academically challenged, had fabricated an image of herself as an intellectual. In disbelief, he ordered books that she clearly could not comprehend and felt compelled to voice his disdain in the comments section. However, despite his honest observations, he was branded as a hater. Isn't the commenter just a hater? If Shirley Cotton Candy has the ability, it's evident from her actions. We are not blind. Go away, haters. To be fair, Shirley Cotton Candy does seem knowledgeable. From her performance yesterday, it's clear she is not an academic failure. Jealousy of others' excellence is a disease that needs curing. Li Huiyan was incensed. Was he expected to blindly praise her? He opened WeChat and criticized Gan Tian in their high school alumni group. pointing out her false persona as an academic. His former classmates, upon hearing him, tagged Gan Tian in the group chat, posing increasingly difficult questions to challenge her. Gan Tian, when did you transform into a well-read academic? I'm currently teaching senior physics, and a student has a physics problem that needs solving. Could you please assist us online? Gan Tian, I have a senior biology question that stumped all the teachers in the department. Could you help us out? We're waiting eagerly. Gan Tian, I have a question about astronomical knowledge. Could you please enlighten us? Regrettably, Gan Tian did not respond to any of her classmates' taunts, remaining entirely absent from the group chat. Frustrated, Li Huiyin took screenshots of the conversation and posted them on Weibo, tagging Shirley Cotton Candy. Winning is merely luck, and we admire but do not envy you. But to craft an academic persona while disregarding us, your former classmates, is quite something. Why don't you dare to answer in the group? If you cannot respond, then cease selling the image of a scholar. Gan Tian was not the original owner of this identity. Upon awakening, she found only her own phone, devoid of the original owner's device or WeChat account. Consequently, she was unaware that her former classmates were tagging her in the group chat. However, while leisurely sunbathing in the yard and scrolling through Weibo, she stumbled upon the message from her high school classmate. Testing me? Gan Tian replied in the comments, apologies. I lost my previous phone number and WeChat ID, so I was unaware that you were calling me in the group. I will now address these questions. The first question was straightforward, merely a high school mathematics problem. She fetched paper and a pen from inside, documented her solution, took a photo, and posted it in the comments. The second question, a geography query, was similarly uncomplicated. She wrote down her answer, photographed it, and shared it. The third question was about physics, which posed no challenge for her either, and she proceeded to solve it in the same manner. The fourth question pertained to high school biology. The fifth question involved astronomical knowledge. The sixth asked for the translation of an English passage. The viewers in the live stream were initially confused by her actions until Ji Xuefeng, driven by curiosity, leaned in to ask, Cotton Candy sister, what are you doing? Gan Tian explained, some classmates from high school are facing challenging problems, and they hope I can assist them online. I'm writing out the solutions in hopes of being helpful. Ji Xuefeng peered at her phone screen and burst out laughing. This isn't a request for help. It's an attempt to embarrass you. Cotton Candy sister, you've healed my face, and I won't let anyone bully you. Exaggerating, he declared. Wow. Your high school group has a rich academic atmosphere. Unlike mine, which is either a zombie group or only gathers for New Year's dinners. I must share this on my Weibo, so my high school friends can learn a thing or two from yours. Saying this, Ji Xuefeng found the Weibo post and shared it. At this moment, the audience in the live stream finally noticed the post, which naturally led them to Gan Tian's solutions in the comments. This is the senior physics problem I'm currently teaching. As a senior physics teacher, I can assure you this question is worth full marks. My sister is a biology teacher. I showed her the biology question, and she confirmed it's also full marks. I'm an astronomy enthusiast, and that astronomy question? Full marks. I have an English proficiency of level 8, and that translation? Full marks. That geography question? Full marks. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. How can that self-proclaimed high school classmate still claim Shirley Cotton Candy is creating a false persona? To be honest, I graduated from a 211 university, and even I might struggle with high school physics questions. If Shirley Cotton Candy is a failure, then what does that make me? In high school, I was exceptionally knowledgeable, but my understanding has plummeted since. I can't answer these questions today. Please accept my bow of respect. The brilliance of a scholar is undeniable. If you dare challenge her, come at me. Truly, knowledge is power. Watching this live stream makes me want to study hard and become an intellectual at Gan Tian. Her aura is incredibly inspiring. Haha. One person can dominate an entire class group. Isn't it hard to admit that you're envious of others' excellence? Shirley Cotton Candy is amazing. I've never seen her get embarrassed. I'm now a fan of this girl. Li Huiyin, witnessing Gan Tian's meticulous answers and the comments praising her perfect scores, was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? The Gan Tian in his mind was merely a shallow individual. Was someone coaching her from behind the scenes? Yet, he was present in the live stream, observing her as she sat in the yard, pen in hand, answering questions without consulting anyone or referencing materials. This was utterly surreal. Had Gan Tian suddenly unlocked some hidden potential? Coincidentally, he remembered the task assigned to his group, to investigate any recent cases of individuals on the brink of death who had miraculously revived or experienced sudden changes in personality or intelligence. No detail could be overlooked. Li Huiyin thought to himself, the person with a sudden spike in intelligence, wasn't he that his high school classmate? He promptly reported Gan Tian's name. Reason, a sudden change in intellect, as if she were an entirely different person, definitely suspicious. Chapter 31. Resurrection. Meanwhile, a colleague of Fire-Eyedly, known as Dog-Nosed Chin, submitted the name Yi Yutong. Fire-Eyedly glanced at the name provided by Dog-Nosed Chun and inquired, "What is so special about this Yi Yutong?" Dog-Nosed Chin replied, "I have a friend who is a doctor at the 3rd hospital, and she mentioned that Yi Yutong's condition suddenly worsened last night, leading to cardiac arrest. Several doctors performed CPR for 40 minutes without success. Just as everyone was about to give up, Yi Yutong's heartbeat unexpectedly returned. Isn't that a miraculous resurrection?" Fire-Eyedly remarked. "My classmate is even more suspicious." Dog-Nosed Chin, munching on a bag of chips, suggested, "How about a wager? If I win, you will cover all the office snacks next month." Fire-Eyedly accepted the challenge, asserting, "Then if I win, you will pay for all the takeout next month." With that, he focused intently on the live stream on his phone, eager to uncover more changes regarding this academically challenged classmate. At that moment, Ji Xuefeng received a video call on WeChat from Jiang Xiaoyuan. In the video call, Jiang Xiaoyuan stated, "I am looking for Gan Tian." Ji Xuefeng was taken aback. "Why are you calling me for cotton candy, sister?" Jiang Xiaoyuan retorted, "I don't have her phone number. Hurry, I have something important to discuss with her. She's quick-witted." Hearing this, Ji Xuefeng sensed new troubles arising and asked, "Did you encounter issues during your audition?" Jiang Xiaoyuan refuted, "Not at all. My audition went well. The trouble lies with my sister, Yi Yutong." Ji Xuefeng inquired, "What happened to Yi Yutong?" He gestured to Gan Tian, "Cotton candy sister, Jiang Xiaoyuan is looking for you. She claims to have something important to consult." Upon hearing this, Gan Tian approached Ji Xuefeng. The program's cameraman and Gan Tian's personal cameraman, Zhou Ran, rushed over like flies attracted to meet. Zhou Ran shot a glare at the program's cameraman. "Are you trying to steal my job?" The program's cameraman, unfazed, replied, "I am live streaming. Countless viewers are watching. Your work is merely for editing, so why are you tailing me so closely?" Zhou Ran was left speechless, harboring resentment that Gan Tian refused to open a live stream, thus allowing a variety show to capitalize on the publicity. Unbothered by the rivalry between the two cameramen, Gan Tian took the phone and asked Jiang Xiaoyuan, "What is the matter?" Jiang Xiaoyuan, flustered, said, "Gan Tian, that woman surnamed Yi claims she has been feeding Yi Yutong shrimp because she was diagnosed with severe anemia 2 years ago. She believed that shrimp, rich in high-quality protein, would nourish and improve her anemia. She had no idea that a long-term shrimp diet could lead to poisoning. She denies intentionally causing Yi Yutong's chronic arsenic poisoning." Gan Tian's expression turned cold. "Yi Yutong has anemia?" Jiang Xiaoyuan, frustrated, continued, "Yes. The woman surnamed Yi produced a diagnosis report from when Yi Yutong visited the village clinic 2 years ago, confirming her severe anemia. She insists that she fed Yi Yutong shrimp for 2 years out of concern for her health and never considered harming her. She claims it was an accident. Can she really evade justice for Yi Yutong's potential murder?" Gan Tian furrowed her brows. "Show me the report from 2 years ago." Jiang Xiaoyuan pointed her phone's camera at the health report. "Can you see it clearly?" "Yes, clearly." The report indicated that Yi Yutong suffered from severe anemia, reduced blood oxygen levels, and was unable to maintain normal organ function, even leading to organ dysfunction and anemia-related heart disease. This was peculiar. A child shouldn't be anemic to such an extent. Jiang Xiaoyuan continued. The woman surnamed Yi also claimed that after Yi Yutong consumed shrimp for 6 months, her anemia symptoms disappeared. She believed that shrimp were beneficial for the child, so she persisted. She never intended to commit murder. She was merely concerned about the child's health. How can she be condemned for that? Gan Tian resolved, "I will visit the village clinic to investigate the matter further." Jiang Xiaoyuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "I await your good news." After ending the call, Gan Tian headed to the clinic, confirming that Yi Yutong indeed had severe chronic anemia 2 years prior. Subsequently, she visited Yi Yutong's neighbors and the school, verifying that Yi Yutong's anemia had improved over the past 2 years. Everything seemed reasonable, lacking any suspicious elements. However, shrimp were not a cure for anemia. Consuming shrimp could not compare to eating liver or black fungus. An unrelated child, living in a rural area, could not possibly treat her anemia with shrimp alone. She refused to believe it. There must be some overlooked clue. At the village entrance, the elderly women were the most well-informed. Lacking any leads, Gan Tian decided to approach them. She bought a pound of sunflower seeds at the school gate to share with the elderly women while engaging them in conversation. Viewers in the live stream found it amusing. Haha, surely cotton candy understands rural life. They know who has joyous occasions, who is mourning, whose wife is straying, and whose husband is being abusive. They are the queens of gossip. Indeed, they may not use smartphones, nor 4G or 5G networks, but their information network is more efficient than 6G. The village elderly women were already aware that Yi Yutong was not the biological granddaughter of old Yi, as the police had taken old Yi away. They witnessed it firsthand. As they chatted, the conversation became lively. Anemia? Yes, that child was previously anemic and lethargic, while old Yi was energetic, as if he had taken a tonic. Gan Tian, munching on seeds, listened intently. What do you mean? Old Yi claimed his daughter was dutiful, providing him with numerous supplements, though he did not know what they were. His hair had darkened significantly, and he walked with vigor. Old Yi even boasted that these supplements would grant him eternal life. His skin had improved as well. He was unsure if it was due to his daughter's expensive skincare products. At his age, he should feel no shame. In contrast, little Yutong appeared increasingly emaciated. Eventually, old Yi began purchasing shrimp daily for Yutong, which gradually improved her anemia. However, old Yi occasionally complained, lamenting that he could no longer expect eternal life, likely because his daughter had spent all the money on the child as shrimp rather than on his supplements. Upon hearing this, Gan Tian's eyes grew cold. Suddenly, she recalled a peculiar incident during the Spring Festival 3 years ago when she visited Master Gan to pay her respects. While wandering in the village, she had observed a peculiar phenomenon. A young mouse was sluggish, while an elderly mouse was brimming with energy. At that time, it puzzled her. But now, Gan Tian stood up abruptly, enlightened. So that was it. Chapter 32. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. 5. The viewers in the live broadcast room observed the expression on Gan Tian's face, which suddenly turned furious, as if an unnamed fire had ignited within her heart. What did Shirley Cotton Candy discover? What valuable information did those old ladies convey? How come I can't find any clues? Wasn't it just lamenting the old man's death? I am so curious. My mind is in a whirl. Gan Tian had found her answer and promptly returned to Master Gan's Bamboo Grove residence to seek out Jizue Feng, requesting him to initiate a video call with Jiang Xiaoyuan. When Jiang Xiaoyuan answered the call, there was a cacophony of voices arguing in the background. She stepped away, standing by the window to take the call, and inquired of Gan Tian, "Have you discovered anything?" Gan Tian did not respond directly but posed a question in return. "Has Yi Yutong woken up?" Jiang Xiaoyuan, with reddened eyes, expressed her anger and grievance. "Yes, but she doesn't recognize my mother. She thinks my mother is a villain. Only acknowledging that woman with the surname Yi. My mother is heartbroken." Gan Tian reassured her, "It is quite normal for a child to struggle to accept such a reality. We cannot rush this matter. Is there a police presence at the hospital?" Jiang Xiaoyuan replied, "That officer from yesterday is here today as well." Gan Tian instructed, "Go find that police officer. I have a few words I wish to share with him." Jiang Xiaoyuan responded with an "oh," and promptly marched in her high heels to the handsome police officer, saying, "Gan Tian wishes to speak with you." The police officer glanced at the video interface on his phone and said, "Go ahead. I suspect that Yi Yutong's grandfather has been extracting her blood for an extended period and injecting it into himself with the aim of achieving immortality." Gan Tian's words were shocking and outrageous. The viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Every word she uttered was comprehensible, yet the meaning eludes me. Is Yi Yutong's blood akin to the flesh of the Tang monk? Jiang Xiaoyuan was astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. "Gan Tian, what are you saying? How could my sister's blood possibly grant him immortality? Has that old man gone mad?" The police officer frowned. "Do you have any evidence?" "None." Gan Tian answered boldly, without a hint of hesitation. The police officer. Chapter 33. Reincarnation 6. Jiang Xiaoyuan was beyond distraught, tears streaming uncontrollably. Despite her prior unfamiliarity with Yi Yutong, the realization that this was her own flesh and blood, swapped at birth, left to grow up as a neglected child in the countryside, and subjected to the regular bloodletting by a depraved old man seeking to reclaim his youth, filled her with an overwhelming urge to personally bring the villain to justice. Wiping away her tears with force, Jiang Xiaoyuan surged toward the arguing figures in the corridor, exclaiming, "I will put an end to them. No one shall stand in my way." Viewers in the live stream, particularly mothers, were moved to tears. The imagined plight of Yi Yutong struck a deep chord. The live stream's chat exploded with comments. "I won't stop you. I'll hand you the weapon. This is monstrous. As a mother, I can't bear to watch. If it were my child, I'd ensure their entire lineage was wiped out. If this were my daughter, I would obliterate their entire family. Are there any residents of Jeyo village who can provide more details? I'm seeking information to send that decrepit man to prison. I'm requesting more details. I'm willing to donate a phone. I'll contribute 50 yuan for information. 100, 200, Let's pool our resources and offer a reward for information. I refuse to believe we can't gather concrete evidence to assist the police in solving this case. The only person who seemed to maintain composure was the police officer. Holding his phone, the officer addressed Gan Tian. The police will investigate and interrogate based on your conjectures. He then addressed the live stream viewers before the matter is thoroughly investigated. I urge viewers not to spread rumors indiscriminately. Let's await the final investigation results from the police. However, the viewers were unable to contain their outrage. This was more than just a simple case of switching a phoenix for a lark. While the situation was sordid and repulsive, it wasn't enough to ignite the deepest anger in everyone's hearts. However, the act of an old man regularly drawing blood from a young girl to revitalize himself was a different matter entirely. This struck at the very core of human decency. The power of the masses is always formidable. The news spread like wildfire throughout Gao village. Young doctors at the village clinic, who were watching the live stream, began to recall old Ye's past visits to the clinic based on Gan Tian's conjectures. They indeed remembered fragments of evidence and clues. Within approximately half an hour to an hour, concerned villagers, school teachers, and clinic doctors arrived at Grandpa Gan's old bamboo house to provide information they possessed. Old Ye's neighbor said, "I'm not sure if this will be helpful, but 3 or 4 years ago, I often found dead rats in the vegetable garden behind Old Ye's house. They weren't poisoned by rat poison. I examined them, and they had needle marks on their bodies. Some of the dead rats had been drained of their blood. I didn't think much of it at the time. I even took some photos and posted them on social media. Let me find them for you." The neighbor located the photos and showed them to Gan Tian. Gan Tian collected the photographic evidence. "Auntie, please send me the photos. I will hand them over to the police." All right. Old Ye seemed like a decent person usually. I never expected him to do something like this. It's a sin. Little Yutong is so pitiful. I watched her grow up. A math teacher from the village elementary school also said, when Yi Yutong was in 1st grade, the school organized vaccinations. When the doctor vaccinated Yi Yutong, they noticed several needle mark scars on her arm. I asked Yi Yutong about it at the time, and she said she was helping her grandfather with his illness. She particularly enjoyed stories about cutting flesh to save one's mother. She was a very filial child. Later, I made a home visit and asked about the needle marks on Yi Yutong's body. Yi Yutong's grandfather said she was sick and had been given injections. I didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, it's terrifying. I don't know if it will help solve the case. Gan Tian also took notes. "Thank you for providing the information." The math teacher said, "If you need me to testify, I'm available at any time." Yi Yutong is a very sensible and filial child. A young doctor from the clinic also came to provide information, saying, "Old Yi once came to the clinic to inquire about how to give himself a blood transfusion. He also asked me about the precautions for blood transfusions. He asked in quite detail once, but that was 4 years ago." Gan Tian took notes one by one, collected evidence, compiled information, and sent it to the police officer, hoping it would help solve the case. In the evening, Jiang Xiaoyuan posted a message on social media saying that her own sister had been swapped, had her blood drawn, and had been poisoned. The police announcement was not released so quickly, but Jiang Xiaoyuan announced the details of the case as soon as possible, saying that her mother had become ill after learning the truth, and also posted a photo of Zhang's mother lying in a hospital bed. After this message was posted, the whole internet exploded. Old man injects young girl's blood to regain youth. This topic directly climbed to the top of the trending list. Later, Jiang Xiaoyuan made a video call to Ji Zhuifeng and directly revealed that the police had interrogated Old Yi. Old Yi initially denied it to the death, but later couldn't withstand it and finally confessed. Now, he has been criminally detained by the police. Old Yi's daughter was also arrested by the police. This news was truly gratifying. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but cheer. This is called retribution. The time has come. I want to give 10 Miles Cotton Candy 1,000 likes. How could she see through the truth at a glance from the slightest clues? 10 Miles Cotton Candy is a deity in my eyes. Her IQ is so high, I'm going to vote for her. Who can give me a voting link? I want to vote for her too. I love her speed in solving cases in minutes. Awesome. Jiang Xiaoyuan also loved Gan Tian to death. If her mother didn't need her here, she would have rushed back to Jiao village immediately and become sworn sisters with Gan Tian. From now on, Gan Tian would be the great benefactor of her family. At this moment, the door of the ward creaked open. A tall man wearing a pure black trench coat and exuding coldness walked into the ward. Jiang Xiaoyuan looked back at the person and immediately said, "Someone is here to support my mother. Talk to you later." Her camera shook, and the video call was cut off. The last scene Gan Tian saw was a man's long legs. Although the camera didn't capture the man's face, those legs were surprisingly eye-catching. Could it be Gao Shen? Was it an illusion? After Jiang Xiaoyuan hung up the phone, she rushed towards the person, Brother Shen. You're finally here. However, before she could jump into the man's arms with open arms, she saw Gao Shen disgustedly sidestep and walk straight towards the hospital bed, accompanying his decisive words. Aunt, Grandpa asked me to come and handle this matter. Let's get a divorce. This is the divorce agreement. Chapter 34. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. 7. His voice, laden with a somber tone, was cold and piercing, akin to the unyielding snow on a mountain peak, chilling and devoid of warmth. In matters concerning marriage, it is customary for outsiders to advocate reconciliation rather than separation. However, Gao Shen, upon speaking, offered counsel for divorce rather than harmony. He directly presented a drafted divorce agreement, his demeanor uncompromising and impervious to rejection. Lying in her hospital bed, with an 4 drip attached, Zhang's mother appeared haggard as she stared at the divorce papers handed to her by her nephew, remaining silent for an extended period. Gao Shen's gaze turned icy. Do you truly wish to cling to this marriage? Behind Gao Shen stood his assistant, Yifeng. Yifeng interjected, Miss Jiang. We have thoroughly investigated the matter regarding the swap child. Your husband, Jiang Wei, is undeniably implicated. He was deeply concerned about having a son. During your pregnancy, he likely manipulated you into determining the child's gender, which revealed a girl. Zhang's mother covered her face with her hands. Yes, the result indicated a girl. I asked him if he minded having another daughter, and he explicitly told me he did not. 2 daughters would be wonderful. Yifeng continued, however. You may not be aware that Yu Xuelan, whom you expelled from the company, was also pregnant at that time. Jiang Wei took her to ascertain the child's gender as well, and the result was a son. From that moment onward, he concealed Yu Xuelan until the child was born. Zhang's mother erupted in anger, tears streaming down her face. That scoundrel Jiang Wei. He clearly stated that he was indifferent to the gender of the child. Gao Shen scoffed. His words steeped in a harsh reality. A man's words are but a facade. Take heed, do not take them to heart. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyuan, wiping her tears, approached Gao Shen and asked, Brother Shen, as a man, do your words also constitute mere deception? Gao Shen cast an expressionless glance at Jiang Xiaoyuan. Though it was an unremarkable look, it sent a chill down her spine. His tone was heavy. Even now, do you still wish to defend your father? Jiang Xiaoyuan took a step back in fright, shaking her head. Her eyes reddened. No, I just want to know if all men's words are untrustworthy, including yours? I will eventually date and meet men. Should I disbelieve their sweet nothings and vows? Though still young and inexperienced in romance, Jiang Xiaoyuan was not devoid of suitors. She sought to discern how to perceive men's words in the future. Don't pay heed to what men say. Observe their actions. Gao Shen replied coldly. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a half-shadow over his handsome face, obscuring his expression yet enhancing his captivating allure. Yifeng promptly added, Indeed. A man's heart is revealed through his deeds. Miss Jiang, Jiang Wei is a hypocrite. He can profess eternal love to you while harboring deceit. He merely refrains from exposing his true nature due to your family's influence. When the Jiang family faced bankruptcy, had it not been for Jiang Wei's relentless pursuit of your heart, the Gao family would never have invested in the Jiang family, allowing them to weather the storm. For years, Jiang Wei feigned affection towards her while secretly neglecting her, leaving their daughter, Yutong, to endure the harsh realities of life as a rural left-behind child. At the tender age of 5, she learned to wash clothes, cook, and gather fodder for pigs. While her grandfather deceived her into believing he was ill and required her blood for treatment, a ruse the child naively accepted. Had it not been for Jiang Wei's preference for sons over daughters, your biological daughter, Yutong, would never have experienced such hellish tribulations. Miss Jiang, do you still dare allow such a man to share your bed? Can you sleep soundly beside him at night? Yifeng nearly wished to shake Zhang's mother awake with Gao Shen's words. What purpose would remain in staying married to such a man? Surely, you cannot be reluctant to part with a son who shares no blood ties with you. Do not be foolish. Yutong is your true daughter. I can no longer bear to see Xiaojian. Although the child was innocent, Xiaojian had been raised under her care for a decade, and the love she once felt had turned into profound guilt towards Yutong, who had been deprived of her rightful place. Gao Shen pulled a chair beside the bed and sat down, his expression softening. As long as your mind is clear. He produced a pen from his pocket and offered it to Zhang's mother, his demeanor brooking no argument. Zhang's mother accepted the pen, her fingers gripping it tightly in anger as she fixed her gaze upon the signature line of the divorce agreement. No, I cannot simply divorce. Zhang's mother suddenly exclaimed. I cannot allow Jiang Wei and Yi Xuelan to benefit from my concession. If I divorce, Jiang Wei will leave all family assets to Xiaojian, and Xiaoyuan and Yutong will receive nothing in the future. I refuse to let Yu Xuelan and her son reap the rewards. If I divorce, Jiang Wei must leave with nothing. Yet, whether due to infidelity or the matter of the swap child, marital law would not support the husband's complete forfeiture of assets. Therefore, Jiang's mother tightened her grip on the pen, refusing to sign. Your demands are quite modest, merely a clean break. Gao Shen's long fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest of the chair, his tone casual, yet laced with an almost imperceptible smirk. If I were you, I would not seek for Jiang Wei to leave with nothing. Jiang's mother was momentarily taken aback. Her nephew's tone suggested an ominous shift. The Jiang family was on the verge of collapse. Yet, how could that be? With her family's backing, Jiang Wei had seen tremendous success in business over the past decade, with boundless prospects ahead. She looked at Gao Shen, her eyes pleading. Ah Shen, please, give me the full picture. Otherwise, I cannot swallow this indignation. Gao Shen cast a glance at Yi Feng, who nodded in understanding. Miss Jiang, you may have forgotten, but when the old master agreed to support the Jiang family, he required you to sign a substantial loan agreement to aid your husband's family in overcoming bankruptcy after your marriage to Jiang Wei. Now, it is time for that substantial loan agreement to come into play. Indeed, Jiang's mother had forgotten this detail. After a prolonged moment of reflection, she recalled that upon marrying Jiang Wei, her family had helped the Jiang family business, and her father had insisted she sign a loan agreement. The amount was monumental. At the time, she had been furious and reluctant to sign. However, her father had assured her, if your marriage remains intact, this agreement will remain locked in my safe until my last breath, and it shall be reduced to ashes upon my demise. If, however, your marriage with Jiang Wei falters, this agreement will serve as your ultimate bargaining chip. Chapter 35. Borrowing a corpse to revive a soul. 8. At that moment, she perceived her father as nothing short of a despicable man. However, without her signature, he would cease to support the Jiang family. With no other recourse, she reluctantly affixed her signature to that loan agreement and dared not speak a word to Jiang Wei. Reflecting on this, Jiang's mother broke down in tears. It was only at this juncture that she truly comprehended the saying, a parent's love for their child is profound and far-reaching. Yi Feng continued, Miss Gu, after the divorce, Jiang Wei will not leave empty-handed. Instead, he will be burdened with an enormous debt, one so vast that it could lead to his financial ruin. That woman surnamed Yi is merely drawn to Jiang Wei's wealth, willingly becoming a mistress. When the time comes and he is encumbered with this colossal debt, we shall see whether she can still play the role of a devoted lover. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother finally exhaled a breath of relief. This was indeed more gratifying than a clean break. Very well, I will sign. At that moment, Jiang's mother exhibited no hesitation as she grasped the pen and inscribed her name on the divorce agreement. Gao Shen observed the weary visage of his aunt, and his previously stern tone softened considerably. Aunt, leave the remaining matters to me. You need not worry. Ah Shen, thank you. At that moment, Jiang's mother felt utterly drained and desperately required assistance. Gao Shen's words instilled a sense of reassurance within her. You should be grateful not to me, but to Mr. Gan Yuan's granddaughter, Gan Tian. Although that mad woman vexed him thoroughly last night, to the point of wishing to throttle her, the credit for this matter belongs solely to her. Gao Shen was never one to dismiss the capabilities of others. He intended to acknowledge her significant contribution. With a voice weakened by exhaustion, Jiang's mother nodded. You are absolutely right. I owe my deepest gratitude to that young lady named Gan Tian. Were it not for her discerning eye, I fear I would have remained oblivious, mistaking another's son for my own treasure, all the while being ignorant of my own daughter's fate. Jiang's mother felt a sharp pang in her heart and wept anew. Gao Shen was not adept at providing comfort. As he took his leave, he imparted a final word. The Gao family will always be your home. My grandfather instructed me to tell you that if you endure grievances outside, you may always return home. Marriage does not render you homeless. Jiang's mother gazed at her nephew's retreating figure, who, despite his cold demeanor and decisive nature regarding her affairs, stirred within her a wellspring of tears. Though he remained perpetually frosty, his words enveloped her heart like a warm current, deeply touching her. On the other side, the rural experience task for the day had been accomplished. After a full day of labor from Jizhui Feng, Shen Huihui, Qing Wu, and Li Changkong, the once ordinary storage room had been transformed into a space more charming than those trendy homestays. A study, secluded from the clamor, nestled among the village's lush woods. One entire wall was adorned with a rustic wooden bookshelf, complemented by a uniform wooden floor. Before the bookshelf stood a long wooden desk stretching approximately 5 meters, while the right window revealed a verdant bamboo forest that rustled gently in the breeze. The The left window offered a view of the meandering Nanchi River, with its picturesque bridges and flowing waters. It was tranquil, comfortable, and spacious, serving as both a study and a workspace. Whenever fatigue set in from reading, one could gaze at the swaying bamboo or admire the idyllic countryside outside, a true indulgence, offering unparalleled solace. It was akin to a book in the mountains, embracing the serenity and pleasure of the entire forest, instilling a sense of leisurely retreat and relaxation. Such a design could easily rival even the most popular libraries in metropolitan areas. Adjacent was a lounge that Ji Juifeng had transformed into a tea bar and reception area, adorned with various exquisite trinkets, a spacious tatami, and a set of sofas. After a long reading session, one could concoct herbal remedies or brew tea here, basking in the warm sunlight filtering through, creating an atmosphere of sheer bliss. Gan Tian, witnessing the transformed study and lounge, felt an indescribable satisfaction. This was pure enjoyment. No wonder it was crafted by a well-traveled celebrity designer, likely drawing inspiration from numerous homestays and libraries they had visited and distilling all the essence into this space. She was enamored, yearning to purchase hundreds of books to fill that entire wall of shelves. The viewers in the live stream were equally envious. I adore this book bar hidden within the bamboo forest. In the future, I want to buy various books to fill that entire floor-to-ceiling bookshelf. It would be even more charming. Will it be open to the public in the future? I want to check in on weekends. I'm in love. What should I do? My idol is too talented. Whoa, I want to check in too. Please open it. This is simply the most delightful refuge for urban workers. Wow. The renovation is so stylish, tranquil, and with stunning scenery. It's perfect for reading. My idol is so talented. How do we vote? I think both the study and lounge are fantastic. They embody my dream space. The libraries I've visited pale in comparison. I don't know whom to vote for. Director Jiang, ever the astute strategist, had already begun to rally viewers for votes, even leveraging the righteousness of helping Jiang's mother, capitalizing on the trending topic of the day. The participating viewers surged like a tidal wave, each more fervent than the last. Any woman in Jiang's mother's position would find it unbearable, rendering her the object of collective empathy. However, negative news began to surface on Weibo. There is no such thing as a truly forgetful soup in this world. Is the rural experience production team so shameless? Jiang's mother has already suffered enough. Must she be exploited for views? Can we refrain from capitalizing on her plight? I would rather believe in the impossibility of a pig climbing a tree than in the existence of such a forgetful soup. Rural experience, have some decency. Jiang's mother needs more than a forgetful soup. She needs to eliminate that mistress and that old scoundrel. I just want to hand her a knife. Director Jiang felt a jolt of alarm. He sensed impending danger. Even the production staff timidly suggested, Director, we cannot yet ascertain whether Mr. Gan's herbal hot pot truly possesses the power to erase all worries. If it turns out to be exaggerated, and we fail to provide Jiang's mother with genuine solace, the backlash could be catastrophic. Director Jiang stroked his chin, remaining silent. He indeed felt uncertain. However, he had a close friend who fervently recommended that he come to the worry-free village for a variety show, insisting that Mr. Gan was not simply a name without merit. He claimed that Mr. Gan's herbal hot pot truly allowed him to forget all his troubles, as if his life had been rebooted. He further asserted that Mr. Gan rarely prepared this herbal hot pot. Many affluent patrons sought his services, but it all depended on Mr. Gan's mood. A priceless treasure. Director Jiang, why don't we tone down the hype a bit? If things go awry, it wouldn't be so public, they suggested. Director Jiang gritted his teeth. Let's take the risk and gamble. Chapter 36, The Resurrection of the Dead on this particular night. Yifeng was also fixated on the voting for the great experience of farmhouse living. Like countless netizens, he was filled with anxiety, uncertain whether the medicinal hot pot, Meng Pa soup, truly lived up to its reputation. Shinge, what do you think? Surely it must be an exaggeration, right? Gao Shen had already returned to the resort atop Lianhua Peak. Having just bathed, he adorned himself in an elegant black satin nightgown, exuding an aura of noble darkness as he stood on the terrace, gazing at the resplendent Milky Way. The rural starry sky was the most exquisite, rivaling Van Gogh's Starry Night, with enchanting stars scattered like poetry, each concealing the endless mysteries of the night. He remarked, Lulu's medicinal hot pot Meng Pa soup can indeed help one forget all troubles. It's akin to a rebirth, without a doubt. Lulu is the direct disciple of old Master Gan, having learned from him. Thus, one can surmise that the Meng Pa soup prepared by old Master Gan would be exceptional. Listening to Gao Shen's tone, Yifeng felt both curious and astonished. Shingu, have you actually tasted the medicinal hot pot prepared by the lady? Do you have first-hand experience? Gao Shen stood with his hands clasped behind him, his fingers suddenly curling into a fist. After a long pause, he replied, I have tasted it. Yi Feng was incredulous. When? Is it true that one can forget all past grievances and gain a new life after consuming it? Unfortunately, Gao Shen did not indulge Yi Feng's curiosity, merely stating, tomorrow. You will see for yourself during the live broadcast. Time trickled by like sand in an hourglass, and before long. It was the afternoon of the following day when Jiang Xiaoyuan arrived with her mother, Jiang Mama. The exhaustion etched on Jiang Mama's face sent shivers through everyone, as if she had experienced a lifetime's worth of tribulations overnight, resembling a meticulously nurtured, beautiful peony visibly wilting. Jiang Mama had come specifically to express her gratitude to Gan Tian, who had prepared a comfortable lounge for her, aided by Ji Zhuifeng and others. Upon seeing Gan Tian, Jiang Mama grasped her hand, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at her, overwhelmed with emotion, with countless sentiments swirling in her heart. She finally managed to utter the simplest yet most heartfelt words. Child, I truly do not know how to thank you. This kindness I will remember for a lifetime. Aunt Gao, please have a seat. Jiang Mama, whose full name was Gao Linlang, had reportedly finalized her divorce from her husband, Jiang Wei, the day before. In the evening, Gao's group released a statement declaring that they had severed ties with the Jiang family, prompting Gan Tian to be particularly mindful of her address. Insiders revealed on Weibo that Jiang Wei had been unwilling to divorce and had initially opposed it vehemently, yet somehow ended up compromising and signing the divorce agreement. Allegedly due to the high-handed tactics of the Gao family, such matters remained unknown to outsiders. Jiang Xiaoyuan was particularly concerned about one thing, Gan Tian. Can the medicinal hot pot mangpa soup that your grandfather makes truly help my mother escape her suffering? I also want a bowl. My heart is so troubled. Gan Tian calmly brewed tea, taking her time as she poured a cup for Gao Linlang and another for Jiang Xiaoyuan. First, have some tea. Whether you can have a bowl of mangpa soup depends on the guest from your program. They must earn the points to exchange for it. Jiang Xiaoyuan inquired. It requires 150 points, right? Indeed. I'll call Ji Zhuifeng right now. Ji Zhuifeng, Qing Wu, Li Changkong, and Shen Huihui were assigned to other tasks by the program team. Planting rice seedlings in the fields. Each of these delicate stars was currently rolling up their trousers and bending over, diligently planting seedlings. Upon receiving Jiang Xiaoyuan's call, Ji Zhuifeng lamented, to earn these few points, my back is about to break. Have you returned to the program team? I'm heading over immediately. After hanging up, Ji Zhuifeng turned to his fellow teammates, declaring, I'm done. I'm going on strike. Jiang Xiaoyuan is back and asked if we are willing to exchange the points we earned yesterday for mangpa soup. Shen Huihui exclaimed, has Jiang Xiaoyuan arrived? Then let us go back. I don't want to continue this either. Planting rice all day has me aching for a year. On this sunny day, the four guests endured the scorching sun and spent the entire day bent over in the rice paddies. Even the usually aloof Li Changkong could not hide his frustration. Was this truly human labor? The entire rice field was suffused with palpable resentment. Even more infuriating was Director Jiang, who lounged in the shade by the rice field, sipping tea. This was not an experience of rural life, but rather a form of servitude. Director Jiang was the epitome of a tyrannical landlord. The fans in the live stream were filled with sympathy. However, through this live broadcast labor, many city-dwelling children finally grasped the arduousness of rice cultivation and understood the essence of the poem. Sweat drips into the soil beneath the grain, each grain born of hard toil. Woo-woo, I feel so sorry. My brother has been bent over in the rice field all day. I will never waste food again. Let us refuse to waste food, starting with myself. Ha ha ha, dear idol, just escape. These points aren't worth it. Has Jiang Mama arrived? I want to see what happens next. The results of the 24-hour voting haven't been announced yet. There's still an hour until the deadline. And no winner has emerged. The program team is about to ride on Jiang Mama's coattails again. This show is truly shameless. They can't succeed on their own, so they leech off others' fame. Director Jiang remained impervious, focusing solely on the traffic. Checking the time, he picked up a megaphone and declared from beside the rice field, there's still an hour until the voting deadline. Why the rush? Keep working to fill this rice field with seedlings, otherwise, people will say our program is just riding on others' coattails. Fans in the live stream rolled up their sleeves. Whoa. Director Jiang is inhumane. This isn't a rural experience, but a vendetta against my brother. To those accusing us of riding coattails, can you please be quiet? Who doesn't want to see if old Master Gan's medicinal hot pot is truly mangpa soup? Please, Director Jiang, hurry and ride the wave of popularity. I'm begging you. Alas, Director Jiang's heart was as hard as iron, and his cruelty knew no bounds. Ji Xuefeng and the other guests could only force themselves to continue planting rice, their minds filled with 1,000 curses. During this time, Zhang Xiaoyuan took Zhang Mama to the elementary school where Yi Yutong studied to complete the withdrawal process and to learn more about Yi Yutong's daily life from the teachers. They also visited the Yi family. Old Yi had already been arrested by the police, and the house now stood empty. Jiang Mama entered and collected Yi Yutong's books. Disregarding everything else, Yi Yutong was her daughter. She deserved better. From this day forward, she would no longer be a left-behind child in the countryside, but her cherished little darling, a young lady from a wealthy family. Finally, the 4 guests completed their rice planting tasks for the day, and the results of the 24-hour voting were announced. Li Changkong's team triumphed with over 629 votes, defeating Ji Xuefeng's team and earning 100 points. Ji Xuefeng's team received 50 points, with 150 points in hand. Everyone eagerly rushed to the bamboo grove at Old Master Gan's residence to exchange their points for the medicinal hot pot mengpa soup. Chapter 37. The Resurrection of the Dead. When it comes to medicinal cuisine, Gao Linlang certainly has numerous taboos. After all, it is often said, medicine is 3 parts poison. In the leisure room, Gan Tian was enlightening Aunt Gao about the essence of medicinal dishes. To enhance Aunt Gao's understanding, Gan Tian recounted a simple story about the now famous delicacy, candied hawthorn. In fact, the original candied hawthorn was a medicinal dish. Rushing in were Ji Xuefeng, Qingwu, Shen Huihui, and Li Changkong, all looking perplexed. The viewers in the live stream shared their confusion, pondering how candied hawthorn could possibly be classified as a medicinal dish. Everyone settled down to hear her insights, especially Li Changkong, who gazed at Gan Tian with a hint of eager anticipation. Have you noticed how Li Changkong's gaze towards Shirley cotton candy is somewhat different? I seem to sense something. Could it be merely my imagination? You are not alone. I too perceive that Li Changkong's eyes, which typically appear indifferent towards others, shine with an inexplicable fervor when fixed upon Shirley cotton candy, akin to a spotlight illuminating her face. Oh dear, could this be the power of knowledge? Fans of Kong, strive to excel academically, and perhaps your brother will regard you with the same spotlight gaze. Trust me on this. Unfazed by the viewer's teasing, Gan Tian continued her narrative, taking them back to the southern Song dynasty, where there was an emperor named Song Guangzong, who cherished a beloved consort so delicately that he feared her melting if held too tightly. However, this consort fell ill for a time, losing her appetite and growing weaker each day, despite the best efforts of the royal physicians. Even with the finest herbs administered daily, her condition continued to deteriorate. In a fit of frustration, Song Guangzong demanded that the physicians cure her swiftly, but their efforts yielded little success. Ultimately, he resorted to seeking a skilled healer from the common folk. A certain doctor answered the call and entered the palace to treat the ailing consort, prescribing an intriguing remedy, a concoction of rock candy and hawthorn fruit, to be consumed before meals, 7 to 8 pieces each time. The palace physician scoffed at this prescription, dismissing it as mere snacks rather than a remedy. Nonetheless, in desperation, Song Guangzong chose to follow the folk doctor's advice, and to everyone's astonishment, after several days of treatment, the consort's health was restored. This was a resounding slap in the face for the royal physicians. The viewers in the live stream reacted with delight. Haha, how satisfying. Ji Xuefeng exclaimed. So why could the palace physicians not cure her, while the folk doctor's candied hawthorn did the trick? Gan Tian smiled without answering. The viewers were left in suspense. Please, do tell us. With a languid air, Gan Tian explained that candied hawthorn is rich in vitamin C, pectin, and various organic acids, and that hawthorn itself can aid digestion, dispel blood stasis, and alleviate dysentery. The folk doctor had diagnosed the consort's ailment as a result of undigested food, and the candied hawthorn was precisely the right remedy. This practice eventually spread among the common people, who found it delicious and beneficial for digestion, leading to its sale as a traditional delicacy. Who remembers that it was initially just a medicinal dish? Thus, as you can see, the medicinal dishes that are now met with disdain may, in the future, transform into beloved delicacies. At that time, there may still be voices proclaiming that medicine is 3 parts poison, questioning the folly of mixing it with food. This simple tale effectively dispelled everyone's aversion to medicinal cuisine. For who wishes to consume medicine when not ill? When one realizes that the medicinal dishes they currently reject may, due to a shift in perception, become mere delicacies in the future, like candied hawthorn, who would still feel burdened? In that moment, Gao Linlang was utterly convinced. Zhang Xiaoyuan gazed longingly at Ji Xuefeng, Shen Huihui, Qingwu, and Li Changkong, knowing that the medicinal hot pot she desired depended on 150 work points. Ji Xuefeng thumped his chest. exuding confidence. Since we are fortunate to have met on this program, sharing joys and hardships, experiencing rural life together, we shall be good friends henceforth. Shen Hui and I have decided, take all 50 of my work points. Qing Hu also contributed the 100 work points he earned alongside Li Chongkong to Jiang Xiaoyuan, stating, we wish to lend a hand. Jiang Xiaoyuan was moved to tears. In her past experiences, whether participating in variety shows or filming, she often encountered rivalry and intrigue, with many claiming that the entertainment industry was devoid of camaraderie, rife only with fierce competition. Yet at this moment, Jiang Xiaoyuan felt differently, realizing that friendship could indeed flourish here. Thank you all, she exclaimed. Ji Zhuifeng waved dismissively. What are you droning on about? Go and change. Shen Hui urged her. Hurry up. Clutching the 150 work points, Jiang Xiaoyuan approached the elderly Mr. Gan, who was feeding the chicks in the yard, her eyes glistening with emotion. Mr. Gan, I would like to exchange this 150 work points for a bowl of medicinal hot pot. Mr. Gan set down the feeding bowl, taking the work points in hand, thoughtfully stroking his graying beard as he walked towards his granddaughter. Gan Tian, you shall cook. Gan Tian was taken aback. Me? Grandfather, are you certain? What? Are you afraid? The last time you cooked, what was it called? Ah yes, restoring your splendid beauty medicinal dish, was it not splendid? Mr. Gan's gaze was profound as he approached his granddaughter, gently patting her head. Come here, I shall teach you. Yet Gan Tian felt a pang of anxiety. She recalled Master Gan's words, warning her that the secrets of the medicinal hot pot mangpa soup were unique and not to be shared outside the approved disciples, even to his own children. In truth, Master Gan had only passed this knowledge onto her alone. Many had sought to learn, but he had remained indifferent, refusing to teach. Logically, Master Gan should not have imparted this knowledge to his granddaughter so soon. Had he sensed something unusual in her? Following Mr. Gan into the kitchen, Gan Tian's heart raced with unease, feeling as though she were a thief. Listen closely, my dear. The greatest secret of the medicinal hot pot mangpa soup lies in one of the seasoning packets known as 15 spices, composed of 15 exclusive and confidential herbs finely ground into powder. Gan Tian understood that the recipe for 15 spices, akin to that of Yunnan Baiyao, was a closely guarded secret, never to be disclosed. I noticed you posted a video on Weibo demonstrating how to prepare a medicinal hot pot. Should this packet of 15 spices be absent, anyone following the video steps would merely produce an ordinary hot pot. Now, I will provide you with a packet of 15 spices. Follow the steps in the video. But that video was not created by you. It was made by my beloved disciple, Lulu, correct? At this moment, Mr. Gan suddenly looked at Gan Tian with a complex expression. My dear, are you my granddaughter or my cherished disciple? Chapter 38, The Resurrection 11. In that fleeting moment, countless responses flickered through Gan Tian's mind. Grandfather, I am your granddaughter, Gan Tian. Master, I am your beloved disciple, Qi Lu. She longed for someone to truly recognize her identity, yet simultaneously feared disbelief. A tumult of emotions surged within her. However, before she could contemplate which answer to offer, tears welled up in her eyes. In truth, she had never intentionally masqueraded as her master's granddaughter, and given her recent actions, it was only natural for Master Gan to harbor doubts about her. Master, I am sorry, I may have stolen your granddaughter's life. I am Lulu. This thought echoed silently in her mind, yet before she could voice it, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. It was the cameraman Zhou Ran, entering with his camera in tow. The words she nearly spoke were swallowed back as she remarked, Grandfather, allow me to prepare the medicinal hot pot first, and then I shall tell you. Old Master Gan noticed the cameraman entering the kitchen, followed closely by another member of the production crew carrying a camera. He nodded and, with a stoop, exited the kitchen. As the crew drew nearer, the live stream chat erupted into a frenzy, with comments starkly polarized. Ha ha ha, nonsense. I followed the step-by-step video posted by Shirley Cotton Candy on Weibo to make the medicinal hot pot. It was indeed delicious, but it didn't alleviate any of my worries. While gimmicks are fine, can we please not give Aunt Zhang unrealistic hopes? Don't they know that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment? Film it. Focus on her hands. I absolutely adore the food videos she shares on Weibo. They are simply mouth-watering, making me ravenous with every view. It's the ultimate indulgence for a foodie. Watching Gan Tian cook was undeniably a delightful experience. Even the simplest of ingredients, under her deft hands, exuded an unexpected elegance, as she meticulously cleaned the enoki mushrooms. Shiitake mushrooms, baby bok choy, and cilantro, the stresses of the day seemed to dissipate, as if she were undergoing a spiritual cleansing. Yifeng was utterly captivated. reclining on the couch in the mountaintop manner, legs crossed, growing hungrier by the moment. "Aunt Lee, when will dinner be ready?" he called out. Aunt Lee smiled and inquired, "Are you hungry?" Yifeng gulped. "I wasn't, but Gan Tian is so skilled that now I am famished. How about we prepare hot pot tonight as well?" "Miss Gan? What can she do?" Yifeng then showed Aunt Lee the live stream video. She was preparing the medicinal hot pot, rumored to rival Ming PS soup. "Aunt Lee, do you believe it?" Aunt Lee's husband hailed from the village of Jiayou at the foot of the mountain. Thus she certainly believed it. Master Gan's Ming Pa soup was renowned, attracting many who left satisfied. If it were merely a hollow reputation, the establishment would have long been tarnished, and so many would not have expressed their gratitude with gifts and accolades. Yifeng was astounded. Is it truly so? At that moment, a most unwelcome guest arrived at old Master Gan's Bamboo Grove residence, causing a stir and raising voices in the courtyard. The astute cameraman from the production team immediately grabbed his camera and went out to investigate. Yifeng, engrossed in watching Gan Tian, expressed his discontent. Don't leave. Keep filming. What could be more enjoyable than watching Gan Tian cook?" The livestream camera shifted, and the viewers echoed his dissatisfaction upon noticing a middle-aged man in a suit kneeling before Aunt Jiang, pleading incessantly. "Who is this man? Interrupting my lesson on making Ming Pa soup? Isn't he Jiang Xiaoyuan's father? Wasn't it mentioned in the statement released by the Gao group yesterday that Jiang's father favored sons over daughters, and that the idea of stealing a phoenix to transform into a dragon was his? Ugh, how dare that scoundrel seek forgiveness? Did they not finalize their divorce already?" The Gao group's official Weibo account posted Jiang Mama's divorce certificate just yesterday. Is Jiang Papa regretting the divorce? Jiang Wei was indeed filled with regret. The divorce from yesterday was forced upon him by that scoundrel Gao Shen. He had no desire to part ways. Yet, when he refused to sign, Gao Shen had his bodyguards pin his hands to the table, threatening him with a fruit knife, causing him to break into a cold sweat, nearly losing control of himself. That scoundrel had taunted him. Refused to sign? Then consider yourself a widower. He lounged casually on a single sofa, legs crossed, hands resting on his knees, devoid of any visible anger. Yet the murderous intent in his gaze made it abundantly clear that if he did not sign the divorce, his aunt would be mourning. In a society governed by law, he had little faith that Gao Shen would dare to kill him. However, Gao Shen's assistant had grinned ominously, stating, "We have 100 ways to ensure you meet a tragic end. Which method would you prefer? An accidental car crash? Too simple. Killing without getting one's hands dirty. There are thieves who last a millennium, but no one can guard against thieves forever." He did not wish to live in constant fear, and thus, he reluctantly signed. Upon reviewing the divorce agreement, he found it did not force him to leave empty-handed. The couple's assets were to be divided 60-40, with him receiving 40 and Lin Lang 60. Though it left him feeling as if he might bleed from the heart, he had no choice. He was the one at fault and could not expect to walk away without sacrifice. Who would have thought he would be dealt such a blow today? The Gao group had sent lawyers to pursue a debt, a sum he was entirely unaware of. Yet, this large amount was indeed meant to save his family's company from the brink of bankruptcy years ago. And it was Lin Lang who had signed for it during their marriage. This was a mutual debt, one that could not be evaded even after divorce. The loan agreement accrued interest. After over 20 years, the interest exceeded the principal. The most vindictive of women. Little did he know she had been preparing for this since they first wed. This wretched woman sought to drive him to ruin. He hired the best legal team, and their analysis yielded a grim conclusion. This enormous debt could not be escaped, and should it go to court, he would undoubtedly lose. At that point, all he had painstakingly built would be insufficient to cover the losses. He could only play the emotional card, pleading for Lin Lang's mercy. He had heard that old Master Gan's Ming Pa soup could help one forget everything, perhaps even the affection Lin Lang had held for him over the past 20 years. Thus, he could not allow Lin Lang to drink it. If she consumed the Ming Pa soup and forgot the past, all her feelings for him would vanish, leaving him with no emotional leverage. In the days to come, he would have to coexist with the crushing weight of his debts. At that moment, Gan Tian had completed the base of the medicinal hot pot. The cameraman Zhou Ran assisted her in bringing it out, while Gan Tian gracefully stepped forward, ignoring the chaos in the courtyard, and called out, "Aunt Gao, the medicinal hot pot is ready. Would you care to taste it?" Chapter 39, The Resurrection of the Dead Sweetness. This phrase was akin to a detonating bomb, instantly shattering Jiang Wei's frayed nerves. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Wei gazed at Gan Tian, as if she were the nemesis who had slain his father, rising abruptly and striding towards her with fury. He roared, "It's all your fault. Had it not been for this little disaster, my theft of the Feng Guanglong would have remained undiscovered." One is a son, the other a daughter. What wrong is there in choosing to nurture my son beside me? He is destined to inherit the Jiang family legacy. If I do not keep him close, how can I instill in him the responsibilities of being the heir to the Jiang family? Jiang Wei was oblivious to the perception of himself as a heartless man. He merely weighed the pros and cons and made the most judicious choice. Otherwise, how could he have brought his son home and introduced him to Lin Lang as his illegitimate child? Would Lin Lang shower love upon the child? A futile dream. Jiang Wei perceived himself as a man left with no recourse. After all, Lin Lang had been unfortunate enough to bear 2 daughters. What use are daughters? No matter how well they are raised, they will eventually be married off. Regardless of whether they are raised in affluence or poverty, he was not averse to nurturing them. He simply chose to raise them in the countryside, where they lacked nothing. He never anticipated that Yu Shuolan would poison the children, nor could he have foreseen that Yu Shuolan's father would draw the blood of the child. His youngest daughter's blood was extracted by an old scoundrel. How could he not be incensed? He would have relished the opportunity to dispatch that old man. He did not consider himself a callous father. Yet he found himself cornered in a desperate situation. Now, this meddlesome little nuisance sought to have Lin Lang consume the Mingpa soup, severing their 2-decade-long bond. Jiang Wei understood Lin Lang's character all too well. She was soft-hearted. He had initially exploited her nature to pursue her relentlessly until she succumbed. Jiang Wei was confident that, given time, by appealing to emotions and expressing heartfelt remorse, Lin Lang would undoubtedly relent. However, if Lin Lang were to consume the Mingpa soup, it would be an entirely different matter. Thus, he must prevent her from partaking in that pot of soup. He intended to destroy it. Li Changkong, present at the scene, reacted swiftly. Upon witnessing Jiang Wei charge at Gan Tian with malicious intent, he immediately pursued, intent on protecting her. Ji Zhuifeng exclaimed, "This is bad. He aims to ruin the pot of soup." Gan Tian observed the middle-aged scoundrel approaching her like a rabid dog and, without waiting for Li Changkong to intervene, lifted her leg. In the next instant, with fierce speed, she delivered a devastating kick straight to Jiang Wei's chest. The sound of a resounding thud echoing in their ears. Jiang Wei, a robust man, was unexpectedly sent sprawling by Gan Tian's kick, his head striking the ground. And the anguished cry that followed attested to the severity of the blow. Gan Tian, however, remained unperturbed, narrowing her eyes. She held a profound disdain for men who could not control their baser instincts and who favored sons over daughters, scoffing, "I've had my rabies vaccine. Am I to fear you? This scoundrel, I'll kick him once every time I see him, twice, and I'll send him straight to hell." Jiang Wei rose from the ground. Indignant. Chapter 40. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. 13. Meanwhile, outside the leisure room, the anguished cries of Jiang Wei echoed. "Lin Lang, don't eat. Please don't eat. I have wronged you, but I am willing to spend my life making amends. I merely committed a mistake that any man might. Can you not forgive me just this once? How can your heart be so cruel? Lin Lang, I love you. I do not love Yu Shuolan at all. I simply desire a son. Think of our 2 decades together. Have I ever spoken harshly to you? Whenever you were unwell, was it not I who held you in my arms, tenderly comforting you? At your age, can you truly find a man more considerate than I? Do you wish to grow old in solitude for the rest of your days? Let go. Let go of me. Our marital matters do not require your meddling, outsiders. Xiao Yuan, help your father. I am your biological father, and I care for you deeply." Hearing her father call for her, Jiang Xiao Yuan approached the window. Her eyes reddened with indignation. "Dad, when you abandoned my sister in this countryside, did you ever consider that she is also your flesh and blood?" She could no longer contain her fury. "Stop shouting. You are ruining my reputation. How can I face the entertainment industry after this? Let mother forget this pain." In a fit of rage, Jiang Wei cursed, "You ungrateful wretch. Do you not realize that if your mother forgets me, your grandfather's family will plunge me into despair? I would be left with nothing." Jiang Xiaoyuan interrupted, defiantly stating, "Don't worry, Dad. I 1T let you end up homeless. You certainly 1T starve. You will have at least 2 buns for each meal. I will ensure you don't eat shrimp at every meal or have your blood drawn." Shen Ge mentioned that while the IOU would burden her father with immense debt, enough to require the entire Jiang Corporation to settle, it would ultimately bring everything he took from her to her and her sister, leaving him and his precious son with nothing. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyuan felt no fear of her father's downfall. The real fear lay in the possibility of their family's fortune being handed to her half-brother, leaving her and her sister to fend for themselves. Jiang Xiaoyuan understood that her half-brother was raised solely by their mother, and she feared her mother might develop an attachment to him, rendering her unable to let go. Therefore, seizing the moment, she now wished for her mother to consume Mingpo's soup promptly, eliminating future troubles. No one is foolish, especially not Jiang Xiaoyuan. who navigates the complexities of the entertainment industry. Everyone seeks to gain while avoiding harm. After coming to this realization, she returned to her mother's side. Mom, please eat. I will always stand by you. But do not forget me and my sister once you finish. In truth, Gao Linlang was also fearful. She raised her gaze to the composed Gan Tian seated across from her, her heart fluttering with anxiety as she asked, will it? Gan Tian's serene smile served as a powerful sedative, instantly calming the turmoil within Gao Linlang. Aunt Gao, this medicinal hot pot, akin to Mingpo's soup, will only allow you to forget those you wish to forget most. Other memories will remain intact. What you forget depends on what your heart most desires to let go of. It is beyond my capacity to predict. Gao Linlang nodded pensively. You are a good girl. I trust you. What I wish to forget most is everything concerning Jiang Wei. To erase this marriage that has become a laughingstock online. To forget that son I cherished yet is not my own flesh and blood. Gan Tian nodded languidly. Then after you finish this bowl of hot pot, those memories should fade away. You may eat with peace of mind. Gao Linlang took a deep breath. All right. She picked up a piece of tender tofu from the pot, rolled it in the sauce, and placed it in her mouth. In truth, she had no appetite. The taste was lost on her as she mechanically repeated the act of eating. All present, including Jiang Xiaoyuan, Shen Huihui, Ji Zhuifeng, Qing Wu, Li Changkong, as well as director Jiang and the cameraman, held their breath, anxiously anticipating what would unfold. Ji Zhuifeng swallowed hard. Aunt Gao, how does it taste? Very spicy, Gao Linlang replied, tears streaming from her eyes after just one bite. She was not accustomed to spicy food, typically favoring milder flavors. After 2 bites, she could no longer bear it and wished to put down her chopsticks. Yet Gan Tian, maintaining an air of authority, encouraged, Aunt Gao, keep eating, don't stop. Let the painful memories flow out with your tears. Once you have released your grievances and dried your tears, the past will no longer concern you. At her words, Gao Linlang replied, all right. She continued to eat, the spiciness intensifying her sense of grievance, and with each tear shed, it felt as though the anguish in her heart had finally found an outlet, pouring forth with the heat. She could only hope that after crying, everything would be all right. That she could utterly forget Jiang Wei, the heartless person who once lay beside her. Once, she was the belle of a prestigious family, pursued by numerous affluent suitors, many of whom were far superior to Jiang Wei. Yet, she had foolishly chosen him. She often found herself grateful for Jiang Wei's heroic act during their middle school years when he had driven away the bullies tormenting her. At that moment, clad in a pristine white school uniform, he had carved a place in her youthful heart. Regrettably, such fond memories were ones she no longer wished to recall. The beauty of the past now felt utterly repugnant. If only life could be as it was upon first meeting. Watching Gao Mama eat with increasing enthusiasm, those around her were left salivating. Ji Zhuifeng, eagerly rubbing his hands together, dramatically lamented, heavens, will I truly not have a share? Eating hot pot alone is pointless. Watching one person eat is even less amusing. Hot pot is meant to be enjoyed together. Cotton candy sister, don't you agree? Shen Huihui raised both hands. I wholeheartedly agree. All eyes turned to Gan Tian with sorrowful expressions, especially the 4 guests who had been working tirelessly in the rice fields all day and were now ravenous. Even the usually aloof Li Changkong couldn't help but remark, I can ask my fans to help you get votes. Ji Zhuifeng nodded vigorously. Exactly. Fans, go vote for Cotton Candy Sister. Your brother is truly starving. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches. Whoa, each person can only vote once a week. I cast my vote yesterday. Can I rally friends and family to vote together? So tragic. I would trade a lifetime of abstaining from meat to ensure my brother has a hearty meal. I snatched my dad's and boyfriend's phones to vote for Cotton Candy. Please support my sister Huihui. She's already too thin, and it pains me to see her like this. I voted for Qing Wu. Please support her. I voted for Coco. Please support. I voted for Sister Hui. Please support. I concur. Chapter 41. The Resurrection of the Dead in the Live Broadcast Room. The clamor was overwhelming. Gan Tian accessed the official website of the Yi Group to check the voting program and discovered that her votes were soaring, exceeding 80,000 more than 20,000 ahead of the second contender, Gao Shen, and leaving others far behind. Stifling a laugh, she snapped her fingers, given everyone's enthusiasm. It would be remiss not to treat you all to hot pot. At that moment, the photographer, Zhou Ran, brought in a pot of hot pot. This pot was larger than the individual portion served to Jiang Mama, resembling the grand dual-flavored pots typically found in hot pot restaurants. In truth, she had prepared it beforehand. But this large pot lacked the special seasoning packet and, thus, did not possess the legendary properties of Mingpo's soup. Ji Zhuifeng snapped back to reality. Cotton candy sister. You had this ready all along? Just waiting for us to rally votes before serving it? Gan Tian smiled graciously. I am not so cunning, however. You are correct in saying that watching others enjoy hot pot is rather dull. Hot pot should be a communal affair, enjoyed together around a table. She proceeded to prepare her own dipping sauce, combining chili, sesame oil, soy sauce, vinegar, cilantro, and garlic paste, her personal favorites for hot pot. Seeing this, the others eagerly began to prepare their own sauces. Director Jiang, however, suddenly raised his voice dramatically. Hold on. Everyone stop. You must not eat yet. He warned. This could be Mengpo's soup. What if you forget you came here to film after indulging in this hot pot? Jiang, ever the shrewd producer, worried about the ramifications of everyone indulging. What if they went on strike the next day? Ji Zhuifeng slapped his thigh in amusement. This is perfect. If tomorrow Jiang makes us do farm work and I don't show up, it's not my fault. The entire internet will be my witness that I consumed Mengpo's soup and have forgotten this torturous task. Yet, Gan Tian's next statement dashed his hopes. Only the hot pot enjoyed by Aunt Gao possesses the miraculous effects of Mengpo's soup. This pot contains only a regular medicinal hot pot, primarily aimed at boosting health and improving mood. Director Jiang remained unconvinced. Are you certain? Gan Tian merely replied, You need not partake. How could he resist? Once reassured that it was not Mengpo's soup, Jiang dove into the food with unmatched speed. Indeed, the joy of a group gathered around a table, relishing hot pot together, was unparalleled. Even Gan Leoi entered, taking a seat beside Gan Tian to sample her culinary skills. As they neared fullness, Gan Tian suddenly received a WeChat call. Glancing at the caller ID, she recognized Officer Zhang, the detective handling the Yi Yutong case. Having added each other as friends to share evidence the previous day, she rose and moved to the window to take the call. Hello, Officer Zhang. What can I do for you? What? Is this true? All right, I understand. No need to thank me. It's my duty. I will spread the word far and wide and retweet on Weibo to prevent more people from suffering. After conversing with Officer Zhang for a couple of minutes, her expression darkened, barely suppressing her fury as she returned to her seat, grasping her phone, uncertain of what to type. Li Chongkong, observing her demeanor, inquired, Gan Tian. What is the matter? With a taut expression, she replied, The police have uncovered Chapter 42. Borrowing a soul 15 Gao Linlang said, Silly child, you have called me mother. Who do you think you are? You are undeniably my precious daughter, Xiao Yuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyuan felt her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, instantly settle. How wonderful. Mother had not forgotten her. Jiang Xiaoyuan, still on edge, asked, Do you remember father? What is his name? Gao Linlang replied, naturally. His name is Jiang Wei. The revelation left everyone astounded. No way. Had Jiang Mama truly forgotten nothing? Could it be that the Mengpa soup was merely a facade? Jiang Xiaoyuan, disappointment etched on her face, turned to Gan Tian and asked, Did you not say it would be a clean break, that she'd forget everything? Why has my mother remembered everything? Others also covered their faces in disbelief, especially Director Jiang. This was a disaster. Even the program crew felt the sting of embarrassment. Only Elder Gan and Gan Tian remained composed, exhibiting not a shred of panic. Gan Tian suggested, Perhaps we should let your father in? Jiang Xiaoyuan responded despondently, What for? To continue pestering my mother? At that moment, Gao Linlang interjected, What pestering? Xiao Yuan, your father has been dead for 10 years. Jiang Xiaoyuan. Gao Linlang continued, Your father died a decade ago. When your sister was born, your father was displeased to see I had another daughter. He stormed out and was struck by lightning. Jiang Xiaoyuan. The others in the lounge. The viewers in the live stream, eager for the spectacle. Gan Tian nearly burst into laughter at Gao Ai's words. Was this the effect of the Mengpa soup? She explained to the bewildered Jiang Xiaoyuan. Whatever method your mother uses to forget your father will determine the outcome. It seems your mother wishes to consider your father dead in this lifetime. Under this psychological suggestion, that memory will be indelibly etched in her mind. This is a form of selective amnesia, characterized by a highly selective forgetting to fulfill emotional needs. Thus, I recommend you let your father in to test the efficacy of the Mengpa soup. Jiang Xiaoyuan was still somewhat confused. But what if my mother sees my father and realizes he is not dead? Gan Tian shrugged, leaning back in her chair with a relaxed demeanor, exuding confidence as if she were assured of victory. She seemed utterly unafraid of being proven wrong. Ji Zhuifeng, intrigued, urged Jiang Xiaoyuan, What are you afraid of? Has she ever been wrong before? Just don't let your father in. Let your mother go out and see if she recognizes him. This lounge had only recently been renovated. and Ji Zhifeng dreaded the thought of any damage if Jiang Papa were to enter and cause a scene. Jiang Xiaoyuan, half believing, said, "Mother, let me take you to meet someone. See if you recognize him." Gao Linlang did not refuse. In truth, she was aware that she had consumed the Mingpa soup and should have forgotten something, yet she remained indifferent, perhaps due to the soup's mysterious effects. She felt that what she had chosen to forget was merely refuse. Who discards garbage only to retrieve it? Ordinary individuals suffering from amnesia might ponder endlessly over what they had forgotten. In contrast, those who had partaken of the Mangpa soup, like Jiang Mama, felt nothing but relief, grateful that the trash in their minds was cleared away. As Gao Linlang followed her daughter out of the lounge, the scorching sun bathed her in warmth, making her feel invigorated and at ease. In the courtyard, Jiang Wei was being restrained by the program staff. Under Jiang Xiaoyuan's subtle cue, he managed to break free. Spotting Gao Linlang, he rushed forward, anxious, and asked Jiang Xiaoyuan, "Has your mother eaten that hot pot? Did she eat it?" Jiang Xiaoyuan turned her face away, refusing to speak. Jiang Wei then lunged toward Gao Linlang, attempting to embrace her. "Linlang, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to remarry. I promise to cherish you from now on." A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed. Gao Linlang had struck Jiang Wei across the face, her eyes devoid of any affection, replaced instead with revulsion at the unwelcome advance. She glared at Jiang Wei, her voice icy. "Who are you? To approach me in public and attempt to embrace me? Have you no shame?" Jiang Wei was stunned, his head ringing from the blow. He refused to believe that his wife had truly forgotten him. "I am your husband." Gao Linlang remained unfazed, scrutinizing the man before her, his face contorted with rage. While his height was somewhat acceptable, his bloated, oily visage, crow's feet, and the bulge of his belly were anything but appealing. With such an unseemly appearance, how could I possibly have been attracted to you? Moreover, my husband died 10 years ago. The viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha. This real-life ex-husband is no different from being dead. This live stream has been a delight, truly. I am thoroughly enjoying this. Did Jiang Mama really forget that scoundrel? Let us just say he has been dead for a decade. At the moment he swapped the child, he should have been struck by lightning. Jiang Xiaoyuan looked on in disbelief. "Mother, do you truly not recognize this man before you?" Gao Linlang shook her head decisively, neither pleased nor saddened. Genuinely perceiving Jiang Wei as a stranger, "I do not recognize you. With such an unattractive face, how dare you impersonate your father? Come. Your sister is still in the hospital, and no one is looking after her." Instantly, Jiang Xiaoyuan felt a wave of relief. As long as her mother remained oblivious, her father would never remarry, and everything belonging to the Jiang family would belong to her and her sister, with no one else sharing in their fortune. However, Jiang Xiaoyuan worried that her mother's memory might become too distorted. She carefully inquired, "Mother, do you have no recollection of my sister? How did she fall ill?" Gao Linlang seethed. "Years ago, a woman named Yi Shualan sought to climb the social ladder by latching onto your father. When your father was struck by lightning, she missed her chance to cling to him and, in her fury, abducted your sister, subjecting her to 10 years of suffering in this countryside. Had you not come to participate in this program and inadvertently discovered her, she might have perished. This grudge, how could I ever forget? I shall ensure they languish in prison." Jiang Xiaoyuan realized. So, mother is employing self-suggestion? Her mother had chosen to forget the most painful truth, that her father had swapped the children, opting instead to erase the memory by believing her father had died in a storm. Yet, regarding Yu Shuelan and her family, Gao Linlang harbored a deep-seated hatred that she wished to never forget, nor would she let them off easily. Jiang Xiaoyuan felt immensely satisfied and rushed to embrace Gan Tian, whispering in her ear, "No pain, no gain. From now on, you shall be my closest ally." Chapter 43. Borrowing a body to return to life. 16 Gan Tian raised an eyebrow, neither accepting nor refuting the notion. In this world, having more friends is certainly preferable to having more foes. The more friends one has, the wider the path becomes. Jiang Xiaoyuan was a person who, while muddled over trivial matters, remained astutely clear in significant situations. Though somewhat spoiled and headstrong, she exhibited a decisive nature when faced with serious matters. A quality Gan Tian found quite admirable in a young woman. "Quickly take your mother away," she urged. Jiang Xiaoyuan nodded, then, in a moment of exuberance, declared, "By the way, I've instructed my assistant to send you some gifts, which are currently en route. When they arrive, you must not refuse them. To do so would be to disregard my feelings. Do you understand?" Without much thought, Gan Tian nodded in agreement. However, an hour later, 2 luxury cars roared into view, and a young woman claiming to be the assistant arrived, accompanied by several bodyguards, carrying an array of large and small packages. They informed her that these were gifts from Jiang Xiaoyuan and inquired where they should be placed. Gan Tian glanced at the bags, all adorned with the logos of prestigious fashion brands. Was Jiang Xiaoyuan intending to gift her clothing? The assistant explained. This is a collection prepared by our young lady for you. 50 garments, 50 pairs of trousers, 50 skirts, 10 pairs of sneakers, 10 pairs of high heels, along with various jewelry and skincare products suitable for you. Xiaoyuan mentioned that if you ever find yourself in need of clothing, just give her a call. Gan Tian couldn't help but ponder the implications. Had Jiang Xiaoyuan taken her under her wing? Was this the advantage of befriending wealthy celebrities? Such a friend would indeed be a treasure. Although she did not place great importance on brand names, who wouldn't appreciate a generous friend? Especially now. As she had not purchased any clothing since her resurrection, this gesture saved her a considerable amount of money. Jiang Xiaoyuan was truly generous. She silently thanked her. Without hesitation, she graciously accepted everything and had the assistant deliver the items to her room. That night, Gan Tian received another call from Jiang Xiaoyuan. Have you tried on the clothes? If they don't fit, you can exchange them. By the way, my uncle is in the food industry and is interested in collaborating with you to develop a medicinal hot pot. I wanted to ask if you would be interested in partnering with him. Having just finished showering and drying her hair, Gan Tian turned off the hairdryer and asked, what sort of collaboration? Jiang Xiaoyuan replied, check the trending searches. Your grandfather's medicinal hot pot, Mengpa soup, is currently at the top of the charts. Many netizens are clamoring for it, yet they cannot purchase it. This presents a golden opportunity. We must capitalize on it and create a hot pot product that will fly off the shelves. Don't you think? This was a sentiment echoed by Jiang Xiaoyuan's uncle. A savvy businessman sees opportunities everywhere, and he had undoubtedly recognized the immense potential here. It was a win-win collaboration. Gan Tian pondered cautiously, but Mengpa soup cannot be mass-produced. That's all right, Jiang Xiaoyuan reassured her. Not everyone desires Mengpa soup. Many are merely following the trend. With my mother as a living advertisement, any medicinal hot pot from your family will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Discuss it with your grandfather. This opportunity is too good to miss. My uncle wishes to express gratitude on behalf of my mother, and as he is involved in the food industry, he'll send someone to discuss the specifics with you. Rest assured, you are my closest friend. I will ensure you benefit from this. Listening to her, Gan Tian felt genuinely intrigued. Her mentor had always said that medicinal cuisine embodies medicine within food. The synergy between the two not only provides high nutritional value, but also prevents and treats ailments, promoting health, truly the essence of wellness. Was this far more appealing than greasy fast food? In today's fast-paced world, young professionals hardly have time to focus on their meals. If medicinal cuisine could be promoted widely, allowing workers to enjoy nutritious food, wouldn't that be a noble endeavor? All right, I will discuss this with my grandfather. Once you've made a decision, call me, and I'll inform my uncle. He will send someone to discuss the collaboration details with you. Sure. After ending the call, Gan Tian continued drying her hair. Once it was dry, she sought out her grandfather. It was time to come clean about who she truly was. Surely, he had been awaiting this explanation. Knock, knock, knock. Grandfather, I'm coming in. The elder was in his pharmacy, grinding herbs with a mortar. Gan Tian knocked on the door, entered, and picked up another mortar to assist him. Grandfather, Jiang Xiaoyuan's uncle, who works in the food industry, wishes to collaborate with us on developing a medicinal hot pot. I believe this proposal is excellent. It would not only promote medicinal cuisine but also yield significant profits. What do you think? The elder replied, I'm an old man who dislikes complications. If you wish to pursue it, go ahead. I have no objections. Then I will make the decision. Very well. As the elder observed her adeptly grinding the herbs, he narrowed his ash-gray eyes slightly. Child, have you thought about how to respond to the question I posed you earlier? What was meant to come would not evade her. Gan Tian understood fully. Once a teacher, always a father. She did not wish to deceive her grandfather and nodded. Grandfather, I did not intend to mislead you. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me if I spoke the truth. However, I now realize that you likely already possess the answer in your heart. The answer you hold is that I am not your granddaughter, Gan Tian, am I? The elder continued grinding the herbs, and in the tranquil pharmacy, the sound of the copper mortar against the stone resonated. After a long pause, he sighed, that girl was not as clever as you. She never liked to think and had no patience to learn about medicinal cuisine, no matter how I taught her. Gan Tian spoke sincerely, I apologize, master. When I awoke, I found myself transformed into your granddaughter. I do not understand how this happened, but it seems that I have borrowed a body to return to life. I discovered this letter of intent, but it was not written for anyone else. It was addressed to me. It appears she knew that I would borrow her body after her death, which is quite peculiar. I have been pondering this for some time. Gan Tian set down her work and produced the letter written by the original owner, handing it to her grandfather. She had found this letter the very evening she awoke, tucked away in the bedside drawer. Moreover, the letter was addressed to her. This was indeed mysterious. How could the original owner have foreseen her borrowing the body? Was it akin to the scenarios depicted in television dramas, where one directly offers their essence? Adding to her confusion, upon awakening, she discovered that her phone was in the hands of the original owner. Now, her mind was filled with questions. Even as a prodigious detective at the Non-Normal Event Research Institute, she found herself utterly perplexed and could only seek answers from Master Gan. Master, do you understand what is happening? She had always felt that her master was not merely an ordinary medicinal cuisine master. In her eyes, he resembled a mysterious alchemist from a fantastical novel, and Mingpa soup was but one of his extraordinary skills. Did the Gan family harbor some hidden secrets unbeknownst to the world? Chapter 44. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. 17 At this point, Gan Tian added, "When I awoke, I did not see your granddaughter's phone. The device beside me was my own. How could my phone possibly be found in her possession?" Old Master Gan retrieved a pouch of liquor from his waist, forcefully withdrawing the sieve, and took a few swigs of the drink. "Upon hearing the dreadful news of your sudden demise, I was incredulous, prompting me to call that girl to verify the truth of your passing at the Qi residence. Perhaps, when she attended the mourning, she inadvertently took your phone with her. However, Gan Tian found this notion absurd. I passed away suddenly on the morning of the 6th due to extreme exhaustion, and when I regained consciousness, it was the morning of the 7th. Are you suggesting that your granddaughter visited the Qi family on the 6th, took my phone, and that same night, she excitedly consumed an entire bottle of sleeping pills, penning me a farewell letter in anticipation of my return? In reading the farewell letter left by the original owner, one could truly sense the unbridled excitement regarding the prospect of her impending resurrection. Each word radiated an unmistakable anticipation. What a farcical notion. Master, is there some hidden truth in this? Did you surmise that I am not Gan Tian so swiftly because you were already aware of something? Moreover, while Jiang Xiaoyuan and the others are allergic to lacquer, which may not immediately lead others to deduce their allergy to lacquer trees, how could you, as Mr. Herb, be rendered speechless by a few Western doctors? Were you waiting for me to extricate you from this predicament, using the opportunity to discern whether I am your little granddaughter or your beloved disciple? Old Master Gan gazed at Gan Tian. Why do you have such a conspiracy-laden mindset? Master, I merely possess the ability for rational deduction. Without a reasonable explanation from you, I cannot proceed tonight. I do not wish to occupy your granddaughter's life in ignorance. It feels akin to theft. Old Master Gan widened his eyes and suddenly became fierce. You wretched girl. My granddaughter has not even arrived. And instead of comforting this old man, you are being so confrontational. Am I interrogating you, or are you interrogating me? Upon hearing this, Gan Tian felt a wave of shame wash over her. I apologize, Master. I simply do not wish to occupy your granddaughter's life like a thief. I value life highly, and I recognize that others' lives are precious too. If given a choice, I would prefer your granddaughter to live well rather than exchanging one life for another. An unspoken sense of guilt lingered in Gan Tian's eyes. Unexpectedly, Old Master Gan burst into laughter. All right, I was merely jesting. You are simply too clever. How is it that nothing escapes your notice? Those young ones are indeed allergic to lacquer, and I did intend to use your assistance to ascertain your identity. Have you returned to the Qi residence? Gan Tian nodded. I have. My family no longer recognizes me. At that time, she had been roused by a call from the Yi group announcing a prize. Reluctant to accept the shocking news of her sudden death. Thus, she returned to the Qi residence, encountering several uncles. Her parents had passed away during her childhood, and she had been raised by her grandmother, who had also departed a few years prior. Now, only a few uncles remained to organize her funeral. Yet they treated her as Gan Tian, even inviting her to stay for the evening meal. Eat her own funeral meal? She had no interest. Later, she visited the cemetery and saw her own tombstone. In that moment, she fully resigned herself to the grim reality of her untimely death, accepting that she could no longer return to being Qi Lu. Master, you must tell me why your granddaughter wishes to bestow her life upon me. I have sifted through her memories and found no indication of her despair. She had no reason to end her life. Old Master Gan sighed. That girl is not dead. She merely longs to return home, to her true home. She dislikes it here. By allowing you to borrow her body, she can escape this vessel and reunite with her parents. It is a win-win solution. Gan Tian. Old Master Gan continued. It is not yet time to divulge everything to you. Perhaps you will encounter each other in the future. As for your borrowing of a corpse, it is known to heaven. You, me, And that girl. There is no need for a fifth person to learn of it. By the way, a cheeky lad called me, claiming you were his wife. What is the meaning of this? Gan Tian placed a hand on her forehead. Just consider him to be slightly unhinged. Infatuated with me to the point of obsession. Old Master Gan, suddenly intrigued, inquired, what does he look like? How old is he? What does he do? If you like him, pursue him. It is not as if you are in a body that could perish at any moment. At your age, still without a boyfriend? What a waste. Gan Tian. Grandfather, I am going to sleep. Goodbye. The Gan family undoubtedly harbored secrets. Yet Master clearly did not wish to divulge them. Further inquiries would be futile. Fearing the prospect of being pressured into marriage, Gan Tian decisively took her leave. Since Master stated that the original owner had returned home, she would accept it as such, refraining from unnecessary worries. With matters having reached this point, why cling to stubborn truths? It would be better to simply relax and enjoy a pastoral life with Master Gan, indulging in simple pleasures. The only request from the original owner's farewell letter was for her to take good care of grandfather and fulfill her filial duties. The following morning, Gan Tian commenced her rigorous morning run, determined to traverse from her home to the mountain summit and back. Photographer Zhou Ren also awoke. Noticing her intention to jog and eager to follow with his camera, Gan Tian gestured a no to him. With a kind reminder, she said, you may not be able to keep up. Zhou Ren rolled up his sleeves. Not at all. I often go for morning runs. Do not be deceived by my slender frame. My stamina is beyond your imagination. Otherwise, I could not work as a follow-up photographer. It is a physically demanding job. Gan Tian scrutinized Zhou Ren. Are you certain? I plan to run along the winding mountain road to the summit, retrieve my clothes left at the villa, and then return. If you believe you can manage, I have no objections. What? The young man widened his eyes, mentally calculating the distance. The last time he had accompanied Gan Tian down the mountain, he had struggled immensely. If running was involved, it would surely be the end of him. Zhou Ren regarded Gan Tian with skepticism. You can run down. That distance must be around 5 kilometers, right? Shall we give it a try? No. I suddenly need to use the restroom. Suppressing a laugh, Gan Tian dashed out the door. To her surprise, she encountered Ji Xuefeng along the way. Ji Xuefeng was also out for a morning run, sans photographer. Hello, Marshmallow Sister. Ji Xuefeng greeted her enthusiastically as he approached. Gan Tian responded as she continued her jog. Hi. Ji Xuefeng, running through the village, proposed. Shall we run together? Gan Tian reiterated her plan. I intend to run along the winding mountain road to the summit and then back down, approximately 5 kilometers. If you are up to it. I wouldn't mind having an additional running companion. Ji Xuefeng. Chapter 45. Keep your distance from Gao Shen. He suffers from mental illness. Ji Xuefeng lifted his gaze towards Lianhua Mountain, suppressing a wave of existential doubt. It's necessary, together, if you can't run anymore. I'll carry you back. In truth, Ji Xuefeng inwardly resisted. He was not an enthusiast of physical exertion. Rather, the image his company had crafted for him was that of a fitness guru. To uphold this fade, he dragged himself out of bed every morning at the crow of the rooster to jog around the village. At this moment, he was enduring the humiliation for the sake of appearances. Gan Tian flashed an okay gesture, and the two set off from the village entrance towards the winding mountain road. However, by the time they reached the halfway point, Ji Xuefeng was at his limit. Yet, casting a glance at Gan Tian's unwearied visage in the morning light, his male pride and self-esteem forbade him from halting his pace. Marshmallow Sister, do you often run? Indeed, every day, without fail for the past decade. Ji Xuefeng scrutinized her slender figure. I couldn't tell. You're not exaggerating, are you? If you can't continue, don't strain yourself. I can accompany you at a leisurely pace. He noted her heavy breathing. She was clearly pushing herself. As long as he didn't surrender first, his carefully curated persona would remain intact. Gan Tian glanced back. Are you struggling? This Marshmallow Sister. Remember, never ask a man if he is capable. I'm merely concerned you might tire. I, myself, am perfectly fine. Gan Tian replied, I'm fine too. Ji Xuefeng lamented, woe is me, I feel like crying. With gritted teeth, Ji Xuefeng exerted every ounce of energy to keep pace with Gan Tian. Suddenly, another morning jogger appeared before them, tall and long-legged, clad in specialized athletic wear. Exuding an alluring charm reminiscent of a comic character, he was a striking sight. Unlike them, this individual descended the mountain like a flowing masterpiece. As the figure approached, Gan Tian discerned his features, illuminated by the morning light, which accentuated the depth and allure of his eyes. His expression was inscrutable, with an aloof arch of the brow that made him appear unapproachable. It was none other than the retired film emperor, Gao Shen. Hello, Gan Tian greeted him, taking the initiative. However, Gao Shen did not spare her a glance and simply brushed past her, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Shuifeng. Being sociable, Ji Shuifeng eagerly responded, "Senior. What a coincidence. What brings you here?" Gao Shen offered a slight nod in acknowledgement and continued along the winding road in the opposite direction. What an impolite fellow. Gan Tian felt a flicker of dissatisfaction at Gao Shen's disregard. Ji Shuifeng, breathless as he chased after Gan Tian, said, "Marshmallow sister, don't take it to heart. He is like this with everyone, cold and distant. Yet, he is actually quite a righteous man, just hard to approach. Do you know him?" When Gao Shen was at the peak of his fame, I was still unknown. However, Li Changkong was quite familiar with him. He used to be Gao Shen's assistant. Gan Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. Did you not know? This is hardly a secret in the entertainment circle. 3 years ago, before Gao Shen withdrew from the industry, Li Changkong was merely his assistant. Li Changkong's current success is largely due to Gao Shen's keen eye for talent. After Gao Shen's departure, Li Changkong finally stepped into the spotlight. Ji Shuifeng, a notorious gossip monger, seized the opportunity to elaborate as he noticed Gan Tian's interest. Originally, Li Changkong was just running minor roles in the film City. One day, when Gao Shen was shooting there, he witnessed Li Changkong being reprimanded by the assistant director. Gao Shen intervened to support him, and from that moment, Li Changkong eagerly volunteered to be his assistant. After Gao Shen's exit from the industry, he recommended Li Changkong to a manager. Don't be fooled by Li Changkong's quiet demeanor. His aloofness is merely a persona crafted by the company. He is just imitating Gao Shen's high and mighty attitude, a style that has been emulated but never surpassed. Gan Tian inquired, "But why did he retire 3 years ago?" "Shoo." Ji Shuifeng made a gesture of caution. "Do you know?" Ji Shuifeng shook his head vigorously. "How would I know? Was it not due to being mercilessly criticized online, leading him to retreat and inherit a vast fortune?" Gan Tian rolled her eyes, deliberately displaying disappointment. "Your eyes betray you. If you want to speak, I want to expect you to acknowledge my kindness. People are often quick to sever ties once they've crossed the river. They may call each other sister while being utterly insincere. I genuinely regard you as a brother. I admire you." Ji Shuifeng, feeling anxious, replied, "Hey, this matter is delicate. I only know a smidgen. If I tell you, you must disclose it to anyone. I fear for my life." Gan Tian displayed a sincere expression akin to that of a naive rabbit. "All right." Ji Shuifeng glanced back, ensuring that Gao Shen had run far enough away to be unable to overhear his gossip. "Back then, I was just as curious. And it took me 2 years to uncover a fragment of the truth. At that time, he had won the Youngest Best Actor award, achieving immense fame, which naturally incited envy. Those who were obstructed in their paths sought to bring him down, leaking various scandals about him. In truth, these allegations were unfounded. He could have explained himself, yet he chose silence and withdrew from the industry, leading the uninformed public to believe the rumors were true. He had no recourse to defend himself, which prompted his retreat. In reality, the cause of his withdrawal was that it was revealed his mother suffered from severe mental illness and resided in a psychiatric hospital. This affliction was hereditary, and Gao Shen feared inheriting his mother's fate, thus relying on medication. At the time, someone had even obtained his psychiatric consultation records. Gan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's true, do not doubt me." Gao Shen withdrew to protect his mother from paparazzi exposure, opting for silence over refuting the baseless allegations, thus choosing to exit the industry. Many in the circle are aware of this but choose to remain silent. His abrupt departure meant no one could continue to exploit this matter. Gan Tian frowned, discomfort evident in her tone. "Is it not disgraceful that your industry exploits the illness of another's mother? Has the world lost all sense of morality?" Ji Shuifeng concurred vehemently. "Indeed, it is utterly deplorable. Marshmallow sister, now you understand the facade of glamour in our entertainment industry hides the harsh realities. Shall we pause for a moment?" He genuinely could not continue running. Why must the company assign him the persona of a fitness enthusiast? Ji Shuifeng felt his existence was tragically burdensome. Gan Tian, harboring an inexplicable surge of indignation, inquired, "What specific mental illness does his mother suffer from?" Chapter 46. Keep a safe distance from Gao Shen. "He suffers from mental illness." Ji Shuifeng shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot ascertain that. It appears to be a case of emotional disorder. I heard that he once had a childhood sweetheart, someone he adored to the point of contemplating marriage. However, fearing he might follow in his mother's footsteps, he made the painful decision to sever ties and seek refuge overseas. This revelation came to light during a drunken conversation I had with Li Changkong. For further details, you must inquire directly with him, if you can manage to extract the information from him." Childhood sweetheart? Could it be the her that Gao Shen mentioned? Gan Tian hastily shook her head, swearing she did not know Gao Shen at all. Forget it. I was merely inquiring casually. It's best not to delve into others' privacy. No one desires to expose their wounds. Today, let us pretend this conversation never happened. I will refrain from asking anything further, and you ought to be more discreet in your responses, she added, shaking her head in disdain at Ji Xuefeng's loose lips. Ji Xuefeng exclaimed, "You indulge in gossip yet criticize the gossiper for being indiscreet? Oh, dear sister. I never knew you had a wicked side. Were it not for the genuine affection I hold for you, I would never have shared such secrets. I've heard you are one of Gao Shen's detractors. Please do not let that slip." "I am not his detractor," Gan Tian insisted, but Ji Xuefeng was unconvinced. I wonder who it was that declared on Weibo they would never have any connection with him in this lifetime. Gan Tian felt wronged. That may not have been my post. Are you attempting to deceive me? Is that not your Weibo account? Gan Tian sighed. This matter cannot be clarified in a moment. I might have been hacked, framed by someone else. Not wishing to elaborate any further, Gan Tian urged, "Let us continue our run. We are nearing the mountaintop, and I want to show you the view from up there." Ji Xuefeng glanced up, his spirits dwindling. "We are hardly near the summit. It is still quite a distance. You can enjoy the scenery yourself. I will not run any longer. If I continue, I shall be utterly exhausted." In the conflict between preserving his dignity and ensuring his survival, Ji Xuefeng decisively chose the latter. Gan Tian was unperturbed, giving him an okay gesture before departing to resume her morning jog, reaching the entrance of the mountain resort. At that moment, she overheard Yifeng shouting at Antli, "Antli, didn't you buy new chopsticks? I've already discarded the old ones. Why have you picked them up again? Can't you see these chopsticks are moldy?" Antli, a woman who had lived her life with frugality, could not comprehend his concern. "Moldy? Just wash and dry them. What is the issue? Why do you resemble my grandmother so much? She would use a single pair of chopsticks for a lifetime. Gao Shen is hardly short of money. He is only left with money." Yifeng seized the old chopsticks and tossed them into the trash, warning, "Do not let me catch you using those again." To his dismay, Antli rushed over to the garbage bin, distressed. "They're perfectly fine. If you don't want them, I will use them myself." Yifeng felt on the verge of madness. Who could stop Antli from her misguided thriftiness? Just then, he spotted Gan Tian jogging toward them. "Oh, Miss Gan. You've returned. By the way, you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Help me persuade Antli to discard those chopsticks. They should be replaced at least every 6 months. I'm losing my mind here. What if I get sick from using them?" Antli retorted. "I use them every day. How have I fallen ill?" Suppressing a laugh, Gan Tian interjected, "I merely jogged by to retrieve the clothes I exchanged earlier. Good morning, Antli." Antli picked up the old chopsticks from the trash and greeted Gan Tian. "Good morning, Miss Gan. I was just pondering who could take your clothes down the mountain. Please wait. I will fetch them for you." "Thank you, Antli. But please refrain from using the moldy chopsticks. They contain aflatoxin, which is 28 times more toxic than arsenic. Only temperatures above 280 degrees can eradicate it. Prolonged consumption of aflatoxin can damage liver cells, leading to liver disease or even cancer. Just 1 milligram reaches a carcinogenic threshold." Gan Tian succinctly highlighted the dangers, opting for a direct approach over vague hygiene concerns. "Is it truly that severe?" Antli questioned, unsure how long she could use moldy chopsticks without succumbing to illness. However, she was aware that 1 milligram was an exceedingly small amount. Alarmed, she promptly discarded the old chopsticks. She regularly washed them in water heated to 40 or 50 degrees. How could she possibly eliminate the aflatoxin that Gan Tian had mentioned? Yifeng finally found some peace. "Do you believe me now?" Antli responded, "You youngsters are well educated and knowledgeable. You should communicate clearly with me like Miss Gan did, rather than yelling at me." "What good does that do?" Yifeng was taken aback. "Is this my fault now? Did I not mention it was unsanitary?" "Well, you didn't clarify why it was unsanitary. Was it really his lack of knowledge that led to this confusion?" Yifeng felt defeated, acknowledging, "Fine, I concede. It is my fault for lacking Miss Gan's eloquence. Please, fetch Monsieur's clothes." Antli soon returned with Gan Tian's clothes. And upon learning that she had been jogging from the foot of the mountain to the peak and back, she exclaimed, "Young Master Shen has also been jogging every morning. He runs from the top to the bottom and back up again. Did you see him earlier? You two could encounter each other during your morning runs. Gao Shen enjoys jogging as well?" Gan Tian raised an eyebrow, sharing with Antli, "I did see him. I greeted him, but he ignored me, not even casting a glance my way." Antli laughed awkwardly. "Perhaps he is still miffed about that incident from the other night when you drunkenly hugged him. Goodbye, Antli. I shall see you tomorrow." Gan Tian waved, resuming her run. As she jogged along the winding mountain road, she soon encountered Gao Shen again. His body had crossed the roadside barrier, with only one hand firmly gripping the railing while the other was laboriously reaching for something below. The precariousness of his position was alarming, as he seemed on the verge of tumbling down the mountain. What is he doing? Gan Tian halted and approached the railing to peer down, only to realize that Gao Shen was attempting to retrieve Ji Zhuifeng, who was clinging onto something with one hand while reaching for something else with the other. To her astonishment, it was a small cat. Its coat of yellow and white fur was striking, particularly its amber eyes, sparkling with golden threads. At a mere glance, Gan Tian felt her heart melt. The little creature looked painfully thin, evoking a sense of sympathy. What are you doing? Are you trying to rescue the kitten? Sweet sister, you arrived just in time. Quickly. Lend a hand. This kitten is stuck in the branches and cannot move. We are trying to save it. How can I assist? Without hesitation, Gan Tian grasped Gao Shen's muscular arm with both hands. Chapter 47. Keep your distance from Gao Shen. He has a mental illness. A small Pomeranian hung precariously from a tree branch at the edge of a cliff, its coat pure white and strikingly beautiful, yet alarmingly thin, as if it had been abandoned and wandering for days, evoking a sense of deep compassion. The little creature was trapped, unable to move. Gao Shen attempted to rescue it, but his reach was insufficient. Gan Tian volunteered, "Do you need assistance?" Gao Shen glanced at her, his expression unreadable. Gan Tian stepped beyond the railing, eager to help. "I'll go down to retrieve it. Just let me hold your hand, and I'll ensure I don't fall." Gao Shen replied sternly, "Can you manage? Don't be reckless. Don't underestimate me. If you can hold on to my hand, it will suffice." Without hesitation, Gan Tian extended one hand towards Gao Shen. Though he preferred to avoid physical contact with her, the urgency of the situation compelled him to grasp her small hand after a brief moment of hesitation, advising, "Be careful." Understood. With her hand firmly held by Gao Shen, Gan Tian carefully descended alongside his tall frame, her movements cautious yet bold. Together, they finally reached the unfortunate Pomeranian. Upon contact, the little dog yelped weakly, its eyes glistening with tears, devoid of aggression. Gan Tian soothingly murmured, "Don't be afraid. I'll rescue you shortly." The dog responded with a series of soft barks, as if it understood her words. Gan Tian looked up at Gao Shen and called out, "I've reached it. Lower me a bit more so I can pull it free. It seems its hind legs are stuck." Gao Shen, gripping the railing firmly with one hand and Gan Tian with the other, lowered her a few more inches, cautioning, "Watch your safety. Take your time, do not rush." Acknowledging his words, Gan Tian utilized her free hand to extract the small Pomeranian from its entrapment after considerable effort. Once freed, the little dog nestled into her embrace. Looking up again, Gan Tian reported, "All set." Utilizing his strong arms, Gao Shen hoisted her back up from the cliff's edge, their coordinated efforts resulting in a successful rescue. Once back on the winding mountain road, Gan Tian gently placed the Pomeranian on the ground, softly stroking it to calm its anxious heart before encouraging it to walk. The little creature gradually settled, standing awkwardly on three legs, with one foot curled up. Gan Tian sighed in relief. Fortunately, the other three legs function normally. Only the left hind leg is injured. Should I take it back for treatment? Gao Shen's voice resonated with a deep timbre. "I'll take it back. There's a veterinarian on the mountain." Gan Tian nodded decisively. "All right, you take it. I'll check on the little one tomorrow morning. Goodbye." However, just as she turned to leave, the Pomeranian limped over to her, tugging at her sweatpants. Gan Tian looked down at the little creature, a playful smile gracing her lips. "It seems this little one can't bear to part with me. Could it be that it wishes to repay my kindness with loyalty?" Gao Shen cast her a sidelong glance, a fleeting smirk betraying his amusement at her words. "You smiled." Gao Shen quickly composed himself, reverting to his usual serious demeanor. "You look rather charming when you smile. Why the long face again?" Gao Shen cleared his throat softly. "Then you should take it back." During his morning run, Gao Shen had unexpectedly discovered the Pomeranian trapped in the tree branch. Now that it was rescued, it mattered little who would take it away. With that, he resumed his run, but the Pomeranian limped back to him, clinging to his pants, unwilling to let him go. Gan Tian chuckled, teasing, "What does this little one mean? Does it wish to offer its loyalty to both of us? Wanting us both?" The Pomeranian barked at Gan Tian, then at Gao Shen, as if affirming her words. Gao Shen remained silent. Gan Tian shrugged. "What now? Who will take it home?" Gao Shen bent down to scoop up the injured Pomeranian, his dark eyes assessing their surroundings. It was evident that the journey back to the villa was shorter than the descent. He inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" Gan Tian patted her stomach. "Not yet." "Are you inviting me to breakfast?" "If you don't mind, I certainly wouldn't object." After having consumed the medicinal hot pot prepared by his aunt the previous day, which had alleviated his subsequent responsibilities, Gao Shen resolved to commend her for her efforts. "Let us go to the villa." Gan Tian walked gracefully alongside him. Yifeng was having breakfast in the courtyard when he noticed Gan Tian returning with Gao Shen. He hastily swallowed a mouthful of dumplings and inquired, "Miss Gan, why have you come back? Someone is treating me to breakfast. Why shouldn't I return?" Yifeng noticed the Pomeranian in Gao Shen's arms and exclaimed, "Shen, good. Where did this little dog come from? It's so thin. Was it a stray? I found it. Call Uncle Chen." "Oh, okay. Uncle Chen." The husband of Aunt Li and a former veterinarian arrived promptly. Gao Shen entrusted the injured Pomeranian to him for treatment. The little dog refused to leave Gao Shen and Gan Tian's sight, barking anxiously whenever they were out of view. Thus, the two could only sit in the courtyard and eat breakfast while Uncle Chen tended to the dog's injured leg. Yifeng couldn't help but jest, "Shen Ge, what's up with this little dog? It cries so pitifully whenever it can't see you too. Does it think of you as its parents?" Gan Tian, caught off guard, choked on her porridge. She had thought her remarks were bold, but Yifeng's were even more outrageous. Gao Shen shot Yifeng a cold glare. Yifeng retreated slightly. "I'm just stating the obvious. This little one is rather attached to you, as if you were its true parents." Gan Tian interjected, unable to tolerate his teasing. "We just rescued it. The poor creature is injured and frightened, which is why it clings to us." Yifeng responded, "Ah, I see. Once it acclimates to its surroundings, it will be fine." Gan Tian concurred, willing to indulge the little one for the time being. At that moment, her phone rang from her pocket. She checked the screen and saw it was a call from Jiang Xiaoyuan. Gan Tian answered, "What is it?" Jiang Xiaoyuan said, "My uncle asked me to check in. Have you and your grandfather made a decision regarding the collaboration we discussed last night? It's crucial to act quickly before the hype diminishes. What is your uncle's name? What is the name of his food company?" If they were to collaborate, she needed to understand her potential partner and assess the value of the partnership. "My uncle's name is Gao Jingxing, Vice President of Gao Yuan Group." "Vice President Gao Jingxing of Gao Yuan Group? Which Gao? Which Xing?" Gan Tian activated the speakerphone, continuing her conversation with Jiang Xiaoyuan while simultaneously searching for Gao Jingxing's name online. Meanwhile, Gao Shen, who had been silently eating, cast a glance at Gan Tian. Chapter 48. Keep your distance from Gao Shen. He suffers from mental illness. Gan Tian had discovered that although she was unfamiliar with the name Gao Jingxing, Gao Yuan Group was a name that resonated like thunder. It was one of the top 10 century-old enterprises in Country A, ranking among the foremost magnates on the country's wealth list. The conglomerate had diversified its interests extensively, venturing into the food industry 5 years prior and establishing a large-scale fast food production base with international competitiveness. This facility could independently manage a complete industrial chain encompassing raw material sourcing, development, production, and sales, while also collaborating with numerous internet celebrities, becoming a significant investor behind many trendy instant food products. For instance, the popular spicy hot pot, instant sour and spicy noodles, and self-heating pots on the market all bore the mark of Gao's capital. Gan Tian could not help but exclaim, "With your uncle being such a wealthy partner, I find it impossible to refuse." Jiang Xiaoyuan proudly declared, "Now you see I wasn't deceiving you, right? Collaborating with my uncle will undoubtedly be a win-win. That monthly retirement sponsorship of 20,000 yuan will only afford you a mundane, laid-back existence, but partnering with my uncle guarantees your path to wealth while you relax." "All right. I agree, but only for 1 year," Gan Tian conceded. Jiang Xiaoyuan's voice rose. "What do you mean? After a year, once my uncle elevates you, you plan to part ways?" "I merely intend to take a year-long break. After that, I want to continue this pastoral retirement life," Gan Tian replied. "What will you do after that year?" Jiang Xiaoyuan inquired. Gan Tian chose not to elaborate, merely stating, "I have other plans." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xiaoyuan concluded, "That's fine. Once the brand gains recognition, the medicinal hot pot will continue to sell without requiring your presence. You can simply collect the profits. I'll inform my uncle of your situation, and he will surely draft a suitable contract for you." Gan Tian, ever straightforward, replied, "All right then. I'll provide your phone number to my uncle, and he will have someone reach out to discuss the collaboration in detail." "Sounds good. I'll await your uncle's call." After concluding their business discussion, Gan Tian hung up the phone and noticed Gao Shen casting a sidelong glance at her. She returned his gaze with a radiant smile. "Do I look good?" Gao Shen's expression darkened. "You certainly are rather full of yourself." Gan Tian retorted, "One must have a degree of self-love. Besides, this face of mine is indeed beautiful, just like yours, a masterpiece by the divine." Ignoring her, Gao Shen finished his breakfast and retreated to his room. Gan Tian savored a bowl of porridge and a couple of steamed buns, feeling satisfied as she wiped her mouth and approached Uncle Chen, who was busy securing the back legs of a small Pomeranian with wooden planks. Approximately half an hour later, The representative from Gao Yuan Group called. Hello, is this Ms. Gan Tian? I am Manager Su from Gao Yuan Capital. Ms. Jiang should have informed you about our interest in collaboration. I am here to facilitate our communication. Would it be convenient for us to connect on WeChat so I can send you the contract for your review? Gan Tian replied, certainly. Is your WeChat number the same as this phone number? I will add you. Yes, that is correct. I will hang up now. Please accept my friend request. Manager Su was efficient. He hung up and promptly sent her a friend request, which Gan Tian accepted before he forwarded the contract to her. Manager Su, you may review the contract at your leisure. If you have any objections, we can negotiate further. If all is satisfactory, we may proceed with an electronic signature. Gan Tian, please hold on. I will reply after reviewing it. Manager Su, understood. I await your response. After perusing the contract, Gan Tian found no apparent pitfalls. However, despite her extensive reading, she was not adept at deciphering contracts, and her previous work experience had not necessitated such expertise. Thus, she concluded that she needed someone knowledgeable to assist her in evaluating it. Given the limited options, the only person accessible to her was none other than Gao Shen. Gan Tian decisively took the small Pomeranian and headed into the house to find Gao Shen. Hearing from Aunt Li that Gao Shen was in his study, Gan Tian stood outside the door and knocked. Come in. With a creak, she pushed the door open and found Gao Shen engrossed in his work at the desk. So she elegantly approached him. Are you busy? Could you spare a moment to help me with something? Fearing a rejection, Gan Tian walked directly to Gao Shen's side, presenting her phone and pointing to the electronic contract displayed on the screen. Could you take a look at this contract for me? I'm not very skilled at reading contracts. Before Gao Shen could utter a word of refusal, she boldly placed a finger against his lips, stifling his objections. Don't be so stingy. Isn't Lulu your wife? That makes you my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, please do me a favor. As her finger rested on his lips, Gao Shen was about to express his irritation when he suddenly heard the term brother-in-law. His anger, which had been rising, was swallowed back down. Gao Shen cast a disinterested glance at Gan Tian, finding some satisfaction in the title. It was said that once a person was a teacher, they were like a father for life. By that logic, she was indeed a family member of Lulu. Did this mean that Lulu's family had acknowledged him? Gao Shen felt elated, a warm light dancing in his eyes. What contract? He picked up the phone to assist her. Gan Tian explained. This is the contract sent to me by Gao Yuan Capital. They wish to collaborate on developing medicinal hot pot and self-heating pots, with further instant food projects in the pipeline. Please help me ensure there are no traps hidden within, as I don't want to be at a disadvantage. Gao Shen, suppressing a myriad of emotions, cast another sidelong glance at Gan Tian. Did she not realize that Gao Yuan Capital was his family's enterprise? How could she expect him to scrutinize a contract prepared by his own father? Gao Shen inwardly scoffed, thinking, what a naive dreamer. He intended to glance at it casually, but as he did, he found himself unable to overlook the details. This contract has no traps, however, send it to me, and I will revise it to maximize your benefits while minimizing your obligations. Chapter 49. Keep a safe distance from Gao Shen. He suffers from mental illness sweetness. Upon hearing this, could not contain her eagerness and showered compliments as if they were free candy. All right, let us exchange WeChat. I shall send you the contract. Thank you. Brother-in-law, Sister Lulu has such good taste. She truly married the right man. Gao Shen rapped his fingers on the table, his voice resonant. Enough of this chatter. In truth, he relished her flattery, wishing she would extol him further. Brother-in-law, don't stop. Sweetness scanned the WeChat QR code, and Gao Shen promptly scanned it with his phone. After they became friends, he opened the laptop on the desk, logged into the WeChat desktop version, and downloaded the contract Sweetness had sent. His long fingers danced across the keyboard with precision, and in half an hour, he had revised the contract and sent it back to her. Sweetness reviewed the contract, her eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't this contract a tad too harsh? Will Gao Yuan Group even agree to this? Gao Shen, adept at reading people's minds, advised. Inform Manager Su that 10 food companies are vying for your collaboration. If he is reluctant to sign, seek other options. The medicinal hot pot has boundless potential. Do not devalue yourself. Sweetness remained apprehensive, feeling the contract was excessively ruthless. She feared that if she sent it, Manager Su might storm over to confront her. However, what harm could come from trying? With a playful chuckle, she exclaimed to Gao Shen, I'll send it and see what happens. Gao Shen offered one final piece of advice. Remember, do not concede even a word. Tell them that Liyuan Foods is willing to sign this contract. If Gao Yuan Capital shows no interest, you will proceed with Liyuan Foods. Young Master Qin from Liyuan Foods personally called you. His number is 189 x times 3953. Sweetness pondered. Yuan Foods. You say? Gao Shen casually disclosed. They are the direct competitor of Gao Yuan Capital's fast food chain, and they frequently compete in the market. Sweetness snapped her fingers in understanding. Got it. This brother-in-law really knows his stuff. She sent the contract to manager Sue, who, unsurprisingly, found her modifications utterly absurd. Manager Sue replied, Ms. Gan, we have never signed such a stringent contract. This is simply outrageous and lacks any sincerity. Sweetness countered, to be honest. Your group is not the only one extending an olive branch. So far, 10 companies have expressed interest in collaborating on the medicinal hot pot. Even young Master Qin from Yuan Foods called me personally, expressing his willingness to collaborate under these terms. I am prioritizing your company out of respect for Jiangxiao Yuan. If you doubt me, I can provide young Master Qin's phone number, 189 x times 3953. You may verify it. Sweetness continued, clearly, Yuan Foods values me more. They sent their young master to negotiate with me, while your company only sent you. Gao Shen glanced at her WeChat message and inwardly scoffed. Little do they know. Young Master Qin is helping you outsmart his own father. This fact remained unknown to both Sweetness and Manager Sue. Upon checking, Manager Sue discovered that the phone number indeed belonged to Yuan Foods' young master, realizing that they were poaching from his company. After a lengthy 5 minutes, Manager Sue finally replied, Please hold on. I need to present this contract to the vice president for a decision. Sweetness typed, awaiting good news. But before she could send it, Gao Shen let out a derisive laugh, as if mocking her choice of words. Sweetness hesitated, then sweetly asked, Brother-in-law, how should I respond? Gao Shen lazily replied, Tell Manager Sue that you are only allowing him 10 minutes to consider. After that, the opportunity will be lost. He truly excelled in negotiation. He had the situation firmly in hand. Sweetness had to concede that, despite her extensive reading, she was no match for his cunning in corporate dealings. Following Gao Shen's instructions, Sweetness rephrased her message and sent it. Manager Sue rushed to the office of Gao Yuan Capital's vice president, nearly sprinting as he entered and presented the contract to Gao Jingxing. President Gao, the situation has changed. The collaboration template we sent to Miss Gan has been modified by her. Please see for yourself. Manager Sue had previously secured many deals with food influencers, including several who were now at the pinnacle of the industry. In those cases, they had merely signed contracts without hesitation. Yet, he had never encountered anyone like Sweetness, who had altered the contract to her advantage, meticulously probing the limits of Gao Yuan Group's willingness to negotiate. She dared to challenge while being acutely aware of where Gao Yuan's boundaries lay. What an astute strategist. Manager Sue was almost compelled to kneel before Sweetness in admiration. Gao Jingxing, a dignified man in his 50s, calmly read through the contract. After finishing, he leisurely sipped from his thermos, savoring chrysanthemum and goji berry tea. His gaze deep and discerning. Did she draft this herself? Manager Sue shook his head, then nodded, unclear, but given the brief time frame. She likely didn't have time to consult a professional lawyer. This contract is expertly revised. Professional lawyers would struggle to match her prowess. She claims that Yuan Foods' young master also wishes to collaborate with her. If we do not adhere to this contract, she will pursue a partnership with them and has only given us 10 minutes to decide, he continued. According to her, 10 companies are currently courting her, and she appears quite confident. Manager Sue glanced at the time on his phone. President Gao, only 2.5 minutes remain. Gao Jingxing smiled warmly. Indeed. This girl is not to be underestimated. In my decades of experience in business, I have encountered countless astute young minds. Yet few possess the cunning and boldness that she displays. Manager Sue remarked, President Gao, this contract seems to be a blatant test of our limits. Should we still pursue collaboration with her? Agree to her terms. Gao Jingxing's initial impression of her was favorable, even commendable. If she were not so clever and audacious, she would not have been able to assist Lin Lang in finding her biological daughter in such a short time. This could be seen as repaying her kindness. Moreover, with such intelligence and tenacity, he could not bear to let her be snatched away by Yuan Foods. He would consider it an investment in talent. Gao Jingxing instructed, respond to her at the last second of the 10-minute mark to prevent her from becoming overly proud and demanding even more. Manager Sue acknowledged, understood. Sweetness waited in anticipation. But as the 10-minute countdown approached, she sensed that the deal might be falling through. Brother-in-law, do you think Gao Yuan Capital has lost interest in me? There has been no response thus far. Gao Shen, engrossed in his own tasks, replied nonchalantly, with utmost confidence, why the rush? They will respond at the very last moment. Just wait. Chapter 50. Keep your distance from Gao Shen. He suffers from mental illness, sweet and beautiful eyes sparkling. Are you certain? Gao Shen, languidly seated in his chair, suddenly threw out a provocative remark. If you don't believe me, let us make a bet. If you lose, you'll have to hand over the Weibo account of 10 miles of cotton candy to me. Observing his demeanor and expression, Sweet felt confident of her victory. There was a pit ahead. Only a fool would leap into it. She resolutely shook her head. No, I refuse to bet. Gao Shen shot her a disdainful glance, clearly irritated by her presence. He picked up a document from the table and said, "You may leave now." However, Sweet did not budge. Clutching her little Pomeranian, she wandered freely around his study, her gaze drawn to the towering wall of bookshelves. The shelves were crammed full, from the bottom to the top, and the number of books exceeded 1,000, an irresistible temptation for Sweet. Approaching the shelves, she quickly scanned the titles, discovering a plethora of books that piqued her interest. Astonished, she asked, "Do you usually read these books?" "Not really," he replied. "Then why buy so many?" "I thought your sister Lulu would enjoy them, so I purchased them for her." He had initially intended to gather a variety of books to keep her company in the study, envisioning a future where he could attend to his matters while she immersed herself in reading, allowing them to coexist harmoniously throughout the day. Alas, the more enticing the dream, the more stark the reality. Sweet exclaimed, "You truly understand Lulu." A shiver ran down her spine. This man seemed to be reading her mind, knowing her preferences for books so intimately. The collection on the shelves could keep her occupied for an entire day. No, an entire week, perhaps even a whole year. Placing her Pomeranian on the carpet, Sweet randomly pulled a book from the shelf and settled into a comfy armchair by the floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in her reading. Outside, the verdant mountains and flowing waters unfolded in full view, with sunlight streaming in, bathing her lazily in warmth and comfort. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed on her phone. It was Manager Sue. "Ms. Gan, regarding the contract you modified, I fear that while Mr. Chin of Paradise Foods may agree, Mr. Chin Sr. will not. However, you have rendered great service to the Gao family, and we wish to express our gratitude through this contract. Mr. Gao has agreed to your terms, but this is already the limit of Mr. Gao's concessions. If you have no further questions, we can proceed to formalize the contract. I will send you the electronic signing link." Sweet specifically noted the time of Sue's reply. It was indeed at the last minute, whether it was the final second, she could not ascertain. Nonetheless, Gao Shen was quite the cunning fox. With such sincerity from the other party, Sweet decided against prolonging the discussion. A single word sufficed. "All right." Before long, Sue sent the electronic signing link. Sweet reread the contract, confirming it was the same one she had sent, without any clandestine alterations from the Gao family. Her memory was sharp, and after comparing it with her recollection, she found that not a single word had been changed. Sweet resolved to proceed with the signing. The online signing was completed swiftly. "Ms. Gan, the paper contract will be mailed to you shortly. Please provide me with a mailing address. Additionally, tomorrow we will dispatch a professional research and development team to discuss the recipe for the medicinal hot pot. We will also require your cooperation in taking a set of promotional photographs for the medicinal hot pot posters. We are dedicated to crafting a unique IP brand specifically for the medicinal hot pot, to be named 10 Miles of Cotton Candy. We will assist you in registering the trademark and designing the brand logo. Do you have any objections to this?" After signing, Sue continued to send a flurry of messages. Sweet reviewed them one by one and replied, "No problem." Then she provided her shipping address. After nearly half an hour of discussing various details with Sue, she finally reclined in her armchair, losing herself in the book once more. Time slipped away, and before long, it was noon. Aunt Lee knocked on the study door, calling for Gao Shen to join her for lunch. "Miss Gan, you should come and taste my cooking." Sweet rubbed her belly, replying, "I would be remiss to decline. Aunt Lee, I am indeed famished. However, please refrain from calling me Miss Gan. It feels too formal. Just call me Sweet." Gao Shen, seemingly just noticing she had not left, shot her an irritated glance, his tone laced with impatience. "Why are you still here? Are these books meant for you?" Sweet inwardly scoffed. Was that the intention? Aunt Lee quickly interjected, "Sweet, come, let us eat. Though my cooking may not rival your grandfather's, it is still quite good." Suppressing her thoughts, Sweet responded, "All right." At the dining table, Gao Shen maintained his usual aloof demeanor. Sweet was unbothered. With Aunt Lee to chat with, she relished her meal and enjoyed the conversation. After lunch, she reluctantly patted her little Pomeranian, saying, "I will see you again tomorrow, my dear." The Pomeranian barked incessantly, clearly reluctant to part, but Gao Shen unfeelingly carried it back inside. At that moment, Gao Shen received a call from his friend Luli, buddy, I've managed to investigate the matter you asked me about. I've sent the information of several individuals to your email. Gao Shen replied with a smirk, much appreciated. Luli's voice dripped with mischief. Between brothers, there's no need for formality. I've prepared a welcome dinner for you tonight. You must attend. By the way, take a look at the profiles I sent. See if any of them might be your resurrected sister-in-law. If not, I'll continue digging. Understood. Gao Shen succinctly ended the call and returned to the study to check his email. The email contained the profiles of 5 individuals. One of them was surprisingly Yi Yutong. The youngest daughter his aunt had recently discovered. Gao Shen's expression soured. He immediately dismissed her, internally rejecting the notion of incest. Another name, however, made him furrow his brows. Sweet. Wire. The first reason listed in the file was sudden change in intelligence. Attached were Sweet's report cards from elementary to university, which bore a striking resemblance to the personal information Yi Feng had previously provided about her. Poor grades, particularly in the sciences, as if she were a single-celled organism lacking intellectual curiosity. Her social media accounts were filled with romantic novels, comics, and entertaining short videos, indicating she was inept at everything except staying up late. The second reason listed was sudden change in physicality. Once frail and delicate, she was now capable of delivering a kick strong enough to send a 160-pound adult man flying, demonstrating a professional level of skill. Yet upon reviewing Sweet's history, he found no record of her ever training. Chapter 51. The Buddha has a QR code on the other side. Gan Tian jogged down the winding mountain road. As she passed the entrance of the village of Jiaxiu, she noticed a vendor with a minivan, selling goods while surrounded by a throng of curious villagers. The vendors were 2 young men in their 20s, their vehicle equipped with a loudspeaker touting enticing slogans, authentic clearance, genuine discounts. No need to ask prices, no haggling, and no fear of being cheated. Outerwear for just $999 each. Everything is $999, and underwear for only $99. Choose freely. All made from the latest antibacterial and sterilizing fabric developed in the United States. Functional clothing unavailable even in e-commerce. Initially uninterested, Gan Tian was drawn in by the loudspeaker's promotion. Underwear for 99 yuan on clearance? Surely, this was a scam. She stopped to observe the spectacle. The villagers, too, were no fools. They questioned the exorbitant price of 99 yuan for a pair of underwear. Nearby, a villager chuckled subtly. The young vendor exclaimed, "Grandma, please don't misunderstand. We are conducting legitimate business. This functional underwear is the latest invention from the United States, patented, capable of sterilization. If you don't believe me, I will demonstrate right here." The elderly villagers, always eager for entertainment, encouraged him to proceed. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, watch closely. This underwear is not just a gimmick. How could I sell it for 99 yuan if it didn't work? The young man filled a basin with clean water and added a solution from a dark bottle, stirring it with a stick until the water turned a murky purple. A villager inquired, "What did you just pour in?" "Dirty water full of bacteria," the young vendor replied. "As you can see, this basin is now filled with purple, contaminated water. But if I place the functional underwear into it, the bacteria will be eradicated, turning the water back to its original state." The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. The vendor tore open a package of underwear, urging, "Let us see if it works. If you don't believe it, we can toss the underwear in and find out." The villagers pressed him on, eager to witness the miraculous claim. "All right. Keep your eyes peeled." He tossed the underwear into the basin and stirred it with the stick. To everyone's astonishment, the purple water soon transformed back into clear liquid. The villagers were dumbfounded. What just happened? The young vendor whistled triumphantly. "See, everyone? I was lying. Isn't American technology amazing? Just wear this underwear, and you'll be immune to all toxins. Every fabric on this van is made of this special material. Underwear for 99, outerwear for 999, I assure you. I'm not overcharging you." He highlighted the need for protection against bacteria, especially for the villagers who worked in the fields. The crowd, swayed by the demonstration, began to express their interest. "I'll buy? I can't afford the outerwear, but I'll take 2 pairs of underwear. Do you have size M?" Another villager chimed in. Gan Tian stood by, astounded. Such a simple trick could sell underwear for 99 yuan? This money was too easy to make. She noticed Aunt Yang from the neighboring house digging into her pocket, uncharacteristically pulling out 500 yuan to buy 5 pairs of functional underwear. Gan Tian dashed forward, seizing Aunt Yang's hand. "Aunt Yang, this is a scam. Don't fall for it." The young vendor, seeing Aunt Yang's money slip away, grew irate. "Who are you to say that? This is legitimate business." Gan Tian, with a cold demeanor, remarked, "You know whether it's a scam, and so do I. I advise you to leave immediately, or I won't hesitate to retaliate. The vendor's expression dar chapter 52. The Buddha's QR code. Aunt Yang's eyes were clouded with confusion. Potassium permanganate? What on earth is that? Sweet? I don't understand what you're saying, Auntie. Gan Tian pondered for a moment and rephrased her explanation. It's the kind that doctors prescribe for sitz baths when treating hemorrhoids. Can anyone recall if they've ever received such a prescription from a doctor? They instruct you to fill a basin with water and add a bit of it, which turns the liquid a deep purple. It can relieve inflammation and itching, and after a few minutes of soaking, the discomfort dissipates. The villagers shook their heads in unison, eager to keep their privacy intact. I've never had hemorrhoids. Me neither. I don't know. Yet. Some older men and women in the crowd were silently racking their brains, recalling the purple color of the medicinal solution prescribed for their ailments, which indeed resembled what the young man had just demonstrated. Gan Tian, realizing their embarrassment, chose to shift her explanation once more. It's the same solution we use to treat withering diseases in watermelons and winter melons. If you soak rice or cabbage seeds in potassium permanganate for about 10 minutes and rinse them well, it can disinfect and kill bacteria. Surely, you must have used it before. Suddenly, Aunt Yang had an epiphany. So that's what it is. I have a bottle at home, used for seed disinfection. It can also treat rice blast, tomato virus, watermelon wilt, and soft rotting cabbage. It's harmless, tasteless, and incredibly effective. Others chimed in. I have some too. The rice seeds soaked in that stuff have a higher germination rate. It supposedly kills the bacteria that cling to the seed surface, and it's so inexpensive. When it came to crops, the villagers had hands-on experience. So this isn't just filthy water teeming with bacteria? That means it's not going to obliterate every single bacterium? But the water had indeed cleared up. What could be the explanation? The villagers began to chatter excitedly, eagerly awaiting Gan Tian to unveil the truth. It's quite simple, she explained. Potassium permanganate reacts with vitamin C, or with reducing agents like oxalic acid, resulting in a redox reaction that decolorizes it into clear water. He must have concealed a reducing agent and poured it in when no one was looking. It's merely a sleight of hand. The young man selling the products, exposed by Gan Tian, was infuriated and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront her. You little brat, just wait until that hurts. Let go. He glared menacingly, raising his hand to discipline Gan Tian, but she swiftly seized his wrist, twisting his arm behind his back, and delivered a forceful kick to his knee, bringing him down to one knee. The young man struggled in vain against Gan Tian's grip, seething with rage and humiliation as he shouted, Let go, you wretched girl. Gan Tian, seemingly unfazed, kept one hand firmly on him while rummaging through his pockets with the other. Eventually, she produced 2 vials of vitamin C injection from his pants pocket. Look here, Gan Tian exclaimed, holding up the small vials. This is what he had hidden in his pocket, a vitamin C injection that transforms potassium permanganate's purple solution into clear water. It's not some magical undergarment. If you don't believe me, someone fetch a bottle of potassium permanganate, and I shall demonstrate right here. A curious villager leaned in to inspect the small vials, confirming they were indeed labeled as vitamin C injections. It truly is vitamin C. How does it make potassium permanganate water turn clear? I'll go get some right now. I'll be back shortly. A villager who lived nearby dashed off home. The young man, still struggling to rise after being kicked down by Gan Tian, saw the villagers' reactions and attempted to flee, but he was quickly subdued. Another young man, trying to escape in a vehicle, was also intercepted by the villagers. By the time the villagers returned with a bottle of potassium permanganate, Director Jiang and the cameraman had arrived. Jiang signaled the cameraman to start filming. At that moment, Gan Tian instructed someone to fetch a basin of clean water from the well at the village entrance. She poured the potassium permanganate brought by the villagers into the basin and stirred it with a stick. Soon, the clear water transformed into a deep purple liquid. The villagers surrounding her were suddenly enlightened. Gan Tian's little granddaughter was right. It really is potassium permanganate, not filthy water filled with bacteria. We almost fell for it. Indeed, I was even prepared to buy 2 pairs of undergarments. Gan Tian then broke open a vial of vitamin C injection and poured its contents into the water, continuing to stir while addressing the onlookers. Now, let us see if this purple liquid will turn clear. Moments later, gasps of astonishment filled the air. It changed. It really changed. How is this possible? So miraculous. The secret wasn't with the undergarments, but rather with the vitamin C injection. Gan Tian, please explain to us how this works. It's quite simple, something even middle school students understand in chemistry. Vitamin C undergoes a redox reaction with potassium permanganate. Vitamin C contains carboxyl groups and has reducing properties, while the manganese in potassium permanganate is in its 7 oxidation state, making it a strong oxidant. The two react. reducing manganese from 7 to 4, causing the solution to change from purple to colorless. Many villagers nodded, half comprehending. Gan Tian added, "It doesn't matter if you don't fully grasp it. Just know that mixing potassium permanganate with vitamin C will cause it to decolorize. Applying this knowledge in everyday life, if you accidentally stain your hands or clothes with potassium permanganate, soaking them in vitamin C will quickly remove the color. If someone mistakenly ingests potassium permanganate, taking a large dosage of vitamin C can help alleviate poisoning, even if your white shirt has turned yellow from prolonged wear. Soaking it in potassium permanganate water for a couple of hours and then rinsing it before soaking in vitamin C water will restore its whiteness, an effective whitening remedy." The villagers, intrigued, expressed their newfound knowledge. Meanwhile, the online viewers were also showering the stream with praise. Vitamin C and potassium permanganate. So simple. I'm amazed. My son did this little experiment in kindergarten. These two fraudsters are despicable, deceiving elderly villagers with something even children know. Using iodine and vitamin C can also decolorize. Just squeeze a kiwi or lemon. It's the same principle. I once got my hands stained black from potassium permanganate, and I used lemon to wash it off. I can't stand these scammers who target the elderly in the countryside. Previously, we had no idea what tricks they were using. Now, with Gan Tian exposing the con at the scene, it's so satisfying. Chapter 53. The Buddha has a QR code. Well done. My grandmother was deceived by those selling goods. She spent 5,000 yuan on a water purifier, a product devoid of any credibility, which infuriated me beyond measure. It is high time to rectify the misdeeds of these unscrupulous merchants. My uncle from the countryside was tricked into having solar panels installed on his roof for free. One trap after another, all leading to his downfall. The city is filled with intricate schemes, and I yearn to return to the countryside, though the roads are long. The pitfalls are even more treacherous, and I shall strike back at these fraudsters. A bottle of vitamin C costing 3 yuan and 50 fen suffices for the scam, yet he dares to buy it for 99,999, unafraid of divine retribution. Gan Tian, I am a professional in combating fraud. And Yang shouted vehemently. May they be cursed. If it weren't for Gan Tian's daughter, I would have lost 500 yuan. Other villagers nervously clutched their wallets, their eyes blazing with fury at the two young con artists, wishing to mete out a severe punishment. Call the police. Have them arrested. Yes. I will make the call. Upon seeing the villagers ready to report the incident, Gan Tian decided not to linger at the scene. She picked up the clothes she had retrieved from the mountains and began her journey home. Director Jiang caught up with her, suggesting, "These charlatans who masquerade as healthcare providers to deceive the rural folk are utterly despicable, especially since most of the villagers are elderly and unaware of the tricks involved. Gan Tian, why not enlighten the viewers in the live stream about the various methods these scammers employ? If the audience understands, they can relay the information to their elders, preventing more elderly villagers from being swindled out of their hard-earned money." Unveiling the tactics of rural scams, Gan Tian found herself intrigued by this idea. She had heard numerous complaints online about elderly individuals being deceived in the countryside. If she could use this opportunity to educate others on the methods of deception, perhaps she could save many from falling victim to such fraud. Without hesitation, she nodded. All right. Director Jiang snapped his fingers. Yes, I have successfully seized this opportunity. The viewers in the live stream possessed keen eyes. Haha, I sensed Director Jiang's delight. He must be laughing inwardly, reveling in his opportunistic nature. But what can we do? I find it utterly captivating. Haha, so do I. It's quite enlightening. Why doesn't Shirley Cotton Candy host her own live stream? I see that the other prize winners are all live streaming daily, except for Gao Shen. Haha, if Gao Shen were to stream, his popularity would plummet. The youngest best actor now relies on live streaming for fame. How low? Speaking of which, where has Gao Shen disappeared to? Isn't he seeking a romantic connection? His reputation has long crumbled. Who would want to support him? We, Shirley Cotton Candy, are merely his anti-fans. Of course, we wouldn't support him. Gan Tian frowned upon reading the viewers' comments about Gao Shen, candidly stating, I am not his anti-fan. The viewers responded with confusion. Gan Tian recalled what Ji Zhufeng had told her that morning. Gao Shen was blackened during the peak of his career through false accusations. To avoid the fallout from refuting the rumors, which would lead to further slander against his mother, who suffered from mental health issues, he chose to withdraw from the industry. Gan Tian felt a sense of injustice for him. She had never sought trouble, nor did she fear it. She had no intention of currying favor with the viewers to gain followers. For her, this phase of life was merely a sabbatical, and after a year of rest, she would step away from the public eye. Thus, when it came time to express her stance, she had no reservations. Gan Tian addressed the live stream camera directly. I admire him. To prioritize the protection of his mother by stepping back from the peak of his career is a quality worthy of admiration. The audience erupted in astonishment. Ignoring the flurry of comments in the chat, she continued walking home while revealing various scams she was familiar with, exposing the truths behind different fraudulent schemes. The discontented comments regarding Gan Tian's previous statement were soon drowned out by inquiries for knowledge, and the atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly lively. Oh my goodness. Surely Cotton Candy is so knowledgeable. How does she know so much? Director Jiang, can we have some interactive questions? I wish to ask Shirley Cotton Candy about little curiosities I encounter in daily life. Requesting an interactive question segment. Requesting an interactive question segment. Director Jiang, do you remember the guests are busy working in the fields? No. The question should be directed at the guests working in the fields. Are they aware that Director Jiang is once again trying to bask in Shirley Cotton Candy's popularity? I'll go and tell on him. I must inform my family. The production team opened several live stream windows, each guest having their own channel. While fans clamored to report on Director Jiang's antics, insisting their idols go on strike unless there were interactive questions. Director Jiang exclaimed, "What nonsense! I am merely using this live stream platform to educate you all about various scams. This is a benefit not offered by other variety shows. How is this unprofessional? All right. As long as no one reports me, I will initiate an interactive question segment. Feel free to ask any questions." Gan Tian had returned to her family's Bamboo Grove home. Seated in the courtyard as Director Jiang pulled her into answering the viewers' queries. Gan Tian rolled her eyes, unable to contain her irritation. Haha, Shirley Cotton Candy rolled her eyes. How adorable. I like her. Shirley Cotton Candy can no longer tolerate Director Jiang's constant exploitation. Shirley Cotton Candy, could you explain why popping candy jumps in the mouth? My son loves it, but I worry it might pose some issue. I have always wondered about that too. I loved popping candy as a child but never understood why it jumps. Shirley Cotton Candy, please enlighten us. Director Jiang spotted this question in the comments and stated, "All right. I will provide a benefit now and initiate an interactive question segment. I will select 10 questions from the comments for the beautiful expert, Gan Tian, to answer. Everyone claims I am a freeloader. Today, I shall redeem myself, and this will be a paid response. Here's the deal. Gan Tian, we will play a challenging game, 500 yuan per question. If you can answer within 2 minutes, the money is yours. If your answer exceeds 2 minutes, you will receive nothing, as it will be a free response. Is that agreeable? 500 yuan for answering each question within 2 minutes? Gan Tian raised an eyebrow, no longer rolling her eyes. 10 questions, easily 5,000 yuan could be earned. Why not? She relished challenges and replied eagerly, "Bring it on." Director Jiang retrieved a buzzer and announced, "First question, what is the principle behind popping candy jumping in the mouth? Once you're ready, press the buzzer. The timer starts now." With that, as soon as Director Jiang's voice faded, Gan Tian P Chapter 54, the Buddha's QR code, Director Jiang was utterly taken aback. So fast? Instant response? He felt a pang of distress. What about the money? Jiang lamented. You tell me. Gan Tian offered a vivid explanation. The reason popping candy dances in the mouth is due to the high-pressure carbon dioxide sealed within it. As the candy dissolves in the mouth, the seal is broken, and it is released. The viewers in the live stream perked up. What? Ha ha ha, carbon dioxide sealed inside? Could it be that carbon dioxide is a supreme being of the demon tribe, sealed within popping candy, waiting for our mouths to break the seal? Is 10th Mile Cotton Candy just joking? Gan Tian glanced at the barrage of comments and said, to put it simply, that is indeed one way to understand it. It all comes down to the unique production process of popping candy. During its creation, it is subjected to a high-pressure chamber that is dozens of times greater than normal atmospheric pressure, filled with carbon dioxide. As the mixture cools, the high-pressure carbon dioxide becomes trapped within the candy. When the cooled syrup is removed from the chamber, the trapped carbon dioxide escapes, shattering the candy into irregularly shaped pieces, just as you see when you purchase it. Although most of the high-pressure carbon dioxide has already escaped upon leaving the chamber, a fair amount remains sealed within the irregular fragments of candy. When we consume popping candy, the carbon dioxide trapped within it vaporizes upon heating, creating thrust, which causes it to dance in our mouths. It's that simple. Mothers in the live stream need not worry. The amount of carbon dioxide released from a packet of popping candy is far less than that from a bottle of soda, negligible in comparison. If you don't believe me, you can place popping candy in water and observe the bubbles rising. Those are carbon dioxide. Is it really like that? The viewers exclaimed in the live stream. Thank you for clarifying. Gan Tian continued. Speaking of clever uses of carbon dioxide, the yotia you had for breakfast is another example. Director Jiang inquired. Youtiao also cleverly utilizes carbon dioxide? How so? Gan Tian winked. Is this considered the second question? Jiang. Gan Tian lazily replied. If you don't pay, then forget it. The viewers chimed in. Ha ha ha. Knowledge is power, and knowledge must be bought. This is way better than selling underwear. ISNT it? Jiang is about to suffer a financial loss. I feel for him from across the screen. Jiang gritted his teeth. All right, tell me. Gan Tian explained. Alum undergoes a chemical reaction at high temperatures, producing a significant amount of carbon dioxide. When making youtiao, alum is added and then fried in hot oil, causing the carbon dioxide generated to rapidly expand the youtiao. Thus, alum acts as a leavening agent. When you purchase youtiao, you can observe those that appear somewhat puffy with their pockets. They have surely had alum added. In contrast, youtiao without alum have a denser structure. If you wish to avoid alum, you can opt for the denser varieties, but in terms of texture, the ones with alum are noticeably better. You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Director Jiang wiped his forehead. So it's like that. Gan Tian extended her hand. I've answered 2 questions. That's 1,000 yuan. Please settle up, preferably 1 question at a time. Jiang, why the rush? I wouldn't refuse to pay. Gan Tian, but who knows? Jiang, I, a renowned director in the entertainment industry, could possibly owe you this little amount? Do you have any idea how many male and female stars are eager to be on good terms with me? Willing to act in my films without even asking for payment? Gan Tian raised an eyebrow and candidly replied, So, I'm not part of the entertainment industry. This is a one-time transaction. In the live stream, viewers were laughing at Jiang's predicament. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die laughing. I've never seen Jiang so flustered before. Instant karma. Let this be a lesson. Jiang rummaged through his pockets, finding not a single dime. Frustrated, he asked Gan Tian to add him on WeChat, promising to transfer her the money. Gan Tian took out her phone, and they mutually added each other on WeChat. As they were adding each other, Jiang noticed a familiar profile picture. When he looked again, Gan Tian had already put her phone away. Jiang rubbed his eyes. Was it just an illusion? How did he see Gao Shen and Gan Tian's WeChat contacts? Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream continued to flood the screen with various questions. Jiang could only suppress his curiosity for the moment, focusing on the live comments to select interactive questions. 10th mile cotton candy. When I was a child, I saw my grandmother dye her nails with balsam flowers using alum. It was even prettier than what I got at the nail salon. What is the principle behind that? Same world, same grandmother, my childhood. My grandmother did that too. Crushing the flower petals, adding alum, then applying it to her nails and wrapping them in mulberry leaves overnight. The next day, when she unwrapped them, her nails looked beautiful. My grandmother did it too and said I couldn't tea fart, or else it wouldn't tea stay red. I held in my farts all night. Is it really true? Jiang took a screenshot and posed the question to Gan Tian. Jiang said, This is the 3rd question. Once you're ready, hit the buzzer. You have 2 minutes. And the timer starts now. Bang. Gan Tian once again hit the buzzer in an instant. Jiang resigned himself to fate. Glancing at the online viewer count, which had continued to rise, now reaching 6 million. Wow, this expenditure was worth it. Jiang's mood shifted from distress to delight as he chuckled inwardly. Gan Tian glanced at the question in the screenshot and stated, It's quite simple. Alum has many uses. Besides being a leavening agent, it also acts as a color fixative. At this point, Gan Tian took a pen and paper. She wrote down the chemical formula for alum. Alum, also known as dodecahydrate potassium aluminum sulfate, dissociates into trivalent aluminum ions, Al, when dissolved in water. Al further undergoes hydrolysis, forming positively charged aluminum hydroxide gel. Plant dyes like balsam flowers generally carry a negative charge. The attraction between the positive and negative charges through coulombic forces firmly binds them together, thereby reducing the solubility of the plant dye and minimizing the impact of washing and fading, thus serving as a color fixative. Alum's water purification works on the same principle. Generally, suspended particles in natural water also carry a negative charge, while the positively charged aluminum hydroxide gel from dissolved alum can also adhere to these particles through coulombic attraction, causing them to aggregate and settle, clarifying the murky water. Upon concluding her explanation, Gan Tian waved her phone at Jiang. Using the same principle, alum can serve not only as a color fixative but also as a water purifier 2 for 1. Is this answer worth 500? Chapter 55. The Buddha Master has a QR code. Director Jiang gazed at the ever-increasing number of online viewers with exuberance, exclaiming, If they want to give, let them. Our production team is not short on funds. With a chime, another 500 yuan was credited to the account. Gan Tian glanced at her phone and, seeing Jiang's generosity, decided to be equally magnanimous. Director Jiang, she proposed, on this sweltering day, Instead of having Ji Zhuifeng and the others toil in the fields for their work points, why not learn something new and utilize alum as a mordant to explore plant dyeing? Director Jiang inquired. What on earth is that? Gan Tian explained. It's a traditional craft that employs alum as a mordant to preserve the beauty of plants on white cotton or linen, creating exquisite pieces of art. Director Jiang. You ought to search for plant dyeing. There are numerous masterpieces in the folk tradition. Since our show aims to experience rural life, why limit our focus to fields and mud? There are countless beauties in the countryside waiting for us to uncover. And we could transform our rural variety show into a poetic endeavor. Director Jiang promptly picked up his phone to search. The online viewers, intrigued, also began to search for how Gan Tian envisioned plant dyeing could compose a poem. They discovered, to their delight, that the aesthetics of plants were indeed fascinating and accessible to both young and old. Director Jiang found his answer. Plant dyeing, a technique where anything can be dyed, showcases the myriad forms and colors of nature, allowing us to preserve their beauty beyond photography and painting. Nature itself serves as the most magnificent artist. Upon viewing various successful plant dyeing projects online, Director Jiang smacked his forehead. What a brilliant idea! Why didn't I think of this sooner? Just then, an assistant rushed over, saying, Director Jiang, there's trouble. Shen Huihui has suffered from heat stroke and is feeling dizzy. What? The director exclaimed. The assistant continued. She drank some medicinal herbal water and is feeling slightly better, but the sun is quite fierce today, and the guests are complaining. They heard that you were slacking off, which has made them even angrier. They are all on strike. Hearing this, Director Jiang's mind raced. Quickly, gather them all here. This afternoon, we shall engage in some traditional art that won't expose us to the sun. Understood, the assistant replied. While the assistant fetched the 4 guests, Gan Tian answered 7 questions in rapid succession, thereby securing another 5,000 yuan. 20 minutes later, Shen Huihui, Qing Wu, Ji Zhuifeng, and Li Changkong arrived at the old bamboo house of old Master Gan. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by 2 large tables adorned with various tools. Scissors, small wooden mallets, white canvas bags, white cotton and linen products, small basins, and wide transparent tape were all present. The tables were also laden with leaves, flowers, roots, and even whole small plants, along with a substantial bag of alum. Curious, Ji Zhuifeng asked, what is all this for? Director Jiang replied, you should thank Gan Tian. She couldn't bear to see you laboring in the fields for meager work points, so she suggested a delightful idea for us to experience rural life through art. Really? Is it safe? Ji Zhuifeng asked with a hint of skepticism, particularly wary of Director Jiang's intentions. I assure you, this time I am genuinely well-intentioned. Director Jiang vowed. Unfortunately, the 4 guests remained doubtful. Without further ado, he announced a new task. This afternoon, we will experience a traditional craft, utilizing the principle of alum as a mordant for plant dyeing. You can choose any piece of cotton or linen fabric or a white canvas bag from the table, and use the leaves and flowers to create your artwork. The finished pieces will be scored by online viewers. The top artwork will earn 10 work points, the second 5, the third 1, and the fourth will receive none. Ji Zhuifeng was perplexed. How do we create the artwork? I have no idea. Director Jiang clapped enthusiastically, relishing the opportunity for mischief. Therefore, I have invited a teacher for you. Let's welcome Teacher Gan to the stage, who will guide you through the process of plant dyeing. Just follow her lead. Gan Tian began her demonstration, explaining, it's quite simple. First, select your favorite plants, preferably those with prominent veins and rich colors for the best dyeing effect. Second, wash the chosen plants and soak them in alum water to facilitate dye release. Third, pat the soaked leaves dry with a paper towel. Remember, if they're not dry, the colors may run. Fourth, lay your cotton or canvas flat on the table. Place the leaves face down on the fabric and secure them with transparent tape to prevent shifting. Finally, gently hammer the leaves with the mallet, ensuring they meld with the fabric. Once you remove the tape, the intricate patterns and colors will be beautifully imprinted on the fabric, more vivid than any brushwork. Qing Wu understood and, being an avid painter, found the notion of dyeing instead of painting intriguing. This sounds wonderful. I want to give it a try. She picked up a piece of white cotton fabric to use as her canvas. Shen Huihui, equally intrigued, declared, I want to try too, and selected a white canvas bag. Ji Zhuifeng browsed through the options and, after much deliberation, chose a piece of white linen that was comparable in size to a tablecloth, saying, once I finish dyeing, I will gift this to you, Cotton Candy Sister, as a unique tablecloth. Fans will surely clamor to buy it. It will be worth a fortune. Gan Tian eagerly agreed. It's a deal. Li Changkong took his time, but ultimately chose the largest piece of white cotton fabric. intending to create a curtain for Gan Tian to hang in her leisure room or study, subtly expressing his affections. Even the online viewers were eager to participate, many expressing their desire to follow along. The materials were simple. They could easily find canvas bags, white handkerchiefs, or linen at home. The allure of the activity captivated everyone. Hooray! Learning traditional crafts with cotton candy sister. I'm in. I'm making one for my boyfriend to show him I'm also a crafty and talented girl. I couldn't find linen, but I have a white linen skirt. I want to try this too. How about we all post our finished works on Weibo as our assignment? Great idea. Let's submit our assignments on the Cotton Candy Sisters super topic. Yes. Submit your assignments to the newly created super topic for Cotton Candy Sister from yesterday. We seek engagement. Chapter 56. The Buddha has a QR code at this moment. A car came to a halt outside, and Jiang Xiaoyuan leaped out, calling out before even stepping into the courtyard, "Director Jiang, I'm back. How could the plant dyeing project be complete without me?" Throughout her journey, she had been engrossed in the live broadcast, her hands itching to participate. Director Jiang inquired, "Have you resolved everything at home?" Jiang Xiaoyuan replied, "My sister Yi Yutong has awakened and is now in a regular ward. The remaining matters are not urgent. We will take our time. However, I believe that the future will undoubtedly improve, so I have returned to report for duty." Director Jiang nodded. "It must get better." "Welcome back to the team." Jiang Xiaoyuan approached the table, selected a piece of white linen, and moved in front of Gan Tian to learn plant dyeing from her. Secretly chatting with Gan Tian while others were distracted, "My uncle called me and mentioned that you have signed a contract, stating that you were given the best terms. I need to ask, did you modify the contract yourself, or did you enlist a professional's assistance? The secrets of fate must not be revealed." Naturally, Gan Tian would not betray Gao Shen. She smiled and remained silent. Jiang Xiaoyuan gave her a thumbs up. "My mother said that once everything is settled, she will earnestly treat you to a meal." Gan Tian did not refuse, her lips curving slightly. "All right. By the way, my mother asked me to inquire if you have a boyfriend." Gan Tian's expression turned dark. "Huh." Seeing Gan Tian's reaction, Jiang Xiaoyuan understood immediately. Stifling her laughter, so I hurriedly left. "But do consider it. My mother knows many affluent ladies, and they all have unmarried sons. If you wish to transcend social classes, I could introduce you." Gan Tian decisively declined. "No need. Thank you. Don't forget that your mother just escaped from a predicament. I prefer to enjoy my beauty alone." Jiang Xiaoyuan mumbled, "That's true. My cousin told me that no man is trustworthy. A man's words are mere deceit." Ji Zhuifeng, who had approached unbeknownst to them, interjected, "What are you two discussing? Who says a man's words are deceitful? I am a good man. Why should you care?" Jiang Xiaoyuan rolled her eyes. Ji Zhuifeng nearly blurted out, "I don't care about you. Who does? If not for the chance to interact with her, he would never have participated in this dreadful variety show, laboring daily as a laborer, either in the fields or on the mountains, and ending up looking like a pig, with his photos turned into memes by netizens. Thankfully, he was aware of the cameras capturing their every move. With a heavy grunt, Ji Zhuifeng remarked, regardless of gender, "There are good and bad individuals. One should not generalize based on a single experience. Am I wrong?" Jiang Xiaoyuan retorted, "I didn't say that about you. It was my cousin who said it. He is a man. Does he not understand your psychology?" Ji Zhuifeng clenched his fist, wanting to confront her cousin. "Who is your cousin? I will definitely seek him out for a discussion." Jiang Xiaoyuan would never reveal that her cousin is Gao Shen. Only Li Changkong cast a glance at the two. Noticing Li Changkong's gaze, Jiang Xiaoyuan mumbled, "You must not tell." Ji Zhuifeng immediately turned to Li Changkong. "Do you know who her cousin is?" "I don't," Li Changkong coolly replied, retracting his gaze and focusing on learning plant dyeing from Gan Tian. Gan Tian selected her favorite leaves and petals, soaking, fixing the color, arranging, and pounding them, completing her work after an hour. Several guests were still hard at work. But in the super topic of 10 miles of cotton candy, netizens had begun to submit their assignments. The viewers in the live broadcast urged teacher Gan Tian to take a look at the submissions and provide some feedback. With some free time, Gan Tian opened her phone to review the assignments. She liked each piece submitted in the super topic. As she continued to like each one, suddenly, Gan Tian squinted her eyes. She focused on an assignment submitted by a user named Gigi Fu Gigi, her brow furrowing. Was the person seeking her help? The assignment from user Gigi Fu Gigi consisted of a white linen cloth with patterns dyed using leaves and petals, perfectly preserving the original textures and colors of the natural materials. However, the resulting design resembled a string of numbers. Upon closer examination, the string of numbers turned out to be 191519. This sequence of digits represents an internationally recognized distress signal. Further scrutiny of the dyed work revealed that the plant veins formed Morse code. 3 dots, 3 dashes, 3 dots. Indeed, this user was in danger. Gigi Fu Gigi was calling for help. Gan Tian remained discreet, simply liking the post, then evaded the live camera, moving beside Director Jiang to discuss the matter. Director Jiang examined the dyed work. Are you certain? Gan Tian cautiously yet assuredly nodded. Absolutely. If it were merely a design resembling the digits 191519, it could be a coincidence, but the presence of Morse code indicates otherwise. The program staff gathered around to take a look. After everyone had viewed it, they expressed their opinions. Not to say they didn't see the resemblance, but after Gan Tian pointed it out, they began to see the numbers 191,519 more clearly. But how did you know that 191,519 signifies a call for help? What is special about this number? Indeed, what does this number mean? It doesn't seem like a pun. And what about 3 dots and 3 dashes? What Morse code is that? Gan Tian glanced at them, her expression akin to observing students struggling with their studies. The program staff. Only one photographer remarked, 3 dots and 3 dashes represent SOS. The crowd was taken aback. Huh? What did you say? An assistant also seemed surprised. This is SOS in Morse code. It's common knowledge. How do you not know this? The other staff members responded, we had no idea. Gan Tian looked skyward in exasperation. This is common knowledge. The program staff self-consciously fell silent, realizing that continuing the conversation would only expose their ignorance. At this point, Director Jiang, filled with curiosity, asked, if 3 dots and 3 dashes represent SOS, then what does 191,519 signify? Gan Tian explained. 191519 is a subtle way to convey a distress signal. The numbers 19, 15, and 19 correspond to S, O, and S in the order of the 26 letters in the alphabet. This user is using 2 methods to express SOS. The subtlety indicates surveillance, making it necessary to avoid overt expressions. Moreover, the person watching her likely possesses a limited education. The staff present felt as if they had been caught in the crossfire. Director Jiang discreetly calculated with his fingers, recalling that the 15th and 19th letters of the English alphabet are indeed O and S. Upon realization, he smacked his forehead. It truly is SOS. This user is genuinely in danger and seeking help. Gan Tian, this user has placed their hopes in you. Quickly call the police. Chapter 57. The Buddha has a QR code. Gan Tian decisively called Officer Zhang. During the call, she explained the situation. Officer Zhang, sitting in front of his computer, searched for the user Gigi Fu Gigi and discovered the plant dying image, which indeed appeared to be a cry for help. Officer Zhang remarked, you have observed carefully. It closely resembles 191519, which is a distress signal. I will have our technical team track the specific IP address of this Weibo account. Gan Tian requested to be informed of any updates. Officer Zhang assured her, certainly, but do not alert the suspect. We will first trace her exact location. If she is not in this city, I will need to coordinate with the police in other provinces to dispatch the nearest officers for assistance. Gan Tian felt assured that the police would handle the matter competently. All right, I will await your news, Officer Zhang, she replied, before continuing her program. At this moment, all 5 guests had completed their artworks, each possessing a unique natural beauty, awaiting Gan Tian's evaluation. The viewers in the live stream, inspired by the session, felt like artists themselves. Comments flooded in. This is so much fun. It's a savior for the clumsy. Thanks to Shirley Mian Huatang for teaching us. I'm an elementary school teacher and will introduce this craft to my students tomorrow. I can't go out, but I always learn something in this live stream. Haha. I showed my boyfriend, and he was amazed. He couldn't believe I made it. Only Gan Tian found herself in a dilemma, as Director Jiang requested her to score the 5 guests' works and determine the winners. She shot a glance at Director Jiang, silently questioning why such a contentious task fell to her, especially when she believed each piece deserved full marks. Can we have 5 tied for first place? She suggested. Director Jiang exclaimed, that has never been done. Gan Tian raised an eyebrow. Just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it can't be done now. I think they are all beautiful. Don't you agree? Ji Feng, admiring his own work, boasted, mine must get full marks. My mother always said I lacked talent in painting. If she saw this, she wouldn't believe it. I was talentless. Just hadn't met a good teacher who could guide me in expressing my artistic gifts. Jiang Xiaoyuan also praised her piece. Unable to hide her pride, it looks really good. Li Changkong succinctly stated, one word, beautiful. Shen Hui examined her canvas bag, stating, this is interesting. Even those with no artistic skills can create something beautiful through dyeing. It's a masterpiece deserving of full marks. Qingwu chimed in. Just give me 10 merit points. I wouldn't mind how many are tied for first place. Earning merit points is too difficult. Thus, Gan Tian awarded 5 pieces tied for first place. Director Jiang nearly choked on his frustration. Such chaotic scoring was unprecedented. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches at Director Jiang's plight. After scoring, Gan Tian awaited a call. It was until evening that she received a call from Officer Zhang. He informed her, "We have rescued her." She is a 29-year-old woman named Jiang Rushi. After graduating from university, she remained in the big city for work. At 29, she has no boyfriend and is unwilling to return to her hometown, which left her parents worried about her future care for them in old age. With a younger brother waiting to marry, her parents deceived her into returning home under the pretense of illness, arranging a marriage for her with a dowry of 200,000. When the local police found Jiang Rushi, she was trapped in her suitor's home, her phone confiscated, as both families aimed to consummate the marriage before granting her freedom. Thankfully, the police from Province W successfully rescued her. Gan Tian could hardly believe such a thing could happen. Could parents truly do this? How could she have sent a Weibo assignment with her phone taken? Officer Zhang explained. Her suitor, fearing she might feel isolated, opened a live stream for them to watch together. Seeing you interact during the Q&A segment inspired her to send a distress signal. She told her suitor she wanted to learn plant dyeing from the live stream. GG Fu GG is her suitor's Weibo, and he submitted her assignment. Luckily, the young man, having only graduated from middle school, did not understand what 191519 meant, nor did he recognize the SOS Morse code. Angered, Gan Tian hung up and relayed the details to Director Jiang, who felt equally disgusted by the situation. Meanwhile, in the super topic of Shirley Mian Huatang, a user named Kanlan Yishao penned a short essay detailing her experience of sending a distress signal through plant dyeing and successfully being rescued. Thanking Shirley Mian Huatang and Rural Big Experience official Weibo. Thank you so much. I'm grateful you understood my message. The essay quickly captured the attention of other users. Through the screen, a suffocating feeling enveloped them. I can't believe we were so focused on assignments that we missed the distress signal in the grading process. How did I overlook it? Do I lack a discerning eye? Bravo, Shirley Mian Huatang. Kudos. The key is that those who see it can understand. Not everyone would. Our cotton candy is so knowledgeable. I'm a fan. 191519 actually means SOS? I've learned something new. This adds to my experience for future rescues. I can only imagine how terrified and helpless that sister must have felt. Thank goodness she was rescued. If it were me, I'd be begging for a bowl of mangpa soup and say goodbye to my heartless parents. Now at the police station, Jiang Rushi felt utterly disappointed in her cruel parents. Seeing the netizen suggestions, she genuinely pleaded on Weibo. Through tears, she typed, Shirley Mian Huatang. Can you help me again and cook me a bowl of mangpa soup? My parents have always favored my brother. I ranked second in the entire province for the college entrance exam, yet my father, fearing I wouldn't return after getting into a good school, secretly altered my application to a nearby normal university. Thankfully, my homeroom teacher discovered this and informed me. Later, I went to study in the big city, financing my tuition through student loans. After graduation, I had to repay my loans and pay rent while my mother called every month asking me to send money home. I tolerated all this, but they deceived me into coming home for a dowry of 200,000, forcing me into a stranger's home to consummate a marriage. Why is it that other parents pamper their daughters, while I must endure this? I long to escape this primitive family. How long will I be morally shackled? I feel like I've forgotten them. I am truly filled with resentment. Seeing Jiang Rushi's message on Weibo, Gan Tian did not hesitate to reply. I will treat you to hot pot. Chapter 58. The Buddha has a QR code upon sharing this statement. She encountered a barrage of criticism from numerous netizens. These parents are indeed excessive, yet should one resort to the mangpa soup, erasing all memories of them? What a callous daughter. Can't stop smiling. Your parents are merely concerned that you might find yourself lonely and without care in your old age. If you possessed the capability to find a partner, would your parents act this way? Truly, there exists a reason for every lamentable circumstance. Can't stop smiling. Why do you, an outsider, meddle in the conflicts between a daughter and her parents? Can't stop smiling. Do you not have parents? Are you not a child yourself? How can you encourage such misguided actions? Should one truly suggest she drink the mangpa soup to forget her parents? Can't stop smiling, disregarding familial bonds. I have reported this. If we set a precedent, will children in the future resort to mangpa soup at the slightest disagreement? As parents, have we not raised ungrateful wolves? Can't stop smiling. You too shall one day become a parent. Be wary of the karmic repercussions that await you. Gan Tian scrolled through the tumultuous online discourse, observing the chaos. Indeed, one does not feel the sting of a slap until it directly strikes their own face. Yet they are quick to preach magnanimity to others. However, Gan Tian found herself empathetic towards Jiang Rushi, recalling a senior who had once excelled academically, only to face a similar plight. Despite qualifying for prestigious institutions, her parents, fearing she would abandon her rural roots and leave them without support in old age, coerced her into applying to a local, ordinary university. Unyielding, the senior reached out to her mentor, who, upon learning of her situation, publicly welcomed her to apply to the elite institutions on social media. This rare endorsement stirred significant attention, ultimately compelling her parents to relent under public pressure. Yet the ordeal did not end there. Upon discovering that the senior earned a modest income of 1,000 yuan monthly through part-time work, her parents incessantly demanded that she remit 800 yuan home, citing illness and the need for medicine as justifications. During that time, the senior could scarcely afford a glass of milk for breakfast. The heart of a girl, especially one raised in a family that favored sons, often yearns for validation, prompting her to demonstrate her worthiness through financial support, hoping to awaken her parents to the realization that having a daughter was no less valuable than having a son. Yet, she eventually came to understand that her frugal efforts were merely siphoned off to sustain a lazy brother. The situation escalated further. She often urged the senior to sever ties with such cold-blooded kinship that ensnared her life. The senior would reply, "You do not comprehend. I have been overlooked since childhood, deprived of affection. Now that I have the means, I wish to prove my worth to my parents through my contributions, hoping they will realize that raising a daughter is equally commendable. I am aware of my folly, yet the more I resist, the more I feel compelled to demonstrate my worth. Perhaps this is a form of inner torment, a demon that is difficult to vanquish." Jiang Rushi, too, might be unable to suppress this inner demon, seeking external assistance to escape its grasp, wishing for a bowl of mengpa soup to cleanse her mind. Since Jiang Rushi extended her hand from the abyss, Gan Tian was determined to pull her back to safety. She resolved to send Jiang Rushi a private message, sharing the address of the worry-free village, inviting her for a medicinal hot pot. At that moment, she received a call from Manager Su. Gan Tian, it is difficult to resolve family matters impartially. You should not involve yourself directly. It could tarnish the mengpa soup's reputation. Gan Tian chuckled softly. As parents have gone to such lengths, why hold back? I am willing to assist her, Manager Su implored. I understand your sincere desire to aid the girl in escaping her familial ties, but public opinion can be daunting. Why not consider a more prudent approach to assist her? Listening to Manager Su's tone, it seemed he had a better plan. She inquired attentively, what do you suggest? Manager Su proposed, let us transform this crisis into an opportunity. We can launch a self-heating medicinal hot pot, allowing you to focus on sales. Whether consumers choose to purchase is their own decision. Moreover, the medicinal hot pot does not possess the properties of mengpa soup, only she will know if she forgets or not. And the online community will be none the wiser. At this juncture, Manager Su continued, I will now send you a pre-sale link for the medicinal hot pot. You can share it on Weibo. The pre-sale will last for 20 days, with shipments commencing thereafter. Gan Tian intended to voice her concerns but was interrupted by Manager Su. I realize you may worry that the pre-sale is merely for a standard medicinal hot pot. Yet we can send the genuine mengpa soup to Kanti. Stop smiling. When her friends and netizens criticize you, we can simply claim it is an ordinary hot pot. Let them purchase one and see for themselves. Gan Tian chuckled. That is a splendid idea. Manager Su affirmed, I will send you the pre-sale link immediately. Gan Tian praised. Excellent. Your efficiency is commendable. Manager Su boasted, our company excels in this domain. This afternoon, we organized a professional team to expedite the process. And we have already designed the logo and advertisement for the medicinal hot pot. We shall seize this opportunity and make it a sensation within 72 hours. Gan Tian mused. Such fervor is truly impressive. She recognized her lack of expertise in commercial operations and was eager to learn from the professionals, especially since she had signed a collaboration agreement with Gao Yuan Capital. She was curious to see if they could indeed create a sensation. After concluding the call, Manager Su sent her the link. Upon opening it, Gan Tian discovered that the promotional poster had been crafted, featuring a delightful cartoon version of herself, exuding charm and intelligence. Just one glance left her enamored. The poster proclaimed a 20-day pre-sale period, with a clear emphasis, not mengpa soup, do not misuse. Gan Tian wholeheartedly agreed. Such a potion should not be employed frivolously. Even if someone sought the medicinal hot pot for the properties of Mingpa soup in the future, she would carefully consider the appropriateness of offering it, for if anyone could procure it at will, what chaos would ensue if everyone could simply choose to forget? In that case, she would surely be held accountable. With a determined resolve, Gan Tian copied the link and posted on her Weibo, "Can't stop smiling. I invite you to the medicinal hot pot self-heating pot. Click link to place an order and inform customer service for a complimentary early shipment." Chapter 59. The Buddha has a QR code. After posting this Weibo, Gan Tian lost interest in the chaotic comments online and promptly logged off to take a shower and sleep. She set a modest goal for herself, to be in bed by 10 o'clock every night, no matter the circumstances. She was determined to stick to her resolution to avoid the perils of sudden death again. Thus, she remained blissfully unaware of the uproar her link had stirred, as those who scorned her for meddling seemed oblivious to the promotional tagline of the medicinal hot pot, which clearly stated it was not the Mingpa soup. Yet they mindlessly criticized, shouting that Mingpa soup was a calamity for the nation. Is the world descending into chaos? Soon anyone can purchase Mingpa soup, forget whoever they wish. Is no one monitoring Shirley Cotton Candy? Does she think she is a savior? What if my girlfriend forgets me over a trivial disagreement? I've already invested 30,000 yuan in her. Wouldn't that render me bankrupt? The marriage rate is already dismally low. Shirley Cotton Candy, trending daily, it turns out it was all for merchandise sales. Yet another internet celebrity manipulated by capital. The intelligence displayed during the live stream was merely a script and persona, was it not? I knew it. Clearly a busty airhead relying on vulgarity to attract attention. Suddenly transformed into a genius. All scripted. Let the hype die. Huh. Her persona has collapsed spectacularly. Capital, you understand how to create stars. But please refrain from promoting knowledge-based beauties in the future. It's all a facade. With a radiant smile, she was sold by her parents. Restricted in her freedom by her suitor, could her reliance on plant dyeing also be a carefully crafted plot? Hell, I almost believed it. My tears were wasted. Not buying it. Anyone who does is a fool. Is the next step to enter the entertainment industry? Who is the financial backer behind Shirley Cotton Candy? How is it that they have the Rural Experience show and 5 stars to accompany her? Official Weibo of Rural Experience. So your program's investors are the ones backing Shirley Cotton Candy, right? I thought it was Director Jiang riding on the coattails of a passerby's popularity. Turns out Director Jiang and 5 stars collectively lowered their intelligence to highlight Shirley Cotton Candy's leading lady aura. This is indeed no small matter. The production team quickly sensed a shift in sentiment. Upon investigating the identities of these netizens, they discovered that they were all bots. The staff immediately reported the situation to Director Jiang. Director, we have a problem. Someone has hired bots to blacken our program in Gan Tian. Director Jiang's expression darkened. What is going on? The staff explained. Gan Tian has started selling merchandise, and now someone is hiring bots to frantically attack her. Claiming her persona is merely a script. Who has she offended? Director Jiang, not a deity, could hardly know. However, he was astute. There are likely 3 groups involved. The staff pondered. One group might be those who, like Gan Tian, have won the pension lottery, jealous of her rapidly increasing votes. Fearing that she might truly become a sensation, the ultimate prize is surely hers? Director Jiang sipped his tea. Clever. And the second group? The staff continued. Perhaps it is Jiang Wei's doing. Director Jiang considered this possibility. He had long anticipated that Jiang Xiaoyuan's father would not let Gan Tian off easily. The staff went on. The final group may be from the blood transfusion organization that Gan Tian inadvertently disrupted. Director Jiang sighed. Gan Tian is but a young girl, unaware of the treacheries of the world, yet she is trending every day. Too many resent her. Having found an opportunity to attack her, they will not hold back. This is the price of fame. 3 years ago, Gao Shen was a cautionary tale. Our production team has been riding on Gan Tian's coattails. It is time to return the favor by trending topics for her and reverse the narrative. Director Jiang rolled up his sleeves. I have never feared a battle of public opinion. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyuan had also noticed the negative remarks aimed at Gan Tian. Lying on a hard bed in the countryside, scrolling through her phone while applying a face mask. She abruptly tore off the mask, infuriated. What nonsense is this? Who is selling personas? How dare they target my new best friend? Do they think I, Jiang Xiaoyuan, am merely coasting through the entertainment industry? Jiang Xiaoyuan, known for her fiery temper and impulsive nature, retaliated against the unpleasant comments without a second thought. Jiang Xiaoyuan v. Hype. Selling personas? Busty airhead? Non-intellectual beauty? Haters, shut your mouths. Even if I were to exploit my family's scandal to elevate Gan Tian, my sister is currently in the hospital. If not for Gan Tian, my sister might have already perished. After posting, Jiang Xiaoyuan felt unsatisfied. She had already created a group with Ji Juefeng and the others. And after her Weibo post, she opened the group chat. Jiang Xiaoyuan. Qingwu Shun Hui Hui Ji Juefeng Li Changkong. Help me out. Someone is dissing my best friend. Ji Juefeng. Who is your best friend? Jiang Xiaoyuan. Gan Tian. Ji Juefeng. Who dares to insult cotton candy? Jiang Xiaoyuan. On Weibo. Claiming we collectively lowered our status to highlight Gan Tian's leading aura. It infuriates me. Ji Juefeng. Is that so? Nonsense. Does cotton candy need me to prop up her intelligence? I'll take a look. Shen Hui Hui. Hold on. I'll check it out too. Qingwu. I'll check as well. Li Changkong. I've posted on Weibo. Just moments ago, Li Changkong had tweeted. Retweeting a bot claiming they collectively lowered their intelligence to elevate Gan Tian's knowledge-based persona, with a succinct 5-word quip. How much per post? Smirk. The sarcasm had everyone in stitches. Ji Juefeng, finding it amusing, immediately retweeted Li Changkong's post. Ji Juefeng v. How much per post? Smirk. Qingwu. Ji Juefeng v Li Changkong v. How much per post? Smirk. Shen Hui Hui. Qingwu v Ji Juefeng v Li Changkong v. How much per post? Smirk. Following that, Ji Juefeng tweeted again. Ji Juefeng v. Please give me a chance to lower my intelligence to prop up cotton candy. I'd do it for free. Just don't let the fans discover my IQ can't keep up with hers. I can't afford to lose face. Jiang Xiaoyuan v. I can't afford to lose face. Shen Hui Hui v. I can't afford to lose face. Qingwu v. I can't afford to lose face. Li Changkong v. Is my face not worth anything? This synchronized display of support left fans astonished. Never had they witnessed 5 stars rallying in such unison for one individual. What charm did the Shirley cotton candy possess? Suddenly, a netizen exclaimed, "Hey, everyone, check out official Weibo of Rural Experience. There's a major revelation." Chapter 60, the Buddha has a QR code just now. Rural Experience official Weibo posted a tweet exposing numerous accounts that criticized Gan Tian. All linked to a company called Reversing the Tide, known for its involvement in orchestrating various trending topics. The marketing firm Reversing the Tide has a notorious reputation as a purveyor of online manipulation. Rural Experience official Weibo v. 10 yuan per post. Slander is merely a mouth's work, while director Jiang spent 12,000 to unearth these trolls, a significant loss, leaving him in despair. Li Changkong v. How much for a post? I wonder? Li Changkong v. A mere touch of the tiger's paw. Rural Experience official Weibo v. Ji Juefeng v. My heart aches for director Jiang. He is so frugal. Rural Experience official Weibo v. Jiang Xiaoyuan v. Director Jiang. I will strive to earn some merit points tomorrow. Rural Experience official Weibo v. Shen Hui Hui v. Slander is easily spoken, but refuting it costs a fortune. A mere touch of the tiger's paw. Rural Experience official Weibo v. Qingwu v. Is it so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? Who decrees that the talented cannot sell products? Rural Experience official Weibo v. Qingwu took the lead in placing an order and posted a screenshot of the order interface on Weibo, showing support for Gan Tian. Shen Hui Hui also placed an order, sharing the image in solidarity with Gan Tian. Jiang Xiaoyuan ordered 100 servings of medicinal hot pot for a giveaway on Weibo, intending to reward 100 fans who voted for Gan Tian. Ji Juefeng followed suit, ordering 100 servings as well. Li Changkong ordered 100 servings. Highlighting the note on the hot pot poster that states non-Mangpa soup version, Mangpa soup should not be misused to avoid misinterpretation by certain detractors. Director Jiang also engaged in the discourse, purchasing online trolls and began to voice his opinions on Weibo. So it was trolls. I was too frightened to speak up. I can truly empathize with brilliant smile. I grew up in a patriarchal family. I have escaped and have not contacted my family for 10 years. I shall never reconcile with my parents. Only through experience can one understand. Each month, I ponder how to free myself from my parents' financial demands. My monthly salary is 5,000, yet my mother insists I send 2,000 home for my brother and sister-in-law to pay their mortgage, while my brother lounges at home, doing nothing. Why should I bear this burden? If given a choice, I would not wish to be my parents' daughter. I long for parents who love and cherish me. Alas, I seem to have made a grave mistake in my birth. I wish to sever ties. I cannot endure it any longer. Yet the bond of mother-daughter affection keeps me tethered. To those dutiful sons and grandsons, heed this. Without enduring adult hardships, do not advise others to be virtuous. Everyone, take a look at this article. In a patriarchal family, the more a daughter is mistreated, the more dutiful she becomes. This only serves to deepen the parents' disdain for her. Why? Because the more dutiful the daughter, the more it proves the parent's mistakes, and which parent wishes to acknowledge their errors. They only grow to resent their daughters, further exploiting them to support their sons. When the time comes for financial assistance, they turn to the daughters, or else they brand them as unfilial, leaving no hope for escape in this lifetime. When faced with heartless parents, one must decisively flee. Do not merely sever ties. I yearn for a bowl of mangpe soup to forget everything, to live for myself. Soon, these remarks matched the trolls in intensity, and with bystanders weighing in. The debate on whether to consume mangpe soup and forget one's parents raged on, with neither side willing to compromise. Meanwhile, Jiang Rushi, at the police station, posted a message affirming her presence there, dismissing allegations of self-directed drama. Brilliant Smile remarked, "Justice lies in the hearts of the people. 10 Mile Cotton Candy was merely trying to help me, yet has faced such unmerited tribulation. Whether or not to sever ties with my parents is my own decision. Unrelated to 10 Mile Cotton Candy, who merely invited me to Hot Pot. What is wrong with that? I have already placed an order. Thank you, kind sister." Many netizens sympathized with Brilliant Smile, offering her comfort in the comments section. However, a user claiming to be Jiang Rushi's biological brother, under the handle, "Today also very irritable handsome guy," posted 3 messages. "Today also very irritable handsome guy. I am the biological brother of Brilliant Smile. The reality is far from what my sister describes. Our parents are not pressuring her into arranged marriages due to gender bias. They are merely concerned for her well-being. If she chooses to forget our parents, she is truly an ungrateful wolf. Today also very irritable handsome guy." Image 1, Image 2. Image 3. "Here are the deities my parents pray to. The deity said that if my sister does not bear children before 30, she will never have any. Which parent can bear to see their daughter without descendants? My sister struggles to find a partner on her own. She has only 2 months until she turns 30. Can our parents not be anxious? Today also very irritable handsome guy. Brilliant Smile, can you honestly say this? You graduated with a master's degree while I have only a junior high school diploma. If our parents truly favored sons over daughters, would they have allowed you to pursue your studies while denying me the same opportunity?" Jiang Rushi, incensed, retorted directly on Weibo. "Is it that you were forbidden from studying, or is it simply that you could not pass the high school entrance exam?" Those who understood laughed at her response. "Haha, I suspect it's the latter. Her brother feels so wronged, blaming his sister for being too outstanding. 200,000 in betrothal gifts. Can he claim he has no share in that? Buddha, I refuse to bear this burden. Thank you. Buddha, do not provoke me." Ill fortune. Did you see the image her brother posted of the Buddha? Why is there a QR code next to the deity? Which deity is this? If you search prayer in the App Store, you will find an online prayer service where you can strike an electronic wooden fish, purchase indulgences, and even buy incense online with a QR code for payment. How novel. Has the Buddha embraced high technology now? Can we pray online? The Buddha has indeed kept pace with the times? Goodness, is this the metaverse Buddha? Oh, I must try this out. I shall also join. Let us pray together in the metaverse for wealth. Director Jiang remained entangled in the online discourse, utterly unaware that the public sentiment had unexpectedly coalesced around a prayer service. Those on the outside observed the spectacle, while insiders discerned the subtleties. Director Jiang, baffled, demanded, "What is happening? Investigate this immediately. I spent 12,000, and it all leads to a prayer service? I have always been the one leveraging others' trends. How did I become the one being leveraged?" Enraged, he ordered an investigation. He was determined to uncover who possessed such audacity. The program staff urgently conducted a search, and 20 minutes later reported, "Director Jiang. Many of those discussing prayers are indeed trolls, and we found it, but how is it connected to this company?" Chapter 61. The QR code of the Buddha. Director Jiang leaned in, inquiring, "Which one?" The staff member replied, "The Chifu app just launched yesterday, and it's developed by the Jiang Group, the company founded by Jiang Xiaoyuan's father. Is he attempting to amass wealth through the Chifu app to settle debts? How does he plan to do that? I must find out." Director Jiang downloaded the Chifu app onto his phone and, after some exploration, realized its remarkable potential. If promoted effectively, it could undoubtedly generate passive income. Was Jiang Wei attempting to seize the opportunity and alter his fortunes? Indeed, Jiang's cunning remained unparalleled. Over the years, Jiang Wei had not idly spent his time in the business world, capitalizing on the public's yearning for divine intervention. He had ingeniously devised a system where users could offer incense to the Buddha via QR codes. Brilliant. Director Jiang quickly pieced together the situation. It was undoubtedly Jiang Wei behind the orchestrated smear campaign against Gan Tian. This entire sequence of actions aimed solely at promoting the Chifu app and ensuring his financial windfall. His response was swift, likely prompted by the rising buzz around it. He urgently contacted Jiang Rushi's brother, urging him to make a statement on Weibo to draw attention to the Chifu app. The staff member asked, should we inform Jiang Xiaoyuan? After deliberation, Director Jiang concluded that Jiang Wei had probably harbored animosity toward his production team for some time. In light of this, there was no reason for hesitation. As a potential adversary, he must be stifled before he could pose a threat. Director Jiang instructed, disclose this to her, lest her father turns the tide and she and her mother end up with nothing, merely left with false hopes. The staff member acknowledged, understood. When Jiang Xiaoyuan received the call, she was momentarily bewildered. The notion that seeking divine favor could generate profit was shocking. Once her father regained his footing and repaid his debts, it was certain that the family fortune would not be shared with her or her sister. It would all belong to her brother. It was not that Jiang Xiaoyuan resented her father's success. Rather, the prospect of her family's wealth was too tempting to ignore. She was no fool. She would fight to secure her share of the inheritance. Even if her father aspired to wealth, he would first have to liquidate the Jiang group to settle his debts before pursuing new ventures, and at that point, she would not hinder him. For now, she needed to secure control of the Jiang group to safeguard the interests of herself, her mother, and her sister. After some contemplation, Jiang Xiaoyuan called her uncle. Gao Jingxing took his niece's call seriously. I understand. I will have your cousin handle this. I need you to investigate whether Gan Tian altered the contract herself or if someone else did it for her. Have you inquired? Jiang Xiaoyuan replied, Uncle, you promised to look after my close friends. Gao Jingxing, with the shrewdness of a seasoned fox, feigned ignorance. I never said I wouldn't look after your friends. Even the most stringent contracts can be signed. As you know, I am merely seeking talent. If she did have someone assist her, I would like to recruit her. Do not take this lightly. Jiang Xiaoyuan responded, got it, uncle. I will probe further and ensure you are fully informed. Good, Gao Jingxing said, satisfied. Before he ended the call, he then sought to investigate the Chifu app and assess its profit potential. Reflecting on how Jiang Wei had used the black publicity surrounding the medicinal hot pot to launch the Chifu app, Gao Jingxing felt a surge of frustration. He wondered if this wave of negative publicity would tarnish the medicinal hot pot's reputation. If it did, his investment would be in vain. He hoped for over 50,000 orders for the medicinal hot pot that night. Otherwise, explaining his contract to the old man would prove challenging. Currently, the group was still under the old man's authority, and several brothers were secretly vying for the inheritance. Gao Jingxing's existence was precarious. One misstep could lead to his being reprimanded by the old man. Meanwhile, after wrapping up a series of tasks, Director Jiang felt ready to rest. Just before sleep, he reconsidered and pulled out his phone to order a medicinal hot pot for himself, supporting Gan Tian, who often benefited from his favors. The young girl had some talent. Quickly pivoting to sales, he felt it necessary to support her, though he was unsure how many would take to it. Director Jiang worried that netizens might suspect her of engaging in self-promotion and refrain from purchasing. The medicinal hot pot explicitly stated it did not possess the properties of mangpai soup, which might deter buyers further. Director Jiang felt a pang of anxiety for Gan Tian. That night, various influencers showcased their talents on Weibo, and the online disputes raged on, all unbeknownst to Gan Tian, who had already drifted into a sweet slumber. Little did she realize how many orders were being placed offline, or if anyone would buy the medicinal hot pot. Manager Su was the first to check the flagship store sales figures the next morning, nearly believing he was dreaming or still in a reverie. Priced at 25 yuan. The medicinal hot pot was neither exorbitant nor inexpensive, yet astonishingly, over 400,000 orders had been placed overnight. What did this signify? The sales figures reached an astounding 10 million in a single night. My goodness, the medicinal hot pot had struck gold. Manager Su, disregarding the early hour, excitedly called Vice President Gao Jingxing, his voice brimming with enthusiasm as if he had consumed a stimulant. President Gao, we have a monumental development. Gao Jingxing had already risen. The man in his 50s maintained excellent fitness, running in the gym. Upon receiving the call, he donned his headphones, continuing to run. Adopting a calm demeanor, what is happening? What is this monumental development? The sky isn't falling. Manager Su laughed heartily. It's not the sky falling. We've signed a treasure. The medicinal hot pot is selling like wildfire. Gao Jingxing remained unfazed, finding humor in the exaggerated response. How dramatic could one be to describe something as selling like wildfire? He calmly replied, just how wild can the sales be? Are we talking about 100,000 orders in a night? If we hit 30,000, we should be celebrating. However, Manager Su excitedly interjected, President Gao, it's not 100, 000, it's over 400. 000, with sales exceeding 10 million, breaking our company records. What did you say? Gao Jingxing's composed expression abruptly shifted. He raised his voice. Repeat that. Manager Su, aware of how unbelievable the sales figures were, reiterated. It's true, President Gao. You heard correctly. Just 8 hours after Gan Tian posted the purchasing link on Weibo last night, Weibo sold 400,000 units. Gao Jingxing immediately pressed the stop button on the treadmill, stepping off to regain his composure, yet still found it hard to settle his nerves. Send me the back-end data. Right away, President Gao. Soon. Manager Su forwarded the back-end sales data. There were 400,000 orders, with over 200,000 placed between 9:45 p.m. and midnight. This meant that over 200,000 units sold in just 2 hours. What kind of treasure had he signed? The commercial potential was astounding. This was not merely selling like wildfire. It was an explosive success. Chapter 62. The Buddha's QR code. Gao Jingxing had navigated the commercial landscape for many years, signing contracts worth billions without so much as a flutter of his eyelids or a ripple of emotion. Yet, at this moment, the composed man in his 50s could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He exclaimed thrice, excellent, excellent, excellent. Manager Su was still monitoring the back-end data, and while he shared in the joy, a tinge of concern crept into his mind. Mr. Gao, the sales are continuing to soar. I anticipate that within the next 24 hours, sales may exceed 20 million, perhaps even 30 million. I fear that our subsequent production may not keep pace, especially since we currently lack any product prototypes. Gao Jingxing quickly regained his composure. Today, dispatch the RD team to Jiuyu village to collaborate with Gan Tian on the development of the medicinal hot pot. It must be ready within 3 days, and production should commence thereafter. We must ensure delivery within 20 days. Su replied, understood. I will arrange this immediately. Gao Jingxing, now resolute, strode forward with determination. Inform all departments to convene for a meeting at 8 o'clock sharp. If we cannot fulfill orders in 20 days, all this record-breaking sales will be for naught. He understood that the current surge in sales was largely due to the trending topic effect. Once the buzz faded, sales would inevitably plummet. After all, Gan Tian could not remain in the spotlight every day. If, after 20 days, they still faced delivery issues, it would be disastrous. Therefore, Gao Yuan Capital could not afford to falter in the research, production, and sales chain. They must seize this fleeting opportunity to solidify their brand. After hanging up, Gao Jingxing's spirits soared higher. This girl not only had luck on her side, but anyone who associated with her thrived as well. Just look at the once ignored show rural experience to understand this. As a businessman, one sometimes places faith in such phenomena. His sister had mentioned wanting to introduce her to a wealthy suitor to repay her kindness. What a lucky girl she was. If she were to be married off to some discerning young man, that family would surely flourish. He couldn't help but wonder which fortunate young man would claim her. Suddenly, jealousy washed over him. Unfortunately, he had only one son, who was already taken and dealing with his own issues. Otherwise, he would have ensured that the fortune remained within the family. As he pondered this, Gao Jingxing grew increasingly frustrated and picked up his phone to call his son. Upon connection, he launched into a tirade. You brat, you've been back in the country for days, yet I haven't seen you at home. Report to the group today, or I will break your legs. Gao Shen was utterly perplexed. Why was his father in such a foul mood so early in the morning? Had he eaten gunpowder? Gao Jingxing continued, moreover, last night, Xiao Yuan called to inform me that Jiang Wei was seeking blessings to strike it rich and settle debts. I had my people look into this blessing scheme. If it materializes, it could be extraordinarily lucrative. You must not allow Jiang Wei any opportunity to recover. If he dares to bully my sister, I will ensure that he remains impoverished for life. Gao Shen narrowed his eyes, acknowledging, I understand. With that, he decisively hung up the phone and resumed his morning run along the winding mountain road. Gan Tian was an early riser. She did not check Weibo and began her morning run after freshening up. However, as she jogged along the mountain path, an unexpected encounter awaited her. 2 young men blocked her way halfway up the hill. They were the same individuals she had exposed the day before at the village market, Qian Dalong and an unnamed accomplice. With a disdainful click of her tongue, she remarked, You came specifically to ambush me? What else? Qian Dalong brandished an iron rod menacingly, striking the ground forcefully. You nosy woman, don't you like meddling? Today, you shall experience the consequences of your interference. Unfazed and unperturbed, Gan Tian lightly retorted, It seems the law has quite the challenge with you too. Perhaps it is my duty to dispense justice. Qian Dalong raised the iron rod, aiming it at her face, and arrogantly spat. Do you dare to act tough? You had the advantage yesterday, but do you think luck is on your side today? You could die here, and no one would know it was us. Clearly, Qian Dalong had no intention of letting her off easily. He and the other young man, whom he referred to as Sun Ergo, advanced towards Gan Tian, each wielding iron rods capable of inflicting serious harm. Gan Tian narrowed her eyes, vigilance coursing through her, yet fear eluded her. As Qian Dalong lunged forward, she swiftly lifted her leg and delivered a forceful kick aimed squarely at his groin, completing her unfinished statement, I will not show mercy either. The strike was precise. Before Qian Dalong could bring his weapon down upon her, he let out a piercing scream. The iron rod clattered to the ground as he doubled over, clutching his injury in agony. Sun Ergo, kill her. He roared in fury. What are you doing? A fourth voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the mountain road, deep, cold, and menacing. Gan Tian glanced up to see Gao Shen, who was also out for his morning run. She had no time to greet him. Behind her, Sun Ergo swung his rod in her direction. In a flash, she executed a swift spinning kick, striking him squarely in the face. Seizing the moment, she quickly picked up Qian Dalong's iron rod and delivered a fierce blow to Sun Ergo. Her movements were quick and precise, showcasing her martial prowess. With a resounding thud, by the time Gao Shen reached her, Sun Ergo lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to rise. Gan Tian turned, resting the iron rod against his face, and pointed at Qian Dalong with a frigid expression. Do you dare to be arrogant before me again? Chapter 63. The Buddha Master has a QR code, spare me. It hurts. Qian Dalong was utterly bewildered. What kind of misfortune had he encountered? He and Sun Ergo had been effortlessly subdued by a seemingly frail woman in a matter of moments, leaving them utterly defenseless. At that moment, Qian Dalong was filled with regret, lamenting why he had provoked this formidable woman. However, in the next instant, Qian Dalong noticed Sun Ergo struggling to rise, intent on launching a sneak attack on the woman. In his mind, Qian Dalong screamed, crush her, crush her. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far more brutal than his aspirations. Gao Shen, arriving just in time, delivered a swift punch that sent Sun Ergo's face spiraling to the side, and Gan Tian even heard the sickening sound of teeth shattering, sending chills down her spine. With a cold gaze reminiscent of a demon, Gao Shen unleashed another punch. Pooh! Sun Ergo spat blood, and amidst the crimson fluid lay a tooth. His screams were more piercing than that of a slaughtered pig. Gan Tian was taken aback. Was Gao Shen's strength truly that formidable? Sun Ergo could barely utter a word when Gao Shen's foot came crashing down upon his face, nearly flattening it to a two-dimensional plane, rendering him incapable of further protest. Are you all right? Gao Shen's dark eyes fell upon Gan Tian, his voice cold yet tinged with a hint of concern. Gan Tian shook her head. They cannot harm me. At this, both Qian Dalong and Sun Ergo were dumbfounded. How could they be so unfortunate as to encounter two martial artists? Sun Ergo, gasping for breath, pleaded, Big brother, spare me. It wasn't my idea. It was all Qian Dalong's. I didn't mean to follow her. I was merely on my way to pay my respects at the temple and happened to run into her. Qian Dalong cursed. Sun Ergo, you wretched fool. Silence. Gan Tian struck the ground with her iron rod, a cold smile gracing her lips. Otherwise, the next strike will land on your face. Please, no? Qian Dalong, terrified, exclaimed. I was wrong. I truly am. I failed to recognize your prowess, noble heroine. I beg for your forgiveness. From now on, I promise to avoid you at all costs. Gan Tian, uninterested in the cowardice of Qian Dalong, turned to Sun Ergo and asked, Were you not here to block my path? You arrived at dawn to pay your respects. Is that a statement you can genuinely believe? Sun Ergo hurriedly retorted, I swear it's true. If I speak a single falsehood, may lightning strike me. We genuinely came to pay our respects, not for ourselves, but on behalf of others. The employers offered generous compensation, wanting to pray at 3 a.m, and I willingly took the job. If you don't believe me, check my phone. Fumbling through his clothes, Sun Ergo retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and displayed the Buddha Master app, raising it high. See for yourself, noble heroine. I am merely fulfilling my client's request. We scheduled for 8 a.m, and it is nearly that time. Please let us go. I must help others pray, or else I will lose my payment. Gan Tian kicked Qian Dalong aside and approached Sun Ergo, scrutinizing his phone with a furrowed brow. What is this? Praying on behalf of others? What purpose does it serve if one does not go in person? Sun Ergo, pinned to the ground, replied, I don't know. I downloaded it yesterday. It allows for both personal prayer and errands for others. You have disrupted our business, so we sought alternative means. We noticed the Buddha Master app offers tasks, Just arrive at the temple, open it, and the clients can pray through it. Each person pays 50 yuan. We accepted orders from 100 clients, totaling 5,000 yuan, with the platform taking a 30-70 split, leaving us with 1,500 yuan. This is quite lucrative. And this is just day one. If we secure orders for 1,000 or even 10,000 clients, we could earn a fortune, far better than selling functional undergarments. The Buddha master? Gao Shen's lips curled slightly. His father had mentioned this in a prior phone call. The profit model was indeed ingenious and highly profitable. By creating a platform that connects clients who cannot pray in person with errand runners who have the most time to spare, much like food delivery, the more orders one takes, the more one earns. It was no wonder his father took such an interest in it. Had his uncle truly discovered a lifeline? Gan Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is such a thing possible? Sun Ergu, still on the ground, interjected, indeed. But we haven't received any money yet, so we don't know if it's truly profitable. Noble heroine. We did not intend to block your path. We simply crossed paths due to Qian Dalong's arrogance, who insisted on showing you a thing or two. Sun Ergu. You miserable scoundrel. Qian Dalong struggled to rise, rushing towards Sun Ergu in a fit of rage. Gan Tian pointed her iron rod at him. Dare to act arrogant again? Qian Dalong immediately halted, shaking his head vigorously. In the next moment, he transformed into a simpering fool, grinning at Gan Tian. Sister, I swear I won't do it again. I truly underestimated your capabilities, but after this encounter, I am genuinely convinced. From now on, you shall be my leader. Gan Tian frowned. Who would want to be your leader? Qian Dalong pointed to himself. I would. I, Qian Dalong, have never bowed before any woman. No, any person. But having fallen twice at your hands, it's clear you possess true skill. I respect those with talent. Henceforth, whatever you command, I shall obey. If you say go east, I shall not venture west. Gan Tian was not so easily swayed by his flattery. At that moment, Sun Ergu chimed in. Yes, yes. You are our leader now. Can you please let this big brother go? I'm struggling to breathe. Help me, leader. No need. Gan Tian replied with evident disdain. She gestured for Gao Shen to retract his noble long leg. Once he complied, Gan Tian addressed the two desperate men. Leave now. Should you dare engage in further misdeeds, do not blame me for your downfall. Sun Ergu scrambled away. Yes, yes. Wait. Gao Shen suddenly interjected, causing Qian Dalong, who was about to flee, to come to an abrupt halt. Cautiously, both Sun Ergu and Qian Dalong awaited Gao Shen's next words. Recognizing him as the once controversial film star who had withdrawn from the limelight 3 years prior. Hero, what further instructions do you have? Qian Dalong bowed repeatedly, his voice trembling. Gao Shen leaned closer to him, whispering something inaudible to Gan Tian. Qian Dalong nodded fervently. Understood, understood. With that, Gao Shen granted them a reprieve, uttering only 2 words, leave now. As the 2 men retreated in haste, Gan Tian, curious, asked Gao Shen, what did you say to that ruffian just now? Chapter 64. The esteemed actor Gao Shen teaches me how to shoot commercials. It's nothing, just a small transaction, Gao Shen replied, naturally refraining from divulging further details. Instead, he playfully tapped her forehead. You've got some skills. Have you trained before? At that moment, Gao Shen recalled the email Lu Li had sent him yesterday, containing information about her. First, a remarkable increase in intelligence. Second, a significant enhancement in combat abilities. Regarding her intelligence, Gao Shen felt somewhat indifferent, after all. Her performance in the live stream had indeed been clever, yet it was not extraordinary. Merely common knowledge questions hardly constituted a transformation in intellect. However, her physical prowess was undeniably impressive. She was evidently a practitioner of martial arts. Gao Shen observed the captivating allure of Gan Tian, illuminated by the morning sun. Yes, I train with my uncle, she responded. Her uncle was a police officer, a special forces member, who had advised her that rather than focusing solely on arts and crafts, it was far more prudent for a young woman to learn self-defense, skills that could prove life-saving in critical moments. Her aunt often scolded her uncle, questioning his unconventional approach to teaching his niece, insisting that girls ought to engage in painting and dancing. Yet, she remained grateful to her uncle, as she genuinely believed that acquiring self-defense skills was far more practical. For instance, just moments ago, Gao Shen scrutinized her with his deep, dark eyes. Which uncle? You would know him, Gan Tian replied, reluctant to share more about her personal life. She swiftly redirected the conversation. What are your thoughts on the Buddha master that Qian Dalong mentioned? From a business perspective, Gao Shen could not help but concede. A commercial genius. Personally visiting temples to pray is indeed more reverent, yet modern workers lack both time and devotion. If someone could make seeking divine blessings as easy as ordering takeout, effectively bridging the gap between the worshippers and temples. It would be akin to a one-click connection to the Buddha. If this Buddha master could encompass all temples nationwide, or even globally, the future prospects would be boundless. Even those who do not believe in Buddhism might wish to invoke some comfort before a job interview, an exam, or surgery by simply engaging with the metaverse for a moment of prayer. This represents an incredible potential market, a colossal opportunity. The individual who conceived this idea was undoubtedly a commercial prodigy. Gan Tian nodded thoughtfully. What is on your mind? Gao Shen noticed her lost in contemplation. I was pondering why it's called Buddha Master rather than Buddha Ancestor. The former implies a master, while the latter suggests an ancestor. What might have been the reasoning behind the name chosen by its developer? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Thank you for earlier. Goodbye. I must continue my run. As their paths diverged, Gan Tian intended to bid farewell to Gao Shen, only for him to unexpectedly reverse his direction. Hey, aren't you going to continue running down? She exclaimed. Let us go together. I'd rather not have those two thugs return with ill intentions. If something were to happen to you, your sister Lulu would blame me, and your brother-in-law is quite the henpecked man. Pfft. I've never controlled you. Gan Tian suppressed a laugh, thinking to herself that perhaps the man was afflicted with a delusional disorder, as Ji Xuefeng claimed. She chose not to confront him and simply replied, all right then. Running alone lacked excitement. Having companions was far more enjoyable. Gan Tian noticed Gao Shen wearing Bluetooth earbuds. Are you listening to music? She inquired, curiosity piqued. Morning news. He replied. Do you have another pair? I'd love to listen to, or perhaps you could play it out loud. Gao Shen raised an eyebrow subtly. He had encountered few young women her age who were interested in morning news, except for Lulu. He retorted, there's no need to imitate others. Just be yourself. Gan Tian detected the underlying implication in his words. Swishing her ponytail, she asserted, you don't think I'm intentionally jogging to be near you. Feigning interest in the morning news, do you? Do you presume that only men are practical, while women merely discuss cosmetics and handbags? Don't be so presumptuous. This world isn't solely dominated by men. There are many ambitious women out there. Don't underestimate us. Gao Shen shot her a sidelong glance, delivering a blunt retort. Choosing to resign and retire at such a young age, this is your ambition? Gan Tian was momentarily speechless. Wasn't it rather exhausting to be a mere shadow of one's former self, like a startled bird? I'm merely working too hard. That's why I might face dire consequences. Am I not allowed to take a year off to relish a laid-back lifestyle? Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken in her mind, leaving her feeling frustrated. Ignoring the sharp-tongued celebrity, Gan Tian continued her run to the mountain summit. Woof 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 woof. After a day apart, the little Pomeranian recognized Gan Tian immediately and limped toward her. She instinctively scooped the little dog into her arms, gently stroking its small head. Did you miss your sister? Woof woof woof. The little Pomeranian barked joyfully. Gan Tian playfully teased the little dog in her embrace, then turned to Gao Shen. It certainly missed me. Have you named it yet? Little Cotton Candy, he replied. What? Clearly, you heard me correctly, Gao Shen said, uninterested in repeating himself. He stood by, stretching as he waited for her to finish her affectionate moment with Little Cotton Candy. Are you still going to run? Of course. Gan Tian reluctantly set Little Cotton Candy down and waved her hand. Sister must continue her run. I'll come visit you tomorrow. Be good. Woof woof woof. The little Pomeranian limped after Gan Tian for a while until it eventually stopped, watching her and Gao Shen's retreating figures. On their way back, Gao Shen remained her running companion. As they approached the village entrance, he came to a halt. Gan Tian also paused, asking, will you be running tomorrow? Uncertain. Perhaps not on the mountain, he replied. His father had called him home after an explosive breakfast, and having been back for a week, he could not remain on the mountaintop indefinitely. He didn't have the luxury of time like her, who had chosen to resign and retire to enjoy a tranquil life in this picturesque locale. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, goodbye then. However, Gao Shen added, since we're already here, I should pay my respects to your grandfather. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father, since he is Lulu's mentor. He is also one of my father-in-law figures. Cough cough, cough cough. Damn it, Gan Tian nearly choked on her own saliva. Father-in-law, my foot. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Unfazed, Gao Shen leisurely admired the morning light illuminating the pastoral fields, the wispy smoke rising peacefully, enhancing the serene and vibrant village atmosphere. Then they evaded the farm experience program and arrived at the old Bamboo Grove residence. Grandpa Gan was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Gan Tian beckoned Gao Shen to enter, and Grandpa Gan, noticing the pair approaching, inquired while continuing his movements, where did this handsome young man come from? In the next moment, the striking young man stepped forward with solemnity, introducing himself. Master Gan, hello. I spoke with you over the phone previously. I am Lulu's husband. Chapter 65. The esteemed actor Gao Shen teaches me to film commercials too. Gan Tian was almost inclined to kick Gao Shen away. Approaching her grandfather, she pointed at her own head and whispered, Grandpa, this man must be a bit unhinged. Please do not take him seriously. I have no connection with him whatsoever. Just consider him a chatterbox. Upon hearing this, Gan Lao Yezi exhibited an expression brimming with curiosity. His gaze drifted past Gan Tian to rest upon the strikingly handsome young man, his wrinkled eyes narrowing in contemplation. I feel as if I have encountered this dashing lad before. Where could it have been? Lost in thought, Gan Lao Yezi pondered deeply. Gan Tian interjected. Perhaps it was on a television drama. He has starred in numerous classic series and has garnered many awards, suddenly halting his Tai Chi movements. Gan Lao Yezi's eyes lit up with recognition. Isn't this the child you brought to me years ago? Gan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Gan Lao Yezi continued. Your little childhood friend. Gan Tian was taken aback. Where did I ever get a childhood friend? Noticing the grandfather and granddaughter engaged in a hushed conversation, Gao Shen, lacking the habit of eavesdropping, gracefully stepped over to a nearby wrought-tin chair and seated himself. The chair was adjacent to a side table adorned with tea utensils. Gao Shen, at ease, poured himself a cup of tea and began to sip while surveying the quaint bamboo courtyard. Gan Tian pulled her grandfather into the house, exasperated as she said, Grandpa, one can eat indiscriminately, but words should not be spoken carelessly. Where would I have acquired a childhood friend? I certainly do not recall. Gan Lao Yezi stroked his white beard thoughtfully. Is that so? I distinctly remember you introducing this child to me back then. Gan Tian was engulfed in confusion. Wait, are you suggesting that I brought him to meet you? When on earth did that happen? How is it that I have no recollection? Am I to believe I've consumed the soup of oblivion? Gan Lao Yezi, in a serious tone, contemplated for a moment. Oh, it was likely during the second year you apprenticed under me. You brought a frail, sickly little boy and told me he was your childhood friend, asking me to prescribe some medicine to help improve his health. Gan Tian's expression mirrored that of someone listening to an unfamiliar tale. She had no recollection of such an event. Nevertheless, she grasped the crux of the matter. He was unwell? Gan Tian recalled that the year she became Gan Shifu's apprentice, she was merely 7, which meant she had encountered Gao Shen when she was 8. Gan Lao Yezi had a vivid recollection of the young boy, as he had examined him and noticed numerous needle marks on his arms and scars on his body, indicative of prolonged abuse. However, when questioned about the origins of these injuries, the boy remained tight-lipped. Young Gan Tian had informed him that her childhood friend was someone she had met in the hospital. Due to her severe thalassemia, she frequently visited the hospital, where she encountered the similarly afflicted boy, and thus their bond as hospital companions was formed. Reflecting on this, Gan Lao Yezi sighed. His ailment was not particularly grave. It was a condition that made his mother believe he was unwell. Gan Tian's confusion deepened. What do you mean? Gan Lao Yezi explained. His mother suffered from a mental illness and subjected the child to long-term abuse. Upon learning of her condition, the little boy chose to endure her mistreatment, remaining silent to protect her. Yet, such a deception can only last so long before being uncovered, eventually alerting the child's father. Gan Tian recalled hearing from Ji Zhufeng that Gao Shen's mother had a mental illness, and Gao Shen had retreated from the limelight to shield her. She was astonished to discover he had exhibited similar protective behavior even in his youth. Curious, she inquired, Grandpa, what illness afflicted his mother? She suffered from Munchausen syndrome by proxy and paranoid delusional disorder. Gan Tian's curiosity froze momentarily. 2 ailments? Could it be that Gao Shen believed her to be his wife, perhaps indicating he too was afflicted with a delusional disorder? The name of the illness itself suggested a clear understanding. As for Munchausen syndrome by proxy, Gan Tian opened her phone to search for information. She soon found details regarding Munchausen syndrome by proxy. This condition involves an individual fabricating or inducing illness in another, often their child, to garner sympathy and attention, utilizing methods such as poisoning, intentional infection, and physical abuse. In severe cases, caregivers may administer toxic substances to those they care for. Such cases typically arise between parent and child, predominantly involving mothers inflicting this complex and lethal form of abuse upon their offspring. Diagnostic criteria include 1. Deliberately inducing physical or psychological symptoms in the cared-for individual. 2. The caregiver's motivation being the pretense of caring for a sick person. 3. The absence of external incentives, such as financial gain. 4. The condition being inexplicable by other mental disorders. Notable societal cases include that of Beverly Alit, a pediatric nurse dubbed the Angel of Death, who, during her tenure, administered lethal doses of potassium chloride and insulin to her patients, resulting in the deaths of 4 children and injuries to at least 5 others. The most infamous patient of Munchausen syndrome by proxy is D.D. Blanchard, who claimed her daughter suffered from leukemia, muscular dystrophy, brain damage, asthma, and various chronic illnesses, leading a life reliant on a wheelchair and feeding tube, with an intellectual capacity equivalent to that of a 7-year-old. Upon discovering the truth, it was revealed that her daughter was entirely healthy, and D.D. was ultimately murdered by her daughter and her boyfriend in June 2015, shocking the nation. After perusing the description of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, Gan Tian reflected, is this not merely torment disguised as love? Could this be the reason behind her unbridled comments on Weibo? Fearing that Gao Shen had inherited his mother's mental illness and might harm himself, she had distanced herself from him. Gan Tian pressed her lips together, chastising herself for being so superficial. Even if distancing herself from someone with a mental illness was necessary, her approach should have been to confront Gao Shen directly, stating, "You are unwell, and I fear you may bring harm to me in the future. Thus, it is best we part ways." Surely, she had no reason to resort to petty remarks on her alternate account, appearing as though she lacked dignity, for she had not been wronged. Moreover, she seldom had the habit of posting on Weibo at 3:30 in the morning. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Firmly believing those 2 posts were not authored by her, yet she could find no evidence to support her theory. Why did she possess no recollection of Gao Shen? Gan Tian found herself at a loss, rubbing her temples in frustration. Suddenly, she earnestly asked, "Grandpa, did I ever ask you for 15 fragrances?" Chapter 66. The esteemed actor Gao Shen teaches me how to shoot an advertisement. Old Master Gan shook his head earnestly. But he recalled 3 years prior when a young man had come to him in the courtyard, pleading for a pot of mangpa soup. He expressed concerns about potentially inheriting his mother's illness and worried that if he fell ill, he might inadvertently harm Lulu. He sought the soup to forget her, to distance himself from her. For the sake of his beloved disciple, Old Master Gan acquiesced. After all, no one wishes for their cherished apprentice to be entangled with a handsome youth bearing a family history of hereditary illness, no matter how extraordinary he may be. When he witnessed the young man's desperate plea for the soup, his eyes held a profound sense of resignation, a deep-seated unwillingness to forget. If possible, he would wish to remember Lulu for eternity. Yet, the young man ultimately took the pot of soup he had prepared, leaving Old Master Gan to wonder if he ever truly consumed it. Subsequently, news reached him that the young man had withdrawn from the industry and relocated overseas. Old Master Gan swallowed the words that lingered at the back of his throat. He remained tight-lipped. "No, my dear, you only have a fondness for ordinary medicinal hot pot. You have never asked me for the 15 spices." Gan Tian, half convinced, asked, "Grandfather, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Old Master Gan immediately adopted a stern demeanor, fearing his disciple might sense something amiss, especially considering how close his apprentice had once been to that young man. To describe their relationship as childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. "When have I ever deceived you? Go check if the congee in the kitchen is ready. If it is, bring me 2 bowls. I shall entertain your sister Lulu's husband in the courtyard." Gan Tian noticed a flock of crows flying overhead in a single file. "Grandfather, don't be mischievous. Rest assured, I am well aware of my intentions. But this young man has a hereditary illness. Do not let your heart be swayed. It will only lead to future troubles," Old Master Gan kindly cautioned her. The young man himself claimed he wished to forget Lulu, to part ways with her in the world, yet now he professed to be Lulu's husband. What could this mean? Had he never consumed that pot of mangpa soup, or had he given it to his beloved disciple? Old Master Gan found himself at a loss, suppressing his inner questions. Nevertheless, he was resolute in not wanting the 2 to rekindle their past. Who would wish for their cherished apprentice to be involved with a young man bearing such a stigma? "I understand. I merely have some questions that remain unclear. I have no intention of pursuing romance, so please do not fret unnecessarily," Gan Tian replied as she headed to the kitchen. The fragrant medicinal congee was ready, filling the air with an appetizing aroma. Gan Tian ladled 3 bowls of the medicinal millet congee, placing one on a wooden tray alongside a plate of pickles. The pickles were a creation of her grandfather, perfectly suited to accompany the congee. As she sat down, she addressed Gao Shen. "There is little to offer in terms of hospitality, just simple fare. Dear fellow runner, might you graciously accept a bowl?" Gao Shen did not decline. He maintained a respectful demeanor befitting a prospective father-in-law, sipping his congee while engaging in conversation with Old Master Gan. Although Gao Shen arrived empty-handed, he remarked, "Behind the resort at the mountain's summit, I have sourced numerous precious Chinese herbs from around the world, carefully cultivated and nurtured. If Master Gan finds them useful, feel free to take them at any time. Originally, I intended for them to be a gesture of filial respect towards you. This was initially meant as a gift for Lulu, so that she might honor her master. Gao Shen had been well prepared for the art of winning hearts. Unfortunately, all his preparations unraveled with a phone call summoning him back home. Upon hearing this, old Master Gan's interest was piqued. Which herbs do you have? Gao Shen casually listed a few, watching his old Master Gan's expression brighten with excitement. Excellent. This is a promise made by you. You are always welcome to visit and gather them. Do not dare to go back on your word. I shall not renege. You are Lulu's master. And thus my elder, Gan Tian, listening nearby, coughed heavily twice, nearly exclaiming, Grandfather, do show a bit of restraint. Are you so easily swayed by a trifling favor? At that moment, her phone rang abruptly from her pocket. Gan Tian hastily swallowed a mouthful of kanji, pulled out her phone, and saw it was Manager Su calling. She pressed the answer button. Hello, Manager Su. What brings you to call me so early? What? Over 400,000 units sold. Manager Su excitedly informed her that their medicinal hot pot had sold over 400,000 units overnight, with numbers still climbing, and their revenue had surpassed 10 million. Was it truly possible that she possessed such potential for sales? Indeed, Manager Su exclaimed joyfully, drawing them closer together in camaraderie. Gan Tian, Mr. Gao's intent is that subsequent shipments must be seamless. Therefore, today we will dispatch the RD team to discuss the development of the medicinal hot pot. Additionally, I have arranged for a professional photography team to shoot a series of print advertisements for future promotions. We are currently en route to Jiuyu village and expect to arrive in about half an hour. Gan Tian replied, All right, I will be at home waiting for you. After hanging up, Gan Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. She had never participated in a print advertisement and was uncertain how to approach it. She typically struggled even with posing for photos. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Gao Shen, who was still savoring his kanji, and her voice sweetened, Brother-in-law. A fit of coughing erupted, not from Gao Shen, but from old Master Gan, who looked at his apprentice in shock. Who did she just call brother-in-law? Old Master Gan shielded his face with his hand, unable to bear the sight. This girl had chided him for being playful, yet here she was, engaging in mischief herself. How unfair. Gao Shen, on the other hand, remained composed, even relishing the title of brother-in-law. He recognized she must have a request. What is it? Speak. Could you possibly offer me guidance on how to shoot a print advertisement? Manager Su will soon arrive with his team to shoot a series of ads for promotion. And without industry insights, I fear I may falter, Gan Tian implored, her expression conveying urgency. Seeing that Gao Shen had finished his kanji, she anxiously pulled him up from the rattan chair, exclaiming, Why not demonstrate a few classic poses for print advertisements? It would certainly help me out in a pinch. Fearing that the aloof actor might refuse, Gan Tian suddenly presented an irresistible temptation. My grandfather has kept a room for Sister Lulu, which she occupies whenever she visits him. That room is still preserved, filled with many of her personal belongings. As long as you teach me, you are free to take anything inside. A fleeting glimmer of temptation flickered in Gao Shen's calm, dark eyes as he restrained his excitement, responding with a single word, All right. Chapter 67. The esteemed actor Gao Shen teaches me to shoot an advertisement. Half an hour later, several vehicles slowly entered the village of Jieshio. Manager Su arrived with the research and photography teams, and several cars parked at the entrance of the bamboo forest residence. Capturing the attention of the villagers and the crew of the farmhouse experience program, prompting many to gather and observe the commotion. After a brief introduction between Gan Tian and Manager Su, they exchanged pleasantries before swiftly getting to the crux of the matter. The medicinal hot pot had sold astonishingly well overnight, leaving no time for idle chatter. President Gao had issued a stern directive. The medicinal hot pot must be developed within 3 days, or subsequent production and sales would falter. Manager Su, both excited and anxious, explained the situation to Gan Tian, his voice tinged with urgency. Gan Tian's tone was calm and measured. There is no need to rush. Take a moment to breathe and steady yourself. I will collaborate with the photography team to shoot the print advertisement while the research team discusses the development of the medicinal hot pot with my grandfather. He is more suited for that task, allowing us to tackle this from both ends. Manager Su was elated. A dual approach? That would be perfect. I will immediately arrange for the makeup team to come over. Yes, focus on your breathing, Gan Tian replied, her voice steady and soothing, akin to a potent tranquilizer. Manager Su, who had been on the verge of panic, found himself really taking deep breaths, regaining a sense of calm. When he realized how obediently he was following her advice, his racing heart had returned to a normal rhythm. This transformation left manager Su momentarily stunned, and he began to regard Gan Tian with newfound respect for her composure in the face of pressure. He summoned the makeup team to prepare Gan Tian. With a character as resilient as a mountain in the face of adversity, she organized the tasks and then proceeded to get her makeup done, leaving behind an impressive silhouette for manager Su to admire. He couldn't help but glance at Gan Tian again, noting her remarkable composure. If it were anyone else, the news of their product selling over 400,000 units overnight would have sent them into a euphoric frenzy. Yet Gan Tian, as she followed the makeup team, walked with an elegant and unhurried grace. She was indeed the person worth signing, even at a loss for President Gao. Manager Su found her extraordinary, though not everyone accompanying him shared this sentiment. Many believed Gan Tian merely stumbled upon good fortune, attributing her sudden attention to luck rather than skill, such as the photographer who had come along. The thought of photographing an inexperienced internet celebrity filled the photographer with dread. He had previously worked with numerous emerging influencers who lacked any sense of the camera. Even if they possessed striking features, they often appeared lifeless before the lens. Today's shoot promised to be both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Concerned that Gan Tian might hinder the shooting schedule, the photographer stood by her side while she was being made up, explaining, "The set of photos we are shooting today embraces a pastoral wellness theme. I am aiming for a serene and tranquil aesthetic. When posing, please." The photography team demonstrated great patience, guiding her throughout the makeup process, and ultimately expressed concern. "Do you understand?" "Rest assured, I comprehend," Gan Tian replied with an affirmative gesture. What the photographer conveyed had already been shared with her by Gao Shen, who had broken it down into even simpler terms. He had imparted all his wisdom on how to pose and engage with the camera. Her initially stiff demeanor was rigorously trained by Gao Shen, who, despite his strictness, had shown remarkable patience in correcting her multiple times. "Miss Gan, should you have any uncertainties or questions, we can continue to communicate. Do not hesitate to reach out." The photographer encouraged, unaware of her prior training sessions with Gao Shen. Observing her silence, he likened her to a high school student in class, leaving one to wonder just how much she truly comprehended. Gan Tian confidently stated, "I understand everything. Shall we begin shooting?" The photographer, who detested those who feigned understanding, was convinced that she retained nothing of what he had said. He refrained from further comments, opting to allow her to experience professional photography firsthand, rather than her usual self-portraits. The world tends to humble the arrogant who refuse to learn. "All right, everyone take your positions. Let's start with a warm-up shoot." Upon hearing the photographer's command, Gan Tian took a deep breath, recalling Gao Shen's teachings. She walked gracefully to a patch of blooming roses by the fence, and in the next instant, the photographer froze. As she casually posed, gently brushing her fingers against the rose petals, she encapsulated a moment of profound tranquility amidst the chaos of the world. In that instant, she discovered an inner peace and freedom that transcended words, exuding an elevated sense of grace. Click. The photographer, momentarily stunned, swiftly captured the moment. The girl before him exhibited an unexpected camera presence and expressiveness, her eyes reflecting the beauty of a simple yet profound lifestyle aesthetic. Her ability to articulate emotions through body language was astonishing. Yes, this is the essence I seek. Hold that pose. Excellent. Let us shift to another position." The click of the shutter continued as Gan Tian effortlessly transitioned through the poses that Gao Shen had taught her, while the photographer shifted angles, capturing her with fervor. After directing the guests, Director Jiang, concerned about Gan Tian's ability to handle the advertisement shoot, approached to observe. Despite having known her for only a few days, he had developed a protective instinct, akin to that of a hen safeguarding her chicks, fearing that she might be taken advantage of now that she had gained some fame. However, before Director Jiang could step into the courtyard, he was intercepted by a staff member who barred his entry. Unwilling to leave, he stood at the gate, peering inside. To his surprise, he spotted Gan Tian posing in front of the rose fence. She wore a light-colored linen top paired with a flowing white chiffon skirt, ethereal and delicate, embodying simplicity and purity, yet radiating an aura of sophistication. The makeup artist had accentuated her features with a masterful touch, rendering her stunningly beautiful, as if she were untouched by the mundane world, exuding an otherworldly charm akin to moonlight cascading upon her. It was challenging to articulate her beauty with mere words. True beauty lies in essence, not in appearance. A refreshing and natural aura emanated from her, soothing the soul and dispelling any internal turmoil. This purity of spirit was a rare gem among the stars of the entertainment industry. Most impressively, She demonstrated an innate understanding of how to utilize body language and engage with the camera, conveying tranquility and grace effortlessly. Director Jiang stood in awe. Had this girl previously filmed advertisements? She was far too adept. Chapter 68. The esteemed actor Gao Shen teaches me how to shoot an advertisement. 5. If Gan Tian were aware of Director Jiang's internal praise, she would undoubtedly exclaim, no, no. It is the diligent teacher who produces exceptional students. My little palms have not been bruised in vain. These few OSS. She had practiced under Gao Shen's insistence countless times. Moreover, these were the only OSS she had mastered. If the photographer did not call for a halt soon, she would be exposed. She desperately wished for a scene change. If they could switch scenes, she would repeat the OSS anew. It was akin to someone who rarely sings finally mastering a song, only to showcase it at karaoke among friends, who mistakenly believe her to be a skilled vocalist. At that moment, she would dread being asked for an encore, as she merely wished to loop her single performance. Finally, the photographer called out, "Excellent. This is the essence I desired. Let us change the scene. Miss Gan, have you studied this before?" Gan Tian sweetly replied, "No. It is you who taught me so well just now." A flicker of shame crossed the photographer's eyes. He had presumed Gan Tian had not absorbed the lesson. It seemed his understanding was superficial. Some students possessed an extraordinary acumen, grasping concepts effortlessly. Was this the hallmark of a prodigy? With newfound confidence, Gan Tian continued to shine in the shoot. For a full 3 hours, she did not falter. The photographer constantly praised her professionalism, which left Gan Tian feeling a twinge of insecurity. After the shoot concluded, she messaged Gao Shen on WeChat to express her gratitude. The photographer praised me as a natural model. Thank you, Teacher Gao. Gao Shen did not respond. She followed up with, but you also benefited. You took all of Sister Lulu as personal belongings, and my home is nearly ransacked by you. This time, Gao Shen replied, little rich girl, do not lament your poverty to me. I took what you owe as tuition. Do you realize how much you earned today? Gan Tian, of course, chose not to respond, opting instead for silence. Based on the sales figures manager Su had relayed to her that morning, sales amounting to 10 million. After costs and shares, she had likely earned nearly $1 million today. She had never earned such a sum in a single day in her life. However, to be called a little rich girl was an overestimation. Moreover, this was merely the effect of trending topics. Once the buzz faded, so would her fortune. Gan Tian was acutely aware of this and did not dare to be arrogant. Unless she maintained a daily presence in trending topics, it would be impossible to keep the momentum. Putting her phone away, she sought out her grandfather, only to hear commotion from the village outside, with someone shouting in alarm. Gan Tian was uncertain of the cause and ventured out to investigate. Run. Quick. There are zombies. Zombies. Gan Tian was bewildered, suspecting auditory hallucinations, and queried the villagers nearby. Did you hear what they are shouting from afar? Villagers listened intently, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. It seems they are saying there are zombies. Gan Tian nearly rolled her eyes. This was not a television drama. Was the crew of Rural Experience engaging in a new gimmick? With a calm demeanor, she stepped forward to witness the spectacle, only to see Qian Dalong and son Erga sprinting for their lives, shouting, "Zombies! Zombies! Run!" Gan Tian thought to herself, have they watched too many movies? A villager, brandishing a hoe, prepared to strike at Qian Dalong and son Ergu. Ah, it's you two tricksters again. Last time you deceived us into buying underwear, and now you are spreading rumors. Do zombies even exist? Qian Dalong, pale with fear, scrambled to his feet, his voice trembling. It's true. It's true. We saw it ourselves. Son Ergu, in tears, added, it's zombies. They're in that abandoned temple behind the mountain. If we hadn't run fast, we would have been goners. Run. They really are coming. Villagers, having lived for decades, were skeptical. You dare to speak such nonsense. Where are the zombies? Talking nonsense in broad daylight. Gan Tian approached, asking, where are the zombies? Son Ergu pointed down the path behind them. They're coming. You all better run. Don't block our escape. Gan Tian decisively extended a leg, causing Qian Dalong to tumble to the ground, halting his chaos-inducing tirade. With a stern expression, she inquired, now tell me, what do these zombies look like? At that moment, Li Changkong, who was nearby on a task, arrived, with the photographer hastily catching up to him. Qian Dalong's face was stark with terror, seemingly genuine. He vividly recounted how he and son Ergu had gone to the temple behind the mountain, conducting video prayers for their clients. They had spent the entire morning there, making quick money, when to their horror, they stumbled upon a dozen zombies, nearly losing their minds in fright. Qian Dalong stood up, exclaiming, their eyes were terrifying, like those of the dead. unseeing yet staring blankly ahead, oblivious to me. Their faces were even more dreadful. It was beyond expressionless, just like the zombies portrayed on television. At this, he pulled out his phone, saying, "This is the video I captured. You can see for yourselves." Gan Tian accepted the phone he offered, glancing down at the footage. Li Changkong approached, standing beside her to watch. The photograph chapter 69, Pufferfish Fried Chicken. Officer Zhang listened with a half-understanding and inquired in detail, "Poison? What kind of poison? What abnormal event has transpired?" The 935 Abnormal Events Research Institute was a confidential unit in Country A, and as a mere county-level officer, how could Officer Zhang expect the institute to take him seriously without a more detailed report? Thus, he urged, "Please speak slowly and clearly." However, Gan Tian had no time for idle chatter. She was eager to investigate the zombie that Qian Dalong had mentioned. So she merely provided a phone number of a senior from the 935 Institute. 136x times 8494. Call this number and reach detective phone from the Abnormal Events Research Institute. Inform him that there is a zombie disturbance in Geo Village, and I suspect it may be related to TDX. Officer Zhang jotted down the number, his expression transforming into one of shock upon hearing the word zombie. A zombie? This is impossible. And how do you have the direct line to an investigator from the Abnormal Events Institute? What does TTX mean? Gan Tian chose not to elaborate, knowing that it would take too long to explain. She trusted that detective phone would come rushing over upon hearing TTX. Having hung up, she dashed in the direction pointed out by Qian Dalong, with Li Changkong trailing behind, still concerned for her safety. The moment Li Changkong heard her mention poison, color returned to his face. As long as it wasn't a zombie, there was nothing to fear. He had come to trust Gan Tian after spending a few days with her. She was indeed a treasure. He wished his eyes were scanners, so he could decipher the vast knowledge housed in Gan Tian's mind. It must resemble an expansive library. If Gan Tian knew of Li Changkong's admiration, she would surely feel embarrassed, for she was aware of her own limitations in various areas, such as advertising and contract review. The sea of knowledge was boundless, and there was still much for her to learn. Witnessing Gan Tian's fearless advance towards the zombies, Qian Dalong stood dumbfounded. He turned to Sun Ergu and asked, "Why is the boss so fearless?" Sun Ergu, with tears and snot mingled together, scratched the back of his head. "The boss said they aren't zombies, just poisoned? How could they not be zombies?" Qian Dalong pondered. "Let's go take a look." Sun Ergu's voice trembled anew. "Are you sure? What if the boss is wrong, and the zombies end up biting us? I'm not ready to die yet." Qian Dalong ignored him and dragged Sun Ergu along. "We swore an oath to the heavens. We seek not to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Meanwhile, a luxurious black business vehicle sped along the winding road of Lianhua Mountain. Gao Shen sat inside, answering a call from Gao Jingxing. From the passenger seat, Yifeng could hear Gao's urgent tone. "You rascal, when are you coming to the company? Didn't you say you secured a collaboration with the Yi family? Your father is eagerly awaiting your arrival. The flowers have wilted from waiting." "Dad, I'm on my way," Gao Shen replied impatiently, reclining in the back seat with an air of undeniable elegance. His appearance was a considerable loss to the entertainment industry. Gao Jingxing chuckled to himself, dreaming of how his son's retreat from the industry would allow him to inherit the family business. Having just returned from securing a coveted collaboration with the Yi family, he felt immense pride. "Come quickly, don't delay. Your grandfather knows about the collaboration and has been praising you. Your uncles are green with envy." Gao Shen remained unfazed. "I understand. It's not a big deal." He pretending, Shen. Yifeng thought, secretly mocking him. Is this truly a trivial matter? As he indulged in his thoughts, he looked out the window and noticed a group of villagers in the fields, abandoning their tasks to run away. Others were also fleeing along the mountain road. The scene resembled a dramatic turn from a television show. Feeling perplexed, Yifeng asked the driver, "What is happening? Why are the villagers running? Is there an earthquake?" The driver replied, "I don't think so. I'm not sure." As they continued, the driver spotted a dozen individuals walking oddly in the middle of the road, blocking the vehicle. After several honks to signal them to move, the driver grew frustrated when they didn't respond. Beep, 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 beep. The driver honked furiously, and one of the individuals turned around. In that moment, the driver nearly lost his wits. The expression on that person's face was blank, and the most terrifying aspect was their eyes. Words failed to describe the horror, causing even Yifeng to gasp in fear, an icy chill running down his spine. Yifeng leaped up, hitting his head against the ceiling, disregarding the pain as he shouted, "What on earth is that thing?" The driver slammed on the brakes. "People, I think Gao Shen, still on the phone, was propelled forward by inertia and coldly inquired, "What is happening?" Yi Feng, his voice quaking, stammered, Shun, this doesn't look good. You need to see for yourself. They resemble the zombies from that movie I watched last night. Could it be that I've become too immersed in fiction and am hallucinating? The driver confirmed, I see it too. They look like zombies. Gao Shen found it hard to believe in the existence of zombies, peering through his chilling black eyes. He observed the peculiar movements of the group ahead and the horrifying figure among them, his expression tightening. What in the world was that? Yi Feng urged the driver, hurry. Reverse. Let us get back to the mountaintop. Don't let those creepy beings approach us. Just as the driver was about to comply, Gao Shen commanded, wait. His gaze sharpened as he spotted a girl with flowing hair and a bold demeanor, bravely running against the tide of people towards the strange group. Is that Gan Tian? Doesn't she realize their danger? How can she be so reckless? Yi Feng nearly lost his mind. The outwardly delicate girl was running with the ferocity of a wild horse, swiftly approaching the dozen zombies. To make matters worse, she had the audacity to grab hold of one of them. Chapter 70. Pufferfish fried chicken. 2. Has she lost her mind? Is she courting death? Yi Feng raised his hand to shield his face, unable to bear the thought of the beautiful woman meeting a tragic fate. Yi Feng. This reckless female wild horse was on the brink of being bitten, poised to transform into a zombie, a reckless pursuit of death. In the next moment, however, he witnessed Brother Shen suddenly flinging open the car door. Yi Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Brother Shen, what are you doing? Are you going to save her? Don't. Be careful not to lose your own life. She is my sister-in-law. Do you think I can just stand by and watch her die? Gao Shen exited the vehicle without hesitation, slamming the door shut behind him. He exuded an innate aura of authority, his eyes reflecting a mix of caution and determination, yet his steps were unwavering. It wasn't that he was overly sentimental, but rather that he feared the consequences of failing to protect her, especially since she was a member of Lulu's family, having called him brother-in-law countless times. Gao Shen had a deep affection for Lulu. He could not bear to see Gan Tian lose her life. With a sense of urgency, Yi Feng felt compelled to follow suit and exit the car. If Brother Shen was getting out, how could he remain behind? He raged inwardly. This is so difficult. Who can understand the plight of those who toil? Gao Shen, with his long legs, moved swiftly, constantly alert to the bizarre behavior of the dozen or so zombies. In a flash, he reached Gan Tian, grasping her arm firmly, his voice deep and resolute. Are you trying to throw your life away? Come with me. Gan Tian struggled against his grip, unable to break free from Gao Shen's hold, and quickly replied, Let go of me. Gao Shen had no intention of releasing her. His voice remained calm yet vigilant. Let you go? So you can die? Stay away from those zombies. Gan Tian frowned, a hint of compassion in her tone. They are not zombies. They are people poisoned. If you don't believe me, look at their lack of aggression. Real zombies would have already pounced on us like rabid dogs. Gao Shen harbored doubts, noting the sluggish movements of these peculiar individuals who exhibited no signs of hostility. Nonetheless, he pulled Gan Tian behind him, his expression tense as he kept a watchful eye on the peculiar beings. The group of strange figures appeared youthful, all seemingly under the age of 25. One girl, dressed in a school uniform, resembled a high school student. They stood there, vacant-eyed, confused and disoriented. As Gan Tian obstructed their path, a truly eerie sight. This scene demanded utmost caution from all present. Gao Shen inhaled sharply. Gan Tian peeked out from behind Gao Shen, observing those who were only a few years her junior, feeling an urgent need to rescue them. She asserted, We must get them all to the hospital. If we delay, their lives may be in peril. Once Gao Shen confirmed that those wandering figures posed no threat, he calmed himself and asked Gan Tian, What kind of poison? Gan Tian firmly replied, I suspect it's Haitian voodoo. Haitian voodoo? What is that? Get to the point. Gan Tian explained. It is a form of resurrection magic that once flourished in Haiti. Some local sorcerers purportedly possess the ability to bring people back to life. This is what is referred to as resurrection magic. Gao Shen's expression shifted dramatically. Resurrection magic? Coming back to life? He thought of Lulu. If she were to be brought back to life, would she also become one of these creatures? A tempest brewed in his eyes. Noticing Gao Shen's face turn pale and his breathing quicken, Gan Tian assumed he was frightened and rushed to clarify. Don't be alarmed. The truth is simply that a certain drug is injected to induce a temporary state of death, followed by another drug to restore consciousness. It creates the illusion that they have the power of resurrection, much like the death potions depicted in dramas. Gao Shen's expression softened slightly. At least it was different from the notion of borrowing a corpse. His Lulu could never become like this. However, he inquired, What does this have to do with the people before us? Gan Tian continued. Do you know the purpose behind the local sorcerer's research into resurrection magic? Gao Shen, naturally unaware, waited for her elaboration. Gan Tian recounted. Centuries ago, Haiti fell under colonial rule, and the indigenous population was nearly exterminated, leading to a severe labor shortage. Without workers, the grand plantations and estate owners began to employ sorcerers to develop resurrection magic. This magic could induce a state of apparent death, and once the dead were buried, the sorcerers would secretly excavate the graves to inject them with a revival drug. The revived individuals would lose their will, becoming mere tools for labor, mindlessly toiling for days on end without sustenance or rest, like soulless beings. What a perfect source of free labor. Li Changkong and the photographer arrived late. The viewers in the live stream were on edge, and as the photographer ran, the camera shook violently, yet none dared to leave the stream. In fact, more viewers flooded in, drawn by the presence of zombies. This bizarre occurrence had captivated an audience who believed in zombies. The fan count in the live stream skyrocketed from over 500,000 to more than 700,000 in a mere Chapter 71. Lulu's marriage certificate exposed. Gan Tian shook her head and remarked, I am uncertain. Theoretically, the toxin from the pufferfish should render one immobile, unable to speak, leading to paralysis and a state akin to suspended animation. Following such paralysis, physical labor should be impossible, yet they have been resurrected by the sorcerer and are partaking in labor. Haitian voodoo remains a conundrum. It has become lost to time, and it is perplexing how it has seemingly been replicated in these individuals. Additionally, scholars have discovered that the potion for resurrection contains not only pufferfish toxin but also the hallucinogenic properties of mandrake powder, which can induce confusion, hallucinations, and memory loss. Once the deceased are awakened, they are further deceived and controlled by the sorcerer through means akin to mandrake powder. It is precisely due to the myriad mysteries surrounding Haitian voodoo that Gan Tian contacted Officer Zhang, requesting him to notify the Institute for Abnormal Event Research. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to inform her original unit, nor did she know when Brother Feng would arrive. She missed him dearly. After Gan Tian finished her explanation, an unsettling silence enveloped the scene as everyone regarded her with peculiar expressions. Confounded, she inquired, did I provide a faulty explanation? Gao Shen and Li Changkong maintained their aloof personas, remaining silent, while Yu Feng, embodying the spirit of levity, broke the tension. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, Gan Tian. How do you know so much? Where did you come across all this information? Were it not for your elucidation, I might have mistaken these poisoned individuals for zombies. Gan Tian replied, in the book Primitive Religions and Chemical Case Studies authored by Feng Pei, a PhD from Qingbei University. If you're interested, you can search for it online. It contains numerous chemical analyses of sorcery and explores related chemical mechanisms. It's quite intriguing and reasonably priced at only 30. This book was written by her senior, Feng Pei, the very Feng who she had urged Officer Zhang to call. In the past, she had assisted her senior in gathering and organizing various materials on sorcery. And since someone inquired, Gan Tian casually thought of promoting her senior's work. Upon hearing this, viewers in the live broadcast began searching for the book. Whether they actually read it was one matter. Purchasing it for appearances was another. After all, one never knows when they might find themselves idly flipping through its pages while in the restroom, perhaps inadvertently sounding erudite like the illustrious 10 miles of cotton candy. Yu Feng shared this sentiment, stating, all right, I shall look it up later. Why not forego lounging about and consider opening a detective agency? I genuinely believe this profession suits you remarkably well. You should contemplate it. Gan Tian raised her eyebrows, recalling the nickname bestowed upon her by her seniors at her original unit. Genius little detective. She deemed the title an exaggeration, believing she merely read extensively and had not yet reached the level of a genius detective. Returning to the pressing matter, she asserted the need to address the victims to prevent the uninformed villagers from thinking an apocalypse was upon them. Misinformation spreads like wildfire, potentially inciting societal unrest. She addressed the men present. We must find a few vehicles to transport these poisoned individuals to the hospital for examinations to further confirm my suspicions. Under Gao Shen's subtle cue, Yu Feng retrieved his phone to arrange for the transport of these unfortunate souls to the hospital. Gan Tian noticed Qian Dalong and son Ergu lingering at a distance, drawn to the commotion, and beckoned them over. Come here. Qian Dalong and son Ergu hesitated, apprehensive. Observing that Gan Tian and the men were standing alongside the oddly behaving individuals, and no one had been bitten, Qian Dalong summoned his courage and approached, his legs trembling. Are they truly not zombies? Indeed not, Gan Tian replied with certainty. She continued, where is the temple? You two guide me there. As long as they were not required to remain and watch the so-called zombies, Qian Dalong complied, stammering, "Why yes, of course." Li Changkong stood up voluntarily, saying, "I will accompany you." Gan Tian accepted his offer. To fully dispel the rumors of zombies, transparency was essential. Often, the more one conceals, the greater the panic. Once a scientific explanation is provided, the online community will no longer be in a state of alarm nor propagate unfounded tales. The unknown is what breeds the most fear. Gao Shen remained silent. With no imminent danger, he felt no need to follow. His father awaited him at the company. Before getting into his car, he advised Gan Tian earnestly, "Do not rush headlong into danger. Whatever you do, prioritize your own safety." Gan Tian responded with an affirmative gesture, "Understood." Gao Shen reiterated, "If you encounter any issues, remember to call me." Instinctively, Gan Tian asked, "Why? You are neither my father, mother, nor boyfriend. Why should I call you if something arises?" She blinked her large, beautiful eyes in confusion. Gao Shen paused, pondering, "Indeed, why?" This woman was merely the granddaughter of Master Lulu when seeking assistance. She would sweetly refer to him as brother-in-law, but should danger arise, he could not simply stand idly by. Once the threat was abated, such a remark seemed unnecessary, as if they shared an unusually profound bond. Yet, at that moment, for reasons unknown, Gao Shen exuded an air of righteous authority as he declared, "Just remember my words." Gan Tian raised an eyebrow. Gao Shen strode confidently toward his luxurious vehicle. Once he had entered, the viewers in the live stream began to realize his presence. Am I blind? Was that handsome man just Gao Shen? Indeed, I mentioned it in the comments earlier, yet no one responded. I thought Gao Shen's popularity had waned to the point of invisibility. What were he and 10 miles of cotton candy discussing? Huh? It truly is Gao Shen, my eternal idol. The reactions here are rather delayed, aren't they? Haha, my attention was entirely on 10 miles of cotton candy. Engrossed in her analysis of the resurrection technique, oblivious to anything else. Same here. I entered the live stream initially for the visuals, but found myself captivated by the intellect of 10 miles of cotton candy. I'm so curious. How does she know all this? Empty was left far behind by 10 miles of cotton candy, his boyfriend prowess lacking. When 10 miles of cotton candy runs, she resembles a little leopard. This is the boyfriend energy I desire. Too bad she's female. I want a husband like 10 miles of cotton candy, both intellectually and physically superior to Empty. It appears Empty is the little delicate wife. What boyfriend energy? Little delicate wife? Rejecting the couple. Anyone with eyes can see that Li Changkong gazes at 10 miles of cotton candy differently than he does at others. Li Changkong, am I being outdone by the former master? 10 miles of cotton candy. I merely wish to shine on my own. Thank you. Chapter 72. Lulu's marriage certificate exposed in a bustling live stream room. A myriad of individuals congregated, with ardent fans of various celebrities engaging in heated disputes. Unbeknownst to the emerging star, Gan Tian, she was oblivious to the chaos surrounding her. Accompanied by Qian Dalong and Sun Ergu, she ventured forth to seek out a temple. Yet her efforts bore no fruit. Half an hour later, Officer Zhang arrived, prompting Gan Tian to emerge from the dilapidated temple. Her gaze fell upon Feng Shixiang, who stood tall among the crowd. He was a striking figure, a man of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in a light gray casual outfit, slender yet imposing, with a serious demeanor and brows that resembled blades, evoking an air of distance. A wave of nostalgia washed over Gan Tian, her heart aching at the sight of her senior. Though it had only been a week since they last met, it felt like an eternity. Orphaned in her youth due to a tragic accident, she had been raised by her grandmother and several uncles. At 12, she gained admission to Qingbei University, where she met Feng Shixiang, who, despite being only 20 at the time, took special care of her due to her frail health. Lacking a biological brother, she found in him a brotherly figure, a comforting presence in her life. Years passed, and upon graduating, she accepted his invitation to join the 935 Non-Normal Incident Research Institute. As she approached him now, she called out, "Feng, detective." Almost impulsively, she nearly referred to him as her brother. Officer Zhang, noticing her, introduced her to Feng Pei, who was known for his stoic demeanor. He scrutinized Gan Tian with a penetrating gaze, seemingly unfamiliar with her. "You know me? How did you acquire my phone number?" he inquired sternly. Suppressing the urge to shed tears upon reuniting with a familial figure, Gan Tian remained composed. "Sister Lulu informed me. She once studied medicinal cuisine under my mentor, and my grandfather is Gan Yuan." At the mention of Lulu, Feng Pei's expression shifted, a flicker of emotion crossing his typically impassive face. The name struck him like a thorn. His sister-in-arms was lost to him forever. Whispers within the institute suggested the possibility of her returning in some form, yet no leads had emerged. He masked his pain and replied, I recall my sister mentioning your grandfather, who first identified the location of the zombies. Let me there. As Gan Tian guided Feng Shixiang, she recounted her findings. I examined the site thoroughly and found no anomalies. I suspect the victims were poisoned and subsequently moved here by the perpetrator to obscure their tracks. Our only hope lies with the hospital, where we must await their recovery to uncover the truth. Feng Pei regarded her with newfound interest. You seem quite knowledgeable. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Gan Tian, fearful of being implicated as a suspect. She quickly fabricated an excuse. Sister Lulu once visited my grandfather and left several books, one of which is your own, Primitive Religion and Classical Cases in Chemistry. It mentioned the Haitian voodoo, and upon seeing the poisoned individuals today, I recalled your case studies. Admittedly, my knowledge is limited. She donned an innocent expression, silently pleading, No, I don't understand. Please don't look at me that way. Feng Pei, perceptive as ever, sensed her unease. His gaze dimmed slightly, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further, entering the room that Qian Dalong had inadvertently opened. After a lengthy investigation, he found nothing of significance. Meanwhile, Officer Zhang and his team secured the area, interviewing Qian Dalong and Sun Ergu for statements. Li Changkong, feeling somewhat redundant, decided to explore the vicinity of the temple for any wild game, as he perceived no immediate danger. Soon, he discovered an abundance of mushrooms behind the temple and collected a significant harvest. In the live stream room, fans praised their idol's resourcefulness. As Gan Tian contemplated returning home without any leads, Li Changkong approached her, holding a bag of mushrooms. He recognized her expertise and sought her assistance. Gan Tian, could you help me determine if these mushrooms are toxic? Recalling the advice to avoid roadside edibles due to the dangers of poison ivy, he was cautious. Gan Tian accepted the bag and examined the mushrooms closely. Her eyes widened in astonishment. These are inoside mushrooms? Feng Pei echoed, inoside mushrooms. In an instant, both recognized the potential danger, their minds racing with possibilities. Almost simultaneously, they thought, We've found a clue. Feng Pei, surprised by Gan Tian's quick identification, scrutinized her with deep eyes. You recognize this mushroom? Gan Tian remained silent, knowing that further confirmation was necessary. She extracted one mushroom from the bag and broke its white flesh, revealing a rapid change to blue. In that moment, clarity dawned upon her. The majority of inoside mushrooms possess white stems and brown caps, appearing unremarkable, yet when damaged, they often change color to blue. This is an inoside mushroom. It is not safe for consumption, she declared. Li Changkong's typically aloof demeanor turned suddenly sheepish. He, who rarely spoke, pressed for clarity. Is it toxic? Gan Tian nodded, explaining. Inoside mushrooms, also known as hallucinogenic mushrooms, contain muscarine, a naturally occurring substance that induces hallucinations. When ingested, it disrupts the nervous system's signal transmission, leading to altered perceptions. In certain rituals, shamans would administer these mushrooms to participants to control their minds. Your book mentions this, does it not, Detective Feng? Feng Pei raised an eyebrow in surprise. This girl had genuinely read his work and delved into it deeply. Yet, for a fleeting moment, he saw a reflection of his lost sister in her, leaving him momentarily unsettled. Chapter 73. The exposure of Lulu's marriage certificate. Feng Pei suppressed the doubts in his heart and nodded, adding, You are indeed correct. Many subtle clues indicate a profound connection between ancient religions and mushrooms. Archaeologists have discovered cave paintings depicting shamans shrouded in or surrounded by mushrooms. These fungi were likely cherished by the shamans or priests, enabling participants in their sacrificial rituals to experience hallucinations. They would consume toxic mushrooms as a medium to commune with the divine, perceiving the will of the gods, and even considering these hallucinogenic mushrooms as sacred fruits of divination. As modern individuals, we must exercise caution when foraging for wild mushrooms. It is best to refrain from picking them altogether and certainly not to consume them, lest we risk poisoning. Feng Pei spoke with a measured pace, his tone grave and slightly heavy with pressure. Though he was succinct, he conveyed every essential point without omission. Noticing the camera aimed at them, Feng Pei understood they were live streaming. He and Gan Tian initially shared the idea that the silver turning black was a matter of public education. Their usual warnings against consuming wild mushrooms often went unheeded. Thus, seizing the opportunity of the live broadcast, they aimed to enlighten viewers, ensuring that no one would recklessly ingest whatever they found. Li Changkong's expression shifted dramatically. Gan Tian was right. Foraging for wild vegetables was perilous, and without caution, it could lead to yet another poisoning incident. Just as he grappled with his frustration, He noticed Gan Tian giving him a thumbs up. Thanks to your discovery of the naked cap mushroom, we now have an important clue. I have scoured this temple multiple times, and yet you managed to find more by simply foraging outside. Li Changkong's lips twitched, unsure whether to feel honored or dismayed. He endeavored to maintain his stoic persona, nodding with feigned calmness. It is my honor to provide clues. Upon uttering those words, his mood unexpectedly brightened. Despite being adored by countless fans in the entertainment industry, nothing compared to receiving a word of affirmation from her. Li Changkong mused that he must have lost his mind, somewhat enchanted by her. Later, Feng Pei ventured to the mushroom patch to collect samples. Officer Zhang and his team conducted thorough searches, but uncovered no additional clues. Gan Tian and Li Changkong decided to leave first, returning to Jiuyu village. Grandpa Gan was still engaged with Manager Su and the research team, delving into the development of the medicinal hot pot. The research team sought to invite Grandpa Gan to the development base, emphasizing that creating the medicinal hot pot would require numerous experiments to finalize flavors and ascertain the efficacy of the medicinal ingredients. Mere discussions at the bamboo grove would yield no results. Subsequent research and production were critical, and they could not afford any missteps. Upon seeing Gan Tian's return, Manager Su excitedly presented her with the order numbers from the previous night until now. Even Gan Tian, seasoned as she was, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wasn't it just over 400,000 this morning? Now it's over 800,000? How is it possible in less than 24 hours? With 800,000 orders, surpassing 20 million in sales? Had she not just made over 2 million today? No wonder Gao Shen called her a little rich lady. She was flourishing. Recently, her financial luck seemed boundless. Manager Su remarked, "We must extend our gratitude to Director Jiang." He was unaware that the medicinal hot pot had already sold out last night and thought it was going unnoticed. When you were investigating the zombie incident, the viewership in the live stream surged. Director Jiang proactively reached out to me, suggesting we set up a shopping cart in Li Changkong's live stream. And I certainly did not refuse such a generous offer. Thus, while Gan Tian was investigating clues at the temple, the shopping cart link for the medicinal hot pot was activated in the live stream. In just 2.5 hours, the orders skyrocketed. Manager Su was taken aback by the unprecedented sales. He had already contacted President Gao, who, upon hearing the news, called Director Jiang to discuss investing in farmhouse experience, ensuring mutual benefit. Gan Tian mused, this is a win-win situation. Manager Su corrected her. No, it's a three-way win. However, the company has just held an emergency meeting to discuss whether to take the product off the shelves, fearing future production may not keep pace, yet reluctant to forego such soaring sales. Therefore, Master Gan must accompany us to the development base. If we cannot finalize the product within 3 days, the subsequent production and sales will falter. Gan Tian replied, "This matter is beyond my control. I will defer to Grandpa." Manager Su, ever eloquent, had already explained to Grandpa Gan that if future products failed, Gan Tian's 2 million would be for naught. Grandpa Gan would never allow his granddaughter's earnings to slip away. Regardless of how reclusive or lofty one might be, no one turns down a windfall. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Grandpa Gan conceded. Manager Su beamed, "Thank you, Mr. Gan. Rest assured, we will only ask for your guidance, and you won't be overexerted. Once the development is successful, I will personally drive you back." Gan Tian smiled apologetically at her grandfather. "Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa." Grandpa Gan, with a playful demeanor, quipped, "If I make money, I'll buy a massager for myself." Old Li's grandson bought him a massage chair, and that old fellow boasts about it daily, teasing me for not having a grandson. Having a grandson is impressive, but I have a granddaughter. Her mere words bring in wealth. Who should envy whom? Gan Tian promptly took out her phone. "I will place an order right now." Grandpa Gan was quite pleased and planned to boast to Old Li later. After giving Gan Tian a few more instructions, he followed Manager Su. Gan Tian spent half an hour researching massage devices on a shopping website before finally ordering a suitable one for the elderly, costing 14,000. She felt no remorse spending that money. Later, as she prepared lunch at home, she had been busy for hours, and it was already 3 in the afternoon without having eaten. Spotting some chicken soup in the fridge, she decided to make herself a bowl of vegetable chicken noodle soup. While eating, she scrolled through Weibo and stumbled upon the post from last night where Director Jiang and the 5 guests had voiced their support for her. She felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. It was commonly said that the entertainment industry was adept at self-preservation, yet when she found herself amidst public scrutiny, Jiang Xiaoyuan, Ji Zhuifeng, Li Changkong, Shen Huihui, and Qing Wu had all stepped forward without hesitation. Director Jiang was similarly brave. The program team turned out to be a group of passionate and engaging individuals. After satisfying her hunger, Gan Tian sought out Director Jiang to express her gratitude. Having heard that farmhouse experience was set to wrap up that night, she extended a special invitation to Director Jiang and the 5 guests to dine at her home. Believing that the best way to show her appreciation for their support was through a feast, Director Jiang readily accepted. As night fell, the production team adorned the courtyard with colorful lights, resembling a sky full of stars, creating a romantic ambience. They gathered around the table outside, enjoying hot pot and barbecue, engaging in lively conversation, creating a delightful atmosphere. At that moment, Ji Juefeng suggested, "Why don't we share the most romantic experiences we've encountered?" Jiang Xiaoyuan, you go first. Chapter 74, Lulu's marriage certificate exposed. Why me? Jiang Xiaoyuan expressed her dissatisfaction. Of course, it is because I wish to understand you better, Ji Juefeng replied. You possess the most youthful heart, setting an example for everyone. Jiang Xiaoyuan, who adored compliments, could not resist. After a moment of contemplation, she began, "All right, I shall demonstrate. Back when I was in high school, there was an incident where my exam results were dismal. I was utterly despondent and decided to take a solitary stroll on the playground. Suddenly, a basketball came hurtling towards me, and I was unable to evade it. Just then, a male classmate yanked me back with great force, and due to our proximity, I found myself enveloped in his arms. When I looked up, I caught sight of his jawline, which was strikingly alluring. In that instant, I was captivated, and without a second thought, I stood on my tiptoes." Shen Huihui paused mid-bite of her barbecue, intrigued. And then, Jiang Xiaoyuan continued, "That was my first act of mischief. I impulsively kissed him. I was both anxious and flustered, fearing he would seek revenge later. After the kiss, I fled, not even having a clear image of his face, only that his jawline was incredibly enticing. It was as if I had been struck by Cupid's arrow." Ji Juefeng, also indulging in barbecue, halted his movements, casting a resentful glare at Jiang Xiaoyuan. "You had no idea who he was? You kissed a stranger and then ran away?" Jiang Xiaoyuan retorted, "I was too nervous. Why are you so upset? It wasn't you I kissed. Who's being shameless here?" Ji Juefeng thought to himself, if it wasn't me, then who? At 17, he had gallantly pulled her away, only to have opened a new world for her. He vividly remembered the sensation, soft, sweet, and blushingly intoxicating. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He assumed she shared an equally profound memory of the event, only to discover she didn't even recognize him. The world's greatest heartbreaker. Gan Tian, perceptive and sharp-tongued, exclaimed, "Was it possible that Jiang Xiaoyuan kissed you?" Ji Juefeng immediately denied it with an air of pride. Impossible. Yet internally, he thought, it was me. It was definitely me. "Little marshmallow, you are too clever. Unlike a certain heartbreaker who infuriates me." Jiang Xiaoyuan dismissed the notion. "No way, we didn't attend the same high school. I was at Sanzhong, and Ji Juefeng was at Luzhong." Ji Juefeng clenched his fists. He indeed attended Luzhong, but his childhood friend was at Sanzhong, and he had gone there to play basketball when he encountered her. These thoughts churned within him, causing frustration. Qinwu, stifling laughter, suggested, "Why not post this on Weibo and see if any alumni come forward?" Jiang Xiaoyuan shook her head sheepishly. "Forget it. That was the past. Perhaps he has a girlfriend now. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his peaceful life. Besides, men can be pigs. I have a fear of them." Ji Juefeng silently cursed. "You are the pig." Jiang Xiaoyuan continued, "If life were but as it was at first sight, that moment was beautiful. But it doesn't guarantee that the relationship will be as delightful. Who will be next?" All eyes fell upon Gan Tian, who thought she had evaded the spotlight. After much contemplation, the most romantic memory she could conjure was from her first year of junior high, when she participated in a competition and unexpectedly caught the attention of a professor from Qingbei University, securing an 8-year admission notice. However, she could not share this experience. Just as she considered fabricating a story, her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was Feng Shixiang calling her. Earlier that afternoon, she had exchanged numbers with him, asking him to inform her of any developments in the case. He had been silent then, but now he was reaching out, which surprised her. The phone call proved to be her saving grace. Gan Tian excused herself to take the call. Feng Shixiang's deep voice resonated through the receiver. "Several victims who were poisoned are currently receiving treatment in the hospital. The doctors have confirmed the presence of residual TTX toxins and psilocybin in their systems. The case has now been handed over to our 935 Unusual Events Research Institute." Feng Shixiang, as typical, wasted no words, relaying all the information she desired to know. Gan Tian replied sweetly, "I am relieved to hear that. Sister Lulu mentioned that there is no case our 935 institute cannot solve. I trust that you will capture the perpetrator and prevent similar incidents from occurring. At that moment, Feng Pei extended an olive branch. Are you interested in participating in the follow-up investigation of this case? Gan Tian was taken aback. Isn't that against protocol? It was unusual for Feng Shixiang to invite an outsider to a 935 case. Feng Pei had ulterior motives. He had received a call from someone informing him that Gan Tian had recently exhibited an extraordinary intellect and combat prowess, prompting him to investigate whether she could be the reincarnation of Sister Lulu. This girl was easy to research, numerous reports about her were online, and she had been trending recently, making it almost effortless for Feng Pei to gather information. It seemed that the impression he had of Gan Tian earlier was not mistaken, and he sought to further validate his theory by inviting her to assist in the investigation. I am not one to rigidly adhere to rules, Feng Pei stated. Gan Tian smiled, impressed by his audacity and disregarding regulations. This was the Feng Shixiang she knew, troublesome for leadership yet extraordinarily capable. Individuals with talent often possess distinct personalities. Feng Pei, with a commanding presence, asked, "Are you afraid?" Gan Tian beamed. "I have always dreamed of becoming someone like Sister Lulu. Thank you, Detective Feng, for this opportunity." She thought to herself, how could I be afraid? I would welcome it. Feng Pei smiled. Very well, tomorrow at 9:30 in front of the gate of Sanzhou. Gan Tian discerned the implication. Why meet at Sanzhou? Is there a new lead? Feng Pei divulged case details. Several victims have regained consciousness and confirmed that they purchased fried chicken from a small eatery called Pufferfish Fried Chicken near Luzhou. Understanding the situation, Gan Tian felt elated at the prospect of investigating alongside Feng Shixiao. Detective Feng, I shall see you tomorrow. Feng Pei's tone was less serious than usual. We shall not miss each other. Chapter 75. The revelation of Lulu's marriage certificate. After hanging up the phone, Gan Tian cheerfully returned to her seat, engrossed in listening to others share their romantic experiences. Meanwhile, Feng Pei had just ended a call when his phone rang once more. Glancing at the caller ID, he recognized the number of Lulu's uncle. He answered the call. Hello, Uncle Chi. Detective Feng, I have something to discuss. Uncle Chi's voice was far from calm, tinged with shock. Feng Pei responded politely. Please, go ahead. Uncle Chi. Lulu registered her marriage 3 years ago with a man named Gao Shen. She has been married for 3 years, and you were aware of this? While sorting through Lulu's belongings, her uncle stumbled upon a marriage certificate bearing the name of her husband, Gao Shen. The certificate also displayed their wedding photo, showcasing a couple radiating with happiness. He had verified the authenticity of the certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau, confirming the record of their registration from 3 years prior. Never once did Lulu mention her marriage to me. As her uncle, I was completely oblivious to this fact. Had I not been sorting through her possessions, I would still be in the dark. As her respected senior, were you aware of her concealed marriage? Feng Pei remained silent for a long while, uncertain of how to respond. Uncle Chi's anger was palpable, his frustration mounting. I investigated Gao Shen. He is a celebrity with a tarnished reputation. For 3 years, I have not seen him accompany Lulu during holidays, nor did he show up at her funeral. He even posted on Weibo seeking love. What does that imply? The entertainment industry is rife with hidden marriages, a reality Uncle Chi could comprehend. However, the fact that Gao Shen had not even offered a simple gesture of respect to Lulu, coupled with his opportunistic behavior posthumously, was infuriating. Chapter 76. The revelation of Lulu's marriage certificate. Uncle Chi. How was I to know? Feng Pei remarked. Do you recall that day when the junior sister vanished from the hospital? We searched high and low, yet she was nowhere to be found. Uncle Chi responded. I remember now. She indeed was absent from the hospital on that particular day. The doctors had mentioned that she might not endure much longer, and I. Chapter 77. The sweet resolution to save her husband. As for this matter, Feng Pei was equally in the dark. After pondering for a moment, he speculated. Perhaps it is the inheritance that Gao Shen has transferred into her name? Otherwise, given his junior sister's salary, it would be impossible for her to possess such a substantial estate. Gao Shen truly is. Reflecting on Gao Shen's request for him to investigate Gan Tian's affairs, he couldn't help but wonder whether he had been unwell during his 3-year sojourn abroad. Chapter 78. The sweet resolution of the case to save her husband too. At present, the clues at hand were rather scant, leaving Gan Tian unable to draw any conclusions. She could only suppress the questions swirling in her mind and await the arrival of senior brother Feng for further investigation and the pursuit of additional leads. At that moment, sitting in the back seat, Ji Zhui Feng exclaimed, Damn, everyone look! Lu Yi is causing a ruckus again. Upon hearing the name Lu Yi, the several stars in the car, engrossed in their phones, perked up their ears. To Gan Tian, the name was unfamiliar, but seeing the intense reactions of the others, she inquired, Who is he? Jiang Xiaoyuan furrowed her brows and replied, he is the gossip king of the entertainment industry, the top paparazzo in country A. He rose to fame 2 years ago and has an impressive track record. Whenever a celebrity cheats, strays, or has scandalous fans, if he reports it, it's usually true. Most exposed stars dare not voice their anger, as no one knows how much dirt he holds on them. I can't stand him. Which star doesn't he harbor secrets they prefer to keep hidden? No one wishes to be exposed by Lu Yi. Each time he announces an impending revelation on Weibo, it sends shivers down the spines of celebrities in the industry. Jiang Xiaoyuan turned to Ji Juefeng in the back seat and asked, what has he revealed this time? Which unfortunate soul has caught his attention? Ji Juefeng responded, Lu Yi tweeted half an hour ago, saying that a certain two-word top star has a major scandal, and if the tweet is shared over 200,000 times, he will disclose it. Upon hearing the term two-word, the three-word stars in the car, including Jiang Xiaoyuan, Shen Huihui, and Li Changkong, all breathed a sigh of relief. Qingwu pressed her hand against her chest. Thank goodness I'm not a top star. I shouldn't be considered one in Lu Yi's eyes, right? She had only gained popularity last year after her web drama aired during the summer, taking the internet by storm and earning her numerous accolades, making her one of the most sought-after actresses by investors this year. Ji Juefeng continued. Lu Yi responded to a netizen in the comments, confirming that the two-word top star is male. Qingwu immediately felt relieved again. Then, the group mentally eliminated possibilities, pondering who the two-word top star could be. The list of celebrities who could qualify as top stars was quite limited. Uninterested in the entertainment gossip, Gan Tian refrained from joining the discussion. Instead, she accessed the 10 miles of cotton candy super topic on her phone. Although she wasn't part of the entertainment circle, she had garnered some fans, all of whom were quite inquisitive. Some shared various knowledge about life in the super topic, while others posed questions, seeking answers. Gan Tian perused the posts and found her super topic meaningful. Thus, during the car ride into the city, Gan Tian patiently and thoroughly answered some unanswered questions in the super topic. Before she knew it, the car had arrived in the urban area. Just as she was about to ask the driver to drop her off at a random spot, Ji Juefeng suddenly exclaimed, oh my gosh! Lu Yi's tweet has surpassed 200,000 shares. PS revealing the truth. Jiang Xiaoyuan immediately opened her phone, inquiring, what is the revelation? Which two-word top star? Ji Juefeng replied, I'm still opening the revelation post. His voice barely had a chance to settle when, suddenly, he erupted in a furious tirade. Damn it. This has to be false. Lu Yi is crossing the line. Ji Juefeng's extreme reaction even roused Li Changkong, who had been resting in the car with his eyes closed, prompting him to frown and ask, who is it? Ji Juefeng dropped 2 heavy words. He didn't name names. Li Changkong shot him a cool glance. Then why are you so worked up? Ji Juefeng found himself at a loss for words. Just look at the revelation, and you'll understand. I'll send it to you. He shared the revelation post with Li Changkong, who opened it and suddenly tightened his grip on the phone he had pulled from his pocket. Meanwhile, Gan Tian, who was patiently replying to questions in the super topic, paused at the sound of their conversation and glanced at Jiang Xiaoyuan's phone. The glaring headline on the revelation post instantly made her guess the identity of the subject. The zombie case involves a two-word top star sacrificing living fans to treat his mental illness. Li Changkong. From the back, Shen Huihui's voice rang out. Which two-word top star has a mental illness? Who is it? This revelation is too explosive. Qingwu gasped, if this is true, the two-word top star will be crucified and never rise again. Jiang Xiaoyuan was so enraged that she began to tear up, cursing Lu Yi in the car. Curious, Gan Tian opened the post, focusing intently on Lu Yi's revelation. The post seemed well-founded, presenting several pieces of evidence. 1. All the poison zombies were fans of the two-word top star. 2. The Lianhua Mountain property was purchased by the two-word top star 3 years ago, and he had been staying there for the past week, awaiting the arrival of the full moon. 3. The psychiatric diagnosis, name redacted, of the two-word top star. 4. Documentation on the madness ritual treatment method. This method is neither medicinal nor psychological analysis, but rather a sacrificial ritual conducted on the full moon, where living individuals are offered to deities to seek forgiveness, viewing mental illness as a spiritual matter. As only through such sacrifices can healing occur. Gan Tian read through the lines, her brow furrowing deeply. Goodness, she hadn't even reached the Heatun fried chicken shop, and the paparazzi had already unraveled the case for her? The arguments presented seemed logical and compelling, though the post had only been published for less than 3 minutes. The internet was already ablaze with speculation about which two-word top star was a mental health patient. While netizens struggled to guess, Gan Tian had two words popping into her mind: Gao Shen. If this revelation held any truth, Gao Shen's career would be irrevocably shattered. Was it possible that someone sought to utilize the zombie case to ruin Gao Shen, who harbored such deep-seated animosity against him? Hadn't he already withdrawn from the scene? Did someone still consider him a thorn in their side? On Weibo, the discussions had escalated to a fever pitch. Who is the two-word top star? I can't take it anymore. Lu Yi, can't you just reveal everything at once? I'm dying to know. Lu Yi, are you waiting for a hush money from the two-word top star? Let us crowdfund a dime from everyone online for you to spill the beans. This is astonishing. I've only heard of celebrities using fans for their gain, and now there's talk of sacrificing fans for healing? Is this really the 21st century? In this day and age, how can anyone commit such barbaric acts? The sewing machine awaits you. Lu Yi, spill the name. How can such a person be a top star? What a disgrace. Typically, artists are somewhat mentally unbalanced. They're all mad. Lu Yi, please reveal the real name. Gan Tian scrolled through the comments, her heart racing. If Gao Shen's name were to be revealed, she feared she would lose all her fans. She had to solve the case swiftly. Gan Tian entered senior brother Feng's phone number into WeChat and clicked to add him as a friend. Moments later, her friend request was accepted. She messaged him to inquire about more details regarding the case. 10 miles of cotton candy, Detective Feng. Can we confirm that the dozen or so poisoned individuals are all fans of a certain two-word top star? Chapter 79, the sweet resolution of a case to save her husband. 3 At that time, the junior sister wished to stand by Gao Shen through thick and thin, exhibiting the same unwavering determination he had shown when he insisted on marrying her during her grave illness. Yet, Gao Shen, fearing he would become a burden to her, resolutely made that decision. Reflecting on this, Feng Pei could not help but sigh deeply. One must concede that she was perpetually engaged in a battle against death. Chapter 80, the sweet case solving to save her husband. 4 At that moment, the production team's vehicle arrived at the entrance of the 3rd middle school. The driver informed Gan Tian, "We have arrived at the 3rd middle school." "Thank you, sir," Gan Tian replied gratefully, bidding farewell to Jiang Xiaoyuan and the others. Remembering that Jiang Xiaoyuan had mentioned she graduated from the 3rd middle school the night before, Gan Tian decided to inquire further. Jiang Xiaoyuan sensed her intention and asked, "Gan Tian, are you planning to investigate this matter?" "Yes." "That is wonderful," Jiang Xiaoyuan exclaimed, as if she had found a beacon of hope. Gan Tian was so astute that perhaps she could uncover the truth and clear her cousin's name. Leaning closer, Jiang Xiaoyuan whispered, "Gan Tian, the trending topic on Weibo is about my cousin. I assure you, he is not the culprit. You must help clear his name." "Your cousin? Don't worry. I will investigate first." Jiang Xiaoyuan placed all her hopes on Gan Tian, believing she was the only one who could save her cousin now. "Gan Tian, ask me anything, and I will tell you everything." Gan Tian inquired, "Are you aware of the owner's background? The owner of the fried chicken shop?" "They lack any notable background. They are a hard-working couple from the countryside. They purchased the shop themselves, which was considered a school district property at the time, unable to afford an apartment. They bought the shop and divided it into 2 levels, one for business and one for their living quarters, allowing their daughter to attend school conveniently. When I graduated, their daughter was just in elementary school. She should now be attending the 3rd middle school. The owner is a decent person." Gan Tian appeared to listen casually. Yet she was meticulously analyzing the information provided by Jiang Xiaoyuan. If the shop was indeed their only source of income and residence, it would be unlikely for them to easily sever their financial lifeline. If discovered, their daughter's education would be jeopardized. The most pressing question was the motive behind the crime. Centuries ago, the motivation of Haitian sorcerers stemmed from landowners' labor shortages, aiming to create obedient and free labor. However, this rationale does not apply in modern society. So, what could be the motive for the poisoning? The clues available were still too scant for Gan Tian to draw any conclusions. She suppressed her questions and awaited the arrival of Brother Feng to further investigate and seek additional leads. She and Zhou Ran alighted from the vehicle and proceeded to the Fugu fried chicken shop for a closer look. Brother Feng had yet to arrive, but the fried chicken shop was already under the control of the 935 unit, with several technicians conducting assessments inside. Gan Tian instructed Zhou Ran not to follow closely. She intended to canvass the area for clues, maintaining a distance between them. "Owner, I would like an egg pancake, please." Standing at the breakfast shop next door, Gan Tian placed her order, feigning curiosity. "Is the fried chicken shop next door closed?" The owner of the breakfast shop shook her head and conspiratorially shared, "Sure. I'm not sure what happened, but a few police cars suddenly arrived yesterday evening and took both the couple away. This morning, uniformed personnel were also seen searching the shop. It seems they may have gotten into trouble. Gan Tian blinked, adopting the demeanor of an inquisitive bystander. I frequently buy fried chicken from them. They don't seem like the type. The breakfast shop owner replied, indeed, they appeared to be honest business people. I can't imagine what they've done wrong. Gan Tian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could it be that they were scrutinized for selling pufferfish? Pufferfish are toxic. It's an odd name for a fried chicken shop. The breakfast shop owner quickly refuted. Oh dear, young lady, don't jump to conclusions. I've been neighbors with them for years and can guarantee they only sell fried chicken, definitely no pufferfish. Gan Tian casually placed her hands in her pockets. Then why name it fugu fried chicken? It certainly invites misinterpretation. The breakfast shop owner explained, the name was given by the previous owner of the fried chicken shop, which has been an established brand in this street for decades. When the couple bought the shop, they decided to keep the name to save on signage costs. Gan Tian's expression shifted to one of realization. I see. Have there been any unusual occurrences in recent days? Outside the breakfast shop, several customers awaited their pancakes. All regulars from the neighborhood, and, like Gan Tian, stood at the entrance. Everyone shared a penchant for gossip and began discussing animatedly. 2 young people from our community went missing a few days ago. Their parents reported them missing, but they seem to have been found yesterday and are now in the hospital, apparently suffering from poisoning. The details are unclear. There is also a case in our community, which has stirred quite a buzz online about a zombie incident. The video showed a poisoned couple who had just married. It's truly dreadful. Just before I left home, my daughter mentioned a 2-character celebrity who fell ill and was rumored to be seeking sacrifices. Speaking of which, I saw a girl around 17 or 18 years old who seemed unwell. She was walking just fine, but suddenly swayed and collapsed. 2 nurses rushed over and took her to an ambulance. I was in a hurry to prepare lunch, so I didn't follow up and have no idea if it was poisoning. Nurses? An ambulance? Gan Tian's eyes narrowed, as understanding dawned upon her. This was indeed a clever method of abduction, as even passers-by would not raise suspicions. The breakfast shop owner interjected. I did see several ambulances on this street a couple of days ago. It struck me as odd, prompting me to check the calendar to see if it was an unlucky day for illness. One of the nurses even bought fried chicken next door. Gan Tian pursed her lips, scanning for surveillance cameras nearby, and asked, did you see what the nurse looked like? The breakfast shop owner replied, she was wearing a mask. When exactly did she buy fried chicken next door? Gan Tian probed, seeking an exact timeline to determine if the nurse was present in the shop during the alleged tampering. The breakfast shop owner pondered. I believe it was in the morning. Oh dear, with so many people coming and going, my memory isn't quite clear. Young lady, your egg pancake is ready. Here you go. Gan Tian accepted the pancake, saying, thank you. At that moment, someone tapped her on the back. Turning around, she saw Brother Feng. Gan Tian's face lit up. Detective Feng, good morning. Brother Feng noticed the egg pancake in her hand and, with a hint of concern in his voice, remarked, you haven't eaten breakfast yet? I had breakfast earlier, Gan Tian replied, following Brother Feng into the fugu fried chicken shop. Detective Feng, I recommend we re-examine the nearby surveillance footage, focusing on the ambulances. I now have reason to suspect that the method of abduction involved fake ambulances to kidnap poison victims. Additionally, we should review the shop's footage with particular attention to a nurse who came to buy fried chicken. Gan Tian raised her eyes, noting the presence of surveillance cameras within the fried chicken shop. Brother Feng, sensing her urgency, inquired, what have you discovered? Gan Tian recounted the information she had just heard and then took a bite of her egg pancake, modestly stating, I've been fortunate to gather useful leads even while purchasing a pancake. My luck has been remarkable lately. Brother Feng, however, perceived it differently. Recognizing her ability to engage with the public, he promptly instructed the technicians conducting the ineffective inspections in the shop. Did you hear that? Recheck the surveillance footage, focusing on the nurse and the ambulances. I need to know the license plate number and the movement patterns of the ambulances. End of chapter. Chapter 81. The sweet resolution of the case soon, a technician exclaimed, Inspector, we have found something. At 8:23 this morning, a female nurse came in to buy fried chicken. Gan Tian took a bite of her egg pancake, relishing its flavor, and followed Feng Pei's swift strides to observe the surveillance footage. Inspector Feng moved with an intensity that seemed to summon a powerful gust of wind. The technicians within the establishment were accustomed to his whirlwind efficiency. What caught everyone's attention, however, was Gan Tian. She matched Feng's pace with remarkable poise, moving with a grace that belied her surroundings. Standing before such an imposing figure, She showed no signs of intimidation, her demeanor exuding confidence and ease. Regardless of the curious glances cast her way, Gan Tian remained focused on the monitor. The footage revealed a masked nurse standing at the entrance purchasing fried chicken, exhibiting no suspicious behavior as she chatted amiably with the shopkeeper. Suddenly, Gan Tian interjected, "Wait a moment." The technician glanced at her, recognizing her as the one who first spotted the zombie incident and prompted the police to contact Inspector Feng. It was rumored that she possessed a certain cleverness and was quite popular in her live streaming sessions. However, the technician, seasoned in the competitive environment of the 935 Institute, harbored some skepticism about Gan Tian's capabilities. He could not fathom why Inspector Feng would permit an outsider to partake in the investigation, as such actions were generally frowned upon and likely to provoke reprimand from higher authorities. The technician, harboring some resentment towards Gan Tian for potentially causing Inspector Feng to face reprimand, asked her with a hint of bias, "What have you discerned?" The nurse displayed no unusual behavior. She merely bought chicken wings and left, suppressing a flicker of annoyance. Gan Tian replied, "The footage is missing 3 seconds. What?" The technician immediately rewound the footage, scrutinizing the timestamps. Bias aside, his professionalism kicked in. "Stop." Gan Tian pointed at the screen. "Right here. 3 seconds have been deleted. Observe closely. If one does not pay attention to the timing, one might assume the nurse stood still at the entrance. Yet, she clearly moved within those 3 seconds. What did she do? What could she have accomplished?" In that instant, the technician broke into a cold sweat, realizing that indeed 3 seconds were missing. How had he failed to notice that? He had been in the shop since 7:30 that morning, watching the footage repeatedly. Yet he had overlooked this detail. He dared not meet Inspector Feng's gaze, fearing rebuke. Inspector Feng, disinterested in reprimanding him, contemplated Gan Tian's query, narrowing his sharp eyes to test her further. What do you think she could accomplish in such a brief span of time? Gan Tian analyzed the layout of the fried chicken shop, offering her insights. "I have been pondering this. If the murderer is not the shop owner, where could the poison have been placed? The chicken fillets, seasoning powders, and packaging are all in the preparation area, inaccessible in those fleeting 3 seconds. The only items the murderer could have tampered with are the bamboo skewers and napkins. Yet even if poison were applied to the skewers and napkins, it would not guarantee that only the customers who consumed their meals on the spot would be affected. After all, the 16 victims who fell ill were not the only patrons dining in. What of the others who also ate there?" Inspector Feng continued her line of reasoning, asking, "So, you believe the skewers and napkins can also be dismissed?" Gan Tian emphatically declared, "Incorrect. The skewers are where the problem lies." Inspector Feng's eyes brightened. "What leads you to that conclusion? Why not the napkins? Please elaborate on your reasoning." Gan Tian explained, "Customers who dine in are not necessarily going to utilize napkins immediately. But if one desires fried chicken, bamboo skewers are essential. Were I the perpetrator with only 3 seconds to act, I would surely prefer to tamper with the skewers, discreetly placing the poisoned 16 skewers into the holder while the owner is distracted. This would elucidate why not all customers who dined in fell ill, as only those who used the tainted skewers would be affected." The technician, taken aback by Gan Tian's resolute assertions, quickly countered, "Your reasoning is flawed. All customers require skewers, whether they dine in, take out, or order for delivery. How could it be arranged that only those who dine in receive the poisoned skewers?" Upon hearing this, Gan Tian narrowed her eyes, casting a look at the technician that seemed to question his intelligence. The technician felt a sense of confusion and unease, wondering if he had overlooked something crucial. Having only joined the 935 Institute the previous month, he was still in the learning phase and could not afford to make another mistake. Gan Tian, not wishing to be unkind, recognized the technician's inexperience and decided to guide him gently. "Take another careful look at the footage." The technician straightened his back, questioning whether he had indeed missed something. Fixated on the monitor, he felt his teeth begin to chatter, unable to comprehend what he had overlooked, growing increasingly anxious before his superior. Observing the tension in his face, Gan Tian offered reassurance, her words acting as a calming balm for his frayed nerves. She assumed a mentor's role, suggesting, "Do not panic. Observe for a few more minutes and scrutinize closely." After saying this, Gan Tian noticed a fleeting smile on Feng's typically stern face, which startled her momentarily. "Inspector Feng?" she queried. Inspector Feng composed himself, the smile fading. "You are quite astute." Gan Tian blinked, realizing that Feng had recognized her insight. With a hint of self-importance, she remarked, "I have always believed so." The technician scrutinized Gan Tian carefully, bewildered by her audacity to be so unabashedly confident in front of the esteemed 935 Institute. where all members boasted impressive academic credentials. Did she not grasp the caliber of talent present here? Returning to the matter at hand. The technician wiped the sweat from his brow, grappling with the fact that he, despite his own prestigious education, had failed to discern the truth. Feng, lacking patience for the newcomers, called for another technician. Identify the nurse in the footage immediately. I require her personal details without delay. Though the nurse was masked, revealing only her eyes, the 935 Institute possessed the technical prowess to match her retina against the National Citizen Identity Database, making her identification straightforward. When the confidentiality department sought information, nothing remained hidden. With that, Inspector Feng strode purposefully away, and Gan Tian attempted to follow, only to be halted by the technician grasping her arm. In a hushed tone, he glanced nervously at Feng's retreating figure and inquired, "How did you deduce the bamboo skewers?" Gan Tian raised an eyebrow, teasingly declaring, "Call me sister, and I shall tell you." Chapter 82. The sweet resolution to save her husband's sixth technician. Gigi's lips twitched slightly as his gaze lingered on Gan Tian. "You must be younger than me, right? Calling me brother seems more fitting." Gan Tian understood the implication in his eyes. Why don't you give it a try?" Technician Gigi glanced at the aloof silhouette of Captain Feng, feeling a chill run down his spine. Reluctantly, he softened his stance. "Sister, I seek your guidance." Gan Tian chuckled. The newcomer is quite perceptive, though lacking in attentiveness. Her finger traced the surveillance footage. Observe closely how the boss prepares takeout. The bamboo skewers are kept in the preparation area, not on the glass counter. Hence they are free from contamination. "Ah, indeed," Technician Gigi exclaimed. As if struck by Gan Tian's insight, rubbing his head in realization, "I hadn't noticed that." Gan Tian's lips curled into a frosty smile. "If you continue to be so careless, be wary of Captain Feng transferring you out of the technical department. Precision is paramount in our field, so strive to improve, young man." After offering her counsel, Gan Tian prepared to leave, taking another bite of her egg pancake. "I suppose there's nothing else I need to point out?" Technician Gigi nodded vigorously. Understood. For takeout, the boss keeps a bucket of skewers in the preparation area for convenience. He might also inquire if customers are dining in or taking away. If it's for takeout, he uses the skewers from the preparation area. If it's for dining in, the customers can help themselves at the bar, right? I've noted that the packaging differs between takeout and dining in. Takeout uses paper bags while dine-in uses paper containers for fried chicken. Gan Tian regarded Technician Gigi with approval. "You show promise. Just ensure you don't make such fundamental mistakes again, or you'll face reprimand." Captain Feng's reprimands could be quite severe, although she had never been scolded herself. Gan Tian had witnessed Captain Feng's sternness. His expectations for the team's competence were high, and if this newcomer didn't rectify his carelessness, he might not survive the probationary period. Many graduates from prestigious universities were recommended to the 935 Institute for abnormal incident research each year, yet only a select few managed to remain. This line of work was more competitive than that of physicians. As Gan Tian exited the fried chicken shop, she approached Captain Feng, who stood lost in thought by the roadside. His brow was furrowed, sharp as a blade, until he posed a question: "What significance do you think the number 16 holds?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed Gan Tian's calm visage. This question had occupied her thoughts the previous night. When she had encountered a dozen poisoned individuals, she had counted them, 16 in total. Why 16 and not 17, 15, or any other number? Naturally, having found them in a dilapidated temple, she paid attention to these seemingly trivial details. Captain Feng's penetrating gaze caught the subtle shift in her expression, encouraging her, "Share your thoughts." Gan Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why did Captain Feng continually place such high expectations on her? Inviting her to assist in the investigation was one thing, but now he sought her opinions on every matter, which was uncharacteristic of him. "Captain Feng, the only connection I can make with the number 16 is perhaps the notion of perfection complemented by prosperity. It lacks the typical significance of numbers like 9 or 13, making it difficult to decipher. Furthermore, there is a belief circulating online that 16 is an auspicious number signifying the assistance of benefactors in one's endeavors, a transformation of misfortune into good fortune, suggesting that someone may consider human sacrifice to turn their luck around and achieve success. The idea of human sacrifice had been inspired by a report from a prominent tabloid. And while she doubted Gao Shen would resort to such measures for healing, there was no guarantee others would not. The report mentioned waiting for the night of the full moon. Gan Tian promptly checked the calendar, exclaiming, "Captain Feng, tomorrow night is the full moon. Could it truly be connected to human sacrifice?" Captain Feng pondered. That is a line of thought worth considering. At that moment, another technician emerged from the fried chicken shop. Gan Tian recognized him as her junior, Nantu. With a charming appearance and remarkable efficiency, he approached with a tablet in hand, reporting to Captain Feng, "Captain, I have found the information on the female nurse." Gan Tian and Captain Feng ceased their discussion at once. Nantu continued, "The nurse's real name is Luo Jixiang, 26 years old. A graduate student at a medical university. Her advisor is currently collaborating with Hanyuan Biotechnology Company on a new project. I just researched this biotech firm. They are developing a novel analgesic to alleviate cancer patients' pain. This special medication is called TTX." Gan Tian's composed demeanor flickered with surprise. Could it be that her initial line of thought was misguided, and this matter had no connection to human sacrifice? Captain Feng interjected, "Investigate her social connections." Nantu had already done so and replied, "Her personal account shows no significant recent transfers, but her spending capacity exceeds what one would expect for a graduate student." Luo Jixiang hails from a modest background. Her parents are ordinary workers from a small town, yet over the past 2 years, her monthly expenditures have exceeded 100,000, which is rather unusual for a graduate student yet to enter the workforce. Perhaps. Nantu hesitated. But the implication was clear. She might be involved with a wealthy benefactor. Gan Tian playfully winked. "Did you discover who this benefactor is?" Nantu remained silent, looking rather disheartened. He swiped through the tablet. "This is a secondary social media account I found. It contains numerous photos of luxury items, designer bags, high-end watches, and selfies from upscale venues." Gan Tian stood beside him, observing as he scrolled rapidly. She and Captain Feng kept pace, their eyes darting to absorb the information. "Wait, let us go back. Zoom in on that watch. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before," Gan Tian suddenly exclaimed. Nantu navigated back. "This one?" Gan Tian affirmed. "Yes, that watch. I recall seeing it on Jiang Xiaoyuan, a celebrity. She mentioned to me that this piece is from a niche domestic brand, handcrafted with exquisite craftsmanship. Only 10 pieces were made, making it a limited edition. Perhaps we can trace the purchase records for these 10 items?" Chapter 83, Unraveling the Case and Rescuing Her Husband. Part 7. The frostbitten eggplant Nan Tu was instantly invigorated. "Are you certain?" As a precaution, Gan Tian responded, "One moment." Gan Tian captured a photo and dispatched it to Jiang Xiaoyuan, seeking confirmation. "Is this your limited edition timepiece? One of only 10 in existence globally?" Jiang Xiaoyuan swiftly replied, "Indeed." "The KS?" Gan Tian inquired. "Where did you acquire it? Do you possess the seller's contact information?" Jiang Xiaoyuan stated, "My father procured it for me. He mentioned at the time that there were only 10 such timepieces worldwide and that he had to pull numerous strings to obtain one. It was a birthday gift from him last year. I just had a quarrel with my father over the phone and am disinclined to ask him anything." Gan Tian reassured her, "No matter. I shall explore alternative avenues." Gan Tian nodded toward Nantu, affirming, "Confirmed. The brand is KS. I shall investigate forthwith." "Allow me 10 minutes." Nantu uttered before returning to the fried chicken establishment, where he commenced furiously typing on the laptop. His focused and endearing demeanor eclipsed the novice tech Gigi, rendering him instantly lackluster. The other 2 personnel engaged in street interviews also returned. They had scoured the street and nearby shops for surveillance footage, identifying 3 ambulances, the license plate numbers of which had been secured. They intended to locate the aforementioned vehicles. Gan Tian expeditiously consumed her egg pancake, patiently awaiting favorable news from Nan Tuesday. He had stipulated 10 minutes, but in actuality, only 5 elapsed, leaving the novice tech Gigi in a state of utter despondency due to the vast disparity. "Found it. The purchaser is Chen Tan, the special assistant to Jiang Wei, president of Jiang Corporation. He acquired 2 timepieces in May of last year." A subtle smile graced Gan Tian's lips as a notion flashed through her mind. Could the benefactor behind Luo Jixiang be none other than Jiang Xiaoyuan's father? Only days prior, she had unearthed Jiang Xiaoyuan's father's affair. Now, evidence suggested he had a mistress as well. No, perhaps not a mistress, but potentially a concubine. Gan Tian could not help but rub her forehead. Had Jiang Xiaoyuan's father offended her in a previous life? How else could she invariably uncover his extramarital dalliances? After winning the lottery, she had envisioned a life of poetic tranquility in the old bamboo grove residence, steeped in literary pursuits and tea ceremonies indoors, surrounded by verdant flora and chirping fauna outdoors, or reclining in the courtyard with her master, basking in the sun. However, the week following her lottery win had transformed her into an adept excavator of affairs. Gan Tian herself was rendered speechless. Concurrently, Inspector Feng Pei retrieved his mobile phone and initiated a call. He had already interconnected Luo Jixiang, Jiang Wei, the tabloid post, and Gao Shen, formulating a case analysis diagram in his mind. Now, he needed to confirm whether Jiang Wei was the mastermind behind instructing the tabloid to expose the top-tier celebrity. On the phone, a team member reported, "Inspector, we have located tabloid journalist Lu Yi. According to his confession, the information was anonymously sent to him, with the promise of 500,000 yuan upon publication. We traced the anonymous sender's IP address to a villa at 35 Yuan Road, owned by Jiang Wei." Feng Pei listened patiently, his somber voice resonating with the rustling of the cold wind. "Understood. Bring Jiang Wei back to the bureau for some tea." Upon terminating the call, Feng Pei decisively instructed Nan to expeditiously recover the 3 seconds deleted from the store's surveillance footage and secure the incriminating evidence. He then directed another subordinate, "Immediately apprehend Luo Jixiang." Yes. Upon hearing this, Gan Tian was somewhat surprised by senior brother Feng's expeditious actions. Has it been confirmed that Jiang Wei is involved? Excluding the possibility of biotechnology? Feng Pei informed her. It has not been excluded, but the IP address used to leak information to the tabloid belongs to Jiang Wei. We shall bring him back for interrogation first. Gan Tian raised her eyebrows. How peculiar. What feud could Jiang Wei possibly have with the top-tier celebrity to warrant such slander? She deemed it more plausible that Jiang Wei harbored animosity toward her than toward Gao Shen. However, the notion of employing human sacrifice for good fortune did align with Jiang Wei's recent streak of misfortune. At this juncture, Feng Pei had no intention of providing Gan Tian with answers. She might be unaware that Jiang Wei was Gao Shen's uncle. At the villa located at 35 Yuan Road, Jiang Wei sat cross-legged in his study, bellowing at his special assistant, Chen. "Dare to tell me to scram? Dare to tell me to expose him at will? Then I shall oblige. I shall ensure the entire internet knows that the top-tier celebrity is none other than that brat Gao Shen, a lunatic. He dares to drive me to the brink. I shall send him to hell first." Chen, the special assistant, stood by, hesitant to speak. "President Jiang, have you considered this thoroughly? This move will irrevocably sever your ties with the Gao family. You are aware of how dearly old Master Gao loves his grandson, Gao Shen, even though he is mentally unstable and ill-suited to inherit the Gao Corporation. Old Master Gao still expressed high expectations for Gao Shen in front of the entire board of directors yesterday afternoon." Jiang Wei seized the folder on the table and violently hurled it to the ground. "That brat told me to scram. Did you not hear him? Is he not arrogant and fearless? I shall see how long he can maintain his composure." Chen, the special assistant, suggested, "Perhaps you could call old Master Gao again. He would undoubtedly be concerned about the exposure and compromise with you. Or you could call your brother-in-law, Gao Jingyang." Jiang Wei was incensed. "I desire Gao Shen's demise at this very moment. That little bastard interfered in my family affairs upon his return to the country, causing my family to be torn asunder. It is said that one should never break up a marriage. If the Gao family is unrighteous, they cannot blame me for being disloyal. Do they think I, Jiang Wei, have no temper?" At this juncture, Jiang Wei recalled a pertinent matter. "How are the downloads for the Buddha app progressing? The sacrificial ritual scheduled for the full moon tomorrow was disrupted. Will it affect my reversal of misfortune and impede my luck?" Chen, the special assistant, stated, "The data is currently excellent. Daily downloads are increasing exponentially. It is a venture that guarantees passive income. I believe that even without human sacrifice to aid in your reversal of fortune, it should not affect subsequent earnings. In truth, I do not advocate for human sacrifice. What if the police were to discover it? It was the 21st century, yet President Jiang still believed in such things?" Chen, the special assistant, was rendered speechless. Fortunately, it was discovered and prevented. Otherwise, Chen, the assistant, feared he would suffer nightmares every night. Jiang Wei retorted in a volatile manner. "What do you comprehend? The ultimate pursuit of the universe is metaphysics. It is better to believe in such things than to disbelieve. Damn it, to be discovered by 2 hooligans. But it is also advantageous, as it can be used to implicate Gao Shen. What are we waiting for? Contact Lu Yi immediately to leak the information." He was eagerly anticipating the downfall of Gao Shen, his descent into a maelstrom of online criticism, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, reviled by all. At this thought, Jiang Wei exhaled a foul breath, unable to conceal the triumph and satisfaction etched upon his face, nearly erupting into unrestrained laughter. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from the study door. 2 individuals in specialized uniforms, accompanied by 4 uniformed police officers, strode directly in, with the housekeeper unable to impede their progress. Chapter 84. Gao Shen suspects her identity. As Jiang Wei spotted the police, a sudden jolt of fear coursed through him, causing his legs to weaken instinctively. He feigned composure. attempting to project bravado. Who are you? What do you want? Who permitted you to barge in here? Jiang Wei. These two are agents from the 935 Abnormal Incident Research Institute. They require your cooperation in an investigation. Please come with us. One of the agents stated with an air of officialdom. Jiang Wei's voice betrayed a hint of panic. What is this about? The agents maintained their professional demeanor. Jiang Wei, we suspect your involvement in the zombie case, and we need your assistance in our investigation. What? You must be out of your minds. Assistant Chun, equally flustered, interjected. Officer, are you mistaken? How could President Jiang be linked to a zombie case? Isn't that just a rumor about a certain top celebrity in the entertainment industry sacrificing fans for a cure? The agents did not engage in further banter. One of them stepped directly in front of Assistant Chin, producing an investigation order. Gan Tian, you must accompany us as well. Rest assured, we will not wrongfully accuse the innocent, nor will we let a guilty party escape. In an instant, Chin's face drained of color. Meanwhile, Yifeng was still waiting for Jiang Wei to explode in anger about Xingu. He had already contacted Xinji's former manager, contemplating how to handle the situation if Xinji's illness was indeed exposed. Xingu had expressed that his condition could not be concealed indefinitely, rather than being blackmailed. It would be better if the truth came to light. After all, he had sent his mother abroad for treatment. No matter how intense the domestic scrutiny became, it could not reach her. As for himself, he had long since become impervious to harm. Moreover, over the past 3 years, Xingu had participated in a groundbreaking human genome editing clinical trial conducted by the world's leading gene therapy research teams. This innovative treatment aimed to correct mental illnesses stemming from genetic defects and anomalies. When Xingu first entered the trial, he harbored no illusions, as everyone had told him that hereditary mental illnesses were notoriously difficult to treat and could only be managed with medication. However, after 3 years of treatment, the gene therapy team informed him that they had rectified his hereditary genetic defect, effectively eliminating the risk of recurrence. Xingu was now cured. Regardless of whether others believed it, Yifeng did. Xinji's grandfather also had faith in him and held high hopes. If the online community truly believed that Xingu would resort to sacrificing fans for a cure, then they could release the case files of the gene repair treatments conducted monthly over the past 3 years. Conveniently, the last session had occurred just 3 months prior. Yifeng braced himself, waiting from morning till afternoon, yet no one had revealed that the top celebrity was Gao Shen. What is going on? A lot of noise but little action. Has Jiang Wei backed down? At that moment, Yifeng received insider information that the top paparazzo Lu Yi had been summoned for a tea session. Jiang Wei and Assistant Qin Tan had also been called in. Haha. Evil begets evil. This is too delightful. Indeed, those who commit wrongdoing eventually face consequences. Then, Yifeng was informed of further details. Gan Tian was also involved in the investigation, aiding in the swift resolution of the case. Yifeng exclaimed, "Shen good. We must thank her." The man on the sofa remained silent, his dark eyes resembling cold stars in the heart of winter. Fixated on the WeChat message just sent by Feng Pei, Detective Feng Pei had replied, "She is not exceptional, merely a bit clever, nowhere near Lu's caliber." A vast difference. Not exceptional? However, within Gao Shen's pitch-black gaze, clouds seemed to part gradually. Feng Pei's quick denial raised questions. Lu had mentioned that Feng Pei was an exceedingly meticulous individual. Such a rapid denial from someone so precise felt deliberate, as if he were trying to hide something. Suddenly, Gao Shen tightened his grip on his phone, his voice restrained yet hoarse as he responded to Yifeng. How should we express our gratitude to her? Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. Online, the topic of top celebrity sacrifices fans continued to gain traction, maintaining its fervor for a full 3 days. The absence of an official police announcement led to rampant speculation. Investigations take time, and without clarity on the case, an official statement was improbable. Gan Tian understood this all too well. Ever since the filming crew of Rural Life Experience had departed from Jiuyu village, Gan Tian's life had returned to tranquility. She spent her days reading, brewing milk tea, and basking in the sun in the yard, living a blissful life. At that moment, she lounged with her legs crossed, scrolling through the latest rumors on her phone while enjoying the sun's warmth. Has Liu been silenced? Why has there been no follow-up after 3 days? Who is the top celebrity? I've heard Liu was arrested. Best not touch this scoop. What is going on? Does the top celebrity have such a deep background? The expose was met with arrest, and the fans nearly sacrificed themselves, their families R&T causing a stir? There's a zombie who has regained consciousness and during a reporter's interview, claimed she never followed celebrities, feeling as if she was shielding her idol. Fans are so blindly devoted to their stars. When will the fan culture be addressed? Nearly sacrificed, yet still protecting the top celebrity. Could they have willingly gone to sacrifice themselves for a cure? Such foolish fans. I just saw a screenshot that a netizen uncovered. The land rights registration for Lianhua Mountain lists a name that is not any celebrity. Though it is also two characters, it belongs to a woman named Qi Lu. Liu couldn't he even investigate this properly? Could his report be false? Exactly. I also saw someone digging up that this Qi Lu is the genius girl who tragically passed away from exhaustion just days ago. Gan Tian nearly spat out her freshly sipped milk tea. Gan Tian. When did Lianhua Mountain become hers? How was she unaware of it? She located the screenshot referenced by the netizens, which appeared to have been extracted from an official land rights registry. It seemed some employee had misused their authority to leak it online. The document clearly stated that the land rights for Lianhua Mountain belonged to Qi Lu. She scrutinized Qi Lu's ID number closely. It was not a mere coincidence, but identical to her own. The entire Lianhua Mountain was hers? Gan Tian felt elated for a brief moment before reality struck her. She was dead. She was now Gan Tian, not Qi Lu. Otherwise, she would be eager to survey her territory. Gan Tian intended to save the screenshot and inquire with Gao Shen about the matter. Clearly, Gao Shen had purchased Lianhua Mountain, and this was something only he could clarify. However, when she refreshed her feed, the screenshot was no longer visible. Refreshing again, all online content related to Qi Lu had vanished, erased without a trace. Gan Tian blinked her beautiful eyes. Who is controlling the narrative? Netizens also remarked. Look, Lu Ye's Weibo is active again. He has posted a new message. Chapter 85. Gao Shen questions her identity too upon learning the news. Netizens flocked to Lu Ye's Weibo account. Just moments ago, Liu had posted a message, not a revelation, but rather a handwritten public apology, adorned with his crimson handprint. The letter expressed his regret for disseminating false information for personal gain, inadvertently becoming an accomplice to the true perpetrator, and he now professed a profound realization, sincere remorse, and a promise to never repeat such transgressions. The apology concluded with a mention of the latest official statement from the 935 Institute. The online observers, who had been anxiously awaiting for 3 days, were left bewildered. What is happening? Is the top-tier influencer's power too overwhelming? Did a nation's leading tabloid reporter truly kneel? Jiang Wei? Jiang Xiaoyuan's father? Does he have yet another new lover? Is this for real? Relying on others is futile. Focus on your studies, my classmates. Lu Yi. I waited 3 days for a revelation, anticipating the downfall of a top influencer, only for you to tell me it was all fabricated? Have we been used as pawns by Jiang Xiaoyuan's father? If Jiang Xiaoyuan's father is implicated in such matters, will he not face imprisonment? If he escapes justice, it would be utterly unacceptable. Such a scoundrel deserves to rot in prison. He schemed to murder a dozen individuals. In his next life, he won't escape the consequences. Will the Jiang group now belong to Jiang Xiaoyuan? Quick, check Jiang Xiaoyuan's Weibo credentials. They have changed from actor to heir of the Jiang group. Wow, Jiang Xiaoyuan's speed is astonishing. As the saying goes, when the wall tumbles, everyone pushes. Netizens engaged in fervent discussions, turning their attention away from the top influencer. Gan Tian scrolled through Weibo, feeling a wave of relief for Gao Shen. However, there were still matters she needed to clarify. Gan Tian sent a WeChat message to Gao Shen. I came across a screenshot online. Why is the name on the forest land certificate for Lianhua Mountain sister Lulu? After a while, she received no response from Gao Shen. Stop playing dead. I'm asking you a question. It's not just me. My grandfather wants to know. Do you dare to ignore him? Finally, Gao Shen replied. Your grandfather is at the Gaoyuan Food Industry Park. Gan Tian was taken aback. How did he know? Feeling slightly embarrassed at having her lie exposed, she quickly responded. My grandfather called me, instructing me to ask you. He demands an answer. Yet, Gao Shen was not easily deceived. He scrutinized her message, pondering her curiosity. Honestly, is it you who wishes to know, or is it your grandfather? If it's your grandfather, I shall personally call him to clarify. This implied that unless she spoke the truth, she would not receive an answer. Gan Tian, not one to be coy, decided to be forthright. It's me. Can you answer now? However, Gao Shen's phone seemed silent, offering no further messages. This man, she felt utterly unappreciated for her efforts to uncover the truth. At that moment, Gan Tian received a call from Jiang Xiaoyuan. Jiang Xiaoyuan's voice sounded weary, yet her mood appeared to be quite cheerful. Gan Tian, do you have some free time? My cousin wants to treat us to a grand feast. I've heard that you assisted the 935 Institute in solving the zombie case, safeguarding my assets, and helping my cousin immensely. Thanks to you, it's the first time my cousin has taken the initiative to invite me to dinner. Gan Tian, still feeling disheartened by Gao Shen's lack of response, replied, "What does this have to do with your cousin? Who is your cousin?" Jiang Xiaoyuan chuckled mysteriously. "Hey, I'll keep you in suspense. You'll find out soon enough. Just tell me if you have time." Gan Tian, having her own agenda, suggested, "I'm looking to buy a vehicle for commuting. If you're free to accompany me, I wouldn't mind your company." Jiang Xiaoyuan, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Buying a car? What type do you fancy? How about I gift you a sports car? Perfect for a young lady." Gan Tian calmly declined. "That won't be necessary. I have sufficient funds. Your uncle is quite generous. Although the medicinal hot pot self-heating pot hasn't been developed yet, he already provided me with a 2 million advance payment. I have just enough to buy a modest vehicle for around 200,000, which will facilitate my travel, while public transport is accessible in the city. Traveling in Jiexin village is considerably cumbersome without a vehicle. Therefore, Gan Tian was intent on acquiring a commuting car." Jiang Xiaoyuan pouted in dissatisfaction. "Why are you being so polite? The favors you've done for me could easily warrant 10 sports cars in return." Gan Tian countered. "You think 10 cars could repay the kindness I've shown you? Dream on. I'll need to save that for future use." Jiang Xiaoyuan laughed heartily. "When the time comes for you to need it, don't hesitate to ask. I'll drive over to pick you up now." Gan Tian inquired. "You don't mind the distance?" Jiang Xiaoyuan grumbled. "It's rare to have a bit of free time. Over the past 3 days since my father's incident, the board members have been like wolves and tigers, attempting to bully me, thinking they can easily manipulate a small star like me. Fortunately, my cousin has resolved everything with great efficiency. Now the company belongs to me and my sister. He even found a professional manager to run the group, finally allowing me to breathe freely. Just wait for me." Gan Tian did not refuse, smiling. "All right." Unbeknownst to her, after hanging up, Jiang Xiaoyuan signaled her cousin, who was seated on the sofa, with an okay gesture. "All set." Gan Tian agreed. "She wants to buy a commuting car, and I'll accompany her to look at vehicles." "She wishes to purchase a car?" Gao Shen pondered thoughtfully, his long fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of the sofa, contemplating what kind of vehicle would suit her best. Chapter 86. Gao Shen's doubts about her identity. There are numerous cars suitable for her, but the one that would capture her heart at first glance. Gao Shen was unaware. He only knew that it must be an extravagant off-road vehicle that would enchant Lulu. As he caressed the silver ring on his left hand's ring finger, a thought crossed his mind, and he suddenly suggested, "There's an auto show today. You might as well take her to have a look." "An auto show? Where is it?" Gao Shen sent the address to Jiang Xiaoyuan, who eagerly set off to pick up Gan Tian in her flashy red sports car. An hour later, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the bamboo forest mansion in Jiao village, drawing the attention of neighbors from the adjacent village, who recognized Jiang Xiaoyuan. "Isn't that the big star who came to our village for a program? Stars really are wealthy. That car must be incredibly expensive. What is there to envy? If anyone had such a daughter who brings ruin to her parents, they must have bad luck for generations. Why do you speak like that? Am I wrong? If she hadn't come to our village for a program, her parents would never have divorced, and her father wouldn't be facing legal troubles. That girl is ruthless. Which family would dare take her in?" The gossiping villager was the cousin of old Yi, who, suppressing his anger, remarked, "What family doesn't marry off their daughters while the sons inherit the family fortune? But she, seeing her younger brother is so small, she seizes his inheritance. How vicious. If I had such a daughter, I'd rather end her life." Jiang Xiaoyuan paid no mind to the whispers behind her back. She had already entrusted her brother to her grandparents' care. After all, she and her mother would no longer raise him. Her grandparents were wealthy and would ensure he lacked for nothing. However, as for the Jiang group, she would never allow the son of the mistress to claim even a penny. Growing up in a wealthy family, Jiang Xiaoyuan was well acquainted with the lengths people would go to for family fortunes. Now that her worth had skyrocketed, whether others envied or resented her, or criticized her for being unfilial, she simply did not care. Jiang Xiaoyuan strode into the courtyard, linking arms with Gan Tian. Upon noticing the accompanying cameraman, Zhou Ran, she shot him a glare, playfully complaining, "This 2,000 yuan elder care sponsorship is so hard to earn. I despise being followed around all day." Gan Tian reminded Zhou Ran to be cautious not to film Jiang Xiaoyuan, as celebrities live under constant scrutiny, and their aversion to being filmed should be understood. Zhou Ran nodded. "I will be careful." With her mood lifted, Jiang Xiaoyuan lamented, "Must every award recipient be followed like this?" "Indeed." Gan Tian replied as Jiang Xiaoyuan pulled her into the car, taking the passenger seat. Jiang Xiaoyuan joined her in the driver's seat and, recalling her cousin who had also won, inquired, "Why do I feel like I haven't seen someone? Who haven't you seen?" As the question left her lips, Gan Tian's mind briefly flashed to Gao Shen's handsome face. He seemed to have no one trailing him. She remembered someone in the winners group mentioning that the first episode had been released. Gan Tian opened the app, eager to see if Gao Shen had been filmed and if his segment had aired. Oh, Gao Shen also had a segment? However, it was a mere 10-minute clip, all shot in his study. He was either engrossed in paperwork at his desk or casually pulling a book from the shelf to read. Occasionally, he was seen lost in thought on a chair or sipping coffee by the floor-to-ceiling window. In any case, the camera never left his study. Gan Tian thought, could this be a casual shot taken by Yifeng? One might assume he spent the entire week secluded in his study. Tang Zhou, upon seeing Gao Shen's segment, immediately called to complain. Shengu, your segment is rather lackluster. Isn't it? We didn't even arrange for a cameraman. And this is what you deliver? Are you afraid others want to know you don't have a cameraman? Instead of feeling remorse, Gao Shen's gaze sharpened, his voice deep. What aspects of my private life are you so curious about? Tang Zhou was momentarily speechless. With a cold smirk, Gao Shen continued, go check whose segment has the highest view count and engagement, then come back to complain. Unite Group want to use me as a walking advertisement to maintain your relevance, and I've already met that requirement. If you don't believe it, let us wait and see. Tang Zhou cursed inwardly. He didn't want to admit that Gao Shen's most perfunctory 10-minute segment was currently the most viewed. Whether among casual onlookers, devoted fans, or even his detractors, everyone clicked on Gao Shen's segment at the earliest opportunity. Though all scenes were set in his study, each frame was exquisitely beautiful, fit to be taken as a screenshot for wallpaper. The entertainment industry's standards for looks were no exaggeration. My brother looks so domineering while buried in his work. That aura. No one is allowed to be the first to admire him. Let me be the first. Is he really not planning to make a comeback? He should play a domineering CEO. Directors, come see my brother's serious side. He has a unique charm. I've saved it. Oh, I'm so excited. I haven't had anything new from my brother in 3 years. I'm moved to tears. Though he spent 10 minutes in the study, I must say he is incredibly charismatic, especially in a white shirt. So noble and elegant. I absolutely adore it. Gao Shen looks handsome from any angle. He is so suited for a white shirt. How can someone have such exquisite features? I'm going insane. I can't help but scream. Gan Tian, too, was watching Gao Shen's segment, and within half an hour of its release, the screen was flooded with fans going wild. She had no choice but to turn off the barrage of comments to truly appreciate Gao Shen's flawless face. Each glance was captivating. Even his hair seemed to thrill the heart. This man understood precisely what his fans wished to see, nailing their desires perfectly. It was not the first time she had witnessed his adept manipulation of public sentiment. No wonder the comments were so numerous. He was indeed a master of psychological tactics. Exiting Gao Shen's segment, Gan Tian opened her own. Also a brief 10-minute clip, hers was far richer in content, starting with Su Shuang's abrupt resignation. Then the scenic views on her way back home, followed by the idyllic bamboo forest mansion, her mountain climbing journey at dusk, where she enjoyed the most breathtaking sunset. Her early morning jogs in athletic were promoting wellness, the leisurely joy of preparing herbal dishes in the kitchen, unboxing books she had ordered, filling her shelves with joy. Feeding chicks, cuddling cats, and sunbathing in the courtyard. Undoubtedly a pastoral retirement lifestyle, so delightful it was almost dreamlike. However, there was not a trace of anything related to rural experience in her segment. How fearful were the editors of the Night Group of being accused of exploiting rural experience? 87th chapter. Gao Shen suspects her identity. Jiang Xiaoyuan, while driving, inquired, my cousin mentioned a car show today. Shall we peruse the vehicles? Is there any particular make you fancy? Gan Tian mused, I haven't given it much thought. Perhaps something will capture my heart at the exhibition. Any recommendations? With an air of nonchalance, Jiang Xiaoyuan replied, I'm not well versed in cars under 200,000 yuan. The ones I usually admire surpass 1 million. Perhaps I could gift you one. My garage is overflowing. Gan Tian declined once more. I appreciate it, but no. Jiang Xiaoyuan scoffed. The young women I used to associate with were always eager to have a wealthy friend to spoil them, constantly imploring me to do so. They would send me photos of things they desired, and I would purchase them. Gan Tian retorted bluntly, gullible individuals, abundant wealth, come hither. Haha, I'm not bothered. Can't friendship be acquired with money? If there's no value to be gained, who would befriend me? Gan Tian cast a sorrowful glance, allowing her to contemplate the matter. An hour later, a flamboyant red luxury car entered the underground parking garage of the car show venue. Before exiting, Jiang Xiaoyuan donned sunglasses and a mask, thoroughly concealing her features, and offered Gan Tian a black mask as well. Gan Tian smiled knowingly. I'll pass. I'm not a celebrity. Jiang Xiaoyuan insisted. You're already an internet sensation. If you aspired to be a star, you'd eclipse me in popularity. Your face is even more exquisite than mine. Gan Tian touched her nose and responded, "Thank you, but I'm not particularly flattered." She preferred being addressed as Prodigy, Dr. Chi, or Detective Chi. Alas, those titles were now relics of the past. Resignedly, Gan Tian donned the black mask, obscuring half her face. Together, they exited the car, accompanied by their videographer, Zhou Ran. The trio ascended to the second-floor exhibition hall via elevator. The car show was teeming with people. Gan Tian, arm in arm with Jiang Xiaoyuan, strolled about, occasionally pausing at a display to listen to new car introductions. Gan Tian's attention was captured by a striking off-road vehicle, its rugged style and unique silver-gray color exuding personality. It was both aesthetically pleasing and bold, projecting an aura of dominance on the road, truly the wildest of its kind. She was captivated, and Jiang Xiaoyuan struggled to pull her away. Jiang Xiaoyuan exclaimed, "This is a car for men." Gan Tian remained unmoved, desiring a test drive. Who dictates that off-road vehicles are exclusive to men? I aspire to soar through the cosmos like an eagle, sprint across the savannah like a cheetah, and reign supreme in the ocean like a shark, driving the wildest car on the highway. Regrettably, due to her frail constitution, her male classmates had always treated her with delicate care, akin to Lindayu. Now that she was free from the clutches of illness, she was determined to drive the wildest off-road vehicle. Gan Tian inquired about the price, and at that moment, Lu Li was on the phone with Gao Shen. "As per your instructions, I've placed that particular off-road vehicle at the car show. I'm curious, how are you so certain that this girl named Gan Tian will be drawn to it? What if she doesn't fancy your selection at all?" Gao Shen's magnetic voice conveyed a hint of anticipation. "If she is the person I'm seeking, she will be drawn to it. No one understands your sister-in-law's taste better than I do. If she isn't, then perhaps I've been mistaken. However, what harm is there in testing with a car?" Lu Li was intrigued. "Very well, I shall await the outcome. I've instructed the exhibition hall to notify me if a girl named Gan Tian purchases that off-road vehicle." Gao Shen responded softly, Unbeknownst to Gan Tian, she was currently inquiring about the price, and the salesperson informed her that the off-road vehicle would cost 280,000 yuan. Gan Tian's interest was piqued immediately, and she was determined to acquire it. After consulting with the salesperson for a while, she made the purchase in full. Jiang Xiaoyuan urged her to consider other options, but Gan Tian had lost interest. It was a case of love at first sight. She was determined to drive the coolest off-road vehicle and be the wildest of her kind. Moreover, an off-road vehicle was more suitable for driving in the countryside, stylish and imposing. After making the payment and completing all the formalities, Gan Tian followed the salesperson to pick up her car, only to encounter a middle-aged couple arguing vehemently at the entrance of the exhibition hall, attracting a crowd of onlookers. The onlookers were unsure of what had transpired, but they observed the husband, consumed with rage, exclaiming, "You dare deny it? Yin Yin has type A blood." The curious onlookers wondered, who is Yin Yin? And what's the significance of type A blood? The husband, now emotionally distraught, declared, "You are type O, and I am type B, yet our daughter is type A. Tell me, who is the adulterer? I've been unknowingly raising another man's daughter for 10 years. The onlookers muttered, It's impossible for type O and type B blood to produce a type A daughter. The wife must have been unfaithful 10 years ago. No husband could tolerate such a betrayal." The middle-aged wife, feeling deeply wronged, retorted, "The testing center must have made a mistake. I've never done such a thing. Don't you dare slander me." The middle-aged husband countered, "My mother feared there might be an error and took Yin Yin to another hospital for a blood test. After testing at 3 hospitals, they confirmed it was type A before calling me, fearing they might have wrongly accused you. After committing such a shameless act, you still dare ask me to buy you a car?" The middle-aged wife was on the verge of losing her mind. "I didn't. Even if 100 hospitals say Yin Yin is type A, I've never done such a thing." The couple's argument escalated, and they nearly came to blows. As Jiang Xiaoyuan passed by, overhearing the commotion, she couldn't help but think of her own family's switched-at-birth sister and quipped to Gan Tian, "One of them must have cheated. Or the child was switched at birth." Gan Tian pondered and replied, "Not necessarily. Perhaps she truly is their biological daughter." Someone overheard their conversation and retorted, "How is that possible? Anyone who has taken a high school biology class knows that the child cannot be the husband's." "Young lady, don't defend that adulterous wife if you don't understand. Read more books." Other onlookers chimed in, "Exactly. Don't expose your ignorance." Jiang Xiaoyuan was embarrassed and attempted to pull Gan Tian away. Even she, who disliked studying, knew it was impossible. Gan Tian was about to be proven wrong. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, so no one recognized her. Otherwise, her image as an intellectual influencer would be shattered. At that moment, Gan Tian's lips curled into a smile. Unfazed by the mockery, as she calmly and rationally stated, there's another possibility. The wife has the Bombay blood type, a pseudo-O blood type. The onlookers were perplexed. Chapter 88. Gao Shen suspects her identity. Jiang Xiaoyuan seemed to grasp the concept, but was still confused. What is the Mumbai blood type? Gan Tian replied. The Mumbai blood type is a rare type due to the absence of the H antigen, which conceals the A and B genes. Therefore, A or B types are not prominently expressed. Standard ABO blood type tests typically fail to detect the Mumbai blood type, often misclassifying it as type O. However, if further testing for type O antigens is conducted, it will reveal that those individuals are not actually type O. This is also referred to as pseudo-O blood type. Jiang Xiaoyuan did not fully comprehend the details, yet she caught the essence. So, what you're saying is that if they go to the hospital for more detailed blood type testing, it can determine whether this wife is wronged or truly has been unfaithful, right? Gan Tian shot Jiang Xiaoyuan a sly glance. Not foolish. Jiang Xiaoyuan puffed up with pride. I am not foolish. The bystanders seemed to understand as well. Some even took out their phones to verify the existence of the Mumbai blood type, and to their surprise, they discovered that Gan Tian's explanation was indeed accurate. Nearby, a high school student who had accompanied his parents to an auto show excitedly informed them, Dad, I encountered this in my biology test yesterday. What this lady said is correct. It could be the Mumbai blood type. Then why didn't you mention it earlier? The high school student displayed a look of innocence. I didn't think of it. I only recalled it during the test. His father remarked, You should apply your knowledge like this young lady. The student scratched the back of his head. Oh, right. Consequently, the onlookers urged the quarreling couple to hasten to the hospital for further tests to avoid a miscarriage of justice and to clear the wife's name. The middle-aged husband, consumed by rage, was unresponsive, while the wife, eager to vindicate herself, declared, I will go to the hospital for a checkup right now, until the results are in. You shall not cast any aspersions upon me. I demand the car we plan to buy. Initially, I wanted a vehicle worth around 5 million. Now I've changed my mind. I want one worth over 10 million. After uttering this, the wife approached Gan Tian, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Thank you. I swear I have not been unfaithful. I must be of the Mumbai blood type. May I have your contact information? I will remember you. Gan Tian shook her head. It was merely a small act, nothing worth mentioning. However, the wife insisted on producing her phone. No, without your assistance today, I would not be able to explain myself, no matter how many times I tried. Here is my business card. If you refuse to share your contact details after seeing it, then allow me to transfer you 10,000 yuan as thanks. Seeing the wife's determination, Gan Tian suspected she was indeed innocent, acting with integrity. She took the business card, which read, Sheng, founder of Hudding Network, phone 159-4566. Though Gan Tian had not heard of this name, Hudding Network was renowned. Sheng, are you the legendary international queen of the e-commerce industry? Exclaimed Jiang Xiaoyuan, grasping Gan Tian's arm. Eager to enlighten her, Gan Tian, Hudding Network specializes in cross-border e-commerce, operating in over 150 countries. The founder, Sheng, is celebrated as the international queen of e-commerce. After her marriage, she has stepped back from public view, so it's remarkable that we encountered her today. What luck? Gan Tian raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by the apparent prestige, she collaborated with Gao Yuan Group to sell instant medicinal meals. Although sales were not her concern, having additional connections never hurt anyone. Gan Tian opened her phone and exchanged contact information with Sheng. Sheng, eager to proceed to the hospital for further testing, did not linger with pleasantries, simply stating, I will contact you later, before hastily departing. Her husband trailed behind, and their argument continued. To Gan Tian, this was merely a minor incident on the path to car purchasing, and she paid it little mind as she followed the sales representative to collect her vehicle. Meanwhile, Gao Shen received a call from Lu Li. Brother, you are truly remarkable. I just learned that Gan Tian has purchased that off-road vehicle. How did you manage to become the worm in her belly? Gao Shen tightened his grip on the phone, his long, pale fingers slightly tensing as tumultuous emotions surged within his eyes. She really chose it? Previously, Gao Shen had only a 50% certainty, but now, Gao Shen held his breath, his magnetic voice laced with a lazy smile, unable to conceal the excitement stirring within. Lu Li, do you know who designed the exterior of that off-road vehicle? Lu Li replied, You did. 3 years ago, I promised my dad I would develop a stunning off-road vehicle. The design proposals were consistently rejected by the company, and in my frustration, I sought your help over drinks. You provided me with a hand-drawn sketch of an off-road vehicle. I loved it at first glance and submitted it. I expected it to be rejected again, but it was approved. After finalizing the exterior, my team and I spent 3 years researching the vehicle's performance. I planned to unveil it at the 10-year anniversary celebration in 6 months. Had you not called, I would have hesitated to launch it now without any publicity. Gao Shen promptly denied. That hand-drawn sketch was not created by me. It was drawn by your sister-in-law. She has always wanted an off-road vehicle, but found the available options unappealing. I encouraged her to draw one and submit it to a car company. Luli was taken aback, then quickly realized. Then I absolutely cannot accept any payment from her. I must pay her a substantial design fee. Gao Shen chuckled. You know it now. Luli laughed wickedly. I'll make sure to cover that as a contribution. Less than 10 million would be embarrassing to accept. So, are you now certain she is your sister-in-law? What if it's merely a coincidence? After all, I too was instantly drawn to that hand-drawn sketch of the off-road vehicle. Should we not be cautious? Gao Shen recalled the Weibo account 10 miles of cotton candy. If it were not for Lulu providing it, there was a strong possibility that she was indeed Lulu in person. With depth in his gaze, Gao Shen reflected, I understand. There is no rush. I still have much to clarify. 3 years ago, he had consumed the mangpa soup, and until a week ago, he remained unaware of its effects on him. Until his aunt also drank the mangpa soup. His aunt had not forgotten his uncle, despite him having perished in a lightning strike 10 years prior. Now, Gao Shen understood that consuming the mangpa soup could alter one's memories. With his aunt as an example, Gao Shen began to question his own memories for the first time. What was genuine and what was fabricated? Chapter 89. Gao Shen questions his identity. Meanwhile, Gan Tian successfully acquired an off-road vehicle. The sales representative mentioned that same-day registration services were available, and she did not hesitate to proceed. Spending 3 hours completing the registration process and obtaining her license. Driving her stylish off-road vehicle, she followed Jiang Xiaoyuan's luxurious red car through the streets, eventually arriving at an unremarkable alleyway. After parking, Gan Tian stared at the inconspicuous alley and asked Jiang Xiaoyuan, Is this where you promised to treat me to a grand meal? Jiang Xiaoyuan, carrying a designer handbag and linking arms with Gan Tian, replied, Oh, you clearly lack experience. Those ostentatious restaurants are merely places we frequent to flaunt our affluent status. The truly exquisite dining experiences come from private chefs and hidden gems. Follow me. This private restaurant is virtually unknown to the public, accessible only through personal connections. It operates on a reservation basis, and you simply provide the number of diners without ordering specific dishes. I tried to book a month in advance last time, but failed. Luckily, my cousin has extensive connections and managed to secure a private room without a reservation. I guarantee you will leave satisfied. Gan Tian raised an eyebrow. I'll take your word for it. Following Jiang Xiaoyuan, they entered a seemingly modest building, only to discover an unexpectedly elegant and atmospheric interior. Jiang Xiaoyuan instructed Zhou Ran not to follow them into the private room and called a waiter to arrange dinner for him. Zhou Ran, being astute, understood that those dining here were not of ordinary status and that the establishment preferred to avoid any media attention. Thus, he turned off his camera and willingly followed the waiter, enjoying a complimentary meal without any complaints. Jiang Xiaoyuan led Gan Tian into the private room, chuckling mysteriously. My cousin is already inside, eagerly awaiting your arrival. You've done him a great favor, so don't hold back later. Gan Tian, puzzled, inquired. What exactly did I help your cousin with? I don't recall anything. A few days ago, I did assist someone significantly, but he turned out to be ungrateful. I messaged him, and he didn't even respond, unlike your cousin. Jiang Xiaoyuan, unaware that Gan Tian was referring to her cousin, exclaimed in indignation. People like that, who lack gratitude, should be avoided in the future. They often think too highly of themselves when, in reality, they are insignificant. In mutual agreement, Gan Tian smiled. You're absolutely right. As they conversed, they reached the door of a private room. Jiang Xiaoyuan pushed the door open, and upon entering, Gan Tian was taken aback to find Gao Shen, elegantly seated inside, awaiting her presence. In that moment, her expression froze. Gao Shen was here? Jiang Xiaoyuan burst into laughter. I knew you'd have that expression. Surprise. Allow me to introduce you properly. My cousin, Gao Shen, who is also a fortunate winner like you. The awkward smile on Gan Tian's face was unmistakable. I never expected this. Having just spoken ill of him, she now found herself face to face with the very person. Jiang Xiaoyuan, oblivious to Gan Tian's embarrassment, enthusiastically continued. Yes, Gao Shen is the son of my uncle, the very one I introduced you to for collaboration. Gan Tian coughed, attempting to collect herself. She reached for the tea that had already been served, and took a sip to steady her nerves, only to hear Jiang Xiaoyuan's next revelation. So you're saying, Gao Jingxing is Gao Shen's father? Jiang Xiaoyuan quickly handed Gan Tian a tissue to wipe her mouth, saying, exactly, calm down. Gan Tian's thoughts spiraled as she recalled having asked Gao Shen to review her contract, which he had indeed done, making alterations. This was quite the predicament. Covering her face with her hand, she peeked through her fingers at Gao Shen, who sat opposite her, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. She quickly lowered her hand, meeting his teasing gaze with a glare, silently questioning, do you take me for a fool? No wonder he knew about her grandfather's connection to the Gao Yuan Food Industrial Park. It turned out he was the na-ve heir of a wealthy family. Jiang Xiaoyuan, assuming they were unfamiliar with each other, eagerly introduced, cousin, this is Gan Tian. You two have probably met before. You are both lucky winners from the Yi group. And at the award ceremony, you even had your chin pinched by Gan Tian. I saw the meme online. However, Gan Tian mentioned in a live stream that she is not your hater. What live stream? Gao Shen, intrigued, turned his attention to Gan Tian, a low smile gracing his lips. His striking features, with sharp brows and captivating eyes, were even more appealing than those of the most handsome stars. His charisma, truly one of a kind. Gan Tian stared at him for a moment, captivated by his looks, feeling a bit like a love-struck fool. She quickly averted her gaze, regaining her usual composure. Jiang Xiaoyuan chimed in, it was during the Farmhouse Experience live stream. Some haters were criticizing you in the comments. But Gan Tian stepped in, asserting her admiration for you and clarifying she is not among your detractors. Seizing the opportunity, Gan Tian reiterated, I was never a hater. You were quite rude to me at the award ceremony, so you owe me a drink. Gao Shen readily conceded, all right. I'll drink 3 cups as a form of apology. Gan Tian raised her eyebrows in surprise, bemused by Gao Shen's unexpected amiability. Typically, he wouldn't even spare her a glance, only acknowledging her when she playfully called him brother-in-law. Could it be that he was grateful for her assistance? Gan Tian pondered this possibility, feeling content and shifting her focus to the food. Delicious dishes were presented one after another, tantalizing her appetite. She had a penchant for good food. Jiang Xiaoyuan inquired, Gan Tian, can you drink? Not really. I get tipsy after just 1 cup. Both Gan Tian and Gao Shen replied in unison, the shared thought causing Gan Tian to flush with embarrassment, fearful that Gao Shen might hold it against her later. However, recalling her drunken antics, Gao Shen found her endearing, a stark contrast to his previous irritation. Jiang Xiaoyuan, puzzled, propped her chin on her hands. Glancing between Gan Tian's awkward demeanor and the fleeting smile on her cousin's lips, her curiosity piqued. How do you know Gan Tian can't handle her liquor? Have you two drunk together before? Chapter 90. Gao Shen questions his identity. Gan Tian did not give Gao Shen the opportunity to expose her embarrassing moments and took the initiative to explain. A few days ago, your cousin stayed at Lianhua Mountain. I climbed the mountain to watch the sunset, and there was an Aunt Li at the villa who is quite skilled at brewing wine. She offered me a bowl, and after I drank it, I passed out. However, I am well-mannered. I drank it and fell into a deep sleep, quite properly, right? Gan Tian winked at Gao Shen, seeking rescue. Gao Shen smiled, not revealing her. Yes. Very proper. He inexplicably felt nostalgic for that well-mannered version of her. Gan Tian sighed in relief and exchanged a knowing glance with Gao Shen. He ordered her a jug of freshly squeezed juice and himself some sake. When the server brought the sake, he indeed punished himself with 3 cups. Gan Tian laughed. How refreshing. Consider the previous matter settled. Gao Shen also laughed heartily, exuding a relaxed charm. Thank you for your forgiveness. Jiang Xiaoyuan felt as if she was witnessing a ghost. Her cousin rarely laughed so freely. Why was he sporting a smile today, especially when looking at Gan Tian? His previously icy gaze now transformed into tenderness and affection? Was it merely her illusion? After much contemplation, Jiang Xiaoyuan concluded that it must be because Gan Tian had assisted her cousin in a significant way, prompting him to lower his guard. The meal was a joyous affair, particularly for Gan Tian, who relished the osmanthus-scented pomfret. It was fried to a crisp exterior while remaining tender within, infused with the fragrance of osmanthus. Each bite lingered delightfully on the palate. Gao Shen noticed her satisfied expression, her eyes sparkling with contentment. He was always attentive to such details, eager to offer her the thing she desired most. Do you like this osmanthus pomfret? Gan Tian unabashedly praised it. It's exquisite. Gao Shen committed her new preference to memory. Next time, I'll bring you here again, or if you crave it, just call me, and I'll have the restaurant deliver it to you. Gan Tian's beautiful eyes narrowed in happiness. You said it yourself. I'll hold you to it. No backing out. Gao Shen's deep gaze shimmered with undeniable affection. I want tea back out. Whatever you wish to eat. I will procure it for you. No matter the lengths. Gan Tian, wary of Gao Shen's potential for deceit, called out to Jiang Xiaoyuan. Jiang Xiaoyuan, be my witness. Jiang Xiaoyuan, taken aback, thought, Gan Tian. Have you lost your mind? My cousin is not this easy to please. Just then, her cousin's voice, devoid of principles and imbued with a lovesick tone, chimed in. All right. Let Xiaoyuan be the witness. Jiang Xiaoyuan was left dumbfounded. My goodness, my cousin must have been possessed by something. After the meal, Jiang Xiaoyuan floated out, while Gan Tian and Gao Shen appeared quite ordinary. Gan Tian thought little of it, believing that since she had helped Gao Shen, he ought to repay her. What was the harm in treating her to a few more meals? She texted Zhou Ran, inquiring if he had eaten. He replied that he had already finished and was waiting for her by the SUV. As Gan Tian exited the private dining room, she indeed spotted Zhou Ran. Noticing that Gao Shen was without a photographer, she curiously asked, "Where is your photographer?" "I didn't hire one," he replied. Gan Tian expressed surprise and envy. "Is that allowed? When I received an award, the customer service told me that refusing a photographer meant I couldn't accept it." Gao Shen thought to himself that the night group was eager for him to accept the award. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, feeling it would come off as pretentious. In the night, Gao Shen squinted at Zhou Ran, who was waiting for Gan Tian in front of the SUV. His dark eyes clouded with displeasure. "If you find the photographer bothersome, I can negotiate on your behalf." In truth, Gao Shen was irked by Zhou Ran. What kind of man followed his wife around every day? Gan Tian shook her head. "It's fine. I'll get used to it. After all, he only follows me during the day." Zhou Ran and I agreed that he can follow me from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Outside those hours, I don't allow it. Besides, I chose Zhou Ran for my own reasons. I took a liking to him at first sight. Gao Shen's expression darkened for a moment, tumultuous waves roiling beneath his calm exterior. Had she truly fallen for the dark, skinny photographer? Gan Tian continued, "Just look at Zhou Ran. He's so dark and thin, he's practically a walking advertisement for medicinal cuisine. I plan to nurture him into a fair and robust figure, then market a whitening health tonic. What do you think?" Gan Tian earnestly discussed her plans with Gao Shen, treating him as though he were her client. Gao Shen secretly sighed in relief, grateful it wasn't he love at first sight. He neither agreed nor disagreed. Fully aware of his own flaws, an ingrained obsession with possessiveness. Even though doctors assured him his genetic issues had been rectified and would not recur, Gao Shen remained vigilant, never quite at ease. If he could indulge his desires without restraint, he would not allow it. He would rather whisk her away and ensure no man could ever take her from him. This fierce, obsessive possessiveness was forcibly suppressed within him. He yearned to grant her absolute freedom, not wanting to be the loathsome neurotic. He remained silent, walking alongside her under the streetlights, their shadows merging in unexpected harmony. Gao Shen relished this leisurely moment, wishing the narrow alley would stretch on indefinitely. Yet, reality was unforgiving. The alley soon reached its end. Arriving at the SUV, Gan Tian bid farewell to Gao Shen and Jiang Xiaoyuan. However, Gao Shen opened the front passenger door and said, "I'm heading back to the mountain tonight, if convenient. Could you give me a ride?" It was dark, and he didn't want her driving back to the village alone. "Gan Tian, I'm not alone. Zhou Ran is with me." "Gao Shen, that makes me even more uneasy." Jiang Xiaoyuan instinctively pointed to the Maybach parked by the roadside, confused. "Cousin, don't you have a car?" Gao Shen had already stepped into the SUV, settling into the passenger seat with a languid voice. "I can't drive after drinking." Jiang Xiaoyuan pondered for a moment, realizing he had a point. She waved goodbye to Gan Tian and walked toward her red luxury car, saying, "Goodbye, Gan Tian. Please take my cousin up the mountain. I'll come visit you in Jiexin village when I have time." "All right," Gan Tian replied, grabbing the car keys and getting in. As the new car required some breaking in and it was nighttime, Gan Tian drove cautiously, taking nearly 2 hours to arrive at Jiexin village. She intended to take Gao Shen to the mountain, but he waved her off. "No need. You should get some rest. I'll run back." It's a good way to sober up. Once he exited the vehicle, Gan Tian glanced at his leather shoes. "Are you sure? Running at night in leather shoes? Don't you care about your feet?" Gao Shen countered with a question. "Are you running in the morning?" "Uh-huh," she affirmed. Gao Shen stood in the night, exuding a charming demeanor, extending an invitation. "I'll wait for you at the village entrance tomorrow morning." Chapter 91. Gao Shen's doubts about his identity. Gan Tian gasped in surprise, not refusing the multiple running companions, and cheerfully nodded. "All right, see you tomorrow morning." Gao Shen stepped aside, watching her vehicle drive towards the bamboo forest villa. He did not go for a night run. Instead, he walked up the mountain. Along the way, he made a phone call to Yifeng, relaying his instructions. "My car is at the Crescent Bay private restaurant. Have someone drive it back to the villa. Also, arrange a private helicopter route for me. I plan to stay in the mountains and need a helicopter to pick me up every day. Yifeng took note eagerly, unable to resist asking, Brother Shen, why are you heading up the mountain again? Didn't you promise the old man to start working at Gao's group tomorrow? Isn't it inconvenient to stay in the mountains? However, Gao Shen found no inconvenience in it. He wished to accompany her on morning runs every day and to pursue her anew, invigorated by the thrill of life. He simply remarked, what do you think I asked you to arrange a private helicopter route for? Yifeng was silent. Gao Shen added, Gan Tian might be Lulu. She runs alone in the mountains, and I can't help but worry. He recalled the last incident when she was harassed by two thugs, though they were no match for her. Who could guarantee that she wouldn't encounter someone more skilled in the future? Only by accompanying her would Gao Shen feel reassured. Yifeng's tone suddenly became excited. Are you sure? How did you come to that conclusion? If you're worried, you could just get her a treadmill. It's too unsafe for a girl to run alone in the wilderness. There are many missing person cases in the news. Gao Shen abruptly hung up the phone. What would she need a treadmill for? He found Yifeng's lack of understanding frustrating. As he walked alone in the dark night, the long and shadowy path felt different. He perceived it filled with light and hope. Having spent 3 years abroad, he could not stop yearning to return home to see her. Each time he was overwhelmed by longing, he would open his alternate Weibo account, fixating on 2 posts where she vowed to intertwine their lives. Forcing himself to calm down and reminding himself not to disrupt her peaceful existence. He had restrained himself for too long. Now he merely wished to see her every day, not that he required her to stay within his sight at all times, as that would suffocate her, but he could accompany her on morning runs, watching the sunrise and sunset together. The following morning, while the sky was still dim, Gan Tian dashed out from the bamboo forest villa and spotted a tall man standing at the village entrance. His long legs and dignified aura, combined with his exquisitely handsome face, made him exceptionally eye-catching in the morning light, strikingly handsome indeed. Gan Tian ran towards him, greeting, You're up early. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, I had a lovely dream. Gan Tian tossed her ponytail, appearing vibrant and radiant in Gao Shen's eyes. He appreciated her lively and healthy demeanor. For the first time, he felt a sense of gratitude towards the heavens. They ran from the foot of the mountain to the summit and back again, at which point a sleek helicopter arrived. The helicopter landed at the mountain road's base, and Gan Tian was astonished by this extravagant mode of transport. You're taking a helicopter back to the city? Yifeng descended from the helicopter, presenting Gan Tian with a breakfast, saying, It's too far. Driving is inconvenient. The helicopter only takes 10 minutes to reach the city. Miss Yi, here's your breakfast. Gan Tian felt both surprised and honored. Is there one for me? Yifeng replied, I was preparing breakfast for Brother Shen anyway. So I made an extra for you, in gratitude for your kindness towards him. What would you like for breakfast tomorrow? If you have any preferences, feel free to let me know in advance. By the way, how about we add each other? Gan Tian accepted the breakfast, finding it hard to refuse. She provided her phone number, saying, I don't carry my phone while running. You add me first, and I'll add you back later. Yifeng quickly sent a request, saying, Add it. Don't hesitate to let me know what you want. I'll bring it tomorrow morning. Gao Shen stood nearby, casting Yifeng an appreciative glance. With such an understanding assistant, he felt quite satisfied. Gan Tian caught on. So, you'll still be staying in the mountains tomorrow? Gao Shen's dark eyes held depths unknown, and he feigned a sigh. Speaking in a tone laced with feigned helplessness, I have poor sleep quality. It's quieter in the mountains at night, allowing me to rest better. Gan Tian offered him a sympathetic glance. Those with poor sleep quality are like this. Even in the city at night, it's not as restful as in the mountains. Will you still run tomorrow morning? Yes, the usual. I'll wait for you at the village entrance. Gao Shen chose not to elaborate further, fearing she might become suspicious. He boarded the helicopter, leaving her with a cool and handsome silhouette. The helicopter swiftly ascended into the sky, roaring away. Curious villagers approached, watching the helicopter disappear, and inquired of Gan Tian, which wealthy person is this? Did they send a helicopter for you? Gan Tian pointed towards Lianhua Mountain, saying, the one who bought Lianhua Mountain. One villager, well known for her gossip, exclaimed, Oh, so it's that rich man. How did you end up with him? He even brought you breakfast? Gan Tian, holding her breakfast, thought little of it. I enjoy running, and he does too. We make good running companions. His assistant was bringing him breakfast, and they just happened to bring me a portion. Girl, could it be that the wealthy man from the mountains has taken a liking to you? Gan Tian was startled and quickly shook her head, explaining, How could that be? Aunt Li, don't joke around. He has someone he cares for. Aunt Li was unconvinced, believing there was more to the story. A man and a woman running together in the early morning and sharing breakfast, surely it couldn't be a mere coincidence. Aunt Li, clutching her dirty laundry, headed to the river to wash clothes. Many villagers were washing clothes by the riverside, and Italy, unable to contain herself, immediately shared the tale with others nearby. Meanwhile, in the luxurious helicopter, Gao Shen was enjoying his breakfast while Yufeng sat beside him, contemplating before finally voicing a suggestion. Brother Shen, it's quite conspicuous for you to be picked up at the mountain base. Should we consider moving the helicopter to the summit for your pickup? Gao Shen waved his hand dismissively. No need. The more conspicuous, the better. Why is that? Gao Shen's gaze turned icy. Resolute. To prevent the village gossipers from getting any ideas about introducing suitors for her. With such a spectacle, it wouldn't take long for the news to spread to neighboring villages, declaring her as already taken. If anyone wished to pursue her, they would first have to contend with a helicopter, otherwise, how could they hope to steal her away? Gao Shen was prepared. Understanding just how desirable unmarried young women were in rural areas, especially with Gan Tian's newfound fortune, she was a sought-after prize. It wouldn't be long before suitors came knocking at her door. Therefore, Gao Shen's gaze remained sharp, ensuring no matchmaker would have the opportunity to meddle in their affairs. Chapter 92. Gao Shen suspects her identity. Yifeng raised his thumb, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Brother Shen, you are truly astute. In the countryside, with Gan Tian's monthly pension sponsorship of 20,000, it is likely that eligible bachelors from miles around would wish to marry her. Even your former assistant, Li Changkong, seems to have taken a liking to her. Gao Shen narrowed his dark eyes, the spoon in his hand clattering against the ceramic bowl. Are you certain that Li Changkong is interested in her? Yifeng had spent considerable time browsing the live stream of rural experience, and with his keen observation, he nodded affirmatively. Li Changkong's gaze towards Gan Tian is distinctly different. The netizens have pointed this out. Brother Shen, do you think it was he who leaked your medical report 3 years ago? Certainly not. Gao Shen held no suspicion towards his former assistant. Otherwise, he would not have recommended Li Changkong to his agent. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to his former manager. There is a role suitable for Li Changkong. Yifeng stood nearby and caught a glimpse of the conversation between Shen and his former manager. Goodness, when Brother Shen eliminated a rival, he did so with remarkable decisiveness. By directly recommending a project that required Li Changkong to shoot in another location for several months, it was likely that once Li learned of this, he would be immensely grateful to Brother Shen. Yifeng refrained from eavesdropping further and redirected the conversation to serious matters. Brother Shen, are you truly planning to remain in country A to inherit the family business? Shouldn't you reconsider? This modest enterprise pales in comparison to the throne of Remelia. Yifeng intended to convey that the difference was as vast as that between a minor figure and a sovereign. Even though the Gao family ranked among the top 10 wealthiest in country A, they were merely affluent merchants. Abroad, however, Brother Shen's grandfather awaited him with a throne to inherit, an opportunity for true power and opulence. If it weren't for the urgent phone call he received, his grandfather would likely not have wanted him to return. Not returning for now, Gao Shen stated without making a definitive decision. Yifeng understood. Brother Shen, you intend to secure Gan Tian before returning, don't you? Rest assured, I will assist you. Pursuing a woman is my forte. Gifts of clothing, jewelry, shoes, handbags, candlelit dinners, and various trips. I guarantee she will be unable to resist you within a month. Gao Shen shot Yifeng a frigid glance. Do not insult my wife by applying your typical approach to woo ordinary women. She is exceptional. Yifeng, brimming with experience, countered, how is she any different? Brother Shen, do not doubt me. No woman can resist the allure of wealth. Miss Jiang previously had her assistant deliver numerous designer outfits, and she accepted every single one. Is that so? Yifeng continued, I saw it in the live stream. The viewers were clamoring for a wealthy friend. Gao Shen pondered thoughtfully before responding. Then let us send her some gifts in the name of Xiao Yuan, and ensure they are the finest. Huh? Yifeng questioned, why under Miss Jiang's name? Gao Shen, fully aware of human nature, replied, she might not accept gifts from me. I do not wish to impose pressure on her. Additionally, keep an eye on the industrial park and the development progress of the medicinal hot pot self-heating pot. We must find a way to bring Gan Laozu back. The thought of Lulu and the filming crew's 2 single individuals living together unsettled Gao Shen. Yet he could only suppress his dominant instincts, which was quite taxing. Only by bringing Gan Laozu back could he find some peace of mind. Regardless of whether he was aware of rivals or perceived threats, if he sensed any danger, he would extinguish it before it even had a chance to sprout. Thus, by evening, Gan Laozu returned to Jiuyu village, personally escorted by manager Su. Upon hearing the car's engine cease and seeing her grandfather emerge, Gan Tian was both surprised and delighted, rushing out to greet them. Grandfather, manager Su, has the medicinal hot pot been successfully developed? Indeed, Manager Su beamed. The old master truly deserves the title of Master of Herbs. The research team at the industrial park was reluctant to let him leave, and I was informed to personally return him. Grandfather, you must be exhausted, Gan Tian said. Gan Laozu immediately noticed a stylish off-road vehicle parked in the yard. Young at heart, he had always loved cars and was quite the cool old man. Fond of motorcycles and denim, with a wild spirit. Child, is this your new car? He inquired. Gan Tian playfully nodded. The Gao family provided me with a 2 million prepayment, and I had just enough spare cash to buy a new vehicle. Grandfather, we can take this off-road car for a spin through the countryside. How thrilling would that be? Having received the funds, Gan Laozu felt his trip was worthwhile and nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with the desire to enjoy a ride immediately. Child, did you buy my massage device? Gan Tian replied, I did. It's in the living room. I also purchased a dishwasher, a heat pump washer-dryer combo, a floor cleaner, and a weeding machine. Grandfather, let us improve our quality of life. Let the machines handle what they can, and we will focus on relaxing and enjoying the sun. Previously, whenever visiting her master, she wished to furnish him with some appliances like a dishwasher, but he would always dismiss her, claiming it was a waste of money. The elder was frugal and viewed spending differently than younger generations. Thus, Gan Tian seized the opportunity while her grandfather was away and purchased many appliances in one go, leaving him no room to complain. Gan Laozu shook his head, grumbling. Such a waste. Why buy a dishwasher? I will wash my own dishes. Gan Tian, unfazed, let his words flow in one ear and out the other. She stood at the gate chatting with Manager Su. At that moment, Manager Su retrieved numerous designer clothes, shoes, bags, and an array of matching jewelry from the trunk. These are from Miss Jiang, sent on her behalf. The tags have been removed, and they have been washed and ironed. They are ready to wear. This implied that returns were no longer an option. After Manager Su departed, Gan Tian messaged Jiang Xiaoyuan, who was filled with confusion. Who is sending gifts to Gan Tian under my name? Gan Tian texted, please refrain from buying more. I already have more clothes than I can wear. Is this the trouble of having a wealthy friend? Jiang Xiaoyuan was left speechless. Who dared to act in her name without compensating her for it? She promptly called Manager Su, who appeared bewildered. Didn't you authorize this delivery? The person I was instructed to send said it was your request to send clothes to Gan Tian. If it wasn't you, then who was it? A peculiar thought suddenly crossed Jiang Xiaoyuan's mind. Could it have been her cousin who arranged this? No. That was impossible. She quickly dismissed the absurd notion. Chapter 93. Gan Tian was blissfully unaware that the clothes she wore were a gift from Gao Shen. When her grandfather returned home, the atmosphere became lively. She personally went to the kitchen to prepare a feast for him, wishing to reward him for his recent hard work. The two of them were eager to spend quality time together. After dinner, old Master Jian habitually stepped outside for a stroll. He intended to boast to someone about the massage chair his granddaughter had purchased for him, only to be taken aback by an unexpected remark. Old Jian, is your granddaughter about to get married? She is truly fortunate to have caught the eye of a wealthy man. I hear she travels by helicopter now. If she marries him, you'll be living the good life. Old Master Jian was momentarily stunned, puffing up in indignation. Nonsense. My granddaughter is still young and not in a hurry to marry. Where would she find a wealthy man? Come now, old Jian, don't hide it from us. The whole village knows. That rich fellow is the one who bought Lianhua Mountain and is building a villa there. Your granddaughter really has an eye for talent. I was even thinking of introducing my nephew to her in this village. News spread like wildfire. Any hint of gossip was soon known by all. The helicopter flying overhead was a significant event that could not be concealed from anyone. With such a wealthy suitor pursuing the Jian family's granddaughter, who would dare approach her with ill intentions? Old Master Jian felt a surge of displeasure. He returned to the bamboo grove house, ready to confront Gan Tian. Child, what is this about a helicopter this morning? Why didn't you tell Grandpa you have a boyfriend? In the study, Gan Tian, engrossed in her reading, responded with a bewildered expression. Huh? Old Master Jian was furious. The whole village knows. And I'm the last to find out. Didn't I tell you before I left to keep your distance from Gao Shen? How could you go behind my back and date him? Gan Tian, still confused, asked, date? When did that happen? She had no idea. Thus, old Master Jian recounted his 10-minute stroll, during which numerous villagers had inquired about the wedding date, exasperation evident in his voice. Upon seeing the shock on Gan Tian's face, he realized there must have been a misunderstanding, but the village was rife with gossip. Stay away from Gao Shen in the future, he warned her. Gan Tian shrugged off his concern. Grandpa, other people have their own lives. I can't let fear of gossip stop me from my morning runs. Don't worry, My relationship with Goshn is purely platonic. We are just running buddies. Old Master Gian retorted, I'm worried you might get too involved. By the time you realize it, you may find yourself trapped in an unrequited love, and he is not a suitable partner for marriage. Gan Tian playfully winked at her grandfather. That one tea happened. He hardly ever shows me a pleasant demeanor. How could I ever fall for an iceberg? Old Master Gian remained unconvinced. Be cautious. He may quietly invade your life, and when you finally realize it, it may be too late to back out. Gan Tian thought her grandfather was being overly conspiratorial. Goshn was clearly infatuated with CHL. He didn't even know she was CHL. Besides, what was the harm in running together? Back at the research institute, she had several running friends each morning, and none of those relationships had turned romantic. They simply shared a common interest. Seeing her grandfather's stubbornness, Gan Tian could only promise, Grandpa, I assure you, I have no plans to marry before I turn 30. Upon hearing this, Old Master Gian sighed, there is no need to wait that long. Marriage is still a consideration, perhaps in a few years. Gan Tian smiled and shared her future plans with her grandfather. Grandpa, I only intend to stay in GYU Village for a year. After that, I want to find a way back to the 935 Institute. However, with my qualifications, it's quite difficult to get in. Therefore, I plan to publish a couple of papers. With those, I can recommend myself. Luckily, life in the village is rather leisurely. So I will devote this year to academic pursuits. Don't worry, my future is uncertain, and I have no time to think about romance. Upon hearing her aspirations, Old Master Gian understood that she was a child who didn't require much worry from her elders. He decided to keep his thoughts to himself for now. The next morning, Gan Tian unwaveringly rose early for her morning run, and indeed found Goshn waiting for her at the village entrance. He approached with an air of elegance, standing tall at over 6 feet, with broad shoulders and a slim waist, exuding a handsome charm. Gan Tian jogged over, her ponytail bouncing, dressed in athletic attire, fresh and charming, her stunning features breathtaking. However, Goshn was still getting accustomed to her new appearance. Even though her beauty was unparalleled, a visage that could outshine many in the entertainment industry, Goshn reminded himself, look more, and you'll get used to it. There is no need to rush. The two jogged leisurely along the winding mountain road. While 5 kilometers might seem daunting to others, for them, it was a daily routine. After their run, a conspicuous helicopter landed with a buzzing sound at the foot of the mountain road. Ensuring that no one could miss it, Gan Tian thought of the village gossip and remarked, could you be a bit more low-key? Why effing? Knowing precisely when to intervene for his master, brought Gan Tian breakfast. Gan Tian, you've misunderstood Shn Gil. He is in a hurry. You don't understand the plight of someone with sleep disorders who must reach the office by 8, even if it's his own company. Being late means getting scolded. So he has to eat breakfast on the helicopter. Forgive me, see you tomorrow, Goshn replied coolly before stepping onto the helicopter. Neither overly enthusiastic nor exceptionally aloof, striking a perfect balance. Gan Tian refrained from commenting further. They were merely running partners, and perhaps she was being overly concerned. She returned home with breakfast, practiced Tai Chi with her grandfather, and then proceeded to freshen up for breakfast. As she opened the breakfast it brought, she was pleasantly surprised to find a roasted pig trotter, her grandfather's favorite. It clearly wasn't suitable for breakfast. It must have been intended for lunch. Gan Tian laughed. Grandpa, see? I told you he means well. Goshn is trying to honor you through me. Upon seeing the roasted pig trotter, Old Master Gian huffed, cunning and scheming. However, the saying goes, a soft mouth eats soft food, and he couldn't say much more. After observing for several days, it seemed that apart from their morning runs, they had little else to do with each other. Could it be that he was simply overthinking? In the days that followed, as long as it didn't rain, Gan Tian diligently joined Goshn for their morning runs. Afterward, he would head to work while she immersed herself in her study, contemplating her research topics and papers. When she grew weary of reading, she would accompany her grandfather up the mountain to forage for herbs or take him for a drive in the off-road vehicle. Their pastoral life was carefree and joyous. Time slipped by like sand through fingers, and before long, more than half a month had passed. Perhaps it was manager excess influence that had stirred the rumors? Chapter 94. The wind blows strong, and the medicinal hot pot sales skyrocket. Gan Tian noticed her name trending on the hot search list. The hashtag, "Have you eaten Mingpa soup today?" had surged into the top 10. It turned out that the pre-sale of the medicinal hot pot self-heating pots had commenced delivery, and many people had received their pots, sharing photos of celebrities enjoying hot pot online. For instance, Jiang Xiaoyuan tweeted, "Have you eaten Mingpa soup today? with accompanying images. Ji Zhuifeng tweeted, currently indulging in it, along with images, and so forth, as others chimed in with similar sentiments. The official Weibo account for Country Homestay Experience announced, tune in tonight at 10 for a show featuring medicinal hot pot and variety shows. It's bound to be a riot. Some users humorously questioned the audacity of the show's producers for riding on the coattails of the trending topic. Others expressed excitement about their own self-heating pots, marveling at the generous portions and the delicious appearance of the ingredients. Gan Tian browsed Weibo, noticing a flurry of fans sharing images and overwhelmingly positive feedback. Was the reputation of the product finally on the rise? Gan Tian felt a surge of joy, interpreting it as a sign of impending financial success. She had initially planned to support the broadcast of Country Homestay Experience. But upon seeing the airtime, 10 o'clock at night, she dismissed the idea. After all, she valued her health and had vowed to sleep before 10. Having witnessed the consequences of late nights, she resolutely adhered to her disciplined routine. The following morning, as she awoke, Gan Tian contemplated a morning run. However, upon stepping outside, she discovered a steady drizzle, the rain falling rather heavily. At that moment, Gao Shen was also under the eaves, observing the rain with a glimmer of irritation in his icy gaze, directed at the overcast sky. It was a rare Saturday when he didn't have to work, and he had hoped to invite her out for a fun day after a morning jog. Yet, it seemed that fate had other plans. Suddenly, Yi phone called with urgency, Brother Shen, there is trouble with the medicinal hot pot self-heating pots. A prominent Weibo user has raised suspicions about the presence of banned additives. And it's trending. Gao Shen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What is happening? Yi phone explained. Last night, many users were sharing their experiences on Weibo, expressing how great they felt after consuming the medicinal hot pot. Then, a notable figure questioned whether it contained any forbidden substances. You should check Weibo. After hanging up, Gao Shen swiftly navigated to Weibo, finding the trending topic. Is the medicinal hot pot toxic? Under this thread, numerous users expressed their thoughts. I don't know if it's just me, but after feeling down, I ate the medicinal hot pot and suddenly felt great. Is it toxic? Another user chimed in, echoing similar sentiments. The thread was rife with speculation about possible illicit additives, as users debated the safety of the product. Gao Shen set his phone down, contemplating the situation. The development of the medicinal hot pot had been overseen by the esteemed Elder Gan. If there were any questionable practices, it would be unlikely under his watch. He would never tarnish his granddaughter's reputation. Gao Shen called Yi phone again. Inquire with manager Su about any potential issues in the development of the medicinal hot pot. Yi phone reported back, Brother Shen, I just spoke with manager Su. He mentioned that Elder Gan had included a happiness powder in the seasoning mix, aimed at enhancing the joy of those consuming the hot pot. This was a decision made during the research phase, and despite objections from the development team, Elder Gan insisted that it was essential to the medicinal aspect. Yi phone continued. The issue lies in the fact that uninformed consumers might not recognize this as an ordinary hot pot, but rather a therapeutic one. He added that manager Su suspected that competitors were attempting to undermine the product by discrediting it online, hoping to force them into revealing the formula for the happiness powder so that they could replicate it. Manager Su was anxious, knowing that revealing the formula could lead to a flood of imitations in the market. He intended to communicate with Elder Gan to clarify that the powder was not an illicit substance, aiming to alleviate consumer concerns. At that moment, Elder Gan did receive a call from manager Su, but the phone was taken by Gan Tian. She had seen the trending topic as well and, unlike manager Su's panic, remained composed, exuding the calm confidence of a seasoned leader. She answered the call with poise. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Chapter 95, The Wind Blows. And the medicinal hot pot is once again a sensation. Manager Su, in a state of anxious agitation, inquired, how do you intend to resolve this? Gan Tian succinctly replied, defeat magic with science. Manager Su was perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Gan Tian, do you intend to reveal the formula for the happy powder? By doing so, you would be falling into their trap. Once the formula is disclosed, I assure you that within a month, various brands of medicinal hot pots will sprout up like mushrooms after rain. I cannot agree to this. The primary selling point of the medicinal hot pot is its exclusivity. After all, manager Su had never anticipated relying solely on trending searches for sales. Since the departure of the rural tourism program, Gan Tian had not been able to generate any trending topics and had gradually faded from the public eye over the past fortnight. Such is the fate of internet celebrities. Once the wind passes, they are quickly forgotten. Without a unique selling proposition, a trending product soon becomes submerged in a sea of similar goods, rendering it obsolete. Gan Tian offered no further explanation. adopting a tone of assurance. I neither provoke trouble nor fear it, Manager Su. You simply need to trust me. I will manage the rest. Before long, Yifeng received the news and promptly called to inform his superior, Shingu. Gan Tian asserts that she will handle it. She intends to employ science to vanquish magic. Though Manager Su appears to lack confidence in her, I have faith in her. She will undoubtedly win Manager Su's full endorsement, Gao Shen replied, a proud tone dispelling the clouds of worry from his brow. Yifeng could not resist teasing. Shingu, your confidence is rather ostentatious, as if you possess a treasure capable of slaying gods and demons alike. This is indeed the perfect moment for you to capture a young lady's heart. I called you this morning to convey that the opportunity has finally arrived. Women are often enamored by heroic acts. Are you not pursuing her? My wife is already a priceless treasure. Is there any need for embellishment? Gao Shen retorted, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his heart elated. Since Lulu had declared her intent to handle the situation, he had unwavering confidence in her capabilities. Should the matter prove too daunting, he could always intervene later. Women come in many forms. Some are delicate flowers needing careful nurturing, while others are fierce eagles soaring freely, equally matched with men, riding the winds and conquering the waves. His Lulu was no fragile blossom. She was exceptionally capable and deserving of admiration. However, better safe than sorry. Gao Shen's demeanor suddenly turned cold. As if a frigid gale had swept through, investigate who was scheming behind the scenes. Anyone attempting to tarnish his wife's reputation would be courting death. Understood. Yifeng promptly replied. Gan Tian did not rush to clarify anything on Weibo. She was always composed. Instead, she accompanied her grandfather in the house to practice a set of Tai Chi as they practiced. Grandpa Gan inquired, child, do you truly have a way to allay consumer concerns without revealing the happy powder's formula and thus resolve this crisis? Gan Tian, maintaining her tranquil demeanor, lowered her eyelashes and posed a question in return. Grandpa, if a celebrity in the entertainment industry wishes to establish a scholarly persona, what must they do to gain credibility and avoid pitfalls? Grandpa Gan, uninterested in the entertainment world, was oblivious to how celebrities establish their personas. Gan Tian explained. They must showcase their transcripts and diplomas. Anything less is mere nonsense. Absolute prowess is the undeniable truth. Grandpa Gan chuckled. So, what are you implying? Gan Tian had already devised a strategy, presenting two plans. First, we shall send the medicinal hot pot for evaluation by an authoritative institution to obtain a report confirming the absence of prohibited additives. However, as the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Many netizens will only believe what they choose. Thus, the second step relies on your granddaughter's eloquence. It is better to be open than to conceal. Ignorance breeds fear. If I can elucidate the principles behind the happy powder's effects clearly, the netizens will naturally be convinced. Grandpa Gan furrowed his brow, contemplating. Principles? Even I cannot explain them clearly, having only relied on years of experience to formulate them. Gan Tian winked playfully at her grandfather. Grandpa, I understand. You may continue to rely on your experience to create unique instant medicinal dishes, while I shall handle the scientific explanations. Together, we will elevate our brand of instant medicinal cuisine, and soon we will be able to relax in this bamboo grove, earning a modest fortune. Grandpa Gan chuckled. Very well. But which authoritative institution do you plan to approach for the evaluation? Let me see if I have any acquaintances there. Grandpa Gan was well known in the field of nutrition, with a vast network of connections. Gan Tian replied, I wish to visit Qingbei University and seek out Professor Yin from the chemistry department to assist in providing a professional evaluation report. No report from any institution can compare to one issued by a renowned scholar's laboratory. Many netizens may suspect that evaluation organizations are compromised, but no one would question the integrity of a distinguished professor. Grandpa Gan nodded thoughtfully, but added, Child, do not forget that you are no longer Lulu. The chemistry professor at Qingbei may not take notice of you. I am not concerned. I will ask my senior, Feng Pei, for a recommendation. He owes me a favor from when he sought my assistance in a case. After finishing their Tai Chi practice, Gan Tian called Feng Pei, anticipating that he might not readily agree to her request, but to her surprise, he readily accepted. On the phone, Feng Pei stated, I happen to be heading to Qingbei University today for some matters. Bring the medicinal hot pot to me, and I will approach Professor Yin. Are you certain there are no issues with the hot pot? Gan Tian assured him, Detective Feng, I guarantee there are absolutely no issues. The reason it elevates one's mood is simply due to dietary therapy promoting serotonin secretion in the brain. Serotonin is the hormone of happiness. By increasing its concentration through dietary means, one naturally feels joy and contentment. Feng Pei understood. I see. He could not yet ascertain her identity and saw this as an opportunity to observe further. I will arrive at Qingbei University at 10:30. Please wait for me at the north gate of the campus. It is raining today. Is your travel convenient? Absolutely. I have purchased a new car. After breakfast, Gan Tian hurriedly drove her new acquisition back to her alma mater and unexpectedly encountered another fortunate individual at the school gate. Xiao Mihu. Chapter 96. The Wind Blows. And the medicinal hot pot sells out again as she parked her car and opened her umbrella. She felt a tap on her back. Turning around, Gan Tian saw a lively girl with an umbrella of her own, followed by a photographer clad in a raincoat. The girl greeted her with enthusiasm. Hi, Gan Tian. What a coincidence. Gan Tian instantly recognized her. You are Xiao Mihu? Xiao Mihu had established a cloud study room, standing out among the winners of a live streaming contest. In just over 20 days, her study room had attracted tens of thousands of university student followers, all engaging in online learning together, which Gan Tian found quite intriguing. Xiao Mihu, brimming with vivacity, unabashedly expressed her excitement at meeting another winner. Her bright eyes conveyed innocence and good intentions, and her voice was sweet. Yes, that's me. Your car is so cool. I recognized you at once. I bought the medicinal hot pot for myself, and it's delicious. It makes me feel so happy. I heard there are banned additives in it. Is that true? I don't believe it. I want to keep eating. Gan Tian reassured her. Eat with confidence. It's merely a dietary therapy without any banned additives, if you trust me. Xiao Mihu pondered for a moment, then swear it. Girl doesn't deceive girl. Gan Tian chuckled. If swearing were effective, she would need to seek Professor Yan's assistance for a non-toxic report. She asked, are you a student at Qingbei University? Xiao Mihu shook her head vigorously. Not at the moment, but I plan to apply for graduate studies there. I am determined to succeed. Gan Tian encouraged her. Hard work pays off. Keep it up. As Gan Tian spotted brother Feng Pei, she was about to approach him when she noticed Xiao Mi sprinting ahead to greet him, exclaiming, Uncle. Gan Tian thought, is the world really this small? After exchanging a few words, Feng Pei walked towards Gan Tian, and Xiao Mi, surprised and delighted, exclaimed, oh, do you both know each other? Gan Tian and Feng Pei nodded in unison. Feng Pei introduced, this is my niece. She aspires to pursue her master's at Qingbei and has already identified her desired mentor. I'm bringing her to meet the mentor in advance. So, Feng Pei's business was merely to help his niece gain familiarity? Feng Pei inquired, did you bring the medicinal hot pot? I did, Gan Tian replied, retrieving several boxes of the medicinal hot pot from her car and handing them to brother Feng Pei. Please just pass these to him and mention the suspicion of banned additives, asking him to check in the lab. Feng Pei raised an eyebrow in confusion. Aren't we supposed to obtain a non-toxic report? Why ask Professor Yan to check now? Gan Tian smirked cunningly. I fear he might not take the request for a non-toxic report seriously. It's better to prompt Professor Yan to investigate. If he finds no banned additives but discovers that the dietary therapy stimulates serotonin secretion for happiness, I believe he would be more inclined to clarify things for me. Feng Pei understood her strategy. Indeed, Professor Yan is not keen on trivial matters, and even my intervention might not persuade him. However, he does harbor a certain cynicism, which means your approach could stir his sense of justice. You are quite clever in gauging people's sentiments. Gan Tian smiled. I've recently met someone adept at understanding people. Proximity to the right influences can be enlightening. At that moment, Feng Pei added, however, this means Professor Yan will surely scrutinize the hot pot thoroughly. Are you certain it can withstand such scrutiny? If any issues arise, it would be self-inflicted embarrassment, and no one can save you. Gan Tian radiated confidence, her smile enchanting. I'm not afraid. A clear conscience fears no accusation. Enduring scrutiny is essential for long-term success. She envisioned earning a modest profit from the medicinal hot pot. Only with quality products could she leisurely count her earnings. Gan Tian was unafraid of inspections. With that, Feng Pei ceased to press further. Her confidence was captivating. Wow, so it enhances serotonin levels in the brain? Xiao Mi exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling. I thought you wouldn't dare to swear. As if you had something to hide. Now I see you truly embody the principle of a clear conscience. Gan Tian expressed her gratitude with a glance. Thank you. Xiao Mi continued. No need for thanks. I envy your beautiful bamboo grove house. It's a bit desolate, though. The ground is bare. It could benefit from some landscaping, adding a lawn and pebbles, perhaps constructing a viewing platform. It would resemble a paradise. This was an idea Gan Tian had not considered. The bamboo grove behind her house had been left to grow wild, appearing lovely from a distance but lacking charm up close. Gan Tian contemplated. Your suggestion is quite astute. Xiao Mi was thrilled. I thought you'd agree. I've wanted to suggest this for a while, but since we weren't familiar, I hesitated. Can we be friends? You're the only one I know among the 10 winners. It's hard to find someone to chat with in the WeChat group. Gan Tian replied, of course. She eagerly added Xiaomi, who is a WeChat friend. Afterward, Xiaomi who asked, once you've made the changes, can I visit your home? My family is also from the countryside, and I miss rural life, but it's quite a distance from home. The high-speed train takes several hours. Gan Tian warmly invited her. You're welcome anytime. Upon returning to the village of Jiao, the rain had ceased. Gan Tian wandered through the bamboo grove, genuinely inspired to transform the neglected area into something beautiful, a poetic viewing platform amidst the bamboo. A well-thought-out design was needed. She planned to create a blueprint for the renovation. Gan Tian immersed herself in her study for the next 2 days, fully focused on designing the bamboo grove transformation, disregarding the escalating negative news about the medicinal hot pot on Weibo. In her view, until Professor Yin issued a report, any explanations she provided on Weibo would be futile. It was wiser to wait. While Gan Tian remained composed, others were less so. Manager Su, having waited 2 full days without any sign of action from her, was restless. The order cancellation rate had soared beyond 60. If no action was taken soon, the reputation of the medicinal hot pot would be irreparably damaged. On Weibo, users were growing increasingly frustrated with Gan Tian's silence, and the hashtag 10-mile cotton candy persona collapsed began trending across social media platforms. Chapter 97. The Wind Blows. In the medicinal hot pot sells like hotcakes, Manager Su entered Gao Jingxing's office with a disheveled appearance, exclaiming, President Gao, I have truly lost my mind. I actually believed that Gan Tian could handle this situation. I overestimated her ability to manage public relations during a crisis. She has completely faltered. And now the return rate for our medicinal hot pot exceeds 60, and it continues to rise. Gao Jingxing was equally astonished at his own misjudgment. He sighed, filled with regret and disappointment. It seems that the girl's capabilities are rather limited. I overestimated her potential, leading us into this passive predicament. We can no longer wait for her. We must take immediate action for crisis management. Before Gao could finish his statement, Manager Su's phone rang. He pressed the answer button and suddenly raised his voice. What? Ha ha ha, could you repeat that? Are you certain it is Professor Yin from Qingbei University? Gao Jingxing paused. Observing Manager Su's expression, which resembled someone who had suddenly heard a thunderclap in the dead of winter. Once Manager Su finished the call, Gao inquired, what just happened? It appears to be good news. Manager Su did not immediately respond to his superior's question. Instead, he hung up and promptly opened Weibo, searching for something. Moments later, he appeared utterly astonished, his face a blend of surprise and joy. Then he burst into laughter, saying, President Gao, Professor Yin from Qingbei University just posted on Weibo to affirm the medicinal hot pot. 10 minutes ago, he released a report certifying the medicinal hot pot as non-toxic. Declaring it truly worthy of its name, Gan Tian is impressive. Gao Jingxing was visibly taken aback. Wait, who invited Professor Yin? Manager Su immediately shook his head, responding. President Gao, we only invited the Food Safety Bureau and 2 food safety inspection centers to conduct an on-site investigation at the industrial park. I never considered inviting a renowned scholar from Qingbei University. He is a towering figure in the chemistry department. How could I possibly have the connections to invite such a giant? It never even crossed my mind. Gao Jingxing pondered, could it be that girl? Manager Su firmly denied, impossible. Her academic background is merely a third-tier university. How could a girl from such a school possibly have access to a professor from Qingbei University? Those are completely different circles. Let us not dwell on that for now. Let us see what Professor Yin has to say. The events date back 2 days. Professor Yin was asked by Inspector Feng Pei to investigate whether there were any banned additives in the medicinal hot pot. He initially thought it was an inquiry from the 935 Institute. Given the numerous collaborations between the 935 Institute and Qingbei University, Professor Yin naturally accepted the request. As there are far too many unscrupulous businesses that must be scrutinized. Initially, Professor Yin did not conduct the investigation himself, but assigned it to a graduate student named Zhang Jing. The results arrived yesterday, and they were quite unexpected. Professor Yin assumed Zhang was fooling him and scolded him harshly before deciding to investigate himself. Upon completion, he was surprised to find that the medicinal dietary therapy was indeed profound. The seemingly unremarkable packet of seasoning could significantly elevate serotonin levels in the brain. Serotonin was first discovered in the serum, hence its alternative name serotonin. It is widely present in the cerebral cortex and neural synapses, serving as a messenger that induces feelings of pleasure. It influences nearly every aspect of brain activity, from mood regulation and energy levels to memory and shaping one's worldview. Individuals with low serotonin levels are more prone to depression, impulsive behavior, alcoholism, suicide, aggression, and violent tendencies. Antidepressants, such as fluoxetine hydrochloride, work by increasing serotonin levels in the brain. Serotonin also enhances memory and protects neurons from damage caused by excitotoxic substances. Research indicates that women synthesize serotonin at half the rate of men, making them more susceptible to depression. Additionally, as one ages, the efficiency of serotonin pathways decreases. The number of specific serotonin receptors in the brain diminishes by 60 between the ages of 30 and 60. So, how can one promote serotonin secretion? Approximately 95% of serotonin is located in the gastrointestinal tract, with the remainder found in platelets, the central nervous system, and even the skin. Serotonin does not spontaneously generate, rather, it is influenced by exposure to natural light, diet, and activity levels. Sunlight aids in serotonin synthesis, which is closely linked to the intensity of sunlight throughout the day. Consequently, individuals may experience greater depression on cloudy days due to reduced serotonin production. Furthermore, low serotonin levels can often be supplemented through diet. Foods highest in serotonin include seafood such as tuna, sardines, crab, and salmon. Presently, a type of medicinal hot pot that can significantly replenish serotonin levels is available. What is there to worry about? Just eat. Professor Yin decisively opened a packet, becoming increasingly enamored with it. However, Inspector Feng Pei had only brought a limited supply of the medicinal hot pot, 5 boxes, 2 of which were used for testing. Professor Yin consumed 1 box, while student Zheng Jing pilfered another, and today, he snatched 1 more, leaving no stock behind. Professor Yin was still eager for more and asked Zheng to purchase some. Zheng replied, "Teacher, the medicinal hot pot has been forcibly removed from the shelves. It is currently unavailable. The entire internet is claiming it is toxic, and everyone is condemning it as a profit-driven scheme by the unscrupulous influencer, Shirley Cotton Candy." Professor Yin, this is not profit-driven. There is nothing more conscientious than this. A bunch of ignorant folks. In order to continue enjoying the medicinal hot pot in the future, Professor Yin promptly logged onto Weibo and eloquently pinned a certification report, emphasizing the benefits of serotonin for the human body. Despite being a professor at Qingbei University, Professor Yin had relatively few followers, primarily intellectuals. Consequently, his post received no attention for the first 10 minutes, until one person retweeted it. That individual was Gao Shen, the retired film emperor. Even though he had faced widespread criticism online, his influence remained an insurmountable peak for even the most popular stars. A single retweet from him could instantly propel a post to trending status, garnering attention across the internet. His follower count, 84. 51 million. Upon noticing his son's retweet, Gao Jingxing felt a flicker of surprise. This rascal, he finally understands how to relieve his father's burdens. That retweet was perfectly timed. Manager Su flattered, "President Gao, you truly have a wonderful son. If it weren't for his concern for you, he would never have retweeted." This is only his second post since retiring from the entertainment industry. Gao Jingxing laughed heartily. "Of course. He is my beloved son. How could he not support his father? I just wonder if the netizens will buy into Professor Yan's endorsement." Chapter 98. The wind blows, and the medicinal hot pot becomes a sensation. Netizens, as anticipated, were not easily swayed. A lengthy post of several thousand characters on Weibo prompted a wave of criticism from detractors who scarcely read a third of it before launching into vitriolic attacks. Why is Gao Shen trying to stir up trouble? He casually finds someone to issue a non-toxic certification report, hoping to turn the tide. At least he could have sought a report from a reputable food safety authority, complete with an official seal. Could it be that Gao Shen is still harboring hopes of finding a romantic partner among the winners? Has he set his sights on the elusive Shirley Cotton Candy, who vowed to have no ties with him? How laughable. Gao Shen, woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Gao Shen, woman, you have ignited my desire for conquest. Who is this Yin Hongshan? Not even a verified account. Yet he believes that a few words from an ordinary passerby can validate that the medicinal hot pot does not contain any banned additives. Does he think the netizens are fools? Yin Hongshan, how much do you charge per post? The more characters, the higher the fee. Professor Yan's Weibo account was merely an ordinary one, lacking even a personal introduction. The humble professor preferred to keep a low profile, shunning ostentation. Thus, when detractors clicked on the link shared by Gao Shen, they assumed Yin Hongshan was just an inconspicuous bystander. Upon posting, Professor Yin hoped to restore the reputation of the medicinal hot pot, but was instead inundated with comments ridiculing him, asking how much his posts were worth. In his everyday life, Yin was held in high esteem and had never encountered such senseless online vitriol. Confused, he asked Zheng Jing, "Do these kids not understand my report? Why are the comments so chaotic?" Zheng Jing responded candidly, "Professor, the netizens vary in age and education levels. They do not take the time to read your detailed report. They only recognize status, identity, and titles." Having dedicated his life to academia without flaunting his credentials, Yin had consistently rejected Weibo's offers to verify his account, deeming it unnecessary. The thought that his professional report could be dismissed as worthless simply because he lacked a verification badge struck him as absurd. Zheng Jing, infuriated by the situation, suggested, "Professor, should I find someone to help you get official verification?" "Absolutely not," Yin insisted, disliking such superficialities. If his unverified status rendered his professional report meaningless, it would imply that his years of teaching had been in vain, a tragic failure of education. Seeing that his professor was disinclined to pursue verification, Zheng Jing resorted to using his own Weibo account to comment. "This individual is the head of the chemistry department at Qingbei University. Look up Yin Hongshan on Baiki. There you will find his credentials." Professor Yin is an authoritative figure. His comment quickly attracted the ire of ignorant netizens. The head of the chemistry department at Qingbei University. An authoritative professor? Ha ha ha, that is laughable. Can a professor from Qingbei University really be bribed to write fluff pieces? How could a third-rate internet celebrity like Shirley Cotton Candy have such clout as to enlist a professor from Qingbei University to vouch for her? Who do you think you are? I've seen various attempts at reputation rehabilitation, but I've never seen such audacity. Can Shirley Cotton Candy really afford to engage a professor from Qingbei University? Completely absurd. These internet celebrities are becoming increasingly oblivious to reality. Just a smattering of chemistry knowledge. And they dare to engage with a professor from Qingbei University? Qingbei University, Blue V. This person Yin Hongshan is impersonating your chemistry department head. We demand a fact check. Report Yin Hongshan. We request Qingbei University, Blue V, to investigate. Please Qingbei University, Blue V, expose Yin Hongshan's true identity. Qingbei University, Blue V. Netizens were relentless in tagging Qingbei University, Blue V. No one believed that the head of the chemistry department, a renowned professor, would deign to assist in whitewashing the medicinal hot pot. The prevailing sentiment among netizens was that the academic world and the influencer realm were worlds apart, with no conceivable intersection. How could Shirley Cotton Candy possess the audacity to cozy up to a prominent figure in academia? As Qingbei University, Blue V, was inundated with tags, the administrators of the university's official Weibo account were bewildered by the sudden influx of notifications. Upon investigating, they were shocked to discover that one of their professors was being subjected to online harassment. This was unacceptable. They immediately issued a statement to clarify the situation. Qingbei University, Blue V. Yin Hongshan is the head of our chemistry department, the associate dean of the School of Science, and an academician of the A-Country Academy of Sciences. This is unequivocally true. The netizens demanding a fact check were left in disbelief. Is this really the head of the chemistry department at Qingbei University? Are we going mad? The fact-checking led to the revelation of a genuine professor? How embarrassing. I just checked by key for Yin Hongshan, and it's true. This professor is incredibly accomplished. I'm a bit stunned. Professor Yin, having dedicated his life to education, was esteemed by his students. Many of them, who were not particularly active on Weibo, were slow to react to the online attacks against their mentor. It was until Qingbei University, Blue V, issued their statement that they began to comprehend the gravity of the situation and the doubts cast upon their esteemed professor's identity. This was intolerable. In an instant, a wave of Professor Yin's students began to share his Weibo post and defend his reputation. Retweet and comment. This is my mentor. Who could possibly persuade him to write a fluff piece? The most absurd claim of the year, bar none. Retweet and comment. Professor Yin is the most principled individual. His academic rigor is unmatched. How could he possibly whitewash anyone? Retweet and comment. My mentor has always been upright. There is no way he would accept money to compromise his integrity for a mere internet celebrity. Clearly, the medicinal hot pot must indeed be without issues. And Professor Yin's report is crystal clear. Can't comprehend it? Retweet and comment. The medicinal hot pot certified by Professor Yin himself surely contains no banned additives. Why would he need an official seal? Retweet and comment. Professor Yin's character is beyond reproach. Retweet and comment. I'm late to the party. This is my mentor, genuine and unadulterated. Retweet and comment. I never imagined I'd have to prove my mentor's identity on Weibo in my lifetime. Meanwhile, Manager Sue, who was closely monitoring Weibo, found the situation utterly amusing and bewildering. Mr. Gao, I have never seen influential figures from Qingbei University verifying our products on Weibo. This crisis management? I could boast about it for 100 years. Chapter 99, The Wind Blows. And the medicinal hot pot soars to new heights. Gao Jingxing mused to himself, it is not merely you. I have traversed the business world for many years and have yet to witness a crisis management so exquisitely executed. This matter of blowing 100 years' worth of reputation, who are you to take the credit? However, who could have possibly engaged Professor Yin from Qingbei University? Gao Jingxing pondered, unable to decipher the enigma. Could it be his son? After all, it was his son who first shared Professor Yan's Weibo post. Gao Jingxing was aware that the girl his son admired was an alumnus of Qingbei University, a favorite student of the university's president. His son had often sneaked off to Qingbei University, several times caught by paparazzi, who he then paid off to suppress the trending news. He swiftly picked up the phone on his desk, lavishing praise upon his son, the one who had turned the tide. My dear son. Was it you who invited Professor Yin? What a splendid job. In my years navigating the business realm, I have never felt such honor as seeing so many illustrious graduates of Qingbei University personally endorse our new product. There exists a formidable barrier between the realms of commerce and academia. It is not merely wealth that allows one to breach this divide. Even though Gao Yuan Group employs many distinguished graduates from Qingbei University, he would not dare to presume that he could coax the intellectual elite to publicly endorse a product on Weibo. Thus, the significance of this event is magnified. On the other end of the line, Gao Shen's voice rang out in denial. It wasn't me. Gao Jingxing, disbelieving, burst into laughter. You rascal, don't feign innocence with me. I remember the girl you fancy, Qi Lu, a student from Qingbei University. Who else could it possibly be? Gao Shen replied dismissively, Gan Tian. Her? That is impossible. Gao Jingxing retorted incredulously. How could a girl from a third-rate university possibly engage a professor from Qingbei University's chemistry department? Gao Shen, unusually complimentary, remarked. Perhaps you have an eye for talent and have discovered a gem with boundless potential. Gao Jingxing was taken aback. Was his son truly proud of having found such a treasure? A sense of disbelief washed over him, as if he were walking on air. He sought confirmation. Really? It wasn't you? It wasn't, Gao Shen maintained, though unable to conceal the pride and excitement in his tone. I merely stumbled upon Professor Yan's Weibo and shared it casually. You're reading too much into it. Meanwhile, Yifeng stood beside Gao Shen, eavesdropping. He couldn't help but think that it was far from a coincidence. Clearly, he was meticulously monitoring the situation and Gan Tian's every move. After hanging up, Gao Jingxing pondered if it truly was that girl. Manager Su. Please call Gan Tian and inquire about this matter. She continues to surprise me. If she indeed managed to engage a professor from Qingbei University, I would never allow Lin Lang to introduce her to anyone. No one shall take her from me. Hearing his superior's tone, Manager Su assumed his boss harbored feelings for Gan Tian. A rather inappropriate notion given their ages. Gao, calm down. You're 52 this year, and Gan Tian is only 22. In an instant, Gao Jingxing's expression darkened. What nonsense is this? How vulgar. I meant, does my family lack young heirs? Excluding his son, he had several nephews. Gao Shen scowled. Why am I being excluded? Ah, I see what you mean. Manager Su exhaled deeply, then proceeded to call Gan Tian. Unbeknownst to Gan Tian, who was relishing her freshly completed design for Bamboo Grove renovations, she sipped her fruit tea when Manager Su's call came in. Manager Su, with a tone of skepticism, inquired. Gan Tian, was it your doing that Professor Yin publicly supported the medicinal hot pot? Has Professor Yin posted on Weibo? Gan Tian did not respond directly, but her answer was clearer than any affirmation. Manager Su was astounded, his eyes widening. It was indeed you. How do you know Professor Yin from Qingbei University? Gan Tian nonchalantly replied, I leveraged some connections. I don't have Weibo, so I must hang up now to see what Professor Yin wrote. Manager Su, left on the line, thought to himself, leverage some connections? How can she speak so lightly of it? Is this something a new internet celebrity from a third-rate university would say? Those of us from 985 universities wouldn't dare to remain so unfazed. Upon opening Weibo, Gan Tian saw that the tide had turned. Even the most foolish netizens dared not question the matter further, for the academic elite had rendered them speechless. This was a glaring demonstration of intellectual superiority. Today's farce had already earned a spot among the year's most absurd news. Gan Tian read every word of Professor Yan's rigorous non-toxic certification report. Noting the meticulousness of his writing, especially the enlightening exposition on the nutritional benefits of serotonin, which sparked extensive discussion in academic circles. The discourse became so specialized that ordinary netizens hesitated to comment, fearing exposure of their ignorance. The online backlash against the medicinal hot pot had been orchestrated by hired commoners, who now fell silent. Despite their usual bravado, they dared not challenge a professor from Qingbei University. They understood the unassailable authority of the academic realm. To contradict, it would only render them laughable. Moreover, numerous intellectuals and influential figures began to interpret Professor Yan's lengthy Weibo post, shedding light on the importance of serotonin in human health, prompting a flood of related articles. Various educational pieces emerged, akin to mushrooms after a rainstorm. In addition to serotonin, dopamine and endorphins entered the public consciousness as the three key substances that elicit happiness. Netizens were fortunate to encounter a plethora of free educational content. The prevailing sentiment shifted dramatically. So, can we eat the medicinal hot pot? Isn't that obvious? Professor Yin himself has declared that it's a culinary delight for enhancing serotonin. This is genuine expertise. I'm in tears. I just canceled my order, but now I want to reorder, only to find it sold out. Shirley Cotton Candy. When will you restock? I admit my previous remarks were a bit hasty. I apologize. Shirley Cotton Candy, please restock soon. Hurry, it's back in stock. I just ordered 10 boxes. It's gone. Sold out. I missed it. I'm in tears. I missed it too. I saw it go live, and then it was gone in seconds. Shirley Cotton Candy, can you restock? Please. Seeing this, Gan Tian called Manager Su. Manager Su, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "There are so many buyers that our back-end servers are crashing. Can you imagine? In just 1 minute, 400,000 units sold out. Am I dreaming?" Chapter 100, The Wind Blows. In the medicinal hot pot sales source Sweet Gan exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be so exaggerated?" Manager Su had to praise their young boss. This is all thanks to Gao Shen sharing Professor Yan's Weibo post, which ignited the topic and propelled it to the top of the trending list. Everyone saw it and now knows that the medicinal hot pot is both delicious and nourishing. Who wouldn't want to be in a good mood? Is that so? Sweet Gan had not noticed this aspect. Initially, she had not anticipated that Professor Yin would post on Weibo. She merely hoped for a non-toxic certification report to defend herself. To her surprise, Professor Yin posted directly. And with Gao Shen's share, the two of them cleared her name entirely. She felt an immense gratitude towards these two benefactors. Sweet Gan inquired, "Is it still possible to increase the supply?" Manager Su replied, "I will discuss it with the industrial park to ascertain the production capacity before adding to the stock. There's a term, hunger marketing. The less available, the more desirable it becomes." In matters of production and sales, Sweet Gan trusted Manager Su's expertise. After a brief conversation, she ended the call. Subsequently, she shared both Professor Yan's and Gao Shen's posts on Weibo, expressing her gratitude, and followed them. "Mr. Gao, this Sweet Gan is truly formidable. When she acts, it's like a bombshell. I doubted her ability when she said she would handle this matter, but now I am thoroughly convinced. She deserves to become wealthy." After hanging up, Manager Su unabashedly expressed his admiration. "Indeed, she is remarkable." Gao Jingxing spoke of Sweet Gan with an unmistakable pride, as he had signed her under a stringent contract. The more capable she was, the more it affirmed his discerning eye. However, this crisis could not simply be overlooked. Gao Jingxing felt a protective instinct. "Have we identified which company is stirring up trouble?" Manager Su responded, "Yes. It's Lu Yuan Foods supporting a new internet celebrity named Su Han, who is targeting Sweet Gan. Su Han is one of the 10 lottery winners from the Yi Group, and since winning, he has been live streaming daily. However, his votes are still fewer than Sweet Gan's, likely due to jealousy. Among the 10 winners of the Yi Group, only one could become the chosen one, receiving a monthly pension of 100,000. Such a temptation was immense. In the face of great profit, it's inevitable that someone would resort to underhanded tactics. Where there is a community, there are bound to be conflicts. Gao Jingxing despised those who lacked personal strength and resorted to sabotage. Such individuals would never achieve lasting success. A tasteless little internet celebrity was hardly worth his attention. But he noted his competitor, Lu Yuan Foods. At this point, Manager Su suddenly chuckled mischievously. "Mr. Gao, Lu Yuan Foods is embroiled in scandals today. A reporter secretly filmed one of their high-end restaurant chains using gutter oil in the kitchen. The video has spread across Weibo, social media, and several short video platforms. Lu Yuan Foods is in dire straits. Is that so?" "Ha ha." Gao Jingxing laughed heartily. Manager Su continued, "Moreover, a female celebrity revealed that the CEO of Lu Yuan Foods got her drunk at a party and then took her to a hotel. Their stock has plummeted today. Misfortunes never come singly. Who orchestrated this?" Manager Su, unable to contain his glee, remarked, "Perhaps they are reaping what they sowed. Lu Yuan Foods wish to watch our show from the sidelines, only to have their own house set ablaze. Haha. Gao Jingxing laughed even more exaggeratedly and decided to call Liang, the CEO of Lu Yuan Foods, to inquire about his misfortune. Manager Su still needed to contact the industrial park to confirm production capacity. After leaving Gao's office, he promptly called the industrial park, which informed him that the maximum daily production was 100,000 units. Thus, by evening, the medicinal hot pot was back on the shelves, adopting a marketing strategy of releasing 100,000 units daily until sold out. Such a sales model was nearly instantaneous in its sellout. Frustrated netizens flooded Sweet Gan's Weibo, playfully begging for more supplies. 10-mile cotton candy. Please, I didn't manage to snag any. So sad. Why is it so hard to get? I just want a bowl of medicinal hot pot mangpa soup. Why must it be so difficult? Can't you increase the supply again? I voted for you. Here is my screenshot. I voted for you too, 10-mile cotton candy. Sweet Gan replied, I can't do anything about it. Who could have imagined the medicinal hot pot would sell out so quickly? A graduate student named Zhang Jing added Sweet Gan on WeChat, claiming to be Professor Yan's student, and she accepted his request. Zhang Jing messaged her, is there any more medicinal hot pot left? The professor asked me to buy 10 boxes, but I couldn't snag any due to my slow hands. Zhang Jing lamented how fiercely competitive the online community had become. Just the day before, the medicinal hot pot was treated like a plague. Now, everyone was scrambling to get it. Sweet Gan inquired further, you mean Professor Yin Ha Shan? Zhang Jing replied with exasperation, yes. It's so hard to get. Sweet Gan was at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Professor Yin. Send me the address. I'll arrange for a few boxes to be sent directly to Professor Yin. Zhang Jing, thank you. Delivery address, name, and phone number. Sweet Gan, I should be the one thanking you. Please extend my gratitude to Professor Yin for his timely assistance in resolving this crisis. Sweet Gan contacted Manager Su again and provided him with the address. Upon hearing that Professor Yin also wanted some, Manager Su knew he had to expedite the shipment. Being adept at handling matters, he personally took 10 boxes of the medicinal hot pot and drove to Qingbei University, calling Zhang Jing along the way. Manager Su had a dual purpose. Mr. Gao had tasked him with subtly inquiring if the professor's research required corporate sponsorship. Meanwhile, seeing that the situation had calmed, Sweet Gan was eager to begin transforming the bamboo growth. With an axe in her left hand and a chainsaw in her right, she was full of energy. Old Man Gan was startled. Girl, what are you doing? With her usual spirited demeanor, Sweet Gan expressed her intentions. Grandpa, the bamboo grove behind the house is growing wildly. Too dense and unshaped, and it looks eerie at night. I'm scared to glance out the window while reading in the study, fearing something might float out from the bamboo. Sweet Gan's words painted a vivid picture. The accompanying photographer, Zhou Ran, nodded in agreement, admitting he was also too frightened to step outside at night. Old Man Gan, accustomed to his surroundings, asked so. Sweet Gan explained her vision. I want to cut down some of the bamboo, lay down sod, place some pebbles, and create a viewing platform with solar landscape lights. With lights at night, it won't be so scary, and it will be poetic. Chapter 101, Sweet Gan's first live stream. An unrestrained frenzy having promised to lead a life reminiscent of a poetic paradise, it was imperative to create an atmosphere of beauty and charm. Otherwise, residing in the countryside would be no different from living in the city. Despite being a girl of science and engineering, Gan Tian possessed an inherent poetic spirit. She aspired to transform her temporary abode into a haven as cozy and delightful as the mountain resort owned by Gao Shen. Old Master Gan offered no resistance. Very well. If you wish to do it, go ahead. However, you cannot possibly chop bamboo by yourself. Seek help from the villagers. After all, the old man was not as spry as he once was. Fearing he might strain his back, Gan Tian raised the weapon of her choice, declaring, no need for assistance. I can manage on my own. It is the farming season, and everyone is busy. Finding help may prove difficult. Besides, I have the tools. It won't be exhausting. Old Master Gan remained unconvinced and followed her into the bamboo grove. Child, do not overestimate your abilities. When have you ever engaged in such labor? With high spirits. Gan Tian replied, precisely because I have never done it before, I am eager to try. Grandfather, please do not dampen my enthusiasm. Who says a girl cannot be strong? Nonsense. You were once quite frail. Gan Tian turned to the cameraman, Zhou Ran, and mentioned, I recall the head of the Yi group stating that we could open a live streaming window at any time. Zhou Ran, who was hefting the camera, was both surprised and excited. Gan Tian, do you wish to stream live? I suddenly find myself intrigued. Initially indifferent to the idea of live streaming, She had learned from manager Su that the recent backlash against the medicinal hot pot was instigated by a winner named Su Han, who streamed daily. Gan Tian was not one to court trouble, but neither was she a coward who would shy away from confrontation. Since the challenge had been presented, she felt compelled to show that girls should not be underestimated. If Su Han was streaming every day, she would draw his audience to her, infuriating him in the process. With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, she said, "Let us give it a try for a few days." Zhou Ran, brimming with excitement, responded, "I will contact the company immediately to set it up. However, streaming bamboo cutting might be rather dull, don't you think? What if no one watches?" Gan Tian Chapter 102. The sweet delight of a first live broadcast, the initial foray into live streaming had turned into a frenzied spectacle. How dreadfully monotonous it must be to chop bamboo. If one were to condense a day's worth of bamboo cutting into a 5-minute highlight reel, perhaps it would pique the interest of the masses. Yet, she chose to engage in a live broadcast, thereby exposing her shortcomings in full view. Su Han could scarcely imagine that after nearly a month of anticipation, Gan Tian would emerge with such a ludicrous idea. How utterly laughable! Furthermore, the physical toll of chopping bamboo is substantial. How long could she possibly endure? Rather than relying on her intellect, she now sought to showcase her physical prowess. The disparity between male and female strength is evident. Even if Su Han were to wield the axe, he would be left breathless and exhausted, resembling a hapless dog panting in the heat. What hope did Gan Tian, a delicate flower, have against such a task? She would likely collapse in the bamboo grove. Utterly defeated, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of the online community, a veritable social death, devoid of her usual influence or charm. At that moment, Su Han had not yet begun his own live stream. He stealthily infiltrated Gan Tian's broadcast, eager to witness her labor, drenched in sweat, struggling to sever even a single stalk of bamboo. To his astonishment, upon entering the live stream, he discovered nearly 200,000 viewers tuned in. It must be the effect of trending searches. Retention rates must be abysmally low. He surmised that the viewers, much like himself, were merely seeking novelty. After 5 minutes, they would surely find it excruciatingly dull. He firmly believed that the interest of netizens waned after merely 3 minutes. But to his surprise, the barrage of comments revealed a lively engagement among the audience. "Oh my goodness, I was genuinely worried that the delicate Gan Tian would tire herself out with such labor. But to see her effortlessly slice through those thick bamboo stalks is so relieving. Yes, watching her cut bamboo is incredibly satisfying. What brand of electric saw is she using? Slicing bamboo seems as easy as cutting grass, far easier than my culinary endeavors. This bamboo cutting marvel appears to be a tremendous stress reliever. Ha ha ha. What a delight. I've seen farmers back home struggle with bamboo using machetes and sickles, expending time and effort for poor results. The bamboo roots are often left high, creating hazardous conditions. Yet, she wields that electric saw, which can sever a stalk at the root in mere seconds, leaving a clean cut, efficient and safe. This electric saw seems versatile enough for tree cutting as well. I want to buy one for my father back home. He is getting older and working physically is exhausting for him. Please share the link. I too seek the link. Technology is revolutionizing manual labor. She truly understands the value of tools and is undoubtedly a thinker. She excels at everything she undertakes. Even though many viewers were not engaged in farming, it did not mean they did not have parents in rural areas. Who wouldn't want to purchase practical tools to ease their parents' burdens? Even Zhou Ran, the cameraman, felt an itch to try it himself, as it appeared effortless. Zhou Ran glanced at the comments, kindly inquiring on behalf of the viewers, Gan Tian. Many viewers are asking about the brand of your electric saw. It looks incredibly efficient and powerful. Gan Tian, engrossed in her bamboo cutting, appeared momentarily bewildered. Electric saw? Why was the audience so fixated on the saw? She explained, this handheld electric saw is indeed remarkable, boasting 10 times the power of a standard saw and achieving efficiency rates over 50 times that of a conventional saw. With just a light press of the switch, even those lacking physical strength can easily chop bamboo. She had specifically purchased it to transform the bamboo grove, and regarding the brand, it had not been her primary concern. She focused solely on its functionality and battery life. Gan Tian elaborated on the features and battery longevity, demonstrating her knowledge as she worked, seamlessly blending education with labor. Her detailed explanation encompassed rotor size, chain durability, and the power of the carbon brush, displaying a professional demeanor characteristic of a science-minded individual. Ironically, the more she downplayed the importance of the brand, the more the audience yearned to procure the very model she possessed, preferring not to exert effort in searching for alternatives. I found the electric saw that Gan Tian is using. It's surprisingly affordable at only 359 yuan. I'm purchasing it without hesitation. It's a guaranteed success. Indeed. I too am too lazy to search myself. After witnessing the power of Gan Tian's electric saw, I'm certain there's no risk in buying it. This stress relief tool is worth buying blindly. I trust my instincts. It must be effective. I came to watch her transform the bamboo grove. Yet somehow I ended up purchasing an electric saw. What does a city worker like me need with a saw? Please tell me I'm not alone in this. I haven't bought one yet, but I recommended it to my relatives in the family group chat. They could definitely use it in the countryside. Isn't this far more appealing than those hucksters promoting tools in the countryside? I bought one for my grandfather. I also purchased one for trimming the trees around my villa. How I envy those with villas. I couldn't snag the medicinal hot pot, but surely I can get my hands on an electric saw. I'm in tears. I just placed my order, and it's already out of stock? The seller was shocked by the sudden surge of orders for this niche electric saw and asked me what was going on. Ha ha ha, this has me in stitches. If the saw brand doesn't compensate Gan Tian for advertising, I won't accept it. I'm a seller of electric saws, and suddenly my stock has vanished. I'm curious how buyers found me. Can I receive tips in the live stream? My business has been struggling, and I was contemplating closing up shop, but thank you to this young lady in the live stream. She has saved my business. Gan Tian had not activated the tipping feature for her live stream. However, the department responsible for the night group's broadcasts, upon hearing of potential tips, discreetly enabled the function for Gan Tian, splitting the proceeds evenly between her and the company. 20 minutes later, suddenly, someone gifted Gan Tian 3 carnival gifts, their excitement palpable as they flooded the chat with messages. Our boss is here, and I'm the one who gifted this. It's our advertisement fund. We received an influx of production orders and traced them back to this live stream. Thank you, Gan Tian, for the free promotion. What a delightful surprise. We are the manufacturers of this electric saw, specializing in hardware tools, boasting robust capabilities, competitive pricing, and exceptional service. We appreciate the trust and support of all the viewers for our electric saw. Gan Tian, I truly did not promote anything. Viewers in the live stream. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Gan Tian looks utterly bewildered. How did she inadvertently ignite a trend for electric saws? Has she finished cutting bamboo? Is she about to tackle some weeding? If I were the owner of a weeding machine, I'd rocket over to deliver one to her. Chapter 103. Gan Tian's sweet first live broadcast. Zhou Ran was not a taciturn individual. He relished engaging in conversation, keenly observing the interactions of netizens while filming. With enthusiasm, he inquired, Gan Tian, the viewers are eager to know which model of lawn mower you will be promoting next. Lawn mowing? Gan Tian surveyed her surroundings and pointed at the bamboo grove devoid of weeds. There is no grass in this bamboo forest. If there were, I wouldn't have to ponder where to source turf. I simply wish to lay grass here. Zhou Ran, realizing the obvious, responded, Indeed, the ground here is barren. How can there be grass? Growing up in the city, he found this perplexing and queried, Why doesn't grass grow? Gan Tian, also a city dweller, possessed a deeper understanding. It is common knowledge that grass does not thrive beneath large trees. Zhou Ran, bewildered, thought, What do the city kids in the live stream think? Gan Tian explained. The roots of large trees intertwine and absorb the surrounding soil's moisture and nutrients, making it difficult for weeds to flourish. The same applies to bamboo. Its roots extend deep into the ground and cover a vast area. The dense bamboo leaves block sunlight, creating an environment unsuitable for low-growing weeds. Hence, the ground appears barren. I must lay turf for aesthetic appeal. Understood, no pressure for the lawn mower. The pressure lies with the turf sellers, preferably those selling artificial grass, as real grass may not survive. Artificial turf, industrial carpeting. This requires no maintenance. I wish to lay artificial grass on my terrace once she promotes it. On my balcony, I want to lay anti-corrosive wood and artificial grass. Zhou Ran remarked. The viewers are urging you to promote artificial grass. Gan Tian chuckled and firmly declined. Why waste money on that? While it is true that weeds struggle to grow in a bamboo grove, it does not mean that resilient plants do not exist. I know of a type of carpet grass that farmers loathe. It is hardy, thrives in various environments, and withstands trampling. Many school playgrounds are covered with carpet grass due to its quality and vibrant green color, making it highly valuable for landscaping. With her large eyes sparkling, Gan Tian continued, I have already consulted a few neighbors in the village, and they inform me that there is plenty of carpet grass by the fields, since they need to clear weeds anyway. I have asked a few neighbors to dig it up in chunks and place them along the field ridge for me to transport later. Could it be the same grass used on my high school playground? I've gained some peculiar knowledge. though I am unsure of its utility. Regardless, I do not wish to leave this live stream. Is someone upstairs slacking off at work? I am clearly waiting for the subway. A friend beside me asked what I was watching, and now we are both tuned in. Gan Tian was not recklessly cutting bamboo. She adhered to the design plans, preserving the bamboo within the designated area while removing those outside it, as well as any poorly growing bamboo. The ground was now littered with the fallen bamboo. Su Han, feeling disheartened, realized he had come to witness Gan Tian's blunders, but ended up staying in the live stream for over 40 minutes without witnessing any mishaps. Instead, he was impressed by her exceptional sales skills. How absurd. Why do I remain in her live stream? Even if cutting bamboo is not physically taxing, does transporting the cut bamboo require no effort? She must be exhausted. Those cut bamboo pieces are thick and bushy. Surely they must be pruned with a machete? I refuse to believe she can manage without appearing flustered. Just as Su Han pondered this, the viewers noticed Gan Tian had produced a new tool resembling scissors and began snipping the bamboo's branches effortlessly. Su Han's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of scissors are those? They seem extraordinarily sharp. Snipping bamboo branches seems faster than trimming nails with regular scissors. Viewers began screenshotting and searching for the product online. I found it, electric pruning shears, priced at $249. Just a gentle press can cut through branches up to 4 centimeters thick in a second. So impressive. No wonder she appears so at ease while using them. I also discovered they can be used for landscaping, orchard pruning, and garden leaf trimming, lasting up to 8 hours on a single charge. Wow. I need the link. I want to order one to trim the rose vines in my garden. Manual pruning is far too laborious. Gan Tian heard Zhou Ran mention that everyone wanted to buy electric scissors. Amused, she cautioned the viewers, please shop sensibly and avoid impulsive purchases. No. I shall indulge in wild consumption. I will buy one for my grandfather in the countryside. At his age, he deserves to use electric tools to ease his labor. I run a flower shop, and pruning branches is a hassle that leaves my hands blistered. Why didn't I think of electric scissors sooner? Thank you. I have several fruit trees that need pruning. Now I have a plan. I'm ordering one right away. Oh no, I've been influenced again. City dwellers are now interested in electric saws and electric pruning shears. Joining this live stream is quite the temptation. Sister, buy one to keep by the bedside. If your husband dares to wrong you, show him the power of these scissors. Ha 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 ha. That scared me into tightening my legs. My perspective has shifted. I finally found a reason to indulge in wild consumption. Calm down, sisters. Scissors are not for that use. Haha. Be careful not to get the live stream shut down, everyone. I think I could use those in my garden as well. You're quite the treasure. How did you think of so many tools? Gan Tian, upon hearing Zhou Ran read a viewer's comment, smiled and winked at the camera. Could it be that I have an abundance of tools for a poor student? Ha 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 ha. 10 miles of cotton candy. Do you want to make me laugh to death? Would you like to inherit my mortgage? We do not compete with men in physical strength. Knowing how to use tools does not make one a poor student. This is clearly technology aiding agriculture. Currently, those willing to remain in rural areas for farming are mainly middle-aged and elderly individuals. Using electric tools saves time and effort. At that moment, someone gifted 3 carnival items. It turned out that the manufacturer of the electric pruning shears had approached Gan Tian to sponsor her with advertisement fees and promote their product in the live stream. Su Han's expression soured severely upon witnessing this. Have they lost their minds? Shouldn't this live stream be renamed Technology Assisting Agriculture? Envy, jealousy, and resentment swirled within Su Han as he noticed the online viewer count had surpassed 100,000. Many netizens were sharing the live stream in family groups or recommending it to their rural relatives, encouraging them to leverage technology to overcome physical labor. Some even edited clips of Gan Tian using the electric saw to cut bamboo and the electric pruning shears to trim branches, posting them on social media platforms, which attracted even more viewers to the live stream. Meanwhile, at the Yi Group's live broadcast operations department, Chapter 104, Sweet's first live broadcast. Sweet's live streaming data has already attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Initially, the interest was not due to her impressive streaming numbers, but rather because the operations department received several perplexing phone calls. Hello. I am from a company that manufactures small household weeders. We would like to contact the winner of your event, Sweet Cotton Candy. But she hasn't seen our message on Weibo, so we could only reach out to your company. Hello. I am from a company that produces small tillers and would like to place a shopping cart in Sweet Cotton Candy's live stream. Hello. I am a seller of garden anti-corrosion wood and would like to gift her some wood to create a bamboo viewing platform. Hello. I specialize in outdoor solar landscape lights and would like to offer her some lights for free. The phone at the Night Group's operations department rang incessantly. The staff were inundated with calls, all advertising or offering products to Sweet. The operations director, Mr. He, had no choice but to report this matter to the upper management. The Night Group oversees numerous enterprises, including a popular social media platform in a country known as Juanxing Weibo, which is a product of the Night Group. And the CEO of Juanxing Weibo is Tang Zhou, one of the 10 winners of the event. Besides managing Juanxing Weibo, Tang Zhou also oversees another short-form social media application under the Night Group, where many users engage in live broadcasts. Mr. He from the operations department contacted Tang Zhou, who had a small favor to ask of Gao Shen. They arranged to play golf together, and upon receiving the call, Tang Zhou opened the backend data and was immediately astonished. My goodness, Sweet's first day of live streaming and her retention rate is so high. What did she stream to captivate so many viewers? And why are so many random manufacturers eager to advertise and send her products? Tang Zhou scrutinized the data again, pondering. Could there be some trickery involved? Gao Shen, tired from playing, was leisurely sipping coffee under the sunshade when he heard Tang Zhou's exclamations. He crossed his long legs and shot a wary glance at Tang Zhou. What? You're saying the data isn't fabricated? She streamed bamboo cutting? That sounds rather niche. Is there really an audience for it? On the line, Manager He from the operations department replied, It's captivating. I am watching it too. I can't quite pinpoint what makes it appealing, but it is incredibly relieving. Tang Zhou remained skeptical. Is that true? Manager He insisted, Absolutely. Watching her saw bamboo is oddly addictive. I initially planned to watch just a few minutes, but before I knew it, I had seen the entire process. I even found a short edit of her bamboo cutting live stream and sent it to you. Tang Zhou still doubted. Send it over for me to see. Moments later, Tang Zhou received the short video and, noticing Gao Shen beside him, complained, Shen, isn't it strange that people enjoy watching bamboo cutting? Gao Shen set down his coffee. Speaking in an air of superiority, yet clarity, what is so strange about it? There are countless ways to relieve stress. Some enjoy extracting blackheads, others cutting soap. Naturally, there are those who find joy in watching bamboo being sawed. The faster, easier, and neater the cutting, the more relieving it feels. Whether chopping, slicing, sawing, or clipping, it all satisfies a desire for destruction. Who doesn't harbor a little devil inside? Tang Zhou listened intently. Since the data was genuine, he decided to let it be. As he had more pressing matters to discuss with Gao Shen. Shen, please help me just this once. I know you were close to Long Chenma. I merely wish to leverage your name to invest in his new company, to sponsor him in his new venture. I assure you, my intentions are pure. I swear. If there are any ill intentions, let heaven strike me down. Gao Shen regarded Tang Zhou with narrowed, dangerous eyes, remaining silent. Long Chenma was indeed his good friend. A prominent business magnate in a country and the head of the Long family. However, 2 months ago, Chenma discovered he was not of the Long bloodline and was forced out of the Long group. Now, he was mocked by all as a fallen titan. During their last dinner, Gao Shen had heard from Lu Li that after being expelled from the Long family, it was Tang Zhou, the reckless young scion, who had been the first to kick Chenma while he was down, attempting to use money to make him a subordinate. Ultimately, it backfired, and Chenma had dealt with him quite severely. Did Tang Zhou not learn from that experience and still wish to provoke Chenma? Gao Shen coldly warned, do not provoke him. You cannot handle it. Tang Zhou, flustered, insisted, no, I truly mean it. Gao Shen remained unconvinced. Certain that this young scion had suffered a significant loss at Chenma's hands and was now concocting some scheme to reclaim his dignity. He had no desire to engage with Tang Zhou any further and began to walk away. Suddenly, Tang Zhou dashed forward, blocking his path. Hey, don't go. I've asked all of his friends for help, and not a single one is willing to assist me. If you refuse as well, I will be left with no options. I swear to the heavens, I harbor no ill intentions. Gao Shen narrowed his eyes, exuding a commanding presence. Give me one reason. A reason? If pressed to provide one. Tang Zhou's face flushed red. I like him. Gao Shen. Gao Shen's expression darkened further. He is male. Tang Zhou's ears turned crimson. I know. Gao Shen coldly retorted. He does not like males. Tang Zhou clenched her fists, her expression exceedingly awkward. I know. Actually, I am a girl. Seeing Gao Shen's disbelieving expression, Tang Zhou grew increasingly anxious. It's true. When I was young, my parents thought I was a boy and raised me as such. But as I grew older, my female traits became more apparent. After visiting the hospital, the doctor informed me that I am, in fact, a girl. You can imagine my shock. This was her most cherished secret, one she would never reveal unless absolutely necessary. She thrust a bank card into Gao Shen's hand and fled, ensuring that the distance was sufficient that he could not simply return it to her. Once she was at a safe distance, she called out, Shun, This card contains 300 million, my entire fortune. I truly have no ill intentions. I cannot bear to see anyone mock him for being nothing without the long family. He is such a remarkable man, and I will not allow anyone to belittle him. She continued, if you help me, I will agree to anything. We can negotiate a mutually beneficial arrangement. Is there anything you need assistance with that you cannot approach yourself?